Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It took extra innings for the Diamondbacks yesterday, but they got the job done. They beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs, and here is Perdomo on the win.
You know, this is baseball. You know, you never know what's going to happen. They tied the game tonight. We're back and forth in the 10th. You know, it was a huge team win right there.
The Snakes went 3-3 on their road trip out east, but they returned to Chase for a 3-game series against the Mets starting tonight, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burns is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in a Game 7 in Houston, 103-89. Curry had 14 of his 22 points in the fourth quarter, and Buddy Hield hit 9 threes and led the Warriors with 33 points. And out east, the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 121-112. Tyrese Halliburton, 22 points and 13 assists. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta.
How are you, Vinny? Who's better than Vinny?
And Jared Carlin.
It can only be Jared.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Vinny is back from Vegas. Woohoo!
Wow.
You didn't win your fortune. You didn't sail off into the sunset.
No.
No?
No. I think I did come to a conclusion, though.
What?
Vegas sucks.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
It's.
I love it more than any place in the world.
I bet you do.
I love it as well. It's so fun.
It's so expensive.
It's so out of control.
It is. I was just telling Bick, and I had him guess.
Mm-hmm.
Sportsbook/sports bar at the hotel that I stayed at. Jarrett, what do you think a dozen chicken wings would go for there?
I'm going to a dozen chicken wings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you're setting it up with the thing that it's more expensive than you think it will be. So I'm going to say $24.99.
$35.
I guess $25 just like you did. It was $35 for him.
For $35, those chicken wings have to come back to my room. If you know what I mean.
I do know exactly what you mean. I do. Yes, I do.
Look,
ridiculous.
These things sort out themselves if you win gambling.
That's the other thing. I start gambling, and the gambling god should. And I'm not a big time gambler. I don't do it a lot, but you have to do it when you're there, right? There's almost an obligation.
I guess
when you sit down and you lose $100 in 3 minutes. That doesn't keep me going.
No, that can be very demoralizing.
And it was that's the last $100 they got from me.
This literally happened to me and my friends not that long ago. I've told you the story about me and the roulette table, right? I've told this story many times about how 4 out of 5 times the number 18 has popped up. So
why didn't you remind me of that? I would have tried that.
So my wife and I, we decided, okay, let's see what this is all about. Let's go when we meet our friends for dinner. Let's go right to the roulette table. Let's do this once and for all and see if the gambling gods are calling to us. No, it landed in 5, so it was nothing but stupid coincidence.
Yeah.
So I lost $50 just like that. I went to watch the band. My friends are like, yeah, we're going to go gamble for a little bit. All right, great. Come back whenever you're ready. They were back literally in 90 seconds. They lost 6 consecutive hands of blackjack, and they're like, forget this.
And when I start losing, like, I don't mind spending money. When I start losing money, I get mad.
Oh. When you said you were getting away to Vegas, I thought, ooh, that's not like Vinny. That's I think we're going to put this in the wild hair
I got the
category.
rare wild hair.
Did you have fun, though?
No.
Oh, but, oh, jeez.
That's fantastic. Look, he would have been full of self-loathing had he not gone anywhere.
Yes.
And he went someplace and he hated it.
The food is expensive, but the drinks are free if you're gambling. So that you can make up for it there.
Yeah, but they're not free when you're losing that quickly.
Right. That's right.
When I'm out before the cocktail wagers can get back with the free drink, it doesn't matter.
That is always brutal.
And then if you're not gambling, you can't get a beer for under $10, under $11. It's ridiculous.
I know. I was I thought, wow, he's in a mood if he's heading up to Vegas.
And then first night I was there, I ventured downtown. I hadn't been to downtown Vegas in a long time, and it's a completely different feel.
Fremont Street, yeah.
It's a freak show.
Is it?
So I'm like, hey, while I'm in Vegas, while in Rome, get a local beer, right?
Yeah.
Pure vinegar. It was disgusting. It was the worst beer I ever had.
Really?
$11 a pop. I took 3 sips of it and threw it away.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Vegas.
Well, welcome back, Vinny. Glad to have you. Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Crazy game at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia on Sunday. Turned out to be an 11-9, 10-inning win for the Diamondbacks over the Phillies. Looked like it was going to be a cakewalk for the Dbacks. They were up 7-1, but then the bats went silent. Bullpen coughed up a 6-run lead. Josh Naylor had an RBI single in the 10th. Tim Tawa added an RBI sac fly, and Geraldo Perdomo drew a bases-loaded walk to give the Snakes a 3-run lead. Phillies got one back in the bottom of the 10th inning with Jalen Beeks trying to close things out. Max Kepler's sac fly scored Bryson Stott, but that's all they would get. Beeks got Kyle Schwarber to ground out to end the game, and the Diamondbacks avoid the sweep. They return home after a 3-3 road trip to New York and Philadelphia. And they get another look at the New York Mets at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson going on the hill for the D-backs, making his first start of the season. Mets countering with right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch, 6:40. Pregame coverage starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The reason Corbin Burns isn't starting for the D-backs tonight, sent home from the road trip Saturday with right shoulder inflammation. Torey Lovello said that Burns has been bothered by it for his last few starts, but wanted to pitch through it. The thinking now, and right now, is that Burns will miss his start tonight and be back for his next turn in the rotation against the Dodgers this coming weekend. Just one of those things. It seems like every day
there's somebody new with somebody with some shoulder issues.
Soreness, inflammation, discomfort.
It was a weird road trip. I guess you feel lucky they came back 3-3, but still, this baseball team is kind of up and down and floundering, and they got to get their vibe right, man. There's a lot of good teams in the National League, and it's going to get late early here.
30 games in. Sunday in the NBA playoffs, Golden State Warriors won a Game 7 on the road. They shut down the Houston Rockets at Toyota Center, 103-89. Buddy Hield 33 points in the win for Golden State. Steph Curry had 19 of his 22 in the second half. It is the 5th time Golden State has eliminated Houston from the postseason in the franchise's last 7 playoff appearances. Rockets fans have to be sick of that team. I mean, we all are, but they really have to be.
Yeah.
Warriors move on to face the Minnesota Timberwolves in the conference semifinals. That series gets underway tomorrow night in Minneapolis. We had our first game 1 of the second round in Cleveland. The Cavs tasted their own blood for the first time this postseason. Pacers take the opener. 121-112. Andrew Nembhard led a balanced Indiana attack with 23 points. Tyrese Halliburton had 22 with 13 assists and 3 block shots.
What an underrated team that Pacers team is.
Is that Halliburton guy any good?
They don't like him. The Suns don't like him.
You should have seen his dad taunting the television set after that game. Game 2 of that series is Tuesday night. Tonight, 2 more conference semifinal series get underway. First, it's game 1 of the Knicks and Celtics in Boston. 16th time these two teams will meet in the playoffs, and the first since 2013. Tip-off is at 4 on TNT. Then it's game 1 of the Nuggets and Thunder in one Western Conference semifinal in Oklahoma City. Nuggets got there with a 19-point win over the Clippers in game 7 of their first-round series on Saturday. That game from OKC tips off at 6:30, also on TNT. According to reports, the 2027 NFL Draft will be held in Washington, D.C. The event expected to be held at the National Mall, not the Mall of America, the National Mall, home of the Washington Monument. According to a reporting from Axios, next year's draft will take place in Pittsburgh. Craziness in the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 7 in Winnipeg between the Jets and the St. Louis Blues. St. Louis leads 3-1 with over 2 minutes to go. Jets get a goal from Vladislav Namestnikov. Then with 3 seconds left in regulation, Cole Perfetti scored to tie it. The game would go on to double overtime when Adam Lowry tallied the game winner at 16-10 to push the Jets into the conference semifinals against the Dallas Stars. That game gets underway, series gets underway on Wednesday. Dallas, by the way, in their game 7 on Saturday against Colorado, trailed 2-0, got 4 goals in the final 12:08 to win the game. Mikko Rantanen had 3 of those goals for the Stars. And Scotty Scheffler. Have you heard of this guy, Vic? Good at the golf. He won the CJ Cup Byron Nelson Tour stop in McKinney, Texas. McKinney, Texas. You have to say it like
That's
that.
That's good. That sounded very, very regional.
Matched a PGA Tour 4-round record of 31 under 253, winning by 8 strokes.
Yeah.
His first win of the season.
That means that course is probably not suitable for professionals when a guy gets to 30 under par. But good on Scotty. That's his first win of the year.
Yeah, he only won 7 times last year. He's got some work to do.
I know,
against that.
right?
Imagine going 23 under and finishing second 8 strokes back.
But and I know Sammy's vibing on this. 2 weeks, we got another major, and we've got Rory, we got
my gosh.
Bryson, and now we've got Scotty in the mix.
And JT just won.
Yeah. What are you rolling your eyes for, Jarrett?
No, it's like you have like a protege now.
It's fantastic.
Like,
yeah. No.
Dorks.
Well, listen, we got to get into this. Probably next segment. While you were gone, we learned some things about Sammy that you probably don't know.
Can't pick a damn horse. I learned from him.
It's
hey, there were 19 of them, Jarrett.
I'm not holding that against him. But you probably missed the fact that he once played cards on the daily with Geraldo Perdomo.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. There's a lot of things about young Sammy that just kind of...
He's one of the more interesting 25-year-olds I've ever met.
Which, I'm not saying you're not interesting, Sammy, but that's a low bar.
Right.
25-year-olds, generally speaking, are not interesting at all. There you go. There's your splash from Monday. Cinco de Mayo! Whee! Coming up, the Warriors...
Hey, wait, is that today?
Yeah.
It is Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, it sure is.
Wow.
Don't ask me what's in this coffee.
All right. That just changed my outlook on the rest of the day.
Coming up next, the Warriors made the Rockets say, Houston, we have a problem. But do the Suns have the solution? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Ripped towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Dbacks welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bring mom to Chase Field on Mother's Day, Sunday, May 11th, and receive a clear crossbody bag. Get your tickets at Dbacks.com.
Hi, Shane O'Grady here with Life Changer Loan, and we've all heard that time is money. That's why your 30-year mortgage is killing you financially, regardless of the rate you have. On a Life Changer Loan, you're able to do your banking inside your mortgage, so you can pay off in just a few years without changing a dime of spending habit, all while keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Finally, a financial tool for those with great credit. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031 NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NordicUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could new Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory keep Kevin Durant in Phoenix? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Inbound it goes, and a hold here, and this ball game is a final. Game 7 goes to the Golden State Warriors, 103-89. The Warriors advance, as we just discussed. They've been in a 6-7 second-round matchup before. It was against the Lakers. This time around, it'll be the Timberwolves.
Final call on ESPN Radio last night, Game 7 in Houston. Rockets win it again. And I saw a statistic, Bick.
Mm-hmm.
Only 3 players in the NBA have won 3 road Game 7s in their careers. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler.
Wow.
So they get another one last night. They end that series. Valiant effort by the Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start there.
Yeah.
Young team. But did Game 7 not look exactly like the prescription?
No doubt about it.
For them to go out and get a Kevin Durant type?
No doubt about it. And I thought the whole thing was in peril because while you were gone, young Sammy predicted the Rockets to come all the way back, and they went into Golden State on Friday and whooped up on the Warriors. And I thought Sammy's going to nail this. And then you got a much better version of Draymond Green, who finally controlled his maniacal self. In Game 6, he was a disaster. And we've seen players like that. We've seen Luka like that in playoff games where they're burning white hot to the point where you're like, dude, you're going to get thrown out of this game if you don't lighten up.
Yeah, it's different with Draymond, though. And in watching some of that game and reading a lot of the reactions from that game, he is so, to use your word, maniacal on a regular basis that he's got a different standard. You're not going to kick him out of the game. He can do what he wants.
Yeah, I guess.
But in Game 7, you're right.
He was poised yesterday, and I think that was kind of the key to it. And then Steph did some Steph stuff at the end. But mostly what you're saying is accurate. The Rockets need a closer. And the Rockets need a guy like Kevin Durant. The stat going into yesterday's Game 7 that gives you all the context you need is that Kevin Durant is the best Game 7 basketball player in NBA history. Stats back it up. 36 points per game. He's played only 5 of them.
Yeah.
But
unfortunately, you can't play in Game 7 when you get swept in 4.
Oops. Oops. Yeah, it didn't do us much good here in Phoenix.
No, and so now everybody, I know what the talk is, and we've been talking about these possibilities. It's not like this is new news. Kevin Durant to Houston. That would solve a lot of their problems. I believe it would solve a lot of their problems, and those problems did rear their ugly heads last night. There could be another very big superstar who's much more desirable at this point on the market this summer, and his name's Giannis Antetokounmpo, and we'll see what happens there. But if you're on the Rockets side of things, and I think a lot of Rockets fans are looking at this going, okay, we're close.
Yeah.
And if Jalen Green had not spent 6 of 7 games on the side of a milk carton, you probably feel better about them running it back as is and taking this experience and taking their lumps and trying to apply it moving forward. He was awful in the series.
Awful, yeah.
He had 38 points in Game 2 and 55 points in the other 6 games. He was the 4th leading scorer on the Rockets in the series.
Yeah, that's not going to get it done. But again, this has been the Rockets. You got to give them credit. There's a great deal of physicality. There's a great deal of fight. I've become a fan of what Ime Udoka does for basketball teams and the culture he instills. I think he's really, really good at it. But they just don't have the requisite firepower. Now, the big question is really going to be if Giannis gets traded, it's going to be where Giannis wants to go, very much like KD is going to end up where KD wants to go. So will Giannis complicate the trade of Kevin Durant? Possibly, if Giannis wants to go to a same destination as KD does. And then you might have some issues. The question becomes is, after yesterday's loss, how motivated will Houston be to avert their timeline? We know midway through the season, it was always like, they'd like to make a trade with Phoenix, but it would be for Devin Booker, not Kevin Durant.
Well, by that same token, how much of the Phoenix Suns 3 years ago become a cautionary tale for teams like the Houston Rockets?
Very much. At least for me, it would be.
The Suns went to the finals. The next year, they won 64 games. They petered out in the second round. They blew it up the next year. And look where they are. These two teams are in completely different real estate categories 3 years later.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, no, listen, I've got a lot of thoughts about that. I've got a lot of thoughts on KD as a winning player, on what KD does to your culture. I think it's really got to be an established team where he can just slide in and do what KD does. But there's not a lot of places like that.
This was thought to be one of those places.
This was thought to be one of those places, and it turned out not to be one of those places. So either way, this is interesting because the Rockets needed to lose that game to amplify this idea that they need a close, and they do. And so
it looked like they were going to bow out pretty non-gracefully when they were down in that series. Give them credit for forcing the Game 7. But you mentioned their head coach, Ime Udoka. He talked about what needs to improve moving forward next year.
Took a big one this year as far as not just in the win column, but overall, guys, understanding. I think our biggest thing for us, experience is one thing for sure. That comes with time and being in the playoffs and things like that. I think for us, it's the IQ. Got to improve overall. Just everybody being on the same page, and that comes with experience and going through certain things. But, yeah, I think we can absolutely take another jump. We have to. We can't just come back the same, and that's the message to the guys. And so a lot of obviously physical work to be done, guys getting stronger and growing into their bodies and all those things, but the mental side is going to be really important for us. And we got some guys that have that experience, and if we can get everybody on that same page and grow in that area, I think that's going to help us take the biggest jump.
Another thing we learned is that regardless of what the Rockets do in maybe big game hunting for a superstar, Amen Thompson is off limits. He is spectacular.
Yeah, that's the player. If I were the Sun, that's the player I would want. But you're not getting.
You're not getting him.
You're not getting him.
Milwaukee might be able to.
Maybe
Suns wouldn't get him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Here's Chris Canty from ESPN Radio, kind of fortifying what we've been saying.
I think they've got to make a move. Usually, I'm all for teams letting it bake when it comes to young players. And you got 3 stars in Amen Thompson and Jalen Green and Alfred Şengün who are 23 years old or younger. But I think that Houston can't take this opportunity for granted. The runway is never as long as you think it is in terms of the opportunity to contend for a championship. I think they've got to have some urgency in terms of trying to microwave this thing to put this team over the top.
Yeah, a lot at play here.
Mm-hmm.
But Golden State marches on, and they're still puffing their chest out.
They
told you we're going to win a championship.
Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that because I got to be honest. The way they look the last few games, they don't look like they're all that. They don't look like they've got enough scoring options. And in watching that game yesterday, it seemed like, you physical up Steph a little bit and you kind of you diminish his importance to the game. Where else is the offensive firepower coming from?
He's got a
that
bad
team?
thumb. They keep swiping at his thumb.
Yeah, poor guy. I believe in what Jimmy Butler's bringing them. I think that's very real. I don't think they're getting past this next round.
No,
I don't.
The amount of blank talk that's about to happen with Anthony Edwards, Draymond Green, Dante DiVincenzo, Jimmy Butler could be popcorn.
Rudy Gobert seems to get under people's skin a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be.
Well, remember when Draymond choked him?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Julius Randle.
Oh,
yeah, this is popcorn's a good word.
Yeah.
I like that, Sammy. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half Day Club this week, Wednesday, as the Dbacks take on the first place New York Mets. Snag lower level tickets for just $9.87 by texting half to 620-620. That's the word half, HALF, to 620-620. Coming up next, the Dbacks salvaged a game in Philly eventually. We'll go through the highlights. There's a lot of them. In Dbacks Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
So it's been 4.5 years, basically, since his last game. But I have never heard any sort of, hey, Larry Fitzgerald officially announces his retirement.
You give me 30 days and Larry Fitzgerald, and I think he could still play.
What he should do, and this is what I've always thought, his last game was during COVID. There was no fans in the stands. So, he should come back for one game with fans in the stands and give it everything he has.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, guys like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, many others, they'd all travel to Europe during their off seasons. And I know a lot of people in the media were like, what are they doing that for? What are they finding in Europe that they cannot get in America? Well, they were going for non-surgical regeneration. Well, guess what? Those regenerative treatments are now here in our backyard. And QC Kinetics is the leader in this exciting new field that can help you avoid surgery, as they did with me and my torn meniscus. And they can dramatically help you if you're dealing with joint pain of any kind. QC Kinetics helping people all over America get real lasting pain relief by using highly concentrated healing properties from your own body that target, restore, and repair damaged joint tissue. They've got over 50,000 satisfied patients already, including Emmett Smith, who raves about QC Kinetics. So if you're dealing with pain due to injury or arthritis, go check out this remarkable option, and the consultation is free, and you can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
May 5th through the 11th, get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
For Saatchi & Saatchi, Toyota CY25 MMSE radio, Spuntout MUL MY25 MSE, Sitter Audio, and APER, non-new English 60 radio, ISKI code TYES2270000, Stereo Mix and Tupop.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It took extra innings for the Diamondbacks yesterday, but they got the job done. They beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs. And here's manager Torey Lovullo on his team yesterday.
I'm so proud of this team. They went out there and gave everything they had for 10 innings. They had to reload. They had to refocus. They were resilient.
The Snakes went 3-3 on their road trip out east, but they returned to Chase for a 3-game series against the Mets tonight, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burnes is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in Game 7 in Houston, 103-89 last night. And out east, the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 121-111 behind Tyrese Halliburton's 22 points and 13 assists. 2 more series get underway tonight. The Knicks will be in Boston for Game 1, and Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets will take on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Thunder tonight. This report is brought to you by BTYB Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers location. $1 off each purchase will benefit Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Dbacks trying to avoid the sweep at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Eduardo Rodriguez throwing for the Diamondbacks against fellow lefty Ranger Suarez, who is making his 2025 season debut. Suarez coasted through a 1-2-3 first inning, struck out Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll. Looking in the process, he was quickly staked with a lead. 1 out, bottom of the first. Bryce Harper, the batter.
As Rodriguez is 2-1, swung on that, is drilled out towards deep left field, and that is going to be a home run. On cue, got a pitch on the outer third and just drilled it on a line over the left field wall. And the Phillies strike first. It's 1-0.
Chris Garagiola on the call on the Dbacks Radio Network. Rodriguez then walked Kyle Schwarber, but wiggled out of the inning without further damage. Phillies 1-0 lead with last until the third. Garrett Hampson drew a one-out walk. 9-hitter Jose Herrera singled to left, sending Hampson to third. That brought up the top of the order in Perdomo.
Now a hard hit ball, fair inside the left field line. That could be extra bases. Hampson scores, Herrera to third, and Perdomo at second with an RBI double.
27th RBI of the year for Perdomo. Put the Diamondbacks on the board, and that brought up Corbin Carroll with runners at second and third.
And now the pitch. That is a ground ball. Base hit into right field. Herrera scores. Perdomo being waved around third. Castellanos throws to the plate. It's cut off. And a 2-run single for Carroll gives the D-backs a 3-1 lead.
2 more RBIs for Carroll. Diamondbacks have their first lead of the afternoon. Phillies half of the third. Rodriguez gave up a 1-out single to Harper. 2 hitters later, Nick Castellanos doubled to left, but the next hitter, JT Realmuto, went first pitch hunting and flew out to right to end the threat. D-backs would extend their lead in the fourth. Suarez still on the mound for Philadelphia. He'd get Josh Naylor to ground out, and he struck out Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Once again, it was the bottom of the Arizona order that got things stirred up. Tim Tawa singled with 2 outs. Then Hampson drew his second walk of the game. Herrera, the 9-hitter, again inflicting damage.
3-1 pitch to Herrera. Swung on, that is hit on a line to right field. Castellanos can't reach it. It's past him and all the way to the wall. Tawa will score. Hampson rounding third right behind him. And have a day, Jose Herrera. That's a 2-run double.
Yeah, 5-1 at that point. That brings up the top of the order again at Perdomo.
And Suarez's 0-2 pitch. Grounded towards third. Fair ball. It's off the glove of the third baseman, Bohm. Herrera's going to try and score. And Bohm boots in another run for the D-backs. It's a 6-1 Diamondback lead.
Yeah, 5-run lead at that point. Perdomo then stole second. Then he stole third with the entire Phillies defense snoozing. Corbin Carroll, the hitter.
Now this one ripped into center field, base hit. Perdomo walks home, and for Carroll, it's a 3 RBI afternoon. D-backs in front 7-1.
Yeah, and 7-1. Diamondbacks cashing it at every opportunity. Philadelphia's Boo Birds out in full force. You think it's over, right? Nope. That would end Suarez's season debut, by the way, the first time he's ever given up 7 earned runs in a game. Orion Kirkering came in. He got the final out of the inning. He got Randall Grichuk to ground out to third. Phillies would draw a little bit closer in the fourth. Rodriguez walked Edmundo Sosa with 1 out. With 2 outs, Sosa took second on a pass ball on Herrera. Johan Rojas, the hitter.
Toss from Erod is a broken bat pop-up. That is trouble, falling fast, and that is down for a base hit. The pass ball hurts because Sosa scores, and it's now 7-2.
Yeah, the ball left Rojas' bat at a blistering 72.8 miles per hour. But the run counts the same.
Yep.
Rodriguez stayed strong on the mound in the fifth. He struck out Harper, Schwarber, and Castellanos to give him 10 strikeouts in the game, his second double-digit strikeout performance in 7 starts this year. Rodriguez would not get through the 6th, though. After he got Realmuto to pop out to second, he allowed a double to Alec Bohm, walked Sosa. That would end the day for Erod. Torey Lovello summoned Juan Murillo, and it didn't go well against the first hitter he'd face, Weston Wilson.
Here's the 1-2 by Murillo. Swung on, and that is hammered way deep left field, gone. And Wilson has pulled the Phillies right back into this one with a 3-run tank shot. It's now D-backs 7 and the Phillies 5.
Yeah, lead down to 2. Phillies would get another run in the 7th. Kevin Ginkelin. By the way, epic gink the other day, Jarrett, when I was gone. He'd walk Harper and then get Schwarber. And the fact that AI thinks that you're Kevin Ginkel
is the best.
Fantastic.
It's the absolute best.
And then to get Schwarber to fly out to center and Castellanos to ground out to third. But he could not get Realmuto, who singled to center, scoring Harper. The lead shrivels to 1 at 7-6. The next hitter, Alec Bohm, struck out, but he reached first on a wild pitch. Realmuto tried to stretch to third base. He was thrown out by Josh Naylor, originally ruled safe, but the D-backs challenged and won. Huge play.
Yep.
Unbelievable throw. The placement of that throw from Naylor, and, I mean, Suarez didn't even have to make a tag.
No.
It just landed in his glove.
Yeah.
Amazing play. D-backs would get what should have been an insurance run in the 9th. Phillies closer Jose Alvarado in to try to hold the lead at 1. 2 outs, Corbin Carroll at first, Randall Grichuk the hitter.
Grichuk swings, rips it towards right center field. Carroll just picks it up. That's towards the gap. That's going to score Carroll. Grichuk rounds first. He is into second. And a huge RBI double gives the D-backs an 8-6 lead.
All right, 2-run lead. Would it be enough? No. Shelby Miller in to try to close things out. He struck out Trey Turner and Harper. D-backs 1 out away. Kyle Schwarber, the hitter.
Swings, hammers it out to right field, and that'll do just fine. Solo home run. Phillies are back to within 1. It's now 8-7.
Back to a 1-run game. Then Castellanos singled. Realmuto singled. That brought up Alec Boehm.
The first one to Boehm is a pop-up out into shallow center. That's down. Marsh rounding third. He will score, and we are tied at 8.
Yeah, another blown save. To the 10th we would go. Suarez, the runner at second. Alvarado in for his second inning of work. Josh Naylor at bat.
And now the 2-1 pitch. Swung on ground ball left side. That is past the dive of Turner into left field. They're going to send Suarez home. Schwarber's throw to the plate is not in time. It skips off the glove of Realmuto. Naylor to second, and the D-backs lead at 9-8.
Yep, Naylor would take third on a wild pitch by Alvarado. Later score on a sac fly by Tim Tawa to make it 10-8. Alvarado comes out. Carlos Hernandez comes in. Pinch hitter Alec Thomas. Single to right. Gabby Moreno pinch hit for Herrera. He got plunked to load the bases. Geraldo Perdomo then draws a bases-loaded walk, 3-run lead. Bases still loaded, but the D-backs couldn't add anything as Carroll struck out and Pavin Smith, the pinch hitter, flied out to left. Jalen Beeks coming in to get a save opportunity. Bryson Stott, the runner at second. Weston Wilson singled him to third. Runners on the corners for Kepler. He had a sac fly. That scored Stott. 11-9 Diamondbacks. Trey Turner followed with a single. Harper up representing the winning run, but he flied out to center. Same opportunity with 2 outs for Kyle Schwarber, who had homered earlier.
3-2 from Beeks. Rip towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag in time. Ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
I'm so proud of this team. They went out there and gave everything they had for 10 innings. They had to reload. They had to refocus. They were resilient. You talk about mental toughness, blocking out the distractions of the weather. Do we start on time or not? The coughing up the lead. It was just one of those games where I couldn't say enough good things about the energy we played with today and the focus that we had.
There's so many ways to pick apart this particular game.
Yeah.
This particular road trip.
Okay.
There was so many highlights. I apologize for that, but that's D-backs Daily for you. It's a 20-run game in 10 innings.
Yeah.
There's a lot of feel of, when your kid brings home some really crappy artwork from school.
Uh-huh.
And it still goes on the fridge. There's a lot of hanging of pretty crappy artwork on the fridge right now.
That's pretty funny. That's a good analogy. Yeah, listen, I think it was a real uneven weekend. I think that just more bad stuff happening with this rotation, from Corbin Burns coming back to Phoenix for an MRI with shoulder fatigue, from Merrill Kelly and the cramping issues that will not go away. It's astounding to me that with this all-star, all-world medical staff that they cannot find a resolution to this issue. No. Blows my mind. And then you get, at least yesterday, an offensive performance that was much, much needed. When the Diamondbacks do grind out at bats, it's not an easy thing to do, but that's Torey Lovello is right when he says that's what we have to be as an offense. Mm-hmm. We have to get walks. We have to get singles. We have to use the whole ballpark. And they did that yesterday. And thankfully, it was enough to get a win and get out of Philly without getting swept.
Yeah, 3-3 on the road trip. I guess you'll take it because, tough part of the schedule, but it doesn't ease up now that they're home. Mets in for 3 tonight starting at 6:40. We'll have a lot more on the D-backs on today's show. Coming up next, the Rockets eliminated from the NBA playoffs. Should they be in the market for Kevin Durant? We'll talk to Houston talk show host and Rockets play-by-play announcer Matt Thomas about that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs, bank ranking, and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could new Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory keep Kevin Durant in Phoenix? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
The Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, taking you up till 10 o'clock. NBA playoffs roll on, of course, without the Phoenix Suns, who didn't get the party invitation this year. The Houston Rockets go out in Game 7 last night. At home, they fall to the Golden State Warriors, ending a very promising season for a team that had not been to the playoffs for the 4 previous years. Here to talk some Houston Rockets basketball and how it intertwines possibly with the Suns is Sports Talk 790 AM host and Rockets play-by-play announcer Matt Thomas, who joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Matt, good morning to you.
Is it?
I mean, at least the Rockets were there. They got it to a Game 7, but from the Phoenix perspective, and you know where I'm going with this, Game 7 was an advertisement for, hey, the Rockets need somebody to come in and put the ball in the basket at the end of playoff games. Where do you think the interest level with Kevin Durant will be this offseason, Matt?
First of all, you guys are like the legendary show in Phoenix. For all these years, you have to call me the day after my squad gets eliminated. So I want to be, again, very honored to be on your program. Vince, I've known you for years. You've never called me after any of the other good stuff. You just call me for the bad stuff, but that's fine. We can move on.
We've never been trying to unload Kevin Durant before.
Well, honestly, the Rockets will kick the tires. I mean, I don't want to give you that vanilla answer, but the Rockets keep things very, very tight, as you would expect. The reality is they're going to kick the tires. They're going to kick the tires. They're going to see if Devin Booker probably – and, again, I don't want to talk out of turn here, but, I mean, I know that the Suns have said that they're going to build around Devin Booker, but they'll kick. Only thing Rafael Stone, the general manager, told me is he's going to listen to everything. And so you guys know around the NBA there are a lot of impactful players that may be available this offseason. The Rockets have lots of draft capital, including 2 Suns picks. Thank you very much for that. And the reality is it's a really good team that might need an alpha dog. And look, Amen Thompson was brilliant last night, but Amen's not going to be ever considered, I think, a main go-to scorer in the association. And so the question is going to be, do you take this young basketball team and say, all right, we went through our first playoff experience and had a good time, and we're going to grow from it? Or do you go, you know what? We've got Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green and, Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, and these are all nice pieces with Jabari Smith, but we need that wake up in the morning that scores 25-point guy. And the reality is, I think they'll listen to anybody that wants to call them.
You're right about all the young assets that the Rockets have. Who, in your opinion, would be untouchable if they're looking at that roster and they're going to kick the tires on adding that kind of closer? Who's off the table?
Amen Thompson's off the table. Amen Thompson is a terrific defensive player. Can hit. His shot has gotten better. It's not going to be anything in terms of a deep perimeter guy, but he hustles, he blocks shots, he plays 4 different positions. One night, guys, he'll be the starting power forward. The next night, he'll be the starting point guard. He can guard anybody on the floor. Steph Curry was harassed over and over and over again. And Curry was good last night, but he didn't have a great series overall. A lot of that is because of Amen Thompson. Now, I guess if you're a basketball junkie and you say, is anybody untouchable? The answer really is no. But if you were to say, I'm going to hold on to one player significantly tighter than anybody else, it would be Amen Thompson.
Matt Thomas, Rockets play-by-play announcer and talk show host of Sports Talk 790 AM, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Jalen Green, I think at one time was thought to be maybe bordering untouchable in future trades. Finished up his 4th year, had a really rough series outside of Game 2. How much has his stock fallen in the eyes of Rockets fans, especially after this series, Matt?
Oh, I mean, my show starts in an hour and 9 minutes, and I think they're already lined up to talk to me about it. So, it's and I like Jalen a lot, guys. If you get to know him, he's very soft-spoken. Has gotten better every single year of his NBA career. Has shown moments, as you mentioned, Game 2, where he was awesome, had 8 3-pointers and can take over games and can dribble, drive, and penetrate and reverse layup and get to the free throw line and a good free throw shooter, respectable defensive player. But that was 1 game out of 7, and it's painful for me to watch him because I'm not a super big fan of chasing after stars, especially if they're post-prime. And obviously that's going to be a lot of the conversation with Kevin Durant is what he has left in the tank. And I'm not necessarily connecting Jalen to the Rockets, but, I mean, let's face it, there's going to be a lot of rumors over the summer, and those 2 teams will be obviously involved in conversations. But this hurts. There's no other way to explain the fact that in the bright lights, they were maybe too bright for him this go-around. Mm-hmm. Now, could part of you say, well, you know what? That was his first playoff experience. He'll grow from that. Or do you say that he's crescendoed? I mean, that's more a question of the scouts and general managers around the NBA more so than you and I talking about it.
Yeah.
One of the things I think that that KD likes about the Rockets is Ime Udoka. What, from your vantage point, give us some insight onto why he has been so effective as an NBA head coach.
Guys, I have so much respect for him. He is no BS. He will pull Jalen from a game. He'll pull Alperen Sengun from a game. He'll pull Amen Thompson. He creates this atmosphere of nobody is perfect. Nobody is going to stay on the floor just to stay on the floor. And if you're not doing well, you won't do it. Plus, he's physically imposing. He plays with the guys. He'll rough them up. He's got this attitude. That's why, it's so funny when I'm doing my show and I'm talking about how much I hate Draymond Green and how much his antics drive me nuts. You never hear a peep from Ime Udoka because Ime, first of all, knew Draymond from his Team USA days. Mm-hmm. And second of all, a lot of the boorish behavior, if you want to call it that, not necessarily on the Rocket side, because I think Dylan Brooks is a choir boy compared to what, Draymond's done over the last few years. But this team's got guys that will throw hands if necessary. Tyler Hero got thrown to the court by Amen Thompson. Tari Eason and, Dylan Brooks will get involved. Fred VanVleet's not afraid. So this team takes its personality, and I love it. It's respectable. They're playing better. They just need to get over the hump. And the question is, do you do it with the guys that are the 8 rotation guys right now, or do you do something that this Rocket team has not done through the 3 straight 60-loss seasons and through last year's 41-41, and that is build the draft and make relevant veteran free agent signings like Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet of a couple of years ago.
Last one for you, Matt. We appreciate your time, especially coming on the day after the exit. You just mentioned it there. That's the big question in Houston. How much of what the Suns went through 3 years ago, coming off a finals appearance, they win 64 games. Then they decide to blow it up midway through the season and add Kevin Durant. How much are they now a cautionary tale for a young and up-and-coming team like the Houston Rockets?
I think it's a cautionary tale for everybody in the association. I mean, first of all, you're in cap hell. You've got no draft capital. Who wants that? And the Rockets are going to have some cap issues. Obviously, if they bring back Fred VanVleet at the dollar amount he has for next year, I don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll try to work out something to keep him here at a lower value. They just signed Alperen and Jalen to new contracts, but they were friendly contracts, not only to not break the bank, but ultimately if they were to move from them. The Rockets have, think about it. Amen Thompson draft, Jabari Smith draft, Jalen Green draft, Alperen Sengun draft. And I'm not a huge, super big let's build to the draft guy, especially because the world of the NBA is about getting the big free agent stars. But look where some of these teams are. Milwaukee is in a cap mess. Phoenix in a cap mess. It's been fun not having to worry about whether or not one move is either all in or you're screwed for the next 4 or 5 years, because it has been a long time since Rockets basketball has been relevant in our community, and I kind of like it.
How much things have changed in your city and our city in the last 3 years, Matt, huh?
No question. I'm just happy you didn't bring up the David Johnson for DeAndre Hopkins trade, because I lived off that for 2 years on my show. So,
Matt, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Matt.
Good to catch up with you, and enjoy the show today.
All right, call anytime.
All right, thanks, Matt Thomas. Rockets play-by-play announcer, also host the Matt Thomas Show on Sports Talk 790 AM in Houston. Our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, did the Suns hiring from within leave them without a real plan? We'll get more reaction on that big move from last week next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get-it-nowhere-else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Think about that for a second. Moving's a big enough deal as it is. How are you supposed to time everything out perfectly so you're selling your old home right as you're buying your new one? It's not realistic. Well, Orchard has the solution for you. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that nonsense. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. So Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. buy before you sell, and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, life gets busy. How does Liberty GMC help customers stay on the road?
What's up, Dave? We know your time is valuable, and that's why our service department is open late. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m., and we'll have it for you ready by the next day. Plus, right now, when you buy 3 tires, you will receive the 4th one free. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC. We are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It may have took extra innings for the Diamondbacks yesterday, but they got the job done nonetheless. They beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs. Here is Perdomo on the win.
This is baseball. You never know what's going to happen. They tied the game tonight. We're back and forth in the 10th. It was a huge team win right there.
The Snakes went 3-3 on their road trip out east, but they returned to Chase for a 3-game series with the Mets tonight, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burns is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in a Game 7 in Houston, 103-89. Curry had 14 of his 22 points in the fourth quarter, and Buddy Hield hit 9 threes and led the Warriors with 33 points. And out east, the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 121-112. behind Tyrese Halliburton's 22 points and 13 assists. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What can we expect from the Phoenix Suns in the Brian Gregory era? The Burns and Gambo Show, and it starts at straight up 2 o'clock.
I'm here to meet with everybody, make some changes, and we are going to make changes, and that's going to come. And once again, you will be proud of the team, and I'm with you guys. I'm embarrassed, and by the way, it's not just me. Players, coaches, front office, like I said, security guards, everyone's part of this. We all felt like it was a disappointing season, and we're accountable, and the fans deserve better, and we will deliver better going forward.
That is Matt Ishbia back on April 17th, the end-of-year press conference where he used words like embarrassed, he used words like change is looking to the future, he used the word undeniable. What will happen will be undeniable.
Right.
The first moves of the offseason happened last week, at the end of last week, when I was not here, and the Suns have, they've addressed their basketball operations department by shuffling titles. As expected, James Jones reassigned, still in the organization. Josh Bartlestein still part of the organization, reassigned. A couple of other individuals getting involved in basketball operations. And Paul Rivers, one of them. But obviously, the big news was the hiring of general manager Brian Gregory, a from within hire.
Yes, internal.
And I didn't know what to expect, but I reached out to you while I was away, and I said, wow. I mean, I'm a big fan of your writing and your columns all the time.
Well, thank you, man.
That one was on the money.
Thank you, bro.
How in the world, and I'm going to elaborate on this, but how in the world do you pivot from what you just put out there and make a from within hire? This is not an attack on Brian Gregory.
No.
Honestly, I know very little about Brian Gregory.
Most people don't know much about Brian Gregory.
We have his coaching record to go by. We've got the quotes from the press release that came out that he was integral in the drafting and development of players, which is amazing because he hasn't been here that long.
Right.
But how in the world can this be viewed as a good hire? Doesn't mean it's not going to work.
No.
And we know about winning the press conference is overrated. But losing initially, losing the press conference, making the underwhelming hire, it might work out swimmingly, but you want to talk about the definition of underwhelming right now. That's the only way you can look at it.
That's exactly right. And this media market is so soft in so many places that everybody is falling, not everybody, but most people are falling over themselves trying to find reasons and rationales why this is okay, why this might work. We all know that it would be unfair to judge Brian Gregory when we know nothing about him. We all know that. We don't need to apologize for that. It's okay to be critical of a move that seems completely antithetical to everything that was told was going to be delivered here. And so what this reads like to everybody outside this soft market is that Matt Ishbia is getting more involved, not less involved. That he's getting, the alignment means that the person directly below Matt Ishbia and the person directly below that person below Matt Ishbia, they're all going to be lockstep on the same page. And when you look at it and you see the Michigan State connection, I saw somebody in town write something that made me almost fall over. He wrote that it would be a lazy take to link together the Michigan State connection between Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory. And my thinking is exactly the opposite. It is central to everything that we're talking about, that Matt Ishbia would hire somebody in which his comfort level was absurdly high. That's not how you build a winning organization. So the way the national vibe now and the national media looks at Phoenix, we have gone from a championship contending organization to a punchline, and now we are subjects of empathy. People feel sorry for us. that this is where our basketball team has gone. And again, as Vinny has pointed out, that's not to say this isn't going to work. But it is perfectly appropriate and, in my opinion, darn right necessary to be critical of the approach here and how we ended up here.
Fresh eyes. This was the definition of a situation that needed fresh eyes. And I don't know, if I'm in charge of hiring somebody to clean up a mess, I want somebody that's handled a broom or a mop before.
He brings no qualifications to the job. And that is why people are now, again, oh, man, those poor basketball fans in Phoenix, it's just going to keep getting worse.
You said those poor bass? I thought you were going to say something else, but you said basketball fans.
Yeah, right?
Kevin O'Connor on his podcast said the Suns' first choice was Bob Myers, and that was bandied about and denied and confirmed and denied and confirmed. It didn't work out. This was the pivot plan, supposedly. Kevin O'Connor also said this.
The Phoenix Suns, what a mess of a franchise this team is. Brian Gregory hired above James Jones now to run basketball operations for the Phoenix Suns. Brian Gregory, assistant coach for the Michigan State Spartans back when Matt Ishbia was a player for the Spartans. And Tom, it is becoming a Michigan front office entirely with Matt Ishbia, of course, the owner, Josh Bartelstein from Michigan, Paul Rivers from Michigan, or Orlando Talaferro from Michigan. Some of those guys went to Michigan State with or after Matt Ishbia. He's just bringing in everybody. They're becoming the Michigan State Suns, the Phoenix Spartans, whatever you want to call them. That's what they're becoming. To me, this is a bad sign for Phoenix. It doesn't feel to me that Ishbia has totally learned some lessons with everything that's transpired in recent years. Gregory, there's not a lot out there about him with his years in the NBA. It feels like kind of just I trust this guy hire for Ishbia and not much else.
There's no way you can come to any other conclusion based on what Brian Gregory has on his resume. You just can't.
No, he's got 1 year in his current job. Well, his job before he was elevated to general manager, and a lot of experience as an assistant coach and a college head coach.
Right. And so the first thing that he is going to have to do now is look into and execute a trade of Kevin Durant. And so the only saving grace here for me is if Matt Ishbia had learned a lesson, went out and did try to find a guy like a Bob Myers and couldn't get him. Yet there are also reports out there that Bob Myers kind of knew there was not autonomy to be had in Phoenix. So he's not taking the job under any of those circumstances. How we ended up here, I'm not sure. Where the head coach search goes, I am not sure. But this is warning signs, red flags everywhere, in my opinion.
Yeah, and if you're looking for intriguing parts of this, Paul Rivers has worn a lot of different hats in the NBA and worked a long time under Sam Presti in Oklahoma City, who's kind of got things figured out right now as the general manager of that organization.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know how that translates to the Suns. They certainly don't have, in Oklahoma City, they did not have the same restrictions that the Suns have on them from the salary cap and the second apron restrictions. This is all very, very... I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for. Puzzling?
Puzzling. That's a good word. It's a real good word because I don't know how you expect to pivot out of where we are with what we have now.
Yep. Coming up next are the Diamondbacks, really nothing more than a C-average 500 team. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye, and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after, and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know, is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour.
From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking.
Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did Ketel Marte's return affect the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll talk Dbacks Phillies at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
That's what this team does. They clearly the offense picked up the pitching today in a big way, and they fight together. And when I see that and I watch it happen, it makes me very proud. It makes me very proud of these guys, and we got to keep doing that. We got to stay hungry and stay focused.
Torey Lovullo after yesterday's wild 11-9 win in Philadelphia for the Diamondbacks. They come back from their 6-game road trip at 3-3. They avoided the sweep in Philadelphia after taking 2 of 3 from the Mets, which was a very positive. It wasn't the easiest 2 out of 3 in New York to get those games from the Mets, but things even out. They're 2 games above 500 right now at 18 and 16, heading home for another tough week of baseball against the Mets and the Dodgers. But they always say you are what your record indicates you are. Is that what's happening with the Arizona Diamondbacks? Are we looking at what is a 500 baseball team?
I sure hope not, but I do think that there are some things about this team that have been consistently bad, and the idea of being locked in, that hasn't always been the case with this team. The base running mistakes, the fielding's gotten a little bit better, but over the weekend, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. got doubled off on a bunt attempt from Geraldo Perdomo. He'd forgotten how many outs there were in the inning. It's to me, that's a bad sign. And when you're playing the Phillies in Philadelphia and you're kind of drifting to that level, I'm not a fan of that. Weird weekend entirely. I thought Friday night Merrill Kelly was dealing and then cramps again, and now he's out of the game. And you're scrambling, and Jose Castillo blows the save by giving up 2 home runs. Jose Castillo shouldn't even be in the bullpen for a team, with all due respect. But he would not be on the roster if this team was fully healthy. Shelby Miller had been fantastic until yesterday with that blown save in the 9th inning, and this is a non-roster invitee. Okay, so yeah. I mean, this is a guy they were just rolling the dice on.
Could you imagine where they would be without Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks, two guys who weren't even thought of?
How about it? And then how about the fact that as well intentioned as this team is about spending money and getting front top of the line starting pitchers, think of how many have disappointed. And I'm not going to call Zach Greinke a disappointment, but the first year was not what we expected because he was coming off a great season in L.A. Madison Bumgarner, disaster. Eduardo Rodriguez has been okay at best.
He was decent yesterday, but I don't think anything more than decent is warranted so far from what we've seen from him.
And Corbin Burns hasn't been quite that guy yet.
Well, and yesterday the refrain was, after the game, well, no lead is safe in this ballpark. Well, that's partly true, especially against that lineup. But really, no lead is safe with this bullpen.
Yeah, it's true. It's kind of true.
You're up by 6.
Yeah.
And Murillo comes in, and they immediately gives up a home run to not one of the feared hitters in the lineup. And I know they're piecing it together bullpen-wise, but, man, it has been a struggle.
Oh, it really, really has been. So that New York series started off very, very poorly, and I thought the Diamondbacks rallied admirably in the next 2 games, and this weekend in Philly began very, very poorly. That game in the rain on Saturday was something of an abomination, and that clearly affected Brandon Pfaadt. And then yesterday was just something where I think that offensively that was their best showing in quite some time, and they needed it. So the team that played offense yesterday in Philly, that's got to be what the Diamondbacks vibe on. They have got to be able to continue to do that until this team gets healthy.
But even so, and they bounced back, yes. But once they got up 7-1, this is another thing that has popped up as well. Is just innings of inactivity. And you're not going to score runs every inning, but you can't go 4 innings without a hit.
Yeah.
Especially with the bullpen issues that this team has. Like I said, no lead is safe right now. You can't hold on to a 6-run lead. What can you hold on to?
One of the very obvious storylines of Major League Baseball this year isn't just the lack of good hitters, where I saw over the weekend a stat that blew my mind. Buster Olney pointed out, I think it was Buster? No, it was Jeff Passan, that Aaron Judge is hitting 200 points better than the league average. That's how low the league average happens to be.
Yeah, because he's like 435, right? League average is 235.
Right, exactly.
Crazy.
The other one is how top-heavy these leagues are. The National League is where all the good teams are, and nobody knows what to believe in the American League. Do you believe the Mariners are a good team? Do you believe the Oakland A's are a good team? Oakland A's have a better record than the Diamondbacks right now. There's so many
carrying on the tradition of Sacramento baseball.
Exactly. So there are so many good teams in the National League that I don't know if the Diamondbacks, this idea of just hanging in there and being a 500 team until hopefully you get everybody healthy by the middle of July, and then maybe you can make a run. That might be dangerous with what we've seen in the National League.
Yeah, and then go back to Friday's game in Philadelphia. against the Phillies. Merrill Kelly's rolling. He's through 5 innings, 60 pitches, 1 earned run, comes out. The game immediately shifts because he gets the cramping again. And Merrill Kelly talked about it post-game that there was an added level of frustration. He's frustrated with the cramping. They can't figure it out. They can't get to the heart of this issue. But add on to that they lost the game because he came out. I believe they win that game without him.
So do I.
But here was Merrill Kelly.
You know, when it pops up, obviously that's the most frustrating thing. It's like a game like today, come out in the 5th, and you know, everyone else is trying to do their job. But the point of where I was at today with how many pitches, I mean, in my opinion, I should still be out there in the 7th. I should still be out there in the 8th. You know, it's my day. It's my job to do that, go as deep as I can. And I think that's the most frustrating part, is to see us lose a game like that when it still should be in my control and it's not. That's when it really starts. I think that's the most frustrating part of anything. You start feeling like a liability, and that's never a good feeling.
I can't even imagine the frustration he must feel, because now it's happened twice on the road.
Listen, Merrill Kelly, he was a revelation the way he performed in the postseason 2 seasons ago. He looked like a front-line, high-end starting pitcher, because that's what he was, and he delivered on the biggest stage in baseball.
And I think he still is.
Right, but he can't get this cramping issue resolved, and it's going to cost him a lot of money, because Merrill Kelly's going to be 37 in October. He's a free agent after this year. He's got one last shot at a payday, and these limited starts are really going to hurt him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I don't think he was in line for a big-time free agent
I'm not talking
deal
huge.
at that age.
Not huge, but
certainly it'll come up in negotiating.
It also just makes him unreliable. No fault of his own, but it makes him unreliable in a big game, in a big moment, that like, can you rely on him to go past 5 innings?
What I want to know is, and I know the level of care and caution that goes into this. The one thing they haven't tried is stretch it out and keep pitching.
Yeah.
Pitch through it.
That's the thing that I'm kind of baffled by, that after all this time now, they have not found something that would allow him to stay in these games.
I know mechanically, these guys are so dialed in mechanically, and if you're cramping, it could change your mechanics, and then you hurt your arm, and now what are we talking about? I get all that possibility, but if they've tried everything, and we were sitting here talking about, well, try the hot shots. Apparently they work.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've tried everything imaginable.
Yeah. Also, but it's not like football where you can take somebody out for a few plays and stretch them out on the sideline. Like, how long from when he starts cramping does he feel better after it?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking the same thing. Like, can't they, like, get him through it? But if it takes, like, 15 minutes, they can't have him delay on the mound for 15 minutes.
You can't do that. No.
It's really, really confounding, and I feel terrible for him, because the frustration. And I saw this interview with Jody Jackson after the game, and he was ready to just put his head through a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Don't do that. You don't need
don't do
on
that.
top of everything.
You're right. Exactly.
Diamondbacks and Mets tonight from Chase Field as they open up their homestand. 6:40 first pitch here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Coming up next, big stories on this Monday morning in the reboot with Sammy Sabalka. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would feel a lot more comfortable with this hire if they had hired somebody who had experience doing this. This is a big job. Not only is it a big job just being the general manager of an NBA franchise, this particular job is a big job. I'm perfectly willing to give him and them the benefit of the doubt. They've earned that. Let's see how this goes. But I just got to get my feelings on the record at the beginning. Like, I'm worried about this.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, You don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It took extra innings for the Diamondbacks yesterday, but they got the job done. They beat the Phillies 11-9 in 10 innings behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs. The Snakes went 3-3 on their road trip out east, but they returned to Chase for a 3-game series against the Mets that starts tonight. And Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burns is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation, and first pitch is at 6:40 right here on 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in a Game 7 in Houston, 103-89. Curry had 14 of his 22 points in the fourth quarter, and Buddy Hield added 9 threes of his own. And out east, the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 121-112. Tyrese Halliburton, 22 points and 13 assists. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning and happy Monday. It's 7:32, and honestly, what a sports weekend we had. We had the Kentucky Derby. We had 2 Game 7s. We had a Game 1 in the Eastern Conference, not Eastern Conference Finals, but to get there. And then we had some Game 7 hockey as well. The playoff hockey's been as good as it gets, but no Phoenix Suns in action. But they did possibly get a small victory last night as the Houston Rockets flamed out at home last night, 103-89 to the Warriors. And if I was a Rockets fan this morning, I'd look myself in the mirror and I'd go, I know exactly what we need. A guy that averaged 26.5 points per game on 52% shooting. Oh, wait, that's Kevin Durant. And really looking at it right now, are the Rockets the only maybe serious team in the Kevin Durant market?
I think it's too early to assess the latter question.
Yes.
The idea that Kevin Durant isn't on the Rockets' timeline, I think they're going to realize that's absurd. Because if their window is to win now, it doesn't matter that Kevin Durant's 37 years of age. And if they really are in that window now, where adding a piece like him can make them a championship contender, then he fits their timeline perfectly. So I do think they'll be interested. I do think Houston will be interested. The question is
are they the only team?
Right.
Well, when the Celtics make mincemeat of the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference semifinals,
that's the other team,
and bounce them in 5 games, you could throw the Knicks onto that list too.
That's the other team.
Fair. And to say that Houston, and to compare Houston and the Suns to a couple years ago, I think isn't necessarily fair, because Houston right now, they have a surplus of talent. Not to say the Suns didn't, but I think they have a little bit more than what the Suns did, to where they could ship 2 or 3 of their bench players and be okay. Am I wrong?
Again, the second part, I don't know if they're going to be okay. I mean, we have to say this part very quietly.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the effect Kevin Durant had on the Suns?
Yeah. Careful now. You don't want to get stands mad at you, Vinny.
You're right. But what if Houston isn't necessarily wanting Kevin Durant? Brian Windhorst had this to say.
I know what people are leaning to. They're saying, well, the Rockets got to go trade for Kevin Durant. I don't think that's the way the Rockets are thinking. Now, I mean, everything could change on May 12th. May 12th has been circled on teams' calendars for months. But I think the Rockets, they know they're going to have to add offense. They're smart. I don't think they want to add a guy, Durant or anybody. I don't think they want to add a guy who doesn't match their. They're going to use like a bunch of really valuable stuff. I don't think they want to trade for a guy who's like in his mid to late 30s.
So he's talking about
that's ageism, Brian.
Right. So contrary to kind of what we just talked about is maybe Durant doesn't fit their timeline. So if Houston isn't the team, and maybe New York is still content on running that back, how desperate will the Suns get to trade Durant this offseason?
Well, that's another good question, because we don't know if Kevin Durant would even want to stay here, even if the Suns had a complete about face. We don't know where he's at with the owner, given what went down at the trade deadline. I think it's interesting that Brian Windhorst is targeting the NBA draft lottery as the big next event.
A week from today.
Because the Houston Rockets are in that draft lottery courtesy of the Phoenix Suns.
If they somehow win that lottery, guess what? They're not trading for Kevin Durant.
Same with the Spurs.
Would that be the ultimate indignity?
The Spurs are also in the draft lottery. And what team that was
and the
linked.
Spurs have also been tabbed as a dark horse contender for KD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Giannis.
But Giannis as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if you can add a Cooper Flag.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Why wouldn't you? So some people like to call the Diamondbacks the answer backs. I prefer the not so good for my sanity snakes, because
it's more like where I'm feeling.
That's how they've really maybe not approached this season, but that's what it's been. And it took extra innings yesterday, and we were up 7-1, and the team still had to give us a minor heart attack. And I don't know where this team would be if it weren't for Geraldo Perdomo or Corbin Carroll. And here is Perdomo after their win yesterday.
You know, this is baseball. You know, you never know what's going to happen. They tied the game tonight. We're back and forth in the 10th. You know, it was a huge team win right there.
And we talked about it last segment, but about being a 500 team. But if I would have told you early last week that on this road trip they would have gone 500, would you have been okay with that? against a Mets team and a Phillies team that are both really good.
The answer is yes, but how we got there, I don't know how I feel about it all.
Yeah, I feel the same way. 3-3 against those two teams and those two environments, especially considering you won 2 out of 3 at Citi Field, where the Diamondbacks do not play well historically. Friday and Saturday in Philly were disappointing performances, there's no doubt. But, yeah, you would take the 3-3. But there's still those same issues that are lingering. Base running issues, bullpen, starting pitching, cramping, all of these things.
Right.
When is it going to go away?
Right, and they do return to Chase tonight, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season due to some shoulder inflammation. We've heard that now the second time this season going on with Corbin Burns, and there's two sides of this for me. On one side, am I excited for Ryan Nelson? Absolutely. And could he put some pressure on Torey Lovullo if he goes out and deals tonight? Sure. On the flip side, the $210 million guy in Corbin Burns has maybe been a little underwhelming.
Yes.
Is there any panic or major worry yet when it comes to Corbin Burns?
He's been too good for too long, but everything about the rotation, it just seems from the minute they made the decision to make him the opening day starter, which also precipitated Ryan Nelson going to the bullpen, the whole thing has just been wonky, right?
Well, they didn't. Are you talking about Gallen or?
I'm sorry, yes. When they didn't name him the opening day starter. And then
it's been off.
It's been off. Then they had to apologize because we didn't know his process, and now he's going to be the number 5 guy, and all of that was very, very weird. It's just all been weird. I'll tell you this though, I bet the team is feeling pretty good that they've kept Ryan Nelson stretched out enough where he can step in and do this because there's nothing he did really to deserve the demotion he received other than to be the victim of a numbers game, a numbers crunch. So I'm happy for Ryan. I hope he dials it up and dominates tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a situation now making his first start of the year, and he's probably in his own mind thinking, I should have been in this rotation the entire time.
Certainly.
After what I did last year. So maybe the chip on the shoulder serves him well tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. And round 2 of the NBA postseason got underway last night. The Cavs lost to the Pacers, and I thought was a little bit of a shocker, but the Knicks and Celtics, which surprisingly, there hasn't been too many great series between them given their history. And then the 2 MVPs of the league, Jokic and Shea, and the Nuggets and Thunder start tonight. In both of those, what are you most excited to monitor? I know we mentioned Knicks and Durant, but what else are you excited to monitor in those two?
For in the Knicks Celtics series, and I made the somewhat tongue-in-cheek, I think the Celtics are a way better team. But what Jalen Brunson does in the postseason, there are people in New York asking the question out loud, is he the greatest New York Knicks player ever?
I heard that over the weekend.
Because of what he's done in the playoffs. He is and I've been saying this for how many years, Bick? He is a frustrating watch. I'm sure he is a nightmare to guard. Add in the flopping. I'm very curious to see what he does in this series against the Celtics, who are huge favorites going in.
This is the series that really has me interested because the games that the Knicks played against the Celtics in the regular season were pretty much non-competitive. So it was hammer and nail. So can a team like the Knicks convince themselves that, yeah, we can hang with them, we can beat them?
I think for that mindset to take hold, they got to win. They probably got to win game 1.
Yeah,
maybe. Yep.
If not, game 2. Go home with a victory in their pocket. But the Knicks are winless against the Cavs, the Celtics, and the Thunder this year, the 3 best teams in the league.
And the Oklahoma City Denver game or series, Oklahoma City's going up against some real pedigree right now.
Some serious pedigree.
Some serious pedigree, and you saw
what might be seriously tired pedigree though.
Well, that is true.
But I mean, the Thunder the Nuggets know how to get back or know how to get to a title. The Thunder are learning right now.
Yes, they are.
Some high-quality basketball tonight, for sure.
There you go. Thanks. We're all rebooted, Sammy. Treat mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page now at arizonasports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the Dbacks take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. Coming up next, Playoff Jimmy has validated Golden State's bold move. If you don't believe me? Just ask them. We'll tell you more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks.
Ripped towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag in time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Dbacks welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Northern Arizona University offers affordable, accessible education, guided by dedicated faculty and a welcoming, thriving community. Make your mark. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Touch pass with a swing in the right corner for Bajewski. Steps to the break. Thought about a three. Leaves for Butler in the right corner. And he buries the three off the catch.
Tough shot by Jimmy Butler, but of course he's no stranger to making tough shots.
Oh, playoff Jimmy. Flexing for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And the greatest marriage of player and team in the history of professional sports.
All right. Okay, you're being a little snarky.
A little bit.
Okay.
They've been talking about it in Golden State since the trade went down. Jimmy Butler is going to help us. He makes us a championship caliber team. Draymond Green still talking about it afterwards. Like, we're still capable of winning a championship. Talk about validation, though.
That's a good word for it.
Validation that the Golden State Warriors recognized that they were stuck in the mud right before the deadline. I still go back to that Friday night game. The Suns went up to San Francisco and ran circles around a disinterested Golden State team. They recognized it. They hovered.
Yeah.
They saw what was happening on the Jimmy Butler front. Didn't happen in Phoenix. They pulled the trigger on the deal, and here they are. They're still alive. One of 8 teams who could still win a championship.
Well, you bring this up, and I think the framing of this is exactly that the difference between validation and failure can be it can be so thin. The line can be so thin and blurred. For instance, yesterday during that Game 7, they showed a lot of Mike Dunleavy in the crowd, and Mike Dunleavy was the guy who insisted to Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr that this deal is worth the risk. We should do this. And we all know that Steve Kerr had some misgivings about it. Steph Curry wasn't sure about it. They weren't sure how Jimmy Butler was going to come into Golden State and what he was going to do to their existing culture. And Mike Dunleavy was the one that insisted that let's do this. It's worth the risk. Had the Rockets won yesterday's game, people would be saying an entirely different narrative. They'd be saying, what a failure that was. And you know why I know that? Because they're saying that about Luka and the Lakers.
Yeah, because they made the bigger trade even earlier before the deadline, and they won one playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
They went down with nary a whimper against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and now, on the heels of that, all the stories coming out of L.A. and all this speculation about what LeBron's player option for next year is even going to be in L.A. I mean, I think that's all for naught, but yeah, I mean, it is interesting to hold up those two situations because I think at one point before the playoffs, I still felt way better about the Lakers making noise in the playoffs than I did about the Warriors.
Same here. Same here.
Maybe I didn't want to believe that Jimmy Butler, since he didn't come to Phoenix, how much effect could he have on a proud veteran team? Well, he's had a lot. It's worked out very well for them.
Yeah, and there was a window of about a week and a half when it really looked like the Luka LeBron thing was going to work exquisitely for the Lakers, and it didn't happen. And they ran into a team in Minnesota that just stuffed them in a locker defensively.
Well, LeBron was hurt, as we found out. So.
Always distancing himself from failure.
I got
always distancing himself from failure.
I got a little smile when I read that.
Yeah, no, listen, he's done that repeatedly. Okay, here's the other thing about the Lakers and Luka. I saw a stat that blew my mind. It was the top 10 list of the most exposed matchups in the first round of the NBA playoffs, meaning player versus defender and how that worked out. Luka showed up twice on the defensive end and not once on the offensive end, meaning he was never one of the top 10 who exposed a matchup at a level that made it elite. He was the defender who was getting predated on, which is not a surprise.
No.
But at the same time, it kind of speaks to this idea that, okay, Nico Harrison in Dallas, who has become a pariah in Dallas, just because of the fact that the Lakers got discarded from the playoffs by the Timberwolves, he's breathing a lot easier. And now there's this feeling that if Luka doesn't take this offseason and truly change his weight, his level of conditioning, then it's never, ever going to happen. Because you'll never have more motivation as a player than Luka has now.
No, when J.J. Redick said this last week.
The work that's required in an offseason to be in championship shape. And, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is we have to get in championship shape.
You're right. If that doesn't, you realized why you got traded from the place you wanted to spend your entire career.
It cost you a lot of money in that super max extension you're not going to get now because Dallas traded you.
Tens of millions of dollars it cost you.
Tens of millions of dollars it cost you.
I don't know if you saw people posting highlights from earlier in Luka's career and early in Jalen Brunson's career when they were together in Dallas. They both look completely different.
Completely different.
And Luka,
completely.
I was actually watching the highlights. He looked thin and quick.
Yeah. Yes, I think I saw exactly the same clip that you did.
There was
a
spin move in that montage, and you're like, what?
There were one-handed dunks in transition. So you can see that his conditioning has actually gotten worse, not better.
But I don't think this is taking any heat off of the Dallas Mavericks in this.
I don't think so either.
I think it's adding heat. I think both teams are under heat, not under the Luka heat now.
But I think that if Luka isn't really motivated by the fact it cost him tens of millions of dollars, that his old GM and owner in Dallas said all those things about him on the way out the door, really kind of painted the picture of this hookah smoking, beer swilling dude who just happens to be really good on offense.
Yeah.
I would think that he would be burning to prove them all wrong. So we're going to find out. We're going to find out exactly how serious Luke is going to be about the rest of his career this offseason.
Or maybe he takes his ball back to Slovenia and dominates over there.
I don't think that's going to happen. But the question also does become, what does he think about playing for the Lakers? There's no guarantee he stays there.
There's not.
Wouldn't that be great?
Man,
wouldn't that be great?
Sign and trade for Kevin Durant.
Can you imagine Luka being like the one guy who's like, I don't want to be in L.A.
I don't like L.A. I don't like the culture. I don't like any of it. Get me out of here.
He'd rise a few notches on my list if he did that.
Did you hear the rumors that the center that the Lakers might be pursuing is DeAndre Ayton?
Ain't that something?
Ain't that something?
Oh, I can't wait for them to have the same experience we did.
Yeah, could you imagine D.A. and Luka, though, being on the same
LeBron?
team?
Oh, my God.
Well, let's go full Phoenix experience here. D.A. and Luka hoisting a championship trophy together, doused in champagne and Lakers uniforms?
Oh, my
goodness. Does it get worse than that?
D.A. becoming the perfect lob dunk partner for Luka?
Yeah.
The guy that doesn't like to dunk at all? Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you're right. That would be the ultimate indignity.
The other L.A. team that lasted longer in the playoffs but didn't make it to the second round, the Clippers. Man, I was convinced the Clippers were going to win that series. I'm convinced they're the better team.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about Denver's pedigree earlier in the reboot. That pedigree served them well.
That Game 7 was a disaster for the Clippers.
Terrible.
Disaster.
Terrible. But the Clippers finally got a healthy Kawhi in a playoff series.
I know.
I wondered about this, too, during the course of that series. If they were to advance, can you trust him to play another series?
No, that's the precarious nature of being a fan of that team.
Well, my son claims that they don't have any fans.
Well, so. They do. They do. There's a bunch of them that they flew to Denver for Game 7 and felt bad for those poor people.
He calls them paid actors.
Ah, well, there is that.
Coming up next, we are halfway through this Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Bick's going to kick off the second half with the Blast.
Fire.
Straight ahead here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
Walk-off homer!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you do not like your teeth, if you do not like your smile, if you cringe every time somebody wants to take a photograph, got some exciting news for anybody out there who has been considering that life-changing smile upgrade. New Life Dental Implant Center, revolutionizing the industry by making it easier, faster, and more affordable than ever. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you get everything done in one location from start to finish, no bouncing around to different offices, everything you need, including surgery, lab work, follow-ups, right there in one place. And get this, currently offering all-on-4 dental implants for just $99.90 per arch. That's a great price that comes with no hidden fees, no surprise costs, 0% financing, just one price from start to finish. New Life Dental Implant Center, truly committed to being the most affordable option you're going to find. They want their implants to be available to people of limited means, people with limited insurance. So if you're ready for a new life with a brand new smile, give New Life Dental Implant Center a call, 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvise here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature. And, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It took extra innings for the Dbacks yesterday, but they got the job done nonetheless. They beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs. And the Snakes went 3-3 on the road trip out east, but they returned to chase for a 3-game series against the Mets that begins tonight, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burns is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in Game 7 in Houston last night, 103-89. And the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 112-121. And two series get underway tonight as the Knicks will be in Boston for Game 1, and Jokic and the Nuggets will head to OKC and play the Thunder tonight. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Diamondbacks are a conundrum. They are the most pampered baseball team I've ever seen in my life, where days off and mandated rest are absurdly important to the manager, and yet with all this coddling, they have been hit by one injury after another after another. It's almost like an NFL team that tries to protect its players in the preseason, only to have them more prone to injuries because they're not calloused enough. This year's team also seems a bit soft between the ears, not always locked in, with too many fielding errors, too many base running mistakes, and over the weekend in Philadelphia, one of their players forgot how many outs there were while on the base paths. That is unacceptable in high leverage games in a National League currently overloaded with very good teams. Now, I understand it's early, and if you would have told me that on May 5th the A's would have more wins than Arizona and that a non-roster invitee would be serving as our de facto closer, I would assume the Diamondbacks would be stuck inside a nightmare, and we're not. I also understand much of this is injury related, but that is the whole source of my frustration. How can a team so into preserving the health of their players be so addled by injuries? My guess is it's either really bad luck or a really bad approach. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I'm so proud of this team. They went out there and gave everything they had for 10 innings. They had to reload. They had to refocus. They were resilient. You talk about mental toughness, blocking out the distractions of the weather. Do we start on time or not? The coughing up the lead, it was just one of those games where I couldn't say enough good things about the energy we played with today and the focus that we had.
Yeah, that was Torey Lovullo after that win yesterday to salvage the series finale against the Philadelphia Phillies. 3-3 road trip. You just hit on the crux of a lot of things for frustrated Diamondbacks fans. If this approach of scheduled days off was
slow rolling your way into the season, don't push too hard early.
Yeah, if you were seeing the effects of that where everybody was healthy, you'd be like, okay, this makes sense. There's no data that proves that this prevents injuries.
None. It's sort of like the load management thing in the NBA, where Adam Silver's like, look, we've got nothing that suggests managing loads in the NBA is actually a good strategy.
Yeah, other than just the overall logic of you can't get hurt if you're not playing.
Well, there is that.
But other than that, tempering how much time you spend on a baseball field or a basketball court, it doesn't really prevent anything.
No. So again, it just really a source of frustration to me because I've never seen anything like this where a manager will sit you down in the middle of a hot streak because it's on a calendar that's the day you're taking off. I will never agree with that strategy. But I do take solace in the fact that yesterday I think they found the thread offensively. They had been scuffling for a while offensively, but they got back to the idea of everybody putting together a good patient at bat, drawing some walks, using all parts of the ballpark, not trying to hit home runs, and you saw the output yesterday. Wasn't always pretty. That game shouldn't have been that close, but they were able to continue moving the line, and that's kind of what they need to do offensively to kind of get out of this next week in one piece. You've got the Mets, and then you've got the Dodgers, and then you've got the Giants. Then you get a respite with the Rockies, and then it all begins again. But again, the thing about the Diamondbacks in the National League, as I've said a couple times this morning, You talk to any of the national baseball writers, and they all say the same thing. The number one story in baseball this year is the discrepancy in talent between the two leagues. All the good teams are in the National League.
But the standings don't necessarily prove that right now. Because here's the American League teams that are better than the Diamondbacks record-wise right now. Detroit, Seattle, Cleveland, the Yankees, the A's, and the Kansas City Royals.
Yeah.
All have better records than the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, and I don't know, out of those teams, who you which ones are actually better than the Diamondbacks. I mean, probably the Yankees, but I think in terms of I look, the Mariners, the A's, few games over 500. I think that kind of speaks to the point. I would feel better if this Diamondbacks team just seemed a little more locked in at all times. Friday night, like I said, there was a bunt attempt from Geraldo Perdomo that apparently made the manager mad in real time. By Saturday morning, he wasn't so mad, but it was the fact that Lourdes Gurriel Jr. got doubled off when Jerry popped up the bunt because Lourdes thought there were 2 outs in the inning at the time.
But even popping up a bunt by somebody, Perdomo's been fantastic.
He has been, and that's probably not the point in time when you want to be bunting, and I think that's the manager's approach. But it's just so weird that a team that stresses days off for health maintenance has just been ravaged by injuries.
And the other part that has kind of backfired on that whole plan too is I don't have the number of instances in front of me. But yesterday, for instance, Ketel Marte's third game back, scheduled day off. And they said on the broadcast, Steve Berthiaume said, hey, Torre went to Ketel Marte and said, what games do you want to play? And he said, I definitely want to play Friday. And then Friday turned into, well, we need to win on Saturday, so I want to play. And they lost that game. But then Sunday turns into, you didn't want to win on Sunday? They win on Sunday, and it's his scheduled day off. And I'm not correlating those two things. It's mind-boggling in a lot of ways.
It really, really is. And so I don't know. I don't know if there's a better approach or not, but it's been frustrating for me.
My point was, too, on players like Ketel Marte and Gabby Moreno, when they do have those scheduled days off, game situations, because of the bullpen failures and their inability to hold leads, usually turn into them playing anyway for multiple innings.
Yeah, that's right. And so how good is a day off if you're still making an appearance in a game? And if you're still making an appearance in the game, couldn't you just play the game? And again, I know I'm starting to sound like old school dude here, but it's so different now. It's like Rob Brenly told us that. It's like you can't go and tell a player now, can you? Hey, we need you in the lineup today, man. I'm sorry.
Well, I need a day off, Skip.
Skip, come on, man.
Well, but when it comes to Gabby, like, find a catcher that catches over 100 games. Like, that's not...
You can't ask that.
Right, exactly. But when it comes to, like, even though Ketel just got back, if he says he's ready to roll and good to go, like, he needs to be in the lineup. He's Ketel Marte. You know what I mean? It doesn't make much sense. And then Hampson starting in center the other day. And, I mean, Jake McCarthy's hitting .435 in Reno, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. But hopefully we get him back. But, I mean, to your point of these games matter whether you like it or not. They're whether they're division opponents or the Mets and Phillies, those are...
We know how much one game can cost the team after last year.
And that's what it all boils down to. Back to Bickley's Blast is, and you use the phrase, it's early. It's not that early.
We're almost a fifth of the way through the season now.
These games hold as much weight as the games do in September.
Absolutely.
And you're 5 games behind the Dodgers right now.
On the coddling and the babying and the frustration, we talked about they've kept them stretched out, but get ready for no more than 4 innings from Ryan Nelson tonight.
You know this for a fact?
No,
but he's probably right. He's probably accurate.
It.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to have some real clean stuff early to go deeper than that. But yeah, but I think in a situation like that, that's probably
I guess
wise.
You don't. Yeah. By the way, also unrelated to rest, but Gino Suarez leads the entire Major League Baseball in errors this season. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, he's
just the frustration all around with everything.
Not been as solid defensively, certainly.
No. Listen, this is not it. They've not been nearly as crisp as they want to be. It's part of been their DNA the last few years, and it's kind of gotten away from them a little bit. But there's some issues.
Yeah. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It's happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, you can register now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and for your shot at winning. Coming up next, how interested should the Houston Rockets be in Kevin Durant this summer? We'll get some insight straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz, where you're going to find a lot more than big screen televisions. They've got appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, all sorts of great audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you're looking for a big screen television, they can take your fandom to the very next level, talking about all the major name brands, great prices, all the way up to 115 inches. You can find that in their theater room. It's outdoor season in Arizona, which means it's a great time to check out their selection of outdoor televisions. At Waltz, you're going to get the best selection, you're going to get great prices, and you're going to get red carpet service. They'll match any price you bring to them. They'll get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. Their expertise unparalleled. Go get game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, or you can reach them by calling 480-968-4999. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Arizona Sports. Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Bickley and Murata.
the best thing for the Houston Rockets is they got two paths. You can hold tight with what you have if the team has a lot of success and you find a way to keep your guys intact and run what you have, or if you feel like you're lacking or you're missing something, you can make a move for one of these big names out there. And here, the Rockets are the best equipped. So, there's rumblings of Giannis Antetokounmpo wanting to be out. Houston Rockets can put together a best package there. Hey, there's rumblings of Kevin Durant. The price of the brick over there, with all due respect for Kevin Durant, is going down because he's saying, I don't want to be here. And he's a guy who can point and say, this is a place where I want to go and play. So there's not much negotiating that Phoenix can do to kind of keep their cards tight.
It's Ryan Hollins, color commentator for the Houston Rockets, who got bounced from the playoffs last night in a Game 7 by the Golden State Warriors, and that's the question. How interested are they in adding a piece to push them over the edge? Doesn't have to be Kevin Durant. Giannis could be available this offseason. We don't know what his intentions are, but let's start there. Do you think Giannis is built personality-wise to turn his back on the Milwaukee market?
I personally think the answer to that is no, but I think that even players like him get to forks in the road like they're at, and the situation seems to be screaming at Giannis, now is the time. If you're going to do it, now has to be the time. That's the way it kind of feels for me with the Damian Lillard injury that is going to linger well into next year, if not consume the entire next basketball season for Damian Lillard. It would seem to me that this would be the time that Giannis would choose to go. Now, now, if I'm the Bucks, I'm waiting for Giannis to pick up the phone and tell me that. I'm not going to say, hey, Giannis, man, we feel bad for you. Do you want to leave us?
Let's loop it in locally again.
Let's do it.
I think there's a ton of similarities with the pending Giannis decision and Devin Booker's future in Phoenix. Devin Booker doesn't want to leave Phoenix. The Suns don't want to get rid of him. So that's fait accompli. He's going to be a Phoenix Sun next year. But aren't they at very similar points? I mean, Giannis is further in his career and he has a championship.
That's the big difference of the championship.
But the Bucks, I mean, considering the Lillard situation, they're in dire straits as well. But personality, preference, comfort, finances, all of those things have to be factored into it. And I think from a personality I've never talked to Giannis before, but I think we know enough about him that being in Milwaukee and representing Milwaukee is pretty important to him.
Do you think he seems like a very loyal guy who looks for deeper meaning in things?
And this could be a one more year situation. You know what? I'll give it one more year if it doesn't get any better next year, which it's not going to be. The Bucks are going to stink next year.
Do you think him already winning a championship there makes it easier or harder for him to ask out?
Easier from a logic outside standpoint. But again, the Milwaukee Bucks became relevant, and it wasn't immediate when they drafted Giannis. And nobody knew who he was, and nobody could say his name. And I still struggle by saying his name all these years later.
Still gives you anxiety every time the Bucks come to town?
Yes, because you're saying his name 250 times a night. And it's usually followed by shooting too.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things that will weigh on Giannis in this whole decision-making process is the level of relevancy that they've reached and the level of irrelevance they had before he developed.
Right.
The Milwaukee Bucks were an afterthought franchise. They were not good for a very long time. I mean, who was Michael Redd? You're going to hang your hat on Michael Redd?
Monte Ellis?
Yeah,
no.
how about it?
He has meant relevancy for that market.
Without a doubt. And they're drifting kind of the other way now. They should have never, ever given up the defensive players. They should have never traded Drew Holiday. I mean, that to me is that's the fork in the road that if you had to go back, if you were a Bucks fan, you'd kind of want to re-engineer that. Like if you were a Suns fan, the one moment I would want to re-engineer in the last 5 years would be endgame Game 5. Let's hit reset. Let's give the ball to Devin Booker again, and let's see him do something a little different against Drew Holiday and see what the outcome is. Because that moment changed everything.
It did.
Everything.
But again, the similarities between the two.
I agree.
Even though the Bucks won a championship, they got distracted by the shiny object.
Yep.
And they moved off of Drew Holiday, who was very important to that championship run. And eventually they moved off Chris Middleton. And they probably hung on to Chris Middleton the appropriate amount of time. But they got distracted. And maybe a little bit greedy.
Do you remember when Giannis did that post-season press conference after the Bucks were eliminated, and he dealt with the question of failure? And remember how profound his response was?
Not this past...
No, 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
Right.
When there's no failure in the playoffs.
That's it.
Yeah.
So if you go back and listen, or if you remember that, you know that Giannis does look at things a little differently, in a good way. He might be the kind of guy that looks across the NBA and says, all these dudes who leave for better places, sometimes it often gets worse.
Yes.
And then your reputation is somebody who is chasing the short term, the shortcut to success. And that's not necessarily a good look, as many have discovered. So maybe he looks at that the way Devin Booker does. I think Devin Booker, I'm not saying this to discredit the love he claims for Phoenix. I know it's very, very real. But that Supermax extension that's coming his way this summer is going to keep him happy in Phoenix one more year.
Mm-hmm.
Because then if this year goes really, really bad, then he wants out. Then at least he's got that Supermax in his back pocket.
Contract would go anywhere with him.
This contract travels.
So in looking at Houston and their potential interest in a Kevin Durant, if Giannis says, yeah, it's time, Milwaukee, peace out, love you, gotta go. It's time.
Mm-hmm.
And he is available via trade,
mm-hmm.
by all means, Houston is going to make a full court press to get Giannis.
You would think.
When you consider the two, and those could be the two big pieces up for trade this summer.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis is a more attractive player overall than Kevin Durant, and age has a lot to do with it. But will the Rockets be sniffing around Kevin Durant? We had Matt Thomas, their play-by-play announcer and a Houston talk show host. He's got his finger on the pulse of what the Rockets might do. He said this.
The reality is they're going to kick the tires. They're going to kick the tires. They're going to see if Devin Booker probably – and again, I don't want to talk out of turn here, but, I mean, I know that the Suns have said that they're going to build around Devin Booker, but they'll kick. Only thing Rafael Stone, the general manager, told me is he's going to listen to everything. And so you guys know around the NBA there are a lot of impactful players that may be available this offseason. The Rockets have – lots of draft capital, including two Suns picks. Thank you very much for that. And the reality is it's a really good team that might need an alpha dog. And look, Amen Thompson was brilliant last night, but Amen's not going to be ever considered, I think, a main go-to scorer in the association. And so the question is going to be, do you take this young basketball team and say, all right, we went through our first playoff experience and had a good time, and we're going to grow from it? Or do you go, you know what? We've got Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green and Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, and these are all nice pieces with Jabari Smith, but we need that wake up in the morning that scores 25-point guy. And the reality is, I think they'll listen to anybody that wants to call them.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit of a tweak. I mean, Oklahoma City was that team last year.
Mm-hmm.
Young core, thought they had enough, didn't have enough, got bounced in the second round. They didn't go big game hunting, but they turned Josh Giddey into Alex Caruso. That trade has worked out brilliantly for both teams. Caruso's been great for Oklahoma City, and Giddey's had a chance to spread his wings in Chicago for a team that didn't make the playoffs. Doubles. So maybe it's more of tweaking. Mm-hmm. But then again, now consider this. There's another wrench in all of this. The Suns have a new head of basketball operations. And Brian Gregory. What's his thought? Is he coming in to retool this roster under Matt Ishbia's image? And we know Matt Ishbia's image. He doesn't want to rebuild.
No.
He doesn't understand the concept of a rebuild.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't understand why anybody would subscribe to something like that.
But what if Brian Gregory in his talks before he got, appointed general manager said, we have to seriously look at trading Devin Booker if you want to make this thing better.
Yeah, listen, that's why I'm eagerly awaiting the Brian Gregory press conference. I'd love to hear what his thoughts are on all of this. Right? I think we all would.
You know what this is, Bick? We are on the doorstep of the most important offseason in Phoenix Suns history.
Yes, we are. This summer.
We have imaging now. The Suns' new horizon is what we're calling it.
Wow. I heard that. It sounded good.
And you know what? It's funny because back in the preseason before this year when everything was all happy, optimistic, remember I was just raving how much I love their Suns Up slogan?
Right. Won't see that no more.
Whoops.
I hate to break it to you, but it's cloudy out. There's no sun.
Yeah, right.
Cloudy with a chance of
meatballs.
Coming up next.
What do you think of meatballs, Jarrett?
Oh, man. I love regular meatballs, turkey meatballs. I like when they have a little veal in them, some pork in them, beef, breadcrumbs.
Breadcrumbs, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you done drooling?
Are you done drooling?
Coming up next, we will talk baseball. The Hall of Famer, the one and only Jason Stark from The Athletic, joins us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Rip towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
D-backs welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you are ever hurt in an accident of any kind, life changes instantaneously. It can be a time of confusion, pain, uncertainty. Your car might be broken. Your body might be broken. But you are not alone. Sweet James Accident Attorneys are there waiting for your call, waiting to fight all the battles so you don't have to. Here's what you're going to get from Sweet James. They're going to get your car fixed. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their attorneys have extreme experience in litigating, which means they are not afraid of the courtroom, which means when they send a demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, they have great leverage because those insurance companies know they can't play games or nickel and dime Sweet James. That is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. They recover more in a year than most firms do in a lifetime, and you pay nothing until they win your case. Call for a free consultation at 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
Spring is in the air, my Kronk brothers, and so is the Brooklyn Betting Spring Sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you, Basinonians, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. The little expenses add up, don't they? Maybe you have to pick up lunch real quick on the way back to work, or you meet a couple friends at a baseball game last second. That's life, and it's great, but you have to stay on top of it financially, too. And that's why your checking account should be helping you, not working against you by charging you fees. Well, that's where Chime comes in. A Chime checking account is going to help you manage your money better by offering no maintenance fees and fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit. That's big. They've spotted members over $32 billion to date, so just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime. Feels like progress. Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
For Saatchi & Saatchi Toyota CY25 MMSE radio, Spuntitled MUL MY25 MSE Sitter Audio NA per non-new English 60 radio, ISKI code TYES 2270000 stereo mix and tube-up.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas. Your summer starts here. Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles. That's me. They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake. Shh, quiet, Lou. And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad. Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It took extras for the Dbacks, but they got it done yesterday. They beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs. The Snakes went 3-3 on the road, but they're back home in Chase tonight for a 3-game series against the Mets with Ryan Nelson on the mound, getting his first start of the season. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in a Game 7 in Houston, 103-89 last night, and the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 121-112, and 2 more series get underway. The Nuggets and the Thunder, and the Knicks will be in Boston for Game 1. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The Diamondbacks begin a new series in Philadelphia. How many games of that series will Ketel Marte be playing in? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
You're up by 2 runs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning, and you have your closer, one of your best relief pitchers in the game. You expect to win the game. So the wave of emotion from that result and giving up that lead was heartbreaking. But like I said, we did a good job of fighting together and going out there and making it happen.
That was Torey Lovullo, manager yesterday of the Arizona Diamondbacks after his team hung on, I guess. Can you? Yeah. They won the game. They hung on 11-9 and went 10 innings. A game they once led 7-1 against the Philadelphia Phillies. Yeah. But talking about the bullpen performance blowing that lead, heartbreaking. It's been par for the course, unfortunately, for this bullpen. And here to talk some Diamondbacks baseball, Major League Baseball with us, one of the greats, the Hall of Famer, Jason Stark from The Athletic, joining us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Jason, good morning.
Dan, Vince, how are you guys?
We are doing well. I've long been a fan of your weird and wild column on The Athletic, and the Diamondbacks have certainly given you some things to work with. You had a lot of fun with the Cubs-Diamondbacks game at Wrigley. Of course, when a player hits 4 home runs in a game like Eugenio Suarez did not long ago, they don't usually lose games, so they've given you a lot. But when you tear away the weird and the wild, what's your impression of the Arizona Diamondbacks so far this year?
Yeah, I thought we had another weird and wild special coming yesterday, right?
Yes.
To be honest with you, I honestly love this team. The lineup is so hard to deal with now that Marte is back. And watching them, it's kind of amazing. They're third in the league in runs per game. Am I right? Because they don't hit home runs at anywhere near the rate as the teams above them, but they're so aggressive in how they play and how they run the bases. And then, once that parade of Carroll and Perdomo and Marte starts, those guys are so hard to pitch to. I think Alec Thomas has taken a step. Naylor's a presence. Mm-hmm. So the offensive piece of it, the defensive piece, they're all good. The pitching piece, I'm not so sure right now.
You and me both. One of the things that's confounding me and a lot of Diamondbacks fans is that Torey Lovullo, for all the great stuff that he does, he baffles a lot of fans with these prescribed days off for baseball players, which might interrupt a hot streak, and you know how superstitious players can be. And with all this emphasis on preserving players' health, the Diamondbacks, again, are ravaged by injuries, and no one can kind of reconcile that. Is Major League Baseball kind of becoming the NBA in load management? Is this sort of becoming the new industry standard?
Kind of. We're there.
Yeah.
We're there. You know, the most unbreakable record in sports now is Cal Ripken.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, I did a piece last year on Matt Olson, who's over 600 consecutive games played, and he ain't going to make it to Ripken. He's not going to get the next 2,000 in a row. And that's something to remember when you see these days off, because like you're assuming this is manager's decision. I think very little of this stuff now is manager's decision. I think so much of it comes from above. Everybody's got these high performance units now, and they're constantly figuring out, you know, how to theoretically keep players not only healthy, but not playing past the point of fatigue, which leads to more injuries in theory. And so it's all part of this big scientific puzzle. I mean, you tell me, it just feels like the teams that stay healthy just won the health lottery, and the rest of it is almost unavoidable. Some teams seem like they're luckier than others, but I don't know that there's a way to do it. There's just too many games a year.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that.
Hall of Fame baseball writer Jason Stark from The Athletic, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You mentioned it, of the pitching piece you're not sure about with the Diamondbacks, and let's focus on the bullpen. A.J. Puck out, don't have a timetable for him. Some weirdness with Justin Martinez and what is ailing him right now with his velocity down. Kevin Ginkel just coming back into the fold. And the landscape, Jason, in the National League West is weird because it's a really strong division, 1 through 4. But they also have not played each other very much to this point. Do you think that leads to teams like the Diamondbacks maybe trying to look at help bullpen arms or other areas of need earlier than we would normally see?
You mean in terms of trying to
trade,
make a deal, or
yeah?
Just I just don't think there are any trades to be made right now. I'm like the list of blockbuster trades on May 5th is probably zero.
Yeah.
Right? You know, it's a game of survival right now. I do think the schedule is bizarre. I'm glad you pointed that out. You know, I saw the Dodgers, and we were talking about how every single road trip they had for the first, I think it was 7 weeks, took them to the East or the Central Time Zone.
Yeah.
And the Giants have done a lot of that. The Diamondbacks have done a lot of that. I'm not sure why that would be. I really don't. Maybe it's got something to do with juggling weather issues when you're starting the season in March. But in terms of trying to figure out how they can address this, they've just got to survive for now. Yeah. And I mean, I like just watching it this weekend, it just feels like Torrey has not established any real sense of order out there yet. And how could he? You know, he just had his when his two most important bullpen arms go down. There's a lot to figure out.
You had a great piece in The Athletic, you and Ken Rosenthal, about the change in the Major League Baseball strike zone, which took a lot of people by surprise, including baseball players. So how did this come about, and what's the net effect of this been?
Yeah, this is a really strange story to work on because, you know, first pitchers called my attention to this and said, hey, look into it. So I started looking into it, and then front offices started saying, we don't know what's going on. So then the more I poked around, talked to more players, and they started telling me and my coworkers that nobody had told them this was coming. Let me try to explain what it is. What pitchers were saying is they shrunk the strike zone. What it turned out had happened was, technically speaking, they did not. The strike zone is the same. What has changed is what umpires call their buffer zone, which is that area all around the shadow of the strike zone, the edges of the strike zone. And umpires used to have 2 inches on the outside of the strike zone where if they called a pitch in that area, a strike, when they were evaluated, when they were graded, they did not get dinged for that until this year, when baseball shrunk that area from 2 inches all around the plate to 3/4 of an inch. So that's a 60% reduction. And so pitchers were making pitches that they thought were to the spot that they were trying to hit, where they've always gotten a call, and they were not getting those calls at anywhere near the rate they had. So, again, I just kept following the trail. Major League Baseball's response was, hey, this is the most accurate the rule book strike zone has ever been called. Pitcher's response has been, this is the tightest the strike zone has ever been called. Who's right? Can both things be true?
It's just fascinating that something like that happens without discussion between the two sides.
Yeah, and anecdotally, there's all sorts of examples of players, pitchers, looking at umps this year going, how's that not a strike?
Yeah, look, hey, start watching this as you watch these games, and you will see it. And, the other big mystery, you just touched on it, is how could nobody have known this was happening? I've talked to the people at Major League Baseball extensively about this, and they said this was part of their a basic agreement, their labor agreement with the umpires over the winter, that the general managers were told about it at the GM meetings, that the managers were told about it at the winter meetings, and then that after the labor deal with the umpires got finalized, a summary of that agreement was sent to every team. And yet, I didn't talk to them personally. We talked to 15 players who said, nope, never knew anything about it. I tried 6 different managers who said they had never been told about it at those meetings, and then started reaching out to a bunch of front offices who said, not only do we have no recollection of being told about it, we've gone through our emails and can't find the email telling us about it. So it was really a bizarre thing to be caught in the middle of.
Wow, and we're watching it play out in real time. It's fascinating, Reed. Jason, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, always good to talk to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Jason.
Jason Stark, Hall of Fame baseball writer for The Athletic. That is a crazy story.
Oh, yeah.
He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the Suns reshuffled their front office from the inside, and the reaction from the outside, well, it hasn't been pretty. We'll share some of it with you next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. He got a text from one of his clients during the middle of our round. She said she was doing her happy dance because she had just paid off her house in 41 months with Life Changer Loan. Great stuff. That's what they're doing for people. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and as a result, you're going to wake up one day and that mortgage, that house payment is going to be gone. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their house, which gives you decades to build personal wealth, which is how you get ahead in life. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which does a lot of great stuff. You get control to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. So if you need money, if you need to make home repairs, if you're struggling with college tuition, you simply borrow from yourself because you've earned it. Now, there are caveats. You've got to be a good fit. You've got to have the right financials. Shane will be up front with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, guarantee you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4, men.com. It's time to get it back.
Arizona sports. As the owner, my job is to, make those changes. Suns, a new horizon. We will win championships with an asset here in Phoenix. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
I do believe it was real from the sources I've talked to that they went after Bob Myers, that the Suns wanted Bob Myers. It's just, I don't think he wanted the job, or that they were willing to offer the money for the job, whatever the reason may be exactly. And he also seems happy doing what he's doing right now for ESPN on their broadcast and everything else they're doing. But they did want Bob Myers. HBO did want Bob Myers at one point. And so it seems like if you're not getting the best, in Ishbia's eyes, maybe instead I'm the best option. That Ishbia is just going to take the control here then instead.
Kevin O'Connor from the Kevin O'Connor podcast from Yahoo Sports talking about the Suns process. And last week, that I worked through Wednesday, was off Thursday and Friday, and that was kind of the talk. The Suns sniffing around Bob Myers. Is it possible? Well, while I was away, the Suns did settle on a direction for their basketball front office. Brian Gregory, the choice. Brian Gregory, a basketball lifer. He's been around the game for a very, very long time. Mm-hmm. That's not the issue. The issue is he's not been around the NBA game for a very long time.
Not at all.
Certainly not in a decision-making leading capacity, although leadership skills are one of the things that the Suns are touting why they have confidence in Brian Gregory to do this job.
Yeah, and again, as we said earlier, and we'll say this as a disclaimer once again, nobody is saying that Brian Gregory isn't going to work, right? Nobody is saying that this has no chance of working. What we are saying is that if you were promised a big change that you're going to love, that's going to make you proud of Phoenix Suns basketball, this would not be it. Because there's nothing on his resume that suggests he's qualified to step into the role as general manager of a basketball team. There's a college basketball writer I know who's a columnist for USA Today, and his disbelief was palpable. I read the tweet last week, and it was, all right, so after a failed stint here and a failed stint here, this dude just pops up as an NBA general manager? My mind is blown. And John Hollinger reported, a lot of our minds are blown right now. Mm-hmm. So most national basketball experts have better things to do right now than to talk or write or opine or blog or podcast about the Phoenix Suns. There's other really good stuff going on in the playoffs, but they're going to get to it. And when they do get to it en masse, it's going to get ugly.
Yeah, because following the timeline of Brian Gregory's career, Michigan State head coach, got an opportunity at Dayton. He's pretty good at Dayton.
Yep.
Got an opportunity at Georgia Tech. Not so good at Georgia Tech.
Nope.
Got an opportunity at South Florida. Not so good there. When he got fired by South Florida, he was brought into the Suns organization. Vice president of player programming, which
sounds like you create a job title for somebody, right?
It's like certainly not a concrete job title,
right?
But now he is in control, and I played a little bit of the Kevin O'Connor podcast there. They were one of the national outlets that did get to it in real time.
Mm-hmm.
He had Tom Haberstroh on as the other part of the conversation, and Tom didn't really hold his tongue either.
Matt Ishbia wants the power, and I think he is delusional on multiple levels. Talking about Pittsburgh Steelers, he was talking about how the Pittsburgh Steelers are the brand in the NFL that he wants to emulate. And one thing you know about the Pittsburgh Steelers is that they're going to be able to play smash mouth, grind it out, gritty football. Mike Tomlin's been the head coach forever over there. You cycle through a new head coach every single season, and you're saying you want to emulate the Pittsburgh Steelers. He said last year that 26 other GMs would want to have this job at the Phoenix Suns out of the 29 other teams in the league. Like Matt Ishbia, dude. Like this is all about Matt Ishbia.
He wasn't done. This one's a little long, but it's pretty pointed.
Here's what this move is all about. Matt Ishbia just hired Matt Ishbia to be the GM. Matt Ishbia got a yes man. He got a guy that goes way back with the Michigan State Tom Izzo tree back when he was playing. When he won a championship, Matt Ishbia as a walk-on. Who was the assistant coach under Tom Izzo? It was Gregory, right? So when you're looking at why this move was made, I think it has everything to do with Matt Ishbia and him wanting to meddle on all the decisions and have a guy who would say, yeah, whatever you want, sir. Like you just hired me out of a college basketball career to be the director of player programming last year, his first job in the front office, and now he's the quote-unquote general manager. There's no experience for this guy, Brian Gregory, in this sort of role. And to me, all this is that Matt Ishbia wants full reins as the decision maker, doesn't want James Jones heavily involved, and he wants to save face by saying, oh, we're transitioning him to be his senior advisor, quote unquote.
Please.
No, this is all about Matt Ishbia wanting to make the calls there. And so he hires this guy at Michigan State and one of his cronies to do this job. And I think this is all about power.
Yeah, I mean, April 17th was the Matt Ishbia press conference where he said, it's not my job to do basketball operations. I don't watch tape. I don't scout players. I don't do this. But it's also, with the way that the Suns pivoted on this hire, Tom Haberstroh's comments are not that ridiculous.
No, they're not, and that's the whole thing. Matt Ishbia can say that's not true. That's not true. All he wants, but it's perfectly fair to criticize under those parameters because Suns fans know this better than anyone because this was right from the Robert Sarver playbook. I also said this is from the Jerry Jones playbook. Owners that hire underqualified people to positions of power, they often do that so they, as owner, have direct fast lane access to everywhere they want to go in the operation, which is to say that if you hire Bill Parcells to run your football team, he's going to tell you right up front, I'm only taking this job if you have guardrails. I don't want you in my office. I don't want to have to explain every move to you. You need to respect my need for autonomy. And if people feel that that's applicable here, you cannot blame them because Brian Gregory brings no experience to the job in a summer when you've got to trade Kevin Durant to a fan base that has seen this over and over and over again.
Well, that's the thing is after that season and after the firing of Mike Budenholzer, Suns fans listened to Matt Ishbia, they listened to Josh Bartelstein, and they listened to James Jones. And I think a lot of them held out hope. Okay, this is an admission of how badly things have gone off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
How is this ownership group and this leadership group going to convince me moving forward that they're on the right track again? We don't know the results.
Great question. Yeah.
But this move didn't do any of that.
No, it didn't.
The restructuring of roles didn't do any of that. Might turn out to be a real coup. Once upon a time, the basketball world attacked Greg Popovich for appointing himself head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. But in the now,
No, now he's
Not much.
one of the greatest of all time. Yeah, listen, I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. But great basketball executives seem to materialize out of the ether, from Sam Presti to Usai Majiri. There's a whole bunch of them. And maybe this guy is going to surprise everybody, but I think it's real fair. And in fact, I think it's more than fair. I think it's appropriate to be this level of critical of this move. Finally, I would say this. I'm hearing from a lot of national basketball experts and reporters who claim the interest in Bob Myers was very, very real. We know Matt Ishbia has no issue paying the freight. So I don't believe in any universe money would hold back the hiring of Bob Myers. I also don't think Bob Myers would be disrespectful enough to think you could do this job from home. And there's been speculation that maybe he wanted to live in San Diego or whatever, or LA, and that would be a deal breaker for me. But I don't think Bob Myers is that. If he was going to do a job, he'd be all in. Mm-hmm. So you wonder if this autonomy piece is what kind of held him back.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, it's
or maybe the weight of the lifting required to turn this thing around.
Maybe that could be it.
They're not in a good place.
That could be it.
We'll have more reaction to the Suns and their off-season maneuvers. So we got imaging for it now.
A new horizon.
We got to use it, right, Jarrett? Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The degree of difficulty on this rebuild, and I know the Suns want to view it as a reload, but that's not realistic. The degree of difficulty of being a second apron team and the Bradley Beal situation, and then Kevin Durant, and you're bringing in a first-timer who has just over a year experience in the league?
This is why I like it, Masononians, right now. This is an out-of-the-box hire. From day one of Matt Ishbia being the owner, that's when the announcement was made they had acquired Kevin Durant. It's not the flashy, shiny object hire, and I like that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I believe in a couple of different things. Number one, nothing costs too much if it's worth it. Number two, few things worse than the high price of mediocrity. You find it everywhere in the automotive world. You will not find it at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-run business for 58 years, and from Ted Chapman all the way down, everything they do is elite. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. Now, speaking of those two great locations, that means you are going to get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you are looking for. High-end inventory, economical models, pre-owned BMWs, electric vehicles, whatever you want, you'll find it at Chapman BMW. And you'll also find that you have got your friend in the business. When you're there, take a test drive. Ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Shane ensures that every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the very best deal possible in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It took extra innings for the Dbacks yesterday, but they got the job done. They beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs, and here is Perdomo on the win.
You know, this is baseball. You know, you never know what's going to happen. They tied the game tonight. We're back and forth in the 10th. You know, it was a huge team win right there.
The Snakes are back home tonight in the first of 3 against the Mets, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burnes is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in Game 7 in Houston last night, 103-89, and the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 121-112. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submittosave.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for the 9 o'clock hour and time for some social studies with Sammy, the most interesting man in the world, Cebulka.
Yeah, well, he dropped this on us out of nowhere last week about how when he was with the Diamondbacks, he would play cards with Geraldo Perdomo.
He'd come in, so originally he was playing with like Jordan Lawler and like a couple guys in the clubhouse, but so he was, where my office was, it was right next to the PT room, so when he was hurt, he'd come in and hang out with all of us, and I noticed he was playing like online poker, and I was like, oh, is that just like a game, whatever? And he goes, no, like I'm playing with Jordan, Lawler, and then a couple other guys on the team. And I go, do you win ever? And he goes, no, never. And I go, sit down, let me let me help you out. And it's like online poker, and it's, again, I don't know what they're playing for, but he's like, he gets dealt
for pride, Sammy.
Exactly.
They're playing for pride.
He's got like 8-3, and like that's not a hand you play in poker. And I'm like, okay, we're gonna fold, Jerry. We're gonna fold. And he goes, fold? What is fold? And I'm like, we're not gonna play this hand. And he goes, okay. So then we started to kind of build a smaller relationship, and he'd come in whenever he was playing with his buddies, and then eventually we started playing. He's one of the funniest guys.
Oh, he's great
that I've ever met.
Now, is he ready to compete for a bracelet in Vegas at the World Series of Poker yet, or no?
Who, me or him?
Maybe you can help out the guy next to you at poker. He needs a little help too.
I'm good.
Okay. All right.
Didn't do good.
Fair. But
I'm good, but I didn't
do Jarrett, when did you play in the World Series of Poker?
2 years ago.
Okay.
Not in the main event, though, but I played in an event. And I did well. I lasted for 12 hours. I just didn't get into the money.
That's honestly pretty dang good, I gotta say. But
my blood is like frog.
Like frog.
You know how the frog?
Cold.
But speaking of, that is one of our questions in social studies, but we'll start with the first and sports-related one. When it comes to Kevin Durant, and we asked, what is the most essential for the team to get back in a Durant trade? Is it an established prime star? Is it a young and up-and-coming player? Is it multiple firsts? Or don't trade KD, you Nimrod?
Out of those suggestions, I'm guessing it'd be multiple firsts, which gives you the ability to draft or trade or...
But again, you have to consider who's making the trade.
I know.
Right.
They don't... I think there's going to be a draft pick involved. I don't think it's going to be multiple of anything. So I think it's going to be... What makes the most sense to me is young and up-and-coming players. But I don't know what the thinking is, quite honestly.
Yeah. Ideally, you'd get a combination of two of those, whether it's a couple young and up-and-coming players and a first-round pick, or a up-and-coming player with multiple first-rounders. But the results are 47% with young and up-and-coming player, 36 multiple first-round picks, and then 9% say don't trade KD, and 6% say an established and prime star. And one quick response from Brad, he said they'll do whatever Booker wants, which is interesting. Listen, man, I don't think he wants anything to do with this front office right now, if I'm being completely honest. All right, I think this is one of our better questions we've had on social studies. What is your best, worst, or most memorable gambling story? Vinny, you're coming back from Vegas. So we thought we'd ask. I don't know if you guys have any, but
I have one.
Okay.
It's somewhat embarrassing.
Oh, good. Can't wait to hear
Went
it.
up to Vegas for a bachelor party like 20 years. Oh my God, 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. I was not very much of an experienced blackjack player at that point. So we sit down at this table. It's Friday afternoon. Casino's not that busy. Sitting next to a couple of my friends on my left and a guy on my right that I didn't know. So I get dealt kings. 2 kings. The guy's like, oh, you got to split those. So I split them. And he's like, oh, I was kidding. But then I'm in too far.
Yeah.
2 more kings.
You split those?
Split them again.
Let's go.
Ended up winning on all 4.
Wow.
The dealer was like, I've honestly never seen that before.
That's pretty good.
And it went downhill from there.
That's fantastic.
Oh my gosh, 4 kings, split them all. Good stuff.
All right, so I want to hear you 2 yo-yos. Give us your best or worst.
Jarrett?
When I was in college, we went to Las Vegas, and we were playing cheap blackjack, like $5 a hand with my friends. And as I was sitting, I have lots of, this is just the first one that came to mind. And we're playing a hand. All of a sudden, this, I'd say, middle-aged to older, like Japanese, in a suit with 2 ladies on his arms, walks by, takes out money, throws $500 on my hand.
Oh my gosh.
I hit a blackjack. He takes the money and walks away.
No way.
It doesn't even give me any of it.
Wow.
But I was like, what is this guy doing? He's just like randomly putting money on other people's hands?
That started as one of the best gambling stories that I've heard. I'm sorry.
I thought it was going to end up. I'm still in touch with him today.
No, there was no. I mean, it's like, can you throw me $100 or something for like?
You know,
he slapped my back.
For the effort. Yeah,
He slapped my back. He said, "Nice job, son," and walked away with his ladies and his however much $2,500 or whatever it was.
Yeah. Wow, hey, Sammy, how about you?
There's been a lot of bad beats in my day, but you don't remember those. You remember the wins. And I think back when the Kentucky Derby, when they postponed it, it was the one right after COVID. And we were down at U of A, and our whole fraternity got together to watch the race. And it was known that I liked to watch horse races, so everybody goes, who's going to win? And contrary to this last weekend, I did pick the winner. It was authentic. He was 8-1. And our whole 150-person house, every single one of them had money on that horse. Every single one.
That's
and
fantastic.
it was a race where it was one of the better Kentucky Derbies that I've watched. The horse was middle to back of the pack when he made the turn, and all of a sudden you just see him come up. It was an 8 horse, and you see him come up, and everyone in the room, there were, like I said, 150 of us, everyone starts to stand up, and it was a classic, everyone's hitting their hand with something, and he comes down the stretch. And when you're 21, 22-year-old in college and you win a horse bet and you win a bet, that goes a long way for a weekend.
Beer money for the week. Yeah.
It was one of the best, and we always send it when the Kentucky Derby comes around. It was one of the better moments with some of my friends. But
one of the best moments when you were gone, Vinny, is on Friday, Sammy came out and told us that he goes deep into the woods with horse racing, and particularly in the big races. And it was breathtaking. The level that he explained is now his horse finished, second to last? But again,
it was rainy. How was he to know it was going to be rainy?
Hey,
I can't believe you're mocking him.
Gotta go deeper into the woods.
Hey,
he seriously gave like a 2-minute, 3-page
I had it.
stats.
Yes.
I will say the Preakness is in 2 weeks.
We're testing you again, man.
I'll be ready.
Yep.
Yeah, tell which one of these horses is going to get his legs broken shot. That's the horse you're picking.
All right, we gotta share some of those stories at the end of the show.
Yeah, we will.
I'm sure they're great.
They are good. But yeah, we ran out of time to share them now.
Right.
We'll share them. We'll share them later.
Man, after this edition of Social Studies, I think I should be wearing a pinky ring. Thanks, Sammy. Social Studies every morning at 9 o'clock at Bickley_Murata on Twitter/X, at Bickley and Murata everywhere else. You can catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half Day Club Wednesday. Dbacks taking on the first place New York Mets. Snag lower level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word half to 620-620 to secure your seats. Coming up next, there's lots to complain about in the NBA these days. Is Game 7 fashion one of them? That and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Rip towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag in time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
D-backs welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating the ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for 2024 for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can discover more about these prestigious recognitions and learn about how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Starting May 8th, the Dbacks host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. What can we expect from the Phoenix Suns in the Brian Gregory era? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, and it starts at straight up 2 o'clock.
Yeah, we are through to the second round of the NBA playoffs now. A couple of Game 7s over the weekend. The Nuggets beat the Clippers yesterday. The Warriors topped the Rockets. So we're down to 8 teams still vying for the NBA championship this year. But there's some reaction, some criticism of the league, Bick. Believe it or not. On social media, people are complaining.
Yeah.
And they're complaining about uniforms.
Yeah.
Last night in Game 7 in Houston, both the Rockets and the Golden State Warriors were alternate City Edition jerseys. Kevin O'Connor, we played a lot of sound from his podcast. He tweeted about it last night, said alt jerseys and an alt court for a Game 7? Come on.
He was very offended. That the thinking was that Game 7 is such hallowed, sacred ground that everything about it, there can't be any gimmicky stuff to it. You don't use it to market alt uniforms, that kind of thing.
Tim McMahon on the ESPN Hoop Collective podcast singled out the Denver Nuggets for wearing the 5280 jerseys and throwing down that court, called the uniforms horrible during the playoffs. It's interesting, though, because if you go back to 2021, Phoenix Suns march to the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
Every home game that year was played on an alternate court with alternate uniforms.
Wow.
They wore
that's right.
They wore the Black Valley uniforms in every home game that year, and not one Phoenix Suns fan had a complaint with it.
Of course they did.
You know why? Because the uniforms were good.
Because they were fire. That's right. They were really good.
You wear a bad alternate uniform, and then
People are gonna notice.
You're marring Game 7 forever.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Very, very interesting. We are one round into the NBA playoffs, and they have not disappointed. There's been a lot of smoke. Maybe there hasn't been a ton of great games, but there have been a ton of very impactful, consequential outcomes. LeBron and Luka getting dismissed in 5 games in the first round.
Did they really? I hadn't heard about that. Wow, we should revisit that.
Let's revisit it, Vinny. Yeah, and already. Yeah,
I was in downtown Vegas when that game was going down, and I was watching it, and I'm like, oh, come on. You know I don't like Minnesota, but I'm rooting for Minnesota. And my text to my friend was, ding dong, the Lakers are dead.
Yeah. Listen, there was certainly kind of a passing of the torch feel to that end of the series little dap up between Anthony Edwards and LeBron James, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there are people who are thinking this might be the coming of age for Anthony Edwards. You know, you took out Luka and LeBron, and now you got a chance to do the same thing with Steph Curry.
Yeah, I'll buy into it. If they take care of Golden State, I'll give Anthony Edwards his due credit. Because, you know, they made a run last year. They made a run to the conference finals. If they get bounced by Golden State, that would be a step backwards. And I think Minnesota, although they have some new pieces on that team, they are a team, much like I think Indiana is a team, that is built for the playoffs. And last week, before I left, I mentioned the Indiana-Cleveland difference over the last 50 games between those teams, and people were saying, oh, Cleveland, far and away the better team. Over their last 50, there was a one-game difference in the standings.
Well,
between
that's
those two
it.
teams.
That's it. And the Pacers have been even more disrespected by hot take artists and some of the NBA's broadcast partners than Oklahoma City has. That's a 50. Nobody ever says a word about the Indiana Pacers.
No, but you know they made a run to the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
Yeah, and so I look at that and I think about what we've had so far and what's going to be coming up. This Knicks-Celtics series, this is going to be quite impactful for the future of the New York Knicks, for the future of Mikal Bridges in New York. Does New York get involved in the Kevin Durant sweepstakes? Cleveland. What happened if you watched that game one against the Pacers? What happened to their trademark ball movement? Where did that go?
I mean, Garland was out.
They don't have Darius Garland.
And they haven't had him for, 2 weeks? He's got to get back on the floor.
And Mitchell and Merrill did not shoot the ball well. Ty Jerome played well off the bench, but they really miss Darius Garland. Really miss him.
Yeah, clearly. But they might have their hands full with the Pacers. I think that's pretty obvious. And then Oklahoma City, Denver.
Oklahoma City hasn't played in 3 weeks, have they?
They haven't played in quite some time. Well, they did what serious basketball teams do. They won via sweep in the first round.
Well, Cleveland did as well. And you saw
little rust on them. Yeah, maybe
or rust.
Right. It's one of the other, right? And then you've got this Warriors Timberwolves thing. This is interesting. It's been interesting. I think it's pretty much lived up to its billing, if not for a lot of great games, just for a lot of real heavy storylines.
I just love the fact that there were people at the end of last week asking, has the physicality in the NBA playoffs reached a level that's too much?
Wow.
Every year you get the basketball fans who will even admit, the NHL playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs are so much better than the NBA playoffs because those guys are trying to kill each other. And the intensity is palpable. You can, in every shift of every game, you can feel it. And then you get that kind of physicality in the NBA, and people are like, oh, it's too much.
That same person was probably saying 2 months ago that the NBA is too soft.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. I've been loving it.
Yeah, it's. I think it's been, again, the first weekend, that Saturday, Sunday, where all 16 teams got to play. Not so great. But ever since that first Monday, I think the playoffs have been, as the kids say, lit.
It's been lit. It has been lit.
It's National Water Safety Month. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes are reminding you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids around water. For life-saving water safety tips and to enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy, text SWIM to 620-620. We'll hand out some Monday hardware next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dbacks squander big lead but rallying extras against the Phillies. Brian Nelson will start in their series opener against the Mets. And relatedly, the Diamondbacks called up Tommy Henry. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. That sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. Think about that for a second. Moving's a big enough deal as it is. How are you supposed to time everything out perfectly so you're selling your old home right as you're buying your new one? It's not realistic. Well, Orchard has the solution for you. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that nonsense. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. So Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow. Maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. The West Valley Mavericks invite you to the 2025 Maverick Charity Golf Tournament, Friday, May 9th at the award-winning Wigwam Resort. Choose your experience, a competitive scramble on the Gold Course, a music-filled round on the Red, or a mix of both on the Blue. Enjoy lunch, incredible swag, 18 holes of golf, and complimentary beverages. Then bring a guest for an evening of gourmet dining, exciting auctions, and a moonlight after-party. Don't miss one of the West Valley's top charity golf events. Register now at westvalleymaverickfoundation.org.
Starting May 8th, the Dbacks host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at Dbacks.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It took extra innings for the D-backs yesterday, but they got the job done. They beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs. And here's manager Torey Lovello on how proud he is of his team.
I'm so proud of this team. They went out there and gave everything they had for 10 innings.
They had to reload. They had to refocus. They were resilient.
The Snakes will return to Chase Field tonight in a 3-game series against the Mets, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burns is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in Game 7 in Houston, 103-89 last night, and the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 112-121. Tyrese Halliburton had 22 points and 13 assists, and 2 more series get underway tonight. The Knicks will be in Boston, and Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets will head to OKC and the Thunder. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. So Ryan Nelson is making his first start of the season, and so we asked, Dbacks Ryan Nelson will make his first start on Monday. Will he find a place in the pitching rotation? Yes or no?
Ooh.
Wow.
And I think it's kind of open-ended. We didn't ask when or whether it's next week or throughout the season. So,
well, if you're going to qualify it that way, Sammy, I would say yes.
Right. Same.
Yeah. But in the now, that would mean something seriously wrong with Corbin Burns, and I don't think anybody's rooting for that.
No. And it would also mean somebody would be demoted, and I don't think
demoted or hurt is not a good thing.
Right. Yeah. And I don't think this team is going to demote any of the other 5 starters.
Right.
I just don't see it because of the money most of them are being paid and all of it.
Yeah. So the results are a little interesting. 54% of the vote say yes, he will eventually find a place in the pitching rotation, and 46% say no. Maybe those people voted yes, kind of took it in the...
The word eventually does a lot of work there.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Handing out the hardware.
Hardware. Yes, it's back for another Monday. It's how we do the award show here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Based on what we saw over the weekend, we'll each give out 2 awards. Could be anything. Could be sports related. Could be personal. Could be something you saw in pop culture. You got a clean slate, a blank canvas, if you will.
Like it.
What do you got for us,
My
Bick?
first award is the Get Your Mind Right award, and I'm giving it to Abdul Carter, Vinny. And here's why. First, Abdul Carter gets drafted 3rd overall by the New York Football Giants, and he wants to wear number 56, which belonged to Lawrence Taylor. And the great LT said, come on, kid. No, you're not getting my number. Go get your own. Make your own legacy. Then Abdul Carter decides he wants number 11, so he wants Phil Simms' number. Phil Simms says, yeah, I don't have an issue with it. I don't care. And then Phil Simms' wife and daughter go nuts, and they start crying like, what are you doing? Yeah, don't let him take your number. So Phil Simms had to backtrack it. So this young rookie, who I get it, he might be a generational type defensive player.
He might not be.
But he might not be. And he's walking into the New York Giants saying, I want Lawrence Taylor's number. Okay, I can't have that. I want Phil Simms' number? Come on.
Mike Sando had a tweet today. Once a team retires a jersey number, the team should take the lead in saying that number is not available. Don't put the retired player in the position of having to say yes or no.
Oh, that's a great
point. He is absolutely right. Joe Thomas, the great offensive lineman for the Cleveland Browns, had his number 73 retired. Browns drafted Jedrick Wills. He asked for number 73. It never got to Joe Thomas. Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, said no. The number's retired. You're not getting it.
That's the way you do it.
That's the way it. Retired is retired.
Yeah. And just this sense of entitlement a player would have to come in and say, hey, can you check with him if he'll give up his retired jersey? Do they not understand what that retired jersey signifies? It makes me very, very angry.
Yeah, my first award is the How's That $500,000 Working Out For You award, and I'm giving it to the Colorado Avalanche, who, during the course of the season, traded longtime sniper Mikko Rantanen away from Colorado over what was reported a $500,000 difference in contract negotiations. They traded Rantanen to Carolina. Like a month later, he got traded to Dallas. Dallas just beat Colorado in Game 7. Mikko Rantanen torched his former team. Historically, first NHL player to record a third-period hat trick in Game 7. He had a Game 7 hat trick against his former team. He had 4-point periods in back-to-back games. He's the first player to drop a 4-point Game 7 on a former team. And in the last 3 games of that series, 5 goals and 6 assists.
That's lighting it up.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's great.
That is just violent.
Talk about vengeance.
Yes.
Revenge!
Take that with you, Crunky.
My first award is the What Better Way to Celebrate Star Wars Day award. First of all, it goes to the Orioles and the Royals yesterday. But the reason for this is Star Wars Day, May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. I'm sure you've heard that over the years. It's become an unofficial holiday. Yesterday, during May the 4th, the Orioles and Royals combined for 11 home runs, 10 of which were solo home runs.
Oh, boy.
Hit with Hans.
Yes, both their Hans were on the bat. But that is a Major League Baseball record, 10 solo home runs in one game.
I think it tied the record for the Diamondbacks were in a game with 10 solo home runs.
Yeah, it was a
weren't they?
tied all-time record.
Yeah.
It was also the most combined home runs in a game in 3 years. So there you go, solo Star Wars.
Well done, Jared.
All right, my first award is the GOAT Award, and that's going to the Horse Secretariat. Over the weekend.
A goat to a horse?
Yes.
Yeah, he's right about that. He ain't
A goat
lying.
is a goat, of course.
Exactly.
Of course,
So,
except when the goat is a horse, of course.
So the Kentucky Derby had 19 horses in it. Every single one of them was a descendant, one way or another, of the Horse Secretariat. So it's very common when you have a successful horse, you try to breed it and get as many horses out of it as you can. All 19 of the ones in the field came from the bloodlines of the great Secretariat.
That is nuts.
Yep.
Still one of the greatest photos in sports history is when that horse was 31 lengths ahead of the field on the backstretch. It's one of the most mind-boggling photos you'll ever see.
Do you think the horses, like in the stables before or after the race, were talking about it? Like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, do you think the horses...
It's like a family reunion.
The horses trash talk to each other?
That's funny. My last award is It's About Time You Did Something Right award. I'm giving it to the International Olympic Committee, who gave Gary Hall Jr. his 10 Olympic medals that all burned when Gary Hall Jr.'s house burnt down in the Pacific Palisades. He went out to Switzerland. He brought in fact, he had the harrowing escape from his home. He ran into his home to get his dog and his insulin medication. Whole thing burned down. He brought one of his burnt medals with to show them, and they replaced the whole set. So that's a very appropriate thing to do.
Yeah, it's a very cool story. My last award is I thought 13 was the unlucky number award, and I'm giving it to the New York Mets. Did you see this statistic?
No.
Now 16 years in a row, Bick, the New York Mets in their 34th game of the season have lost. Wow. Ever since 2010, they lost to the Cardinals in their 34th game 2 days ago. 16 straight years they've lost their 34th game, which is an amazing statistic, and even more amazing that somebody uncovered that.
I was going to say, how many losses in a row would it take for someone to even notice that trend?
It is strange, because we pointed it out to Derek Hall 2 weeks ago. The Diamondbacks had won 16 straight Wednesday games going back to last year.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a specific game number of the year, which nobody pays attention to. I just thought that's a crazy statistic.
All right, my last award is the Putting the Dough in Donuts award. And it goes to Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. Now, lots, of course, after the interview last week and all the hubbub that came from that, more and more reporting has been coming out about how much she is influenced now on his life and career. Apparently, she has requested and is granted to be copied on all emails from UNC on football communications and promotions and all that stuff, publicity. She's now a part of that. But, and that was being reported also, that if you remember in the Super Bowl, there was a Dunkin' Donuts commercial. And it featured famous Boston celebrities, the Affleck brothers, Jeremy Strong, and at the end, Bill Belichick comes in with his girlfriend.
Which I thought was weird seeing it in real time.
Exactly. Why is she in this? Apparently, during the setup to the shoot, she was so controlling that she said that Bill could not do the commercial unless she was also in it.
Yeah,
and then Bill agreed to it, said that it was a good way for her to get, paycheck in it.
Well,
so they agreed, and then she appeared in
it. The fact
it.
that she's been buying real estate properties make people think that she's scamming him, and there's like friends of his planning interventions and all that. I ain't getting involved in all that.
So my thinking on this has evolved, because last week I had said, wow, sounds like a nightmare. And then I started thinking about it when I was away. I was like, it's good to have somebody on your side that's willing to fight for you in difficult situations. Everybody should have something like that.
Yeah.
And then I heard the Dunkin' Donuts commercial story, and I was like, nah. She sucks.
My last award is the Just Doing What He Can award, and that's to Jordan Lawler. He was the minor league player of the month in April. He hit .408 with 6 home runs, 13 doubles, and 30 RBIs. So
is that all?
That's all.
Wow.
I mean, listen, we've talked about it. There may just not be the right time, but he's doing what he can down in Reno, and it's a lot.
How do you take Garrett Hampson's bat out of the lineup?
And I don't know if you guys saw the play he made over the weekend, too. Over the shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He's pretty good at the baseball.
He's not bad.
There you go. There's hardware. We do it on Monday. Some final thoughts on this Monday to wrap things up here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and it's just about that time. Summertime in Arizona, triple-digit temperatures, sizzling hot steering wheels, hours and hours spent indoors, which means now is the perfect time to get prepped for summer by getting your air conditioning tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does lots of great things, prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs and help prevent future breakdowns, and most importantly, it gives you peace of mind, because the very last thing you want is to find your AC is not working during the heat and the height of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. You don't let anybody into your home. You don't let anybody work and fix your home. With Parker & Sons, you never have to worry about who you are letting in your front door. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, and REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
I'm Dawn. This is my husband, Steve, and we're the Jacksons.
We've had 4 Fulton homes over a course of 20 years. during the building process is what always impresses me, is the fact that the communication lines stay very open.
And everything was well organized. We had checklists. This is going to happen at this time. Expect this at this time. And it all worked exactly as they told us to anticipate.
The walkthroughs were almost kind of anticlimactic because the construction supervisors were so much in touch with me that we'd already discussed everything.
One of the things we really like about the Fulton Homes communities is they strive to make them a community, not just a place that you live. You become friends with people in your neighborhood. When we walk in a Fulton home model, it always feels like home.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You and your phone. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
This was the song that started it all for Sheryl Crow, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Leaving Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Was it All I Want to Do Is Have Some Fun?
Oh, you might be right.
This was early, though.
Same album. 93.
It's all right. In honor of Vince Murata leaving Las Vegas.
It's weird because I landed there Wednesday at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
By 5:30, I had this song in my head.
I thought you were going to say by then you were ready to leave and come home.
It was either this song in my head or I wanted to relive the plot of leaving Las Vegas.
Oh, my goodness.
That's right.
I don't think I'll be back anytime soon. I'm a ball of energy and sunshine. Right?
Yes, you are. But hey, man, that's your brand, bro. Come on.
I hate
You're
everything.
Mr. Sunshine.
Sheryl Crow leaving Las Vegas. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Social studies, we had a question that was Vegas related. It was your best or worst gambling story. We didn't get to any of the responses, so.
I'm sure there's some great ones.
There are some good ones.
Did you have some marked there?
Yeah, I have 4 ones for sure. So Ross Vegas said he was playing craps in Vegas. The first time this lady had the dice, he rolled the roll for 20 minutes and then thought this had to end soon. He walked around. 45 minutes later, she was still rolling. One of those runs where you dream of, where you stay at the table. He left it. AZ Sports Fan said he placed a 10-team parlay back in 2022, $10 to win $50,000. Picked a bunch of upsets, and it came down to him he had a cash out so you could take it, or the last leg was Suns versus Pelicans during the 64-win season, and the Suns lost.
That was one of their 18 losses?
That was one of their 18 losses.
Wow.
10 for $50,000.
That is brutal.
Hey, sometimes you just got to take the cash out. This one's devastating. Brian said, my buddy won $100,000 on the slots in Vegas, got paid out, and then he started playing $5,000 hands at the blackjack table. 2 hours later, nothing. Very silent ride back to Phoenix. Oh, man, brutal.
That is absolutely
like, bro, $100,000.
How would you not just walk
just
away?
If you know you're gonna want to bet more, Just put half of that in your pocket.
And if Brian is indeed talking about his buddy in this story,
you got to be better friends.
You got to tackle that dude.
Right. For real.
I have that problem. Gambling is that when I'm down, I want to keep playing because the next hand's going to get me back to even. But when I'm up, that's even bigger problem with me is walking away when I'm up because I want to keep going and then I never can leave until I run out of money.
Jared, remind me after the show ends. I got a phone number for you.
Yeah, I don't gamble anymore, really. Almost never.
That's good. This last one was back in 2007 at GP. Said he had money on the Appalachian State money line against Michigan. I would need to see a bet slip to believe that.
To see that you predicted that.
But good for him.
No other details?
No other details. He said 2007 ... App State money line to beat Michigan.
Sammy, you weren't around, so you didn't know. You don't know this story, but I'm going to tell you because you're going to like this story. I've been a long critic of Live Golf and Phil Mickelson. Before the Masters 2 years ago, I came in on the radio and I said I had this awful nightmare last night. In my dream, I was at Augusta covering it, and Phil Mickelson won the tournament, which I described as my worst freaking nightmare, right? So I'm like, I've got to place a bet on this guy just to see what this dream was all about. He finished second.
That was the year he finished second. He almost backdoored it.
It would have paid $50K.
Oh my gosh.
He almost backdoored a title, and I don't bet, but I just had. You remember this?
Yes.
I had this weird dream that completely tripped me out.
See, one of my buddies' flip side is the biggest Phil guy there is, and when he won the PGA Championship at 50, he had $100 on him, and he won 23 grand.
Oof.
It was unreal.
Yeah. Well, of course he's gonna love Phil forever after that.
Well, yeah, it was nuts. But those were some of my favorite responses. I don't know if you guys saw any else in there, but
well, I have another Vegas story. It's not gambling related per se, but I've never told this story before. Once upon a time, I was in Vegas with a lady friend, and we were around a craps table, and Robert Redford walked up.
Whoa!
And offered me $1 million for one night with my
one
lady
night with
friend.
you.
Last time I ever saw her.
That every time you start a story like that, I think it's going to be a fake movie reference like that. The first story you told, which was real, I kept waiting for the like it was going to turn into like The Hangover or something. And then I woke up the next day with a chicken and Mike Tyson's tiger.
And this naked guy jumped out of a trunk.
Yeah.
All right, so Jared, the one social studies question we didn't get to.
I can't believe it.
The perfect Cinco de Mayo meal.
We know Jarrett has his Cinco de Mayo meal all lined up. That was probably the impetus of the question.
Of course.
Well, yes, we celebrated my wife's birthday over the weekend with family, and I made a giant Cinco de Mayo dinner for everybody.
Okay.
Which
it consisted of?
It was like a make-your-own taco thing. So I had grilled chicken. I had like Mexican ground beef.
Okay.
I made Mexican street corn, Spanish rice,
Did you
black
have any
beans.
muchacha?
No muchacha. But so that was delicious. But for me, it would be steak tacos, a breakfast burrito, chicken quesadillas, chips and salsa is my favorite.
These are all different meals.
No, that's one thing.
A breakfast burrito, chicken taco.
Yeah. No, steak taco. So you have a little of each.
I don't know if I have an ultimate. I eat Mexican food so often.
Jared Carlin is the only one who associates Cinco de Mayo with food.
Oh, that's not well. Instead of Cinco de Drinko.
It's not Cinco de Ito.
I don't know if you guys saw some other news. Devin Booker got a new dog.
He did?
Yeah, Hector.
Wow.
Little Hector running around.
Hector and Haven together?
Yep.
Wow.
So maybe, yeah.
How did we miss that story?
It just came out. I saw it on his Instagram on the break.
All right. That's going to do it for the Monday show. Thanks to Jason Stark.
Glad to have you back, Vinny.
Thanks to Matt Tom. Oh, it's a pleasure to be back. Everything's a pleasure, Vic. I'm not doing anything tomorrow morning. What are you doing?
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
All right.
Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you for full details and disclaimer.
May 5th through the 11th. Get close to the future legends in women's golf. The Carlisle Arizona Women's Golf Classic returns to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Brought to you by Carlisle Companies. The biggest purse on the Epson Tour means the best in women's golf will be here. May 5th through the 11th at TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course. Go to CarlisleLPGA.com for tickets. Be there for the best.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It may have taken extra innings for the Diamondbacks yesterday, but they beat the Phillies 11-9 behind Geraldo Perdomo's 4 hits and Corbin Carroll's 3 RBIs. Here is Perdomo on the win.
You know, this is baseball. You know, you never know what's going to happen. They tied the game tonight. We're back and forth in the 10th. You know, it was a huge team win right there.
The Snakes went 3-3 on their road trip out east, but they return to Chase tonight for the first of 3 against the Mets, and Ryan Nelson will get his first start of the season as Corbin Burnes is dealing with some right shoulder inflammation. First pitch is at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Steph Curry and the Warriors got it done in Game 7 in Houston, 103-89, and the Pacers stole Game 1 in Cleveland, 121-112. And 2 series get underway tonight. The Knicks will be in Boston for Game 1, and Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets will take on OKC and the Thunder. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge blister. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is going on?
Not much. The microphone's starting to flop around already. Interesting early on. What are you doing to this, Danny, right now? Dan Bickley.
You're gonna blame the previous hosts.
There it is. Now it's all over the place.
Now.
It really is. This is asymmetrical base earnings. It's going to drive me crazy, the entire broadcast. But I will say right now, the weekend did not. How was your weekend, Luke?
It was great until this morning when I drove here and got my windshield taken out because, you know, that's what you get when you drive anywhere in Arizona.
What do you mean, your windshield taken out?
The rock to the windshield, and normally you can kind of dodge that. Like sometimes you get a rock to the windshield, you can let that sit there for a month or 2 or 6 or a year or whatever. This one was like, here's a rock to the windshield, and by the time I got here, here's a foot long just crack across your windshield, which is probably cracking down the parking lot as well.
You know what's super cool about that at this point in time? I don't know if you've ever heard the little jingle, safe light, isn't it?
I don't think I've heard this jingle.
Safe light repair.
Yeah.
Safe light replace.
Hopefully they're out there replacing it.
My AEs, hopefully you're all over that right now. Google it, my young crunks. Having said this right now, can I just tell you that I'm jacked up today, ready to go. The Diamondbacks pulled one out of the fire. Game 3 out of the fire right there and avoided a mini disaster.
Yeah, it's amazing what one win can do, even though I get it, it's 1 out of 162. But, Wolf, here's how you can flip the narrative a little bit. They win yesterday. All right, they're 3-2 in their last 5. They're 4-3 in their last 7. If they lose yesterday, though, they are what? They're 3-7 in their last 10. I mean, it's one game. I get it. It doesn't swing everything, but it kind of does, because then if you lose that game, it's like, wow, you just lost a series to the Cubs and the Rays and the Braves. You beat New York and you got swept by Philly. That's not trending the right direction.
I would just say this, Luke. I would jump in and say, you know what? As great as the Mets series was to win that series, this would have sucked buttermilk.
Yes.
To get swept by the Phillies. Would have totally annihilated what you did in New York.
Yeah, and I'm trying to do the math here on the fly. I guess they're a little below 500 in game ones of series. It just feels like they're starting all these series behind. Lost game 1 to Philly Friday. Lost game 1 to the Mets Tuesday. Now they responded by winning the next 2.
Yes.
Lost game 1 to the Braves on April 25th. Came back and at least salvaged that series. They haven't gotten swept by anybody, but they've been digging themselves holes lately, and they finally had to win a game in extra innings yesterday, and they did.
They did that, yes. The series against the Phillies, Brandon Pfaadt was bad on Saturday for the first time this season.
Yeah, that hurts.
That really sucked buttermilk right there too, as well. Brandon, we love you. You know that. So we're still gonna. That's right, Brandon. We're not gonna bail. We're still going to play it every time we talk about Brandon Pfaadt because he
is going to fight.
You're
and
entitled
you know
to a
that
bad
he is.
start every
That's
once in a while.
exactly right. Are you kidding me? The other guy gets paid as well. But it stunk to see him go out there and then finally get blowed up. And then Merrill Kelly on Friday was even worse.
Yeah, that
sucked buttermilk.
Because again, Merrill Kelly only gives up 1 run in a start. Like, he continues to do this. I'll just keep banging this drum. He has given up more than 2 runs in a start once all season. Now, it was a horrible start against the Yankees, but that was now a month ago that he had that horrible start. And, his first game of the season gave up 1 run against the Cubs. Since the Yankees game, 2-1, 1-2, and 1. He's not giving up runs.
He's not giving up runs. Are you kidding me? Merrill Kelly right now. We're going to take Merrill Kelly and say Merrill Kelly is off to a good start.
Except he can't stay in the games. That's the problem.
But the cramping.
The cramping.
Not
negative.
again. I don't want to say that.
Okay.
Is it really cramping? I mean, is that what it is?
I don't know.
The cramping, is that it? Luke?
I look like a doctor.
Have you ever had anything like that?
No.
Have you
I have
ever
windshield
seen
issues,
anything?
not cramping issues.
Every time this happens, we talk about it. But I still don't know if I've got a satisfactory answer on Merrill Kelly and what the issue is.
I don't either. I'm trying to choose to look at the positive side that when he has been out there this season, he's been one of the better pitchers in all of baseball, except for the Yankees game. But it's hard to just be like, yeah, but sometimes he has to leave the game early. Like, okay. I mean, sometimes Justin Martinez wasn't available. Sometimes Merrill Kelly has to leave the game early, even though he's pitching great. Like, these are not just, hey, this guy's struggling. This is, and then your guys that are doing good can't play as much as they want to.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yes. I don't know what's going on. I do know this. 3-3 on the road trip right now. Would you take that? Does that sound good to you?
It doesn't sound good, but I'll take it. Those are good opponents.
I think right now it's about treading water for the Arizona Diamondbacks, isn't it? It is about treading water right now. They have not found their feet. And the problem right now is, and we saw this last year as well, but right now the injury bug is starting to rear its head with this team.
The morning show had Jason Stark on, and it's funny you say what you just did because I heard him say a version of it on their show of basically if you're the Diamondbacks right now, you're just trying to survive. Because it has been weird. You lose. Okay, we're gonna have 2 closers. Well, they're both hurt. Okay, well Zach Gallen's gonna be our ace. Well, he hasn't really pitched like Zach Gallen. Okay, well we went out and got Corbin Burns. Well, now he's hurt. Like, okay, well Merrill Kelly's at least pitching well. Yeah, but he can't finish. Go as deep into games as he wants to because he's got this cramping thing. Not to mention the fact you already navigated no Ketel Marte for a while. Like you have your normal injuries too. So I tend to agree with what Jason Stark said this morning and what you kind of said right there. Tread water, survive until things get normal, basically. That's really all you can do.
Yes. What is normal now? I mean, that is it. I don't know if we've seen normal. I don't think, that is the hope. Just be normal. Just look at your talent level that the Diamondbacks have right now and go out and play up to that talent level. Play up to what is normal. The problem is, I don't know if we'll ever see that. At least at this pace. At this rate, it doesn't feel that way.
And then when you get stretched as thin as they have been, then you become over-reliant on certain guys, right? Shelby Miller comes in to get the save yesterday. He has not given up a run. All of a sudden, he gives up a couple runs, and then you're going to extra innings. Here's Torey Lovello.
You're up by 2 runs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning, and you have your closer, one of your best relief pitchers in the game. You expect to win the game. So the wave of emotion from that result and giving up that lead was heartbreaking. But like I said, we did a good job of fighting together and going out there and making it happen.
Shelby Miller hadn't given up a run all season till there.
I know. You know what? Let's talk about Game 3 for a minute right now.
Okay, let's do it.
The biggest moment of the game. What do you think the biggest moment of the game? There were a lot of big moments in that game, and I know it's easy to look late in the extra innings, but for me right now, it was Randall Grichuk. He stepping up there, hit a ball into the gap, and Corbin Carroll, who was running on the play, of course, came in to score. Yes, the Predator came in to score base runnings in the top of the 9th, and that was an insurance run. How big was that insurance run in the top of the 9th? How big was that? To get that run with Shelby Miller trying to close was huge, and it would prove to be absolutely necessary
Yeah.
for them to ultimately win the game. And this is what I love about it, Basinonians. Before that 2-out double by Randall Grichuk, right? Before that, go back and look at it. Corbin Carroll beat out a double play that would have ended the inning. He beat it out, which gave Grichuk the opportunity to actually hit. And look what happened. It was because of that they actually were able to go into extra innings, and it wasn't a walk-off for the Phillies at that point in time.
Those are the moments with Corbin Carroll, and it's not like he's the only player in baseball.
That was my favorite moment in Game 3.
That doesn't surprise me.
What he did.
Well, they don't win if it doesn't happen. But there are those moments that Corbin Carroll has that don't necessarily show up in the box score, or maybe their full impact doesn't if you're just looking at the box score, but then they lead to game-changing scenarios or potentially wins like yesterday. All right, catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club this Wednesday as the Dbacks take on the first-place New York Mets. Snag lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting half to 620. 620, again, that's half to 620, 620 to secure your seats. When we come back, does the Brian Gregory hire make sense for the Phoenix Suns? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You want a checking account that help you manage your money better? Well, check out Chime.com. They offer fee-free cash withdrawals at over 50,000 ATMs. That's more than the top 3 national banks. One of my favorite features that Chime offers is paying an extra ATM fee. Just takes out, you take your money out, it's ridiculous. And that's why this is one of my favorite features Chime offers, because you shouldn't have to pay for your own money. Chime isn't like traditional banks. Chime's a fintech company with a sense of community, so they work with you. They also have fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit, and you can get an advance on your pay within 24 hours for free with their MyPay program. Just go to Chime.com to learn more. Move toward a better financial future with Chime. Open a Chime checking account in 2 minutes. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Banking services and debit card provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. MyPay line of credit provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. MyPay eligibility requirements apply. Not available in all states. Credit limits range from $20 to $500. $2 fee applies to get funds instantly. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs. Bank ranking and number of ATMs according to U.S. News & World Report 2023.
Dan Bickley with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, why should our listeners shop at Waltz?
Well, Dan, we're all about making it easy. No membership fees, no loyalty points. You get the best price every time. If you find a better price somewhere else, we'll match it and give you 30 days of price protection.
That's pretty sweet. No risk, just great deals. And don't forget, folks, drop my name. You'll get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature. And, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Phoenix Suns, I guess, have shaped their front office now. I guess we have direction.
We do have direction. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, direction is here.
So Brian Gregory is the GM, James Jones being reassigned within the front office, which certainly the second part, I think everybody kind of saw coming, whether we think it should have happened or not. I think especially after that press conference right at the end of the season where James Jones really didn't commit that he was going to be the GM, but did make it seem like he would be open to sticking around in a different role. So James Jones being reassigned isn't a surprise. Brian Gregory is not necessarily the name anybody was maybe originally anticipating as the GM. So I've heard a lot of reaction to this, Wolf. Most of it has been negative. Yours has not been negative.
You know, once again, we'll have to wait and see how all of this shakes out, Basinonians. But you know, it's to me an out-of-the-box hire, and the reason why I say that is because it's not the shiny object. It is not flashy by any stretch of the imagination. Bob Myers was really flashy. That was flashy. That was shiny. This is not. As a matter of fact, this is dull and domesticated for the most part when you stop and think about it. It feels that way. This is not everything that the Suns have been doing right now. And that's the reason why I like it.
Yeah, I the part that you said that I agree with is the wait and see. It doesn't have to be a shiny hire. It doesn't. Bob Myers would have been a shiny hire. I also think he would have been a really good hire, though, too. I mean, you can be both things, but there are certainly shiny hires that would have just been, hey, look at this name, but they couldn't get you out of the situation you're in. The reason I think you have to take the wait and see is because they're just so tied up in knots right now. So you're bringing in a guy, or I guess you're not bringing him in, he was kind of already here, but you're promoting a guy who doesn't really have any experience, and he's got to get you out of a situation that even the most experienced GM would have to really walk the tightrope to navigate. So I'm not saying Brian Gregory can't do it, and I'm not even saying like a bigger name would have been able to do it, because a lot of this is a situation NBA teams really haven't faced before, you know, trying to work your way out of the second apron because it's such a new thing. But they gave the new guy a very difficult task. Let's put it that way.
Well, listen, this is just me, and I could be dead wrong on this. This is just me reading the tea leaves right now, Luke. But, you know, to me, once again, I believe Matt Ishbia has made a lot of these decisions that we have seen. I'm talking about personnel decisions.
Yeah.
I think Matt Ishbia, unless I am totally wrong on this, based on earnings, I don't think I am. He's the one that has been calling the shots. And because of that, I see Brian Gregory as a guy that is going to be able to look him in the face and say, knock it off. You're wrong. We're not going to do this. Because he knows him so well and has been around him so long and is not only just a friend, but a guy that I think Matt Ishbia respects.
That's I mean, there's a lot of potential forks in the road here where this could go really badly or it could go really well. That's one of them, though, because I think a lot of people look and they say, okay, well, he's just going to be an extension of Matt Ishbia and he's going to do whatever Matt Ishbia wants. And that's possible.
That is possible.
But what you're saying is also possible as well, where it could be like you have friends that you're so close with that you don't care if they get in your face and you can get in their face and nobody's feelings get hurt.
That's right.
And you move on, and we're going to just have to wait and see if that's the case. Because if he just is an extension of Matt Ishbia, then you don't really have a GM. But if he's willing to disagree with Matt Ishbia, then you might be onto something.
Yeah, see, I mean, once again, this everybody needs that one person, at least one, in your life that will keep you accountable. Everybody needs that person. 1, 2, maybe more, 3, 4 guys who can walk up to you and say, you need to shut up and sit down. You know what I mean? I think we all, guys, I mean, back here, command and control. Would you agree with that statement?
For sure, yeah. I tell my friends to not be yes men.
Okay, well, not be yes men. There you go. Okay, good for you, Rick. All right? Somebody can walk up to you, though, and say, Rick, you need to shut it. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Jamal?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, my brother is the definition of that.
Oh, there you go. Right there. So we all have that. And I think everybody listening right now knows that one person who can walk up to you and basically, metaphorically, slap you in the face.
Yeah, and you got to.
And you're going to be okay.
You have to have the person.
You do.
To attain any level of consistent success in life or whatever, if you want to talk about as an NBA team or whatever, you have to be able to hear the dissenting opinions.
And I think Matt Ishbia knows that. And I think Matt Ishbia, I think he needs that and recognizes that. And that's why I know this looks like a yes-man hire. It is the epitome of a yes-man hire. Are you kidding me? I get that. Yet at the same time, that could actually work out very, very well. I like the fact that Brian Gregory knows the game from a coach's perspective. Okay, now I realize he wasn't an NBA coach. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. Yet at the same time, a coach is a coach. He knows the game from a coach's perspective, and I love that. And he knows culture and what culture is and how important it is, especially when you're talking about it at the college level. Because that's where you have to have. If you don't have a definitive culture at the college level, you're going to have a bunch of kids in the transfer portal.
Even if you
Wait
do.
a minute. Even if you do, you're going to have a bunch of kids
no way to
in
avoid
the
that
transfer
now.
portal.
Unless you're Kenny Dillingham.
That's about it. That's about it. Unless you have Sam Levitt who's sticking around and making sure everybody else does as well. This is Kevin O'Connor from the KOC show. Wolf, he's not speaking so highly of the Suns. I think a lot of people nationally are wondering what they're doing right now.
The Phoenix Suns, what a mess of a franchise this team is. Brian Gregory hired above James Jones now to run basketball or operations for the Phoenix Suns. Brian Gregory, assistant coach for the Michigan State Spartans back when Matt Ishbia was a player for the Spartans. And Tom, it is becoming a Michigan front office entirely with Matt Ishbia, of course, the owner, Josh Bartelstein from Michigan, Paul Rivers from Michigan, or Orlando Talaferro from Michigan. Some of those guys went to Michigan State with or after Matt Ishbia. He's just bringing in everybody. They're becoming the Michigan State Suns, the Phoenix Spartans, whatever you want to call them. That's what they're becoming. To me, this is a bad sign for Phoenix. It doesn't feel to me that Ishbia has totally learned some lessons with everything that's transpired in recent years. Gregory, there's not a lot out there about him with his years in the NBA. It feels like kind of just I trust this guy hire for Ishbia and not much else.
Yeah,
well, that
could be
very nice.
Yeah, once again, I'm willing to admit it, Basinonians, that it could be. But I do believe that Matt Ishbia is going to be involved in a lot of the decisions that are going to happen around here and continue to be involved in it. And by the way, we all were okay when it was Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, correct? Let's all look at each other right now and be accountable with ourselves.
I was okay when it was Durant. There's a lot of people, I'm sure, that are yelling at their radios that they were not okay that it was Durant, but that's mainly because they just were huge Mikal Bridges fans, which, I mean, again, he can be back in a year.
Okay, yeah. I would say the majority of people understood
especially
why
nationally.
The Phoenix Suns did it nationally.
Especially the
not
people
even
that
close.
are most critical of Ishbia right now. They were all over the KD trade for sure. My bigger hang-ups with this, and again, it's more of a wait-and-see thing, are not so much the fact that he's from Michigan State or any of that. And I don't really care. It's more just he doesn't have a ton of experience.
No.
And there's so much on the line this offseason. So, again, it's not that it can't work. It's just it feels like we've thrown another variable in there where there's
totally
so little
agree with you on that. It is. He's got to prove that he's capable of doing this. But once again, there's a silver lining as far as I see it.
All right, we come back over to football with the way the roster has been shaped this offseason, where the Cardinals may be able to swing for the fences a little bit more in the draft this year than typically. And if so, did that pay off? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Rip towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In-time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
D-backs welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Man, summer is coming right now. You do not want to move yourself during the summer. Trust me. Little tip from your Uncle Ron right there. You need Moving Team 6, whether it's a local move, just going to move, I don't know, somewhere out to Apache Junction, man. That's what you're going to do. Or maybe it's a long-distance move. You're going to move all the way across the country, whether it's your residence, whether it's commercial, it's your business. Listen, Moving Team 6, they're the professionals. They offer packing services as well. I love that, man. You think about this. Walk into your closet, look around. Wouldn't you love Moving Team 6 to come in and pack that up for you? Bada bing, bada boom. That's what they do. They're honest. They're trustworthy. And experience. What you need to do is go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian Rolls or dig into their new Big Belly Burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after a 500 road trip in New York and Philadelphia. The Dbacks host the New York Mets, who they took 2 of 3 from just last week. Corbin Burns is dealing with right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will get his first start of 2025. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Dbacks, they have announced their new City Connect uniforms. You can check out what those look like on Arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The conference semifinals are underway in the NBA playoffs. 2 games will go down tonight. The Boston Celtics host the New York Knicks, and the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Denver Nuggets. Tip-off for Celtics-Knicks is at 4, and tip-off for Thunder-Nuggets is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
I had a dream last night, we drove out to see Las Vegas.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks begin a very important homestand. We'll talk more about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Looking at NFL.com, Wolf, with a ranking. So they got around one of your pet peeves. It wasn't grades for all the rookie classes. They ranked all 32 of them.
All right, good.
Now, they did rank them based on the grades they gave them, but that's not the headline, okay? Also, the worst any team got was a C-. I mean, that's kind of like the worst you can give a team in a draft, right? That's the problem with grading a draft a week after it happens.
Yeah, once again, a C-. How do you know it's going to be a C-? How do you know it's going to be that? You have no idea. Nobody was looking at me. Nobody was saying, "Oh my goodness, this guy's gonna play 10 years." Of course, nobody gave me the opportunity to do that. Nobody looked at Vi Sikahima. Did you hear me, Vi? Nobody looked at you being drafted in the 10th round. Nobody looked at Lonnie Young being drafted in the 12th round. Lonnie Young. Go back and look. Pound for pound, the best football player and the hardest hitter I've ever played with. Lonnie Young. Nobody gave him a chance. He went on and had a great career in the NFL. You never know how a human being is going to adjust to the National Football League.
I thought you were going to say nobody looked at you and nobody looked at Vi Sikahima. And Vi Sikahima didn't look at you when you were tackling him on that kickoff return.
Yeah, right. Thank you. It was one time, Luke. One punt return, and I tackled my own guy, okay? I understand that. I wasn't trying to.
Anyway, this NFL.com piece ranks the draft classes 1 through 32. They have the Cardinals in the top 10. They have them at 10. The only other NFC West team they have in the top 10 is the Seahawks. They actually have Seattle at number 2 with as far as the best draft classes. They have the Patriots at number 1. They have the Seahawks at number 2 with an A. They have the Cardinals at number 10 with a B+. Again, it's not so much about the grades. It's just more some of the stuff they say about the drafts. And one of the things they said that stood out in here about the Cardinals, Monty Ossenfort took big swings on pedigreed talent early, and I'm here for it. That's the opening quote from the story. It kind of, when I read that line, Wolf, it made me think about something you said before the draft ever even happened. We've seen 2 years where Monty had to fill the cupboard, basically. They didn't have enough players his first year here. They were trying to overhaul everything. And so he traded and got more picks. And last year, they had a ton of picks. Well, one of the things you said going into the draft was this year, you can just be hyper-focused on making sure you land a couple of these picks. You don't really even have room for 8, 9, 10 draft picks. Just make sure the picks you have land. And we don't know that they have yet, but when I read that first line, it says Monty Ossenfort took big swings on pedigreed talent early. That's in line with what you maybe predicted.
Yeah. I don't know if I predicted it as guessed. Yeah, I think guess is what I would prefer, Luke. Thank you for that.
Logically theorized?
Yeah. The only thing that could be better than this year's draft class is last year's draft class.
Everything I'm about to say about the Arizona Cardinals draft picks are predicated on, dependent upon, and with the assumption they will be available to play and will play at or above their talent level. Any and all proclamations made herein assume these rookies can play, which is profoundly false. Prove it, Rook.
Yes, prove it, Rook. Thank you, Rick, for that disclaimer right there. I just, honestly, every time we talk about the Arizona Cardinals draft class and the rookies coming up, we have to play the disclaimer. And there it is, Basinonians. The disclaimer. But last year, can I just tell you right now, Marvin Harrison Jr. was impressive to me. I know that he wasn't as impressive as we all thought he was going to be. My expectation was ridiculously high for Marvin Harrison Jr. Having said that, I think he had a very good rookie season, and I expect him to take off in year 2. Darius Robinson, just being healthy, I think is going to be an upgrade for Darius Robinson. We'll see how good he plays. Max Melton, Trey Benson, Tip Ryman, Isaiah Adams, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. This was a...
You smell something, Rabbit?
That's right, Rabbit.
Fear.
Yes. You know what? No, not from Taylor Demerson. He's not afraid when he plays. Watch him play. It's just, to me, last year's draft class was really, really good. And the year before that as well. You can see it. Hopefully, this year's draft class with Walter Nolan and Will Johnson at the top of it, I think they're going to have an impact big time.
Well, here's Dave Sears from Big Red Rage this past Thursday talking about those 2 picks in particular.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not rolling the dice on Walter's talent. I'm not sure where that assumption would come from, and Walter's tape is not a roll of the dice, so I don't really see it that way. I think there's probably a little bit of media misinformation about Walter the person. Sometimes that happens in the draft process, but we spent enough time with Walter to feel very comfortable with him, so it's not a roll of dice for us, And with Will, again, like, this is a guy that's a true junior. He was a 3-time All-American. He's got the Michigan record for pick sixes. He was defensive MVP of the national championship game. I mean, every time you turn on the tape, the guy's playing good ball. His father was a player at Michigan at DB. He's a well-regarded trainer in the Detroit area. So, like, this is about as clean a player as you can find in terms of his skill set and his production. There were some injuries with Will, but nothing we thought was that he couldn't overcome or we can't manage. So we were excited about Will being there for sure.
The Will Johnson one's the one that still stands out, Wolf. I mean, it's not... Look, if he has injury issues, they could still have a good draft class. Walter Nolan could pop as your first-round pick. You could have hit on maybe the 3rd one or the 4th round.
Birch.
Yeah, you could have hit on Birch. You could hit on Cody Simon. They could still have a successful draft. But if he is healthy, if Will Johnson's healthy, I mean, that's the early steal of the draft. Just because why was he there at 47? Here's more from Dave Sears specifically on when they thought maybe they'd be able to get Will Johnson at 47. Again, remember, a lot of mocks and a lot of just big boards had Will Johnson as a top 10, top 15 guy that might not even be there in the Cardinals' first-round pick, and they get him in the second round.
At pick 46. We never thought the guy was going to be there.
Really?
Never thought the guy was going to be there. So that was one of the ones where you heard Monty talk a lot post-draft about sticking to your board. That's a clear case of that. Will was obviously the best player that we had on the board at that time. We never thought Will would be there at that point, and so you stay with your board and you take the prospect.
Yeah, I'm with Dave Sears on this one right here. I mean, yeah, you never know. There he was, Will Johnson. Oh my goodness, he was so high on our board, and Walter Nolan, of course, and Jordan Birch is the guy that I can't get out of my head. But even as I look at these rookies, and I am sure these guys are going to be contributors.
Every one of these players have not played it down in the National Football League. Some might go on to greatness, some might be Pro Bowlers, some may even have a Boston Canton if we don't nuke ourselves into oblivion. Others may never smell the field and the power thereof and end up sucking buttermilk through a straw.
You never know with rookies, Basinonians, and that's why we played not one but two disclaimers, as a matter of fact, on the Wolf and Luke show today. Not one, but two.
Show's mostly disclaimers at this point. Here's Jonathan Gannon on the Shine on Sports show last Wednesday talking about the Will Johnson pick.
So when he was sitting there, right, Adam, I'm like, dude, am I missing something? Like, this is the best corner in the draft. Like, what are we talking about? Like, and there was a group of players that we liked right where when we were picking, and that was kind of a no-brainer too. Where like we think this guy's a starting corner, and just the person is phenomenal, his intangibles. He's very intelligent, and he really is a scheme fit for us too. So it was like, dude, like let's take that guy. You know what I mean? So when we picked him, it was like, holy cow, man.
Yeah, the rookies have to play. You can't assume because they're good in college they're going to be good in the NFL. You can't. It's a non sequitur, a logical fallacy. You got to prove it to me, Rook. Having said that, I really like the top end, especially of this draft.
You just disclaim the disclaimer at the
Just saying.
All right, we come back over to baseball. Ryan Nelson is starting for the Dbacks tonight. So what does that mean? We're going to ask Dbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Good snap, no pressure. Line drive kick. Sikahema will return it from the 47-yard line. Comes right. And his own man knocked him down. Wolfley, the captain of the special team, took him down. A 46-yard punt. Wolfley nailed it. The best tackle of his career.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'll never root against the Suns, and I'll never want to see it not do well. This feels like Herm Edwards and Ray Anderson all over again. This feels like organizational advocacy, Josh Burns and AJ Hinch all over again. It's not just the Michigan State thing, but that resume, I just don't know.
There's not enough front office experience for you.
Nothing there that says, hey, let's make him the general manager. He should totally be a GM.
One year being the vice president of player programming, scouting, in charge of that type of stuff.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, DISC. That's right, Basinonians, the spine surgeons, Dr. Chris, as a matter of fact, at DISC. They have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation to you. If you're battling any type of spine, neck, or back issue, you need to go see Desert Institute for Spine Care. The DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to you and active lifestyles to provide long-term relief. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients suffering from back and neck pain. It's time for you to get back to living, right? Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com. That's sciatica.com, or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is long gone to left field.
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, Dbacks starting a 3-game series with the New York Mets tonight at Chase Field. 6:40 first pitch. Ryan Nelson on the mound for Arizona against Griffin Canning of the New York Mets. And then they're done with the Mets by Wednesday, well, for the entire season. Unless they
Incredible.
Make the playoffs. Yeah. All right, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line is Jody Jackson to kick this series off, or to lead this series off, since it's not football. Jody, what's going on?
Just recovering a little bit. You know, I didn't even play any baseball, but I am exhausted from that trip. It was exhausting just watching them trying to survive out there. And, you know, I know there's a lot of concerns right now, but, you know, when you look at it 3-3 against these two teams, you know, when we went into Citi Field, the Mets had only lost one game there. They were like 12-1. And they were rolling. Now the Dbacks have kind of spun them around. They lost 2 one-run games yesterday to St. Louis in a doubleheader. So, and then the Phillies are the Phillies. We saw it yesterday. They are relentless, and they're a really good team. So 3-3 for me, where this team is at with some injuries. It could have been a lot worse. And that's not that I think the Diamondbacks have a great team also, but you know, they were not easy conditions at times, and a lot of flux, a lot of moving parts with the arms in particular. But I think yesterday was a win that really showed the grit. If you that's the word that comes to mind for me, was a little bit gritty there in that 10th inning.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Jody. You know, the boys behind the glass. Rick, of course, and Jamal, our producers, They came up with this question.
Oh, boy,
It wasn't me, Jody. It was not. It was the boys behind the glass.
The
They came up
disclaimer
with
on this,
That's
huh?
right. That's
No way.
right, Jody.
I don't know what the question is, but
What are
there's no
you
way
more
that's true.
concerned with, the bullpen or the rotation?
Yeah, it's tough. Man, I mean, the bullpen, I would say the bullpen, just because you still have your starters there. I think the night that Merrill came out, it felt really awful because it was a direct link to, it was 2-1 and then it was 3-2. And the other times that Merrill's come out of games, it didn't feel like that. But I'm hoping that, if you think about it with Merrill, it has happened a lot, but if this can happen only maybe once the rest of the year, or, if it can just not happen as often as we've seen it recently, I think that, it's the bullpen for me, because you've got your two main guys that you expected to close games on the IL. And you don't really know. Now with Justin, hopefully he's back sooner than later. With AJ Puck, we don't know, right? We don't know how long that's going to take, but it's going to be a little while. So I just think it's hard to shuffle those arms. Thank goodness for, Jalen Beeks yesterday being ready to be in that situation. Shelby Miller's been so good, but everybody has an outing where, I think those, his location wasn't as good. I know he came into the dugout. I was kind of like, you imagine me peeking in the dugout yesterday during that 9th and 10th inning. I mean, it was kind of wild, to be honest with you, what was going on. And I just looked over, and Brian Kaplan went over. They were going over a couple things, but Kevin Ginkel had a kind of wild outing the day before. A lot of pitches thrown. It's tough when you're facing these tough lineups and you're in these situations. It is not easy to be a relief pitcher. And so I just think they'll, and then yesterday when you saw the game, you hoped that you wouldn't be in that tight of a game. You hoped you could save some arms. So they're going to go into this Mets series with a little bit less fresh of a bullpen than we thought they might have, like yesterday at, 3 p.m. versus yesterday at 5 p.m. or whatever time the game was over, Eastern time. So, yeah, I mean, I think they have guys that are very capable in there. But I have a feeling they're going to be looking for, you're always looking for bullpen arms. That's going to be the case continued now. And I think that we're all in that same boat, hoping that Justin Martinez is only going to be out for a short time.
Well, and their last day off was last Monday, and their next day off isn't until next Thursday. So not exactly conducive to getting the bullpen any rest. Jody, Ryan Nelson is going to get the start for the Dbacks tonight, his first start since early September of last season. Doesn't sound like any serious restrictions on him. I think they said 80 to 85 pitches, probably in that range. So what are you expecting from Ryan tonight?
Yeah, I expect Ryan to be that guy that he's been for the Diamondbacks, and he's been a little more inconsistent this year than what we saw last year in that pretty dominant run. I mean, if you think, we all remember how dominant he was. And just staying on the attack. And I think that he will be able to go, I think they said 80 to 85. And, this is why he's here, right? This is why they kept him lengthened out in case there was a bit of an injury. And with Corbin Burns, I think everything's pointing toward that he's going to just miss this one start and be able to go on Saturday against the Dodgers. And I believe that, because this training staff has been pretty conservative when they're having these talks and, okay, the shoulder, there was obviously something going on with the shoulder, and they feel that giving him just this one start missed, a little bit of rest, that he'll be in good shape. So this is why Ryan Nelson is so valuable to this club. And, I think he's going to go out there and be himself. That fastball can be electric. We've seen it. The cutter, we've seen him, landing secondary stuff. He's a very effective pitcher. And I think the Mets are coming in reeling as much as the D-backs are tired. I think the Mets are reeling a little bit more because they lost twice yesterday.
Jody, when you look at Ketel Marte, talk a little bit about what you're seeing 2 games in.
Yeah, I mean, with Ketel, and I know basically what was set up in his return was playing 2 out of the 3. And he did that. And I think, the first thing we saw was him getting right after it with a hit in his first at bat. And I think it just takes some time to get into a groove, though. I mean, he was hilarious. When we walked into the clubhouse in Philadelphia, he said, I called Torrey. I told him, this is like he just got off the field, in extended, or in the ACL games, I should say, not extended. These are actual games. He's facing regular pitching. And he's like, I hit 2 homers and I hit 1 off the wall. I'm ready to go. I can't get any better than I am right now. So, his confidence is really high. And I just think that, it's really a small sample over the weekend, just him getting back into action. And he's the guy in that lineup that you always know that he's going to be an MVP candidate, a guy that can take the ball out of the ballpark on any given pitch. I think he'll continue to just do what we've always known him to do. Got to be selective, of course, on the pitches. Got to be able to drive the pitches. All of these guys, when this offense is going well, these guys are not chasing bad pitches. That's why we saw what we saw yesterday. Really good at bats, and they had really good at bats really against Luzardo and against Senga, and I could go on and on. I mean, the offense has shown that, and I think Ketel Marte just being part of that, I think we'll see him get into more of a groove on this homestand. So, I mean, it's just great to have him back. Everybody, I was talking to Corbin Carroll the other day, and that was kind of the first thing he said. We have Marte back today. So it just gives everybody that much more confidence in this offense.
Well, Jody, we appreciate the time. As always, we'll talk to you again
Jody.
Thursday going into that Dodgers series.
Sounds good. Talk to you then.
That's Jody Jackson right there joining us on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of Dbacks Mets tonight. This is game 35 of the season. I still do put a little extra weight on these games against New York and even Philly, Wolf, just because these are teams you're probably going to be competing with for a playoff spot one way or another towards the end of the season. I know people are down right now with the D-backs being 18-16 and struggling a little bit lately with the injuries and everything, but I still think they're going to get this right and be in the playoff race at the end of the season.
I agree 100%.
And then if you win these series against the Mets, that's going to come in handy at that point if you are able to do that. When we come back, how much is last night's Warriors-Rockets Game 7 going to impact the Suns' summer? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what's here? Cinco de Mayo, like right now, today. Twin Peaks is celebrating big this year with sweet deals all day. So get to Twin Peaks, and while you're there, you can get the great scenery that they're known for, wall-to-wall TVs to watch all the sports going on right now as well. And there are a lot of sports going on right now. Baseball is here. Games every day right now. Big one between Arizona and New York tonight. We are closing in on a champion in basketball. We're down to 8 teams. We're closing in on a champion in hockey. We're now down to 8 teams. Plus, Twin Peaks has an entire menu made for MVPs. Wings, steaks, burgers, flatbreads, tacos, spicy meatball parmesan sandwich, soups and salads. If you're looking for an appetizer, they got chips and queso with brisket, chili, whatever you need. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now. So anywhere you go in the Valley, for the most part, they got you pretty much covered everywhere, which is great because this is the time of year to be checking in, getting some good food, watching some good sports. So you never have to settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 Gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
New Harley-Davidson motorcycle starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Right out today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Over 300 bikes in stock and the largest inventory in Arizona at Desert Wind Harley. Get on a new Harley today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. We can help. Visit desertwindharley.com.
Payments based on Meister models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after a 500 road trip in New York and Philadelphia. The Dbacks host the New York Mets, who they took 2 of 3 from just last week. Corbin Burns is dealing with right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will get his first start of 2025. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Dbacks, they have announced their new City Connect uniforms. You can check out what those look like on arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The conference semifinals are underway in the NBA playoffs. 2 game ones will go down tonight. The Boston Celtics host the New York Knicks, and the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Denver Nuggets. Tip-off for Celtics-Knicks is at 4, and tip-off for Thunder-Nuggets is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona, and with summer around the corner, you could be swimming in 60 days or less and add major value to your home. PresidentialPools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Arizona Sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an S here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to Jody Jackson for joining us there. Bobby Marks is going to join us in the 12 o'clock hour. Wolf, Bobby Marks, always a great guest to have on, but especially heading into this summer with the Phoenix Suns. We try and make sense of what is next for the Suns. It's possible what happened last night in that Rockets-Warriors Game 7 will have an impact on what happens next for the Phoenix Suns. First of all, it ended up being a really good series.
Yeah.
Kind of felt like Golden State might pull away in the second half last night, and they ultimately did. They end up winning by 14, but who cares? It was a Game 7. And you said this before the show, Wolf, and I think anybody watching would have agreed. Boy, it looked like Houston could just use one more all-time great scorer, didn't it?
Yeah, it did look like that, honestly. You know, when you think about it, if the Rockets would have averaged the amount that they did in this series, which was 104 points per game, 104 points. That's what the Rockets averaged in this series, the 7 games that they played. That would have made them 30th in the association. That would have put that. That's, you know, once again, you need scoring. That's what you need. And, you know, that was clear to all that were watching on this one. And if you wanted to see the Rockets lose because they struggled to score points and didn't have a bona fide closer, you got your wish.
Yeah, look, I mean, we don't have to rehash all this. I have my, not hesitations, but just let's make sure we do this right. I don't think you automatically get better by trading away Kevin Durant. You got to get something good in return. So I wouldn't just be like, got to get him out of here. But it sort of seems that's where everybody is, including KD. So if they're going to trade KD, man, the Rockets make a lot of sense as far as the team that could actually give you something back. I don't want a bunch of first-round picks that are going to be pick 27 in the draft. I won't get any players for that. The Rockets have good young players, and they have the Suns' old picks, which unfortunately are going to be a lot better than pick 27 or whatever. But Matt Thomas, the Rockets broadcaster, was on with Bickley and Murata this morning, and they asked him the logical question, right? Houston's out. They obviously could have used another scorer. Hey, Kevin Durant. This is what he said.
The reality is they're going to kick the tires. They're going to kick the tires. They're going to see if Devin Booker probably – and again, I don't want to talk out of turn here, but, I mean, I know that the Suns have said that they're going to build around Devin Booker, but they'll kick. Only thing Rafael Stone, the general manager, told me is he's going to listen to everything. And so you guys know around the NBA there are a lot of impactful players that may be available this offseason. The Rockets have – lots of draft capital, including 2 Suns picks. Thank you very much for that. And the reality is it's a really good team that might need an alpha dog. And look, Amen Thompson was brilliant last night, but Amen's not going to be ever considered, I think, a main go-to scorer in the association. And so the question is going to be, do you take this young basketball team and say, all right, we went through our first playoff experience and had a good time, and we're going to grow from it? Or do you go, you know what? We've got Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green and Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, and these are all nice pieces with Jabari Smith, but we need that wake up in the morning that scores 25-point guy. And the reality is, I think they'll listen to anybody that wants to call them.
What do you make of that, Luke?
I just, there's on paper, not, there probably isn't 2 teams where it just makes more sense. If the Suns really feel like they need to move KD and get pieces and get, okay, well, Houston's the team. Houston needs specifically Kevin Durant. Like, if you went out there and designed what Houston needs, they've got this really, legitimately good young team, 52 wins this season. I don't see a team that's going to get over the top without adding a legitimate bona fide veteran scorer anytime soon. They're just not. They're not going to get past, even if they had gotten past Golden State, even if a year from now they get past Golden State, they're not getting past Oklahoma City or maybe even San Antonio at that point. They need to add someone. It's crazy that Kevin Durant is available when they need to add somebody like that. I don't know how you're not. Houston can play coy like they're the ones maybe we take KD. I don't know. They should be calling the Suns every hour.
No, I'm with you on that one. If you wanted to see it, Basinonians, if you wanted to see the Rockets lose because they struggled to score points, this was the definition of it right here. Ejected, unceremoniously, I might add, in the first round of the playoffs because they couldn't ultimately score enough points. I just don't think Amen Thompson will be included in any deal.
No.
He had a great, honestly, right now, this kid is so good. Impacts the game on both ends of the floor. It doesn't always show up in the box score.
I've come around on this a little bit in the sense that originally I didn't think that Houston would be willing to trade any of their legitimately good young players. Not like, hey, this guy's a project. Maybe we'll give you Tari Eason for Kevin Durant. Thanks, but no thanks. But now, as you get to this point, we've seen teams that are really good, young, fun teams like the Rockets, but they never really get over the top. We've seen these teams in the NBA over the last 10, 20 years, however long you've been watching basketball. I do wonder if they might be more open to trading a Jabari Smith or a Jalen Green or whoever. And Matt Thomas, who I just played the cut from there with Bickley and Murata, did go on to say this, that what you just said. Amen Thompson's the only guy they're not moving?
Amen Thompson's off the table. Amen Thompson is a terrific defensive player. Can hit. His shot has gotten better. It's not going to be anything in terms of a deep perimeter guy, but he hustles, he blocks shots, he plays 4 different positions. One night, guys, he'll be the starting power forward. The next night, he'll be the starting point guard. He can guard anybody on the floor. Steph Curry was harassed over and over and over again. And Curry was good last night, but he didn't have a great series overall. A lot of that is because of Amen Thompson. Now, I guess if you're a basketball junkie and you say, is anybody untouchable? The answer really is no. But if you were to say, I'm going to hold on to one player significantly tighter than anybody else, it would be Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's truly amazing, Basin. I mean, stop and think about what he just said. Because Amen Thompson was averaging like 15 points. Off the top of my head, 15 points a game. It wasn't like he was averaging 25 points a game. He was averaging 15 points a game off the top of my head right now. Yet it speaks to the talent that he is as a two-way guy and the player that he is and the man, the young guy that he is as well.
The beauty of a potential Suns-Rockets trade is they don't have to trade Amen Thompson. They can draw the line in the sand with him and probably even another guy, and they can still go out and get Kevin Durant, which is crazy. Okay, yeah, we have Amen Thompson, and we don't want to trade Şengün either. Okay, but we can add Kevin Durant to this core, and the Suns could still get something legitimately usable. Like you could start to rebuild around Devin Booker with the pieces you get back from Houston if these teams could actually find a way to meet in the middle. Matt Thomas, though, he did add this at the end.
I think it's a cautionary tale for everybody in the association. I mean, first of all, you're in cap hell. You've got no draft capital. Who wants that? And the Rockets are going to have some cap issues. Obviously, if they bring back Fred VanVleet at the dollar amount he has for next year, I don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll try to work out something to keep him here at a lower value. They just signed Alpern and Jalen to new contracts, but they were friendly contracts, not only to not break the bank, but ultimately if they were to move from them. The Rockets have, think about it. Amen Thompson draft, Jabari Smith draft, Jalen Green draft, Alperen Şengün draft. And I'm not a huge, super big let's build to the draft guy, especially because the world of the NBA is about getting the big free agent stars. But look where some of these teams are. Milwaukee's in a cap mess. Phoenix in a cap mess. It's been fun not having to worry about whether or not one move is either all in or you're screwed for the next 4 or 5 years, because it has been a long time since Rockets basketball has been relevant in our community, and I kind of like it.
Giannis, you're going to stay right where you are, right? Yeah. I want to hear that.
That's the X factor in all this. If you're Houston, you're like, Giannis might be available.
No, he's not. You can knock it off.
Even if he isn't, they're going to try and use that as leverage, I'm sure. All right, treat mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the Diamondbacks take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. When we come back, Corbin Burnes was supposed to start tonight. Corbin Burnes doesn't ever miss starts, but he's not starting tonight. So how concerned should we be about that? It's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Maybe you're interested in wealth management that is designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio. I know we of the Wu Fang clan, we are definitely interested in that. And Trajan Wealth, they offer retirement income planning services that start with an in-depth understanding of your short and long-term goals. It's one of the reasons why I say, Basinonians, you got to call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. Preparing for the future means having a good plan and making smart investments. Trajan Wealth offers tactical investments that focus on long-term core capital preservation. That's what we're in for, and that's what you're in for if you invest with Trajan Wealth. Here it is, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Diamondbacks go back to purple with City Connect uniforms. ESPN's Matt Miller says the Cardinals taking Will Johnson was the second best pick of the entire draft, and the Dbacks squandered a big lead but rallied in extras against the Phillies. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi.
All right, Wolf, do you want the good news or do you want the bad news?
As always, give me the bad news first.
The bad news is Corbin Burns was supposed to start tonight and now isn't starting. Okay. It's not like breaking news. We know that. We knew that a couple days ago now, but this is not a guy that misses starts. The good news is you get to see Ryan Nelson start a game, which a lot of people seem to really want out of spring training. And his last outing went 4 innings, didn't give up any runs.
And you get purple uniforms on Friday.
You do. You get the new.
Oh, okay. Yeah. How nice is
these
that?
Are pretty
right
nice.
there.
I like these. The new uniform. They're up on our website right now.
So, just how concerned, I guess, are you right now when you hear that with Corbin Burns, of course, and knowing that the rotation now is starting to get nicked up?
Yeah. I mean, am I concerned specifically about Corbin Burns? What is it, shoulder inflammation? They're expecting him to miss 1 start. Okay, I'm not like super overly freaking out about that, but it's just like it's something else, right? It's another thing. Even if it ends up hopefully just being a little thing, the little things add up, and the D-backs have some things that aren't little things that are adding up right now too. So no, they don't need this right now.
Yeah, no, this is, again, it is a little thing. It's a little thing right now, but when you're 18 and 16, are there little things? You know what I mean? You want those little things to be right. And you were talking about this earlier. You were talking about normal. And wouldn't it be nice to actually see the Diamondbacks go out and play up to their ability level? That would be normal, to play to your ability level. I don't think we have seen that yet. I don't think we have seen this team get into a rhythm where they're playing up to their ability level. And again, I'm not asking them to go out there and play 90% of the time to their extreme. I'm not asking, just play up to your ability level. And I don't know if we've seen them consistently do that yet.
It doesn't feel like they've gotten into any sort of consistent rhythm, and some of it is injuries, and every team has injuries. I get that. Like, I can write off the Ketel Marte thing. Hey, that's an injury. It sucks. It happened to one of the best players in baseball, but you navigated that. I think we would all agree the D-backs, for the most part, navigated that pretty well. But it's when you have, okay, well, here's your closer. Yeah, he's hurt. Okay, well, here's your other yeah, he's hurt too. Okay, well, now you've got these issues in the starting rotation that are adding up, and it's Corbin Burns over the last 4 years, Wolf, has made 125 starts.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can juggle things around. We're talking about different teams. But for the most part, that was 125 starts out of 125 starting opportunities. The dude doesn't miss starts.
Yes, he's got his routine.
He does. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about what this does to the routine. And I'm not joking. Like this.
No.
This is
no,
not good.
He's got his routine.
So him missing a game, how do you not take a second and be like, wait, hold on. Corbin Burns is missing the game? Corbin Burns doesn't miss games.
Yeah. Inflammation in the shoulder. I did not like that either.
No,
the inflammation. You know, honestly, if you want to tell me soreness, he's a little sore. He's sore in the shoulder. Okay, I'll take that.
Well, hockey guy, just tell me upper body injury.
Yes, exactly. But the inflammation part of it right there, we don't need that. All right, that's too much detail right there. Can you just tell us his shoulder's a little sore?
He's a little off.
You know, he's a little sore right there. Well, of course, we all know why he's a little sore, because there's some inflammation.
You know, the follow-up question would be like, wait a minute, though, Tori, he hasn't missed a game in like 5 years. How sore is he? Oh, there's some inflammation. Oh.
Yeah, okay, great. Right. Well, at least the training staff will be able to take good care of him. That much we do know, and it's not going to be a big deal. Isn't that right? Corbin Burns. It's not going to be a big deal. Nothing to see here whatsoever.
You can't go through and start, the baseball universe can't go through and start picking out your closers and your main bullpen guys and then start going through your best pitchers. You can't do that. Now, when I say...
you know what, honestly, just blame Torrey. He named 2 closers. Not one. 2 closers.
Technically, I don't think he ever named any of them, did he?
Well, I thought they said we're going with 2 closers.
Well, I just think it was kind of implied.
Okay. Well, I think Mike Hazen may have actually done that.
They didn't say
so
names.
You know what? We can look at Mike Hazen.
Didn't say names, though. Didn't say names. Here's Torey Lovello after the game Friday, because there's another situation you have to monitor, and that's the Merrill Kelly situation.
That was the same situation that we've been dealing with. This right hamstring cramping. And he was doing all that he could on a night where we really were thinned out in the bullpen. He was looking like he was going to carry the load for us, but it ended abruptly there, and he's going to be fine. It's going to be a situation, you know, when it pops up, he's going to need a little bit of rest, but he'll be ready in 5 days.
This one, man, I get Base and Onions. I've talked about it every time that it's happened, every time that it has happened, which seems like a lot of times over the last year that it's happened with Merrill Kelly, where he's had cramping in his right hamstring. This one, I got to tell you, man, once again, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. Listen, I've talked about it. My brother Craig used to have full body cramps. He used to go into a full body cramp where his whole body would cramp up and lock down. But I've never seen something so consistent, especially with a pitcher, where it's his right hand that cramps up on him.
Yeah, and it's stuff like this that just makes it really difficult to get into any sort of routine. Like, I understand, or rhythm, however you want to put it. I know Justin Martinez is on the injured list now, but before he was on the injured list, it was like, man, you got this guy, he's not giving up any runs, and he throws over 100. but you can't use him half the time. You don't know when. You're not going to be able to use him. Like, wait, so is he on the team or what? And obviously, they did, I think, the right thing and put him on the injured list and kind of get that worked out. I don't think this is obviously a very different thing that Merrill's dealing with, and Merrill Kelly has dealt with this in the past, and he's been able to navigate it. But when you're just talking about, like, you can't get into any sort of rhythm, well, Friday's a perfect example. They're playing Philadelphia, and Merrill Kelly's not giving up anything. He's just not giving up any runs. He's just mowing down the Phillies lineup, but he has to leave the game early, not because he put a bunch of guys on base, because of the cramping. And the bullpen comes in, and the bullpen is very taxed at this point, and they promptly give up a couple runs, and that's it. And they lose 3-2. And it's just like, yeah, Merrill's supposed to be able to go on he's supposed to go Wednesday. We're out there against the Mets, and I'm sure he will. And, he'll probably be fine for the whole start, but it's just like you have that hanging over you now if you're Torey Lovello of like, how do I got to manage the bullpen going into those days? They are in a stretch here, Wolf, where they're playing 16 consecutive days, the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
So the bullpen's
That's
not
good
getting...
teams, too. There's the Rockies are in there, though, as well.
The Rockies are right after the break.
Okay. All right.
But, I mean, there's no break for this bullpen.
Yeah, it's a tough situation right now. What are your expectations for Ryan Nelson taking the ball tonight?
So what they said about 80 to 85 pitches. He's facing a good lineup. I hope he can give him 5 innings and 2 runs or less. That'd be great.
That'd be nice right there. No doubt about it. Some good news on a fill-in start by Ryan Nelson. That would be huge for this team.
Yeah.
I think right now, getting off to a good start in this series, I think is going to be kind of important right now for the team collectively overall. But once again, it's hard for me to really understand when you play on a daily basis. You play on a daily basis in the game of baseball. Just what are the ups and the downs? I've often wondered about this. The peaks and the valleys. You lose 2 games in a row in the National Football League, and you are in a valley. Some people would say you lose 1 game, you're in a valley.
Not a basin.
No, you're in a valley, no doubt. What are you going to do about it? But, man, baseball, you just get into ruts where 5 games. You lose 5 games in a row. Are you in a valley yet? No, not yet.
No, but I wouldn't make a habit out of it.
Just saying. It's a weird situation.
It is interesting because Torey talked before the start of the season about how there's kind of a point of no return where Ryan Nelson wouldn't be able to make starts. And I feel like we were right at the edge of that because he did throw 68 pitches in his last outing. So he's obviously fine to make a start. And he threw 54 the one before that. But I feel like the conversation was like, yeah, you get a month or, maybe 5-6 weeks in and the guy's a middle reliever and his appearances are 2 innings or whatever, then he's not going to be able to step in and start if somebody gets hurt. So he is, though, still in a position to step in and start. So we'll see that tonight. All right, we come back. Who would you rather have if the Arizona Cardinals go out and make one more big move? A big-name corner or a big-name receiver? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Ripped towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In-time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Dbacks welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. For a limited time only, and I've been telling you about this for the past couple of weeks right now, Santan Ford, Basinonians, they have employee pricing. Employee pricing going on right now. You're going to pay what they pay for a brand new Ford. That's right, saving you thousands of dollars. Plus at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing. That is a great rate right there. Or you could take up to $8,700 off a brand new 2025 Ford Escape, and Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes right now to choose from. The inventory that they have is full. Let's recap. Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. For America, from America. We'll see you at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com.
Hey there. I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Northern Arizona University is a school and experience like no other. It's an affordable, accessible education outfitted with high-quality programs and dedicated faculty. It's a community that's welcoming, caring, and thriving. As you enjoy the life of a lumberjack in Arizona's best college town, you'll make an impact every day on your community and your future. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/enroll.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after a 500 road trip in New York and Philadelphia. The D-backs host the New York Mets, who they took 2 of 3 from just last week. Corbin Burns is dealing with right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will get his first start of 2025. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the D-backs, they've announced their new City Connect uniforms. You can check out what those look like on arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The conference semifinals are underway in the NBA playoffs. 2 game ones will go down tonight. The Boston Celtics host the New York Knicks, and the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Denver Nuggets. Tip-off for Celtics-Knicks is at 4, and tip-off for Thunder-Nuggets is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and with the Rockets out of the NBA playoffs, just how hot are those Kevin Durant rumors now? A temperature check coming up on the Burns and Gambo show today at 2.
Wolf, you're going to love this because it lines up perfectly for a producer question. I know you love producer questions.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 2 stories on NFL.com. Okay. One of them is looking at the landing spots for Amari Cooper.
Okay.
They go through and they look for the best team fits for Amari Cooper, and they come up with 7 of them. Okay. And the Cardinals are one of them. They have the Cardinals as one of those 7 teams around the NFL.
Okay.
Then they also, a different story on NFL.com, they're looking for landing spots for Jalen Ramsey. Which teams would be the best fits to trade for the 7-time Pro Bowl corner, Jalen Ramsey, okay?
A guy that could be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. And they came up with just 5 teams for that scenario. The Cardinals are one of them. So they have the Cardinals on both of these lists. So I will ask you the producer question before we go any deeper, Wolf. If you could have one, but only one on this Cardinals team, would you want Amari Cooper or Jalen Ramsey?
Man, that really is good. You know, when you think about it, base earnings, I think there's more value with Jalen Ramsey.
I agree.
I think there is. Yet at the same time, from a scheme perspective and, of course, a depth chart perspective for the Arizona Cardinals, I think they're okay at corner. I think they could use a wide receiver, a veteran wide receiver more. And this is a conversation that we have been having for quite a while now in regard to the Arizona Cardinals. What would you want more, an interior offensive lineman or a wide receiver? Because that's where I think they have a need from a positional perspective. And at the same time, Jalen Ramsey is the better player.
Yeah, that's, you know what, you just said it perfectly, honestly. If you're telling me I'm starting a team or whatever, or I'm just I'm whatever team, just in a vacuum, hey, you can have Jalen Ramsey or Amari Cooper. Just the premium at the cornerback position and how Jalen Ramsey, how great he has been throughout his career and how much he still has some career ahead of him. So does Amari Cooper. But in a vacuum, I would say Jalen Ramsey for sure. But for the Cardinals specifically, like, you have addressed corner. You went out and drafted Will Johnson in the 2nd round. If he's healthy, by most accounts, you got the best corner in the draft. If he's not healthy, then yeah, you're kind of in trouble. I mean, you still have Max Melton and you still have Star Thomas and you still have Garrett Williams. And I wouldn't even say you're necessarily in trouble. I don't know. At a certain point, I think you trust the roster you've built. You don't need Jalen Ramsey as much as I think you need a good number 2.
Okay, that's good. Here's the one thing about it. I'm really big on the corners for the Arizona Cardinals right now. Garrett Williams in particular. Garrett Williams, I think, is going to be special base earnings. I do. He's got to prove it. You got to prove it, Garrett, like everything else. You got to go do that. Max Melton. What I saw from Max Melton last year, I am bullish on Max Melton going forward. Star Thomas and the competitor that he is. Now, all of a sudden, you go ahead and you create a pass rush. You want to see how much better your corners get when you create a pass rush in the National Football League? Watch it. It's a big deal. And this is what I think JG and Monty Ossenfort are trying to do. It's one of the reasons why there are 14 spots for a 4-man rush. Once again, 14 guys that could be used by the Arizona Cardinals for a 4-man rush. That is the goal of all of this, I think. At the end of the day, it's for Nick Rawlis not to have to scheme up pressure, but to be able to rush 4 and drop 7. And there are 13 or 14 legitimate guys who could be part of that 4-man rush. You want to see how much better your corners get, how much better your coverage gets downfield? Create havoc in terms of protection schemes for an offensive football team.
Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. If the Cardinals went out and got Jalen Ramsey, I wouldn't be upset. I mean, he's an upgrade over any of your young players, obviously. I get that. I just, in the context of this conversation, I still feel like they kind of need either a number 2 or a number 3 receiver. And I get it. You can get by with Trey McBride sort of being your number 2, and then you like Michael Wilson as your number 3. Yeah, and then, I don't think they are like in desperate need of anything. Maybe offensive line help, maybe. But I just think you need a receiver more than you need a corner. But if news broke tomorrow, hey, the Cardinals went out and swung a deal for Jalen Ramsey, nobody here is going to be upset that they got Jalen Ramsey if that was a real option.
How dare you?
Why would you do such a thing?
Yes, are you kidding me? Yeah, I just don't see that being the case right now. I think it's a situation where Amari Cooper, too, seems a lot more plausible.
Yeah, you don't have to give up anything for him. It's just free agent money. I doubt he's going to command that much. I mean, we're now into May, so you're not going to have to break the bank, I would assume, for any free agent at this point. Jalen Ramsey you'd have to trade for. But for Amari Cooper, what is he, 30? 31. He'll be 31 in a month. So, I mean, at the start of the season, we've seen receivers at age 31. Mike Evans, I think, was 31 last year, had a monster year. You can still get a lot out of Amari Cooper if you, as a team, believe that guy fits what you're trying to do.
Yeah, so much of it, too, it's so cool because offensively, the line of scrimmage allows your skill to do what it does. You've heard me talk about this often. It's really cool. You don't need the best offensive line in the league. You need an offensive line that is good enough to allow your skill to flash. Defensively, when you flip it over and you look at the pass rush as well, and the guys that are playing on the line of scrimmage, the same thing applies for the most part. Your defensive line, your pass rush has a massive impact on your coverage. Not only with your corners, not only with your safeties, but with your linebackers as well. The coverage overall, your team coverage, it's so predicated on how you play on the line of scrimmage. You're tackling as a team against the run. It's so important. The front seven actually shows up and plays physically and does a good job at the point of attack. It impacts everything else after that, literally. It's called the secondary for a reason, okay? It impacts it. And this is one of the things I love, the line of scrimmage, the line of scrimmage, the line of scrimmage. And we talk about the Arizona Cardinals and where they're going to be improved the most this year. I believe it's on the line of scrimmage, especially the defensive side of the ball. Now, they go ahead and make one more splash, too. They bring an interior offensive lineman in here. You tell me Will Hernandez is going to be okay. They signed one more guy and bring him in. The interior offensive lineman, one more guy they bring in. That's going to improve the line of scrimmage again to a point where I'm excited about their season because of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and that's definitely the side of it. You and I were going through this last week, and we were trying to build up the starting lineups for each side of the football. And it's like, I get you can look on the defense and you could say, okay, we just have questions about how all these guys fit together and how you basically have 14 guys that you can rotate through 4 spots, really, if you wanted to. But you've got the pieces there. You got to figure out how to make them fit. But you have the pieces.
The pieces fit.
Now I'm
interesting.
Tool without even
Maynard.
trying. But on the offensive side, when we were running through that, it's like, okay, I'm not sure if this guy can do it for a full season, and if he can't on the offensive line, well, I'm not sure who the backup is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure we have the backup that can protect Kyler for 17 games and get him into the playoffs. So I would agree, more questions on that side of the ball than anywhere else on the field. All right, we come back. NBA playoffs now down to 8 teams after the Warriors-Rockets Game 7 last night. Man, when you watch some of these games, how far away do you feel like the Phoenix Suns are? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. At Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone deserves a smile that they're proud of. Yeah, Dr. Joe, of course, he owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-On-4 dental implant treatment. Man, I've had the All-On-4. I've told you about it, Basinonians. I can tell you it's a game changer. Socially, it's a game changer. Professionally and personally as well, with transparent pricing and no hidden fees. They make it simple and cost-effective at Aria. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. 5 days, man. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the kids' adventure area featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature, and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. 2 more game ones we get to pick apart Tuesday morning starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We knew this was coming. You basically called for it.
I think you did. Do you know the pieces, Fed? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I unintentionally called for it. So is this what we're talking about? This is the song of the Cardinals defense in 2025?
Yeah, so all the pieces starting to come together, are they not? Nick Rollis.
All right, we're into the second round of the NBA playoffs, Wolf. And I know everybody loved the first round, and the first round was better than it typically is, just in terms of the actual games. They were a lot more physical. But there were still some pretty lopsided series, like Thunder Grizzlies. We already knew. We knew who was going to win after. We knew who was going to win going in. Celtics Magic, we knew who was going to win going in. The favorites won every series in the East and 2 of the 4 series in the West. And then even that, I think technically Golden State was a favorite, even though they were the 7th seed in Vegas. So the favorites won 7 of the 8 series.
It's so hard. Just stop and think about that for a minute. The fact that the Golden State Warriors were the 7th seed, and you're telling me they were favored over the Houston Rockets.
Pretty heavily favored, too, I think.
I mean, that is amazing, Jimmy Butler.
But people, I mean, you see Golden State, they flip the switch every year, it feels like. So,
yeah, but it was beyond that, Luke.
Yeah, but I think in Vegas, it was just like, hey, the Rockets, what did they win, 52 games? Yeah, they've been great all year. They're not beating Steph in the playoffs.
Man, Steph Curry, too. Did you see him last night?
Yeah.
He was out of his mind, man. There's
nobody healed, but
nobody healed. But he healed, setting NBA records, actually tying an NBA record for made threes in a Game 7. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
When you just think about that stat, that says something, doesn't it, about you as a person? When you tie a record, an NBA record, for made threes in a Game 7, that's a good record to hold, man. It says a lot about you as a person, I think.
Yeah. So now you've got these 8 teams left, and you tell me if you see an upset in any of these series, okay, Wolf? The Celtics and Knicks, Boston's the 2, New York's the 3. Cavs, Pacers, and I couldn't say this yesterday because we didn't have a show. I really think the Pacers could win that series, and now they've obviously won Game 1, so it doesn't seem nearly as bold. But that's a team that had the same record as Cleveland since the All-Star break and was 3-1 against Cleveland this season.
Yeah, I think that's going 7.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's going to be a great series.
And the Pacers are a fun team, as fun as the Pacers can be if you're a Suns fan. Thunder Nuggets over in the West, I mean, until you see the Thunder lose a game, it's hard to pick against them. But if a team was going to beat them, it would be a team that has Jokic.
Once again, you think of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Basinonians, and I know we all think of, boy, they get out and they run, they move, and they score points, and yet it's their defense. It is their defense, man, that I love them for, to have the talent that they have, and yet it's their defense that makes them says so much about them.
And then you got Minnesota and Golden State, the 6-7 matchup. Anthony Edwards, who's playing out of his mind in the playoffs against Steph and Jimmy Butler and the Warriors. To me, we've got 3 really, really good series, and I do think Celtics-Knicks could be entertaining as well. But, I mean, those other 3 could all be great. You never know. Like I said, with the Thunder series, am I going to sit here and talk myself into, hey, Denver, they got Jokic. Good luck stopping that guy in the playoffs. Or is Oklahoma City's going to win in 5? Like, you never know because they're so good. But I think we have the potential for at least 3, maybe 4 really good to great series in the second round.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. For me, once again, I am fascinated with the Golden State Warriors. I am fascinated with how they have totally changed who they are and how they play the game of basketball ever since Jimmy Butler has been brought on board. It's just verification, once again, that leadership does matter. It's not like Jimmy is bad in terms of his ability to go out and play basketball, ladies and gentlemen. It is exceptional. Jimmy Buckets, of course, right? Playoff Jimmy. It's real. I'm willing to acknowledge that. But more than anything else, it's the intangible that he brings to that team. And watching Steph Curry last night, it was so cool to see this. Not only Steph, of course, draining threes, driving to the bucket, taking it to the rack, right, scoring points that way, taking charges, standing in between Jimmy Butler and Fred VanVleet. When VanVleet, did you see that, pushed him in the back? Did you see who was standing in between as Jimmy Butler came over and got in the face, of course, of Fred VanVleet? There was Steph Curry standing in the middle of it, letting Jimmy say what he wanted to say, but Steph standing there. I thought that was so cool to see him do that, because he was just saying, Jimmy, his mere presence was saying, don't you do anything that is stupid.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Houston at that point, you want him to do something that's stupid. That's kind of your way back in.
Yes.
Here's Steve Kerr after the game.
We're excited. We're thrilled. I mean, when I think back to the trade deadline where we were as a team, I'm so proud of these guys for what they've accomplished to put us in a position, as Steph says, to play meaningful basketball and to give ourselves a chance. And this is all you want every year. Is, do you have a chance? And we've got a chance with this group. And they're an amazing group of men to coach and to be with and to collaborate with. And couldn't be more proud.
Wow. That is it, right? I mean, it just said it right there. Steve Kerr. How good does Steve Kerr look, by the way? Suddenly now coaching a team that plays the way they are playing. And Steve Kerr going back to the trade deadline. Oh, what happened? Well, it was Jimmy Butler, as we all know. And Steve Kerr is acknowledging that, the difference. It is going to be Exhibit A for me. It's going to be Exhibit A for me in what leadership can bring and what it can do to a basketball team, a football team, maybe even a baseball team, certainly a hockey club.
Yeah, and that's a team. Is it crazy to think they could win the whole thing? I mean, they're not my pick, but as far as teams that are left that could win the whole thing, I think you can make a pretty strong case for, I don't know, at least 4 of them, if not 5 or 6. And I also feel like you could make a case for any of them to win in this round. I think the Knicks are going to have a hard time with the Celtics, but I mean, it's not inconceivable that they could beat Boston. I don't know. The other part of this, though, Wolf, is you watch these now, and it's like, oh, this is great. Basketball is so fun. I love basketball. And then you think, man, the Suns are just nowhere near these 8 teams that are left right now.
Why? Why do you say that?
Why are they, or
Yes.
why do I say that?
Why do you say that? Why do you say the Suns are nowhere close to what we're seeing right now?
Well, for me, the reason my mind even goes there is because this is where I thought the Suns would get to at the start of the season.
Okay.
I thought we would see the Suns in the second round and probably have a pretty big challenge on their hands in the second round. And then from there, I could have seen it going either way because you don't know who they're playing, right, in the second round when you're thinking back in September or whatever. But now I look at these teams and it's like, man, they couldn't. No, they're not going to beat Oklahoma City. They're not going to beat Boston. They're not going to beat Denver. They're not going to beat Golden State. The way Golden State's set up, Minnesota. No, they're not beating them. It's Cleveland. No,
Okay.
and you realize like they've got. It's not just as simple as, hey, we're gonna buy out Bradley Beal and we'll be here next year. Like, no, you got to find ways to add guys this summer too. Everything we talk about and hear about is guys they're going to get rid of. How are you going to add guys?
That is a great point right there, Luke. You need to do this more often. Make the kind of point you just did right there by saying, oh my goodness, it's just not about adding guys, or getting rid of guys, as you said. It's about adding guys as well, guys that are physical. This is what I'm loving about this right now. We're seeing the physical postseason of the NBA. This is a mandate, right? We're all in agreement on this. This is a mandate from the league. This is how we're going to play playoff basketball. This is how we're going to play it. There's going to be a tempo and a physicality level that we will allow in the regular season, and then there's going to be a whole different tempo and physicality level that we're going to allow in the postseason. And now you're seeing teams that have players on their team who will embrace that kind of play. You're seeing them do well, and they will do well.
I don't hate it at all.
I love it. I love it.
Permit me to go
It's
with
the way it used to be, by the way.
Well, permit me to go with hockey here for a second. It's the way it is in hockey, where you have certain teams that are great regular season teams, but they just never get over in the playoffs because I don't want the game called so differently. It's a different sport, but the emphasis in hockey, and it seems to be this way in the first round of the NBA playoffs this year, the emphasis is on the players are going to decide this. You're not winning this because you tricked the official into getting to the free throw line. Let the players decide it, and if you can't handle that physicality, then you'll just be out.
I love that, Luke. Yep.
You'll just get weeded out. All right, we come back. We'll take you to the top stories of the day all in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is not an attack on Brian Gregory.
No.
Honestly, I know very little about Brian.
Most people don't know much about Brian.
Might turn out to be a real coup.
I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. Great basketball executives seem to materialize out of the ether, from Sam Presti to Usai Majiri. There's a whole bunch of them. And maybe this guy is going to surprise everybody, but I think it's real fair. In fact, I think it's more than fair. I think it's appropriate to be this level of critical of this move.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Oh, yeah, I know we were 7 years ago, and we had Presidential Pools come by and build us our pool. Go with the name that Arizona trusts the most, and that is Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, of course, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did at the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they are offering exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and our first responders and are supporting them. Ready to dive in? It's time for you to head on over to presidentialpools.com today and start your backyard transformation with our long-term partners. That's right, they've been with us for a long time, Basin Orleans. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan-favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, Waltz has been serving the Valley for 68 years. Why should our listeners come to you for their electronics and appliances?
Well, Dan, we've been around for so long because we're always evolving, just like the technology we sell. We offer great prices and unbeatable customer service.
I can attest to this. Waltz made it so easy to upgrade my viewing experience. Remember, drop my name for a free 3-year warranty or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after a 500 road trip in New York and Philadelphia. The Dbacks host the New York Mets, who they took 2 of 3 from just last week. Corbin Burns is dealing with right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will get his first start of 2025. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And speaking of the D-backs, they've announced their new City Connect uniforms. You can check out what those look like on arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight to face the New York Mets, and Corbin Burnes will not make his scheduled start due to right shoulder inflammation. Are you guys concerned about Corbin Burnes?
I mean, at a certain point, I'm just kind of concerned in general. Wolf, you said something earlier in the show that made me a lot more concerned than I was, where you're like, well, this takes him out of his routine. It's like, well, yeah, it kind of does. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to if he just makes his next scheduled start.
Right.
I guess, I mean, it's a little out of his routine, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, if he just goes out there and starts, what would that be, Saturday against the Dodgers of all teams? But he was pitching well. Like, yeah, we don't need any more injuries on this team.
Listen, Corbin Burnes does not miss a lot of starts, Basinonians. He does not.
Well, he missed one in 2020.
Right, exactly. This guy has been super, super healthy. And suddenly, Corbin Burnes comes here, and he's got some inflammation in his shoulder. I wish they would have said, his shoulder, he's a little sore. He's got a little soreness in his shoulder. That's all. I don't need the inflammation part of it added in there because it just sounds so much worse.
It does.
Having said that, I'm not concerned yet.
Okay, well, I feel better.
Ryan Nelson will start tonight's game in place of Corbin Burnes after beginning the season in the long relief role. Last season, he was arguably the best pitcher the Dbacks had down the stretch, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, Dbacks Ryan Nelson will make his first start of the season on Monday. Will he find a place in the pitching rotation? Yes or no?
No, I mean, I
No.
would say probably, ideally not. Nothing against Ryan Nelson, but I mean, you've got your 5 guys there for a while. So I'm honestly, he could go out there and throw like 7 no-hit innings. I still don't think he's going to have a spot in the rotation. So I'll say no.
The question is, though, is if he goes out there and dominates, Corbin Burnes is fine. Do you move Erod to the long relief role?
I don't think
Erod was
that.
pretty much, I mean, he was pitching up to what I thought was his ability level before this last start. He got blowed up. Okay, so to me, I'm not ready to move Erod out of the rotation right now.
I don't want to shake things up that much yet. No, I don't. I mean,
And you know what? You said 5 guys and made me hungry. 5 guys.
it's about
There's a ton of Mexican food in the back.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
a ton of
Oh,
food,
is there really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
But you're not gonna be able to get to it because every time I go back there, there's not enough time to get.
Yeah, like I would eat during the show.
That's true. It's unheard of.
Unless it's barbecue.
So just be aware of you and I are gonna be the 2 people looking around because look out there, everybody has Mexican food.
No, I saw it too.
There's
Oh my
plenty.
goodness.
Trust me, there's plenty. All right. 54% of the audience said yes. 46% said no, or the voters, whoever's
Almost
voting online.
50-50 for the most part.
Okay.
No concern.
I'm surprised that
Nobody being horrified or terrified.
I'm surprised it's that high that people think Ryan Nelson's going to end up in the rotation. That's okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I just
Okay,
had to
the
hit that.
horrified family.
Had to
is
hit that
it
real
right
quick.
there? Okay.
Terrifying sound.
All right. We had a Game 7 in the first round of the NBA playoffs last night. The 2-seed Houston Rockets were eliminated from the playoffs by the 7-seed Golden State Warriors. After watching that series, do you guys think Houston needs Kevin Durant?
Yeah, they do. Houston needs something, and we had the audio from their the broadcast that was on with Bickley and Brad this morning, and it's like he made a good point. Like if you're the Rockets, you look at the Suns, you're like, okay, I don't want to get all my money tied up though in 1 or 2 guys because then you kind of get stuck. And he likes the fact that the Rockets are relevant now and they're a dangerous team. All of that is true. If they don't make any moves, Houston, they will be a relevant, dangerous team. But they're never going to win a title the way they're currently constructed. They need one more. They need like an established scorer to put them over the top. And I think an established scorer might put them over the top, actually, too. Like that is a title contender if they add a guy like Kevin Durant or Giannis. So, yeah, I do think they need somebody.
Especially because their leadership is already there. And KD, I think, would be perfect for the Houston Rockets. I think he would put them over the top and be that closer that they so desperately are in need of.
If they got KD, you have to Houston, Oklahoma City, and San Antonio, assuming Wembanyama's healthy next year. That's like 3 teams. Good luck getting through those 3 teams in the West.
All right, we had a Game 7 in the first round of the NHL playoffs as well yesterday. The Winnipeg Jets beat the St. Louis Blues 4-3 in double overtime after Cole Perfetti, I think I said that right, tied the game with 3 seconds left in regulation. Here is Winnipeg coach Scott Arniel. Did I say that right, Luke?
Close enough.
Okay. After the game, talking about how great a game it was.
I've seen a lot of hockey games, been around a lot of hockey games. To be a part of that was one of the most exciting games I've been a part of. And it was thrilling. You know, we were extremely nervous to start the game, got down quickly, but just our resolve, just our ability to stay in it. Pretty much that's all I kept preaching, just hang in there, hang in there. We watched it last night with Colorado and Dallas, them staying in it, and it was stay into it and keep doing what we do, and we got stronger as the game went on. We got out of that first period, and then, you know what, after that, it was a battle, and, you know, to tie that game up at the end, that's you know, it was amazing, exciting.
Where does that game rank among all-time NHL classics?
If it ends with Winnipeg shipping their hockey team to Phoenix again like they did last time, it would be very high, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. I mean, to score in a Game 7, the tying goal with basically under 3 seconds to go and then win it in overtime, it's up there. St. Louis, Rick, you and I were talking before the show. I feel like St. Louis went into the hockey version of a prevent defense with 20 minutes left in regulation and then played it all through overtime, too. So it didn't really feel like they were going to win once it got to overtime because they never shot the puck. But the finish at regulation was insane.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think one of the best characteristics a team could possibly have when you're playing a team sport is to get stronger as the game unfolds. We've seen football teams do this from time to time. The Steelers, of course, of old, one of the best at it. I'm talking about when they were winning Super Bowl rings. The Steelers were very, very tough, but I think it's one of the best attributes a team sport could possibly have. You get better and stronger as the game goes along. And I thought that was on display last night with the Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah, Game 7, basketball or hockey, insane. Game 7 overtime in hockey is like, it's fun if your favorite team's not in it. If you don't have a rooting interest, it's just because it's, 1 second one team might win and then 2 seconds later their season's over. But if your favorite team's in it, it's just stressful. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half Day Club this Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the first-place New York Mets. Snag lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting HALF to 620-620. Again, that's HALF to 620-620 to secure your seats. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, Wolf, it's a question you ask often. Who is their closer? They've tried multiple options, and most of them have worked out this season, but then guys keep getting hurt. And where are they now heading into this Mets series? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, it's stressful to move yourself. It really is. I don't know if you've ever tried it before, but it can be a lot of work, and it can be also very stressful. Well, you know what? Moving Team 6, they want to remove the stress from the equation for you. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012. This is a family-owned and family-run business right here. This is a business that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And I know that because it is built on the backs of the Lee family. And one of the things I love about Moving Team 6, they use a military-like approach. They're professional. They're efficient. They're going to be on time and reliable. It's one of the reasons why they hire veterans. That's right. They proudly support and hire veterans. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen Report.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks begin a very important homestand. We'll talk more about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, Diamondbacks taking on the New York Mets tonight, starting the 3-game series. Ryan Nelson on the mound tonight, Zach Gallen tomorrow, Merrill Kelly on Wednesday. Wolf, we're going to be out there Wednesday.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, man.
Sports Half Day Club.
Half Day Club.
Yeah, and I got the Dodgers coming up after that.
Yeah, we're going to be hanging out a little bit after, too. That's going to be cool.
Yeah. So it'll be Ryan Nelson tonight for the Diamondbacks. Yesterday against Philadelphia, they're able to get the lead into the 9th inning, and look, we all know A.J. Puck injured. Now he's on the 60-day injured list. Justin Martinez, clearly something wasn't right, even though they weren't really able to find anything initially, like, oh, there's a problem here. But then you watch him pitch, and you're like, this doesn't look like Justin Martinez. So now he's on the injured list. Fortunately for the Diamondbacks, Shelby Miller has really emerged as one of the best relievers in baseball this year. Hadn't given up a run until yesterday, so go ahead and throw him in there in the closer role. Well, he gives up 2 runs in the 9th inning, and they end up winning because they get a couple runs in the 10th. Jalen Beeks is able to pick up the save, but we're kind of back where we were heading into Cactus League play. Wolf, who's the closer? Is it just Shelby Miller, I'm assuming? Gink's been giving up runs.
I know.
Un-Gink-like.
I know, man. There's no doubt about it. He does not look like Kevin Ginkel right now. He's not where he needs to be, and I would imagine at some point in time he's going to be fine. Talent, in the end, I think, wins out. Having said that, Shelby Miller would just say he was a surprise. Yeah, he was a surprise. The degree in which he went out and did his job, where he didn't give up an earned run. Well, that is done for the most part now, of course. Shelby Miller went out there, got the first 2 outs, struck the first 2 guys out, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be good.
And then all of a sudden gave up 3 consecutive hits, and it was on from that point going forward. But yeah, I'd give Shelby Miller another opportunity to do it.
It's going to dictate a lot of how this chunk of the season goes for the Diamondbacks, I think, how Shelby Miller responds. He's given up 2 earned runs all season. His ERA is a 1.23 right now. He's totally fine. Big deal. He gave up 2 runs yesterday, and you won the game. So really, those 2 runs, totally inconsequential. But is he now not the same because of that? You know what I mean? Does that change anything with him? I don't think it will. But he's also
the proverbial chip guy, don't you think?
He sure looks like it so far this season.
He's got the chip.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying on his shoulder, brothers. I think it's in his heart.
I tell you,
for the most part.
One of the best parts of the season is not only is he pitching like that, he came back here to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no way he could have had fun here the first time around, given what the Diamondbacks traded for him. I mean, this is old news at this point, but just the fact that he's back here having the season he's having, if he just brushes that off, I think he's your closer for the time being.
Yeah.
But, I said this earlier, and I'll say it again, Wolf, because I was looking at this just because it seemed kind of crazy. Their last day off was a week ago today, last Monday, and their next day off is a week from this Thursday.
Man,
16 straight games is a lot. And when your bullpen's taxed, it's really hard to get them right in the middle of a stretch like that.
And that is my biggest concern right now going forward. It really is not the rotation. And you could build a case, Basinonians, where, once again, it is. Well, Corbin Burns misses a start. Ryan Nelson is going to take the ball. And, hey, did you see Merrill Kelly with the cramping once again? It's back. I mean, I could understand where you could look at the rotation and you would start having question marks about that rotation and what is going on and the health of that rotation. Yet at the same time, for me, it's still the back end. And one plays off the other as well. The rotation and the strength of the rotation impacts the bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that, Luke?
No, absolutely.
Yes, and because of that, it just puts that much more emphasis on the bullpen. The bullpen is my concern right now for this team.
Oh, and okay, so now take that a step further. You got Ryan Nelson pitching tonight. Seems like he'll be able to go 80 to 85 pitches. That's almost as much as you would have a normal starting pitcher on, but there's a little bit of a limit there. He hasn't started a game yet this season, so you're going to have to go to the bullpen tonight. It's not like Ryan Nelson can go out there and give you a complete game. There's almost no way. So, and nobody does that in baseball anymore anyway. I get that, but I'm just like, it's going to be tough for him to even probably give you 6+ innings. You know that going in, so the bullpen's going to get used. Tomorrow's Zach Gallen. If he pitches to his ability, then you won't need the bullpen very much. If he struggles, you might need the bullpen early. And then Wednesday's Merrill, who you feel like, okay, Merrill Kelly, he's going to give us 6 innings and give up 1 run because that's what he does.
Yeah.
Unless he can't go the full 6 innings because of cramping. So the bullpen's probably going to get leaned on here again in the next few days, too.
That's what I'm thinking right now, and that's the reason why the bullpen is my biggest area of concern for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It is. It's kind of like we're looking at the rotation right now, and it's all like we're all Judge Schnells. Well, we're waiting, right? Right.
I don't remember him saying right.
You don't remember him saying that? Well, We're waiting.
I remember that part. I don't remember the right.
Okay, well, I know, but that was me. I threw that in there, and then I had to say right. But to me, we're looking at the rotation. Just okay, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, anytime we want to settle into it right now, and yet nicks and bruises and things happen, and suddenly you've got Corbin Burns missing a start.
Yeah.
And Merrill Kelly, look, it's my cramp. Ow, what is it? It puts that much more emphasis on the bullpen being good for the Diamondbacks. And right now, that's a question mark.
It would have been really nice to have Corbin Burns be able to give you 7 innings tonight, and the bullpen has to give you 2 innings depending on if you're up or down or whatever. You can choose who those guys are. Maybe it's one guy just gives you 2 innings, whatever. And then maybe Gallen can give you that tomorrow. And then, maybe Merrill, if he doesn't have to deal with cramps, he's going to go 6 or 7 innings. But instead...
It's just, again, stop and think about what you just said right there. The 3 guys you ripped off.
Yeah, you should be able to just cruise through the series. This should have been...
Is it too much to ask that you just go out and be the dude you are? No, it isn't.
It should have... The Mets should have been the team where it's like, I think this is the first time this would have happened all season. Maybe not. But the Mets should have been the team where it's like, oh, okay, we're getting the Diamondbacks. Who do we get? Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
Sorry, New York. That's just the way the rotation fell. And they do still get Gallen and Kelly, but Gallen hasn't been Gallen yet. And Kelly, I don't know how you plan for that. I mean, you basically have to have your bullpen ready to give you 4 innings on Wednesday, but they may only need to give you 1 inning because that's how good Merrill Kelly has been when he's been on the field, and you don't have Burns.
Here's the one thing about it, though. I really am interested to see Ryan Nelson and how he responds today, right? I mean, this is it. This is his spot start. This is it right here. He's going to get the ball, and there were a lot of people who believe Ryan Nelson might be part of the rotation to start the season, as a matter of fact. And now all of a sudden we see him here in this situation. He's going to take the ball and he's going to make his first spot start. How's it going to go for Ryan Nelson? Do you think he's going to be locked in? Do you think that intensity is going to be there for him? I think it's going to be off the hook.
Based on what we saw last year.
What kind of impact might that have on him?
Based on what we saw from him last year, when there was a stretch, there was probably about a month there where he was their best starting pitcher last year. Based on, I do think it helps that in his last outing in relief, he did end up going 4 shutout innings, actually against the Mets, I believe. So last week. So, I think he'll be locked in. Now, the Mets have a good lineup. He could be locked in and still give up 3 runs.
Correct.
Correct. I do wonder what his approach, if you're Ryan Nelson, you're approaching this like, I'm going to show you guys that I'm a starting pitcher. But again, he could give you 7 shutout innings if Corbin Burns is healthy on Saturday. Then Ryan Nelson's back out of the rotation. But I just think any chance you get to start, if you want to be a starter long term, show this team, show your teammates, show the front office. Yeah, remember what I did last year? And then you put me in middle relief, and that's fine. But then you called on me to start that game against the Mets on Cinco de Mayo, and I went out there and was dominant then too. I'm a starter,
especially against this team.
Yeah,
that would carry a lot of weight.
Yeah. Especially right now, too, when they need it. All right, we come back over to basketball. How is the Brian Gregory hire by the Suns being viewed nationally? We're going to ask ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He has to be somebody that can manage the players, the coaches, the owner, somebody that can have, set the narrative with the media, somebody can speak with the media, be a true leader. This is not fantasy basketball. It's not simple. This is a very hard job to do. The hardest job is being a coach, but being a general manager, with all the egos involved with players, with all the different coaches, you have to manage your assistant coaches, your head coach, everybody in the organization. You are the leader of that organization.
And again, you're tapping into my deepest, darkest fears because he doesn't have any experience doing that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after a 500 road trip in New York and Philadelphia. Dbacks host the New York Mets, who they took 2 of 3 from just last week. Corbin Burns is dealing with right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will get his first start of 2025. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the best in the valley for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best. Online at sciatica.com.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes.
With Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, kind of a big summer coming up here for the Phoenix Suns. So, Wolf, we have the perfect guy to talk to on the line right now on the Arizona Sports Line. ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks is joining us. Bobby, thank you for the time. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. We've upgraded here. I'm on video and not phone, and you can see me in person. How's that sound?
It looks
very
great, Bobby.
Yeah, I didn't realize this.
Very cool, man. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, since we got all this technology here, can you just go ahead and solve all the Suns' issues this summer? Is that possible? Can you just kind of snap your fingers and do that for us?
Well, I know. Yeah, I think it's why as you watch these playoffs, it is a little bit disheartening because there's a lot of work to do to get to where even some of these teams that lost in the first round, like the Clippers or Houston last night, of course, there's work to do. Certainly who they hired head coach will be probably one of the most important offseason decisions they have, that and what happens with Kevin Durant. But as I said, you got to get, you can't go over 3 as far as the last 3 off seasons, as far as with the head coach. And that's probably for the now, that and the draft are your 2 most important things.
So, Bobby, tell us your thoughts on Brian Gregory being hired as the GM of the Suns.
Yeah, listen, I think it kind of contradicts the owner coming on and saying that there's going to be big changes in the front office when you basically promote within. You certainly want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's not cut in, I guess, the NBA cookie cutter GM role of people who have worked in a front office and then kind of, have been there 5 or 6 years and worked their way up and maybe served an apprentice with a different organization. There is a familiarity for him being there because he was with this roster last year and he kind of knows the pulse, which is certainly a good thing. I just thought if you're really looking to change things up, sometimes a voice outside of within that organization, someone from the outside, maybe it would have a little bit of a better perspective on that, on the roster and what direction to go. But we'll wait and see what they're able to do as far as, certainly, as I said, with the head coach and who they hire, and then how the rest of this roster is shaping up. They did extremely well. I'll say, when you drafted certainly Ryan Dunn last year and Oso, as far as getting those 2 players, if you can get 2 players like that in this year's draft, that's certainly a coup. But Brian's got good people around him. Matty Tellum, who I worked with in Brooklyn for a long time, is really good at what he does. And as I said, there's kind of the jury will still be out as far as what they do this summer.
We're talking to Bobby Marks. Bobby, I think you hit on one of the 2 main concerns a lot of people have with the Brian Gregory hire, is just that it doesn't really, on the surface, signal a lot of big change. But the other one would be he's not experienced in this role before, and that's fine. It doesn't mean he's not going to be good at it, except they are in such a pivotal summer, and they've got so many fine lines. It feels like whoever the GM was is going to have to step in and walk the tightrope, and now they have a guy that's not super experienced. Do you think that's a concern as they head into this summer?
I think the concern with me is if the vision is from ownership or is the vision from Brian Gregory. I think that's the concern. Now, if you had hired somebody probably from the outside, there would have probably been sweeping changes to the front office and there would have been sweeping changes to the roster. I just get concerned that basically what the roster ended with is what you're going to see, minus, certainly maybe we see a Kevin Durant trade. And of course we're going to see, probably something with Bradley Beal perhaps here. I always thought, and this is, I've been out of the league for 10 years, but when you're not associated with a team, it gives you so much a better perspective on how that team from the outside, and you don't have the blinders on and stuff. But as I said, I think you give Brian the benefit of the doubt, and you give ownership the benefit of the doubt that this was the right decision for them. And the proof will be who they hire as the head coach and what they do with the roster.
Yeah, Bobby, I agree with you on that one right there. I also think, too, there can be some accountability there because of the familiarity that is there with Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia. Maybe Brian Gregory can walk up to him and call him a Vino Pettifog, and he won't be offended by that. In other words, he can say, this is what we've got to do, and maybe because of their relationship, Matt Ishbia is on board. Your thoughts on that, Bobby? Yeah, no.
Listen. There's a long relationship there, certainly with Brian being on Tom Izzo's staff at Michigan State, and certainly Matt playing there and winning a national championship. So there is a familiarity. I just think you have to. There's a positive with familiarity, but there's also you have to ask the hard questions, and you have to ask the hard questions and have ownership agree with you as far as what the decision you want to go, whether it be Kevin Durant or Devin Booker or Bradley Beal or his philosophy as far as who the next head coach. For me, I wouldn't go in nothing against Michael Malone or Taylor Jenkins. They've done that with Bud, and they did it with Frank Vogel. It's like you can go outside of an established head coach and find really good value, whether it be a young up and coming assistant coach. Utah did that and wound up getting Will Hardy, who's done a good job. And Brooklyn did it with Jordy Fernandez. There's good young coaches out there. And where this roster probably is going to be, where if you do move Durant and you're getting some young players and you're getting draft picks, it's probably not a win now roster where there's certainly going to be a heavy focus on the development part.
We're talking to Bobby Marks. Bobby, Wolf and I were talking earlier in the show, and we kind of stumbled on this, but it's like all the conversation is, do you trade KD, and how do you do that, and are you going to buy out Bradley Beal to get rid of him? But there's not a whole lot of talk about what they're actually going to bring in as far as players. Yeah. If you were the GM of this team, what type of players, or how would you go about bringing in players around Devin Booker?
I think there's a 3-pronged checklist as far as what you're looking for. I think the first is draft equity. You're not going to get what you gave up in the Brooklyn trade. You're not getting 4 or 5 first-round picks here. But there has to be some draft equity, whether it be from Houston or San Antonio. Those are for me, those would be the 2 teams that I would probably zero in on. And both, you guys know, Houston basically controls the Suns first in the next few years. The second is guys on controllable rookie contracts, guys that were drafted in the past in the first round. Houston checks the boxes with that. So does San Antonio when you look at Jabari Smith or Reed Shepherd. And then you have to look at, the philosophy that Matt Ishbia said on it is defensive-minded, tough-minded guys that fit the culture. Now, who is that? Is it Dylan Brooks? Is it Fred VanVleet? Is it, guys that maybe have shorter-term contracts but can kind of thread the needle right now? But I don't think you could be in a position where it's like, okay, we just want to go out and get 4 first-round picks. I think if you're going to keep Devin Booker on this roster, you do have to bring back kind of like an in-between package of picks, players, young players, and then players that can kind of help you win now.
I noticed when you said controllable rookie contracts, you did not say Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
You did not say that, Bobby.
I think the only way that he's in play was if Giannis ever became available. They're not trading him for Kevin Durant. I don't see that. I think if Houston would, if I don't want to speak for Rafael Stone in Houston, but I think if you were looking at a package, you would be looking at probably Jalen Green, or you need one of those big contracts, and then certainly the rookie scale guys, whether it be Smith or Eason or Reed Shepherd, guys like that.
Bobby, it's always great to talk to you, especially
right
now.
Really
Thank you, man.
Good seeing you guys on TV here.
This is awesome.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right,
Thank you, Bobby.
That's Bobby Marks joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, good to talk to and see Bobby right there, man. Every time we talk to him, it's like this is going to be an interesting summer for the Suns for sure. All right, we come back. How big of a jump can Marvin Harrison Jr. take in year 2 with the Cardinals? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Ripped towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In-time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Dbacks welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner.
No,
Stop. This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site 1 Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and with the Rockets out of the NBA playoffs, just how hot are those Kevin Durant rumors now? A temperature check coming up on the Bernsey and Gambo show today at 2.
Make my night up on a move. In the morning, get the news. She come home, I heard the zone. I step outside, I need my peace. Take one down.
We really got to get you on stage for one of these artists when
as
they come
long
to
as
town.
I could just do that part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just got to get somebody that's willing to have Wolf, local celebrity Wolf, step up there and just say,
Yeah.
Yeah. But they got to give you the lines first.
Well, you point to me.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like the triangle. Ding. Point to me and I'll hit the triangle.
Would you insist on playing the triangle too? You're
No.
like, I'll do this when I get to play the
I would
triangle.
not do that.
Okay,
No.
that's good. I knew this was a big story because you sent this last week, Wolf, and I'm guessing you got to talk about it a little bit on Friday when I wasn't here, but I still think it's worth getting into a little bit more because it's something that you have highlighted time and time again as maybe the defining question for the Cardinals season. In fact, when we did this last week, if you could ask any one question of the football universe, this was your question, right? How much of a jump will Marvin Harrison Jr. make in year 2? And you know, for the longest time last season, it was like, okay, Marv's supposed to be doing this. Oh, he's supposed to be doing that. He should already be the best receiver in the league. Okay, he's got 885 yards and 8 touchdowns, but it's not good enough. But is that fair that it's not good enough? How much better is he going to be next year? That's the way it was viewed. At some point this offseason, Wolf, to me it flipped to like, how about just he's a rookie going into year 2? Because a rookie going into year 2 for the Cardinals, that worked out for a few guys last season from the previous year. And we're expecting it for a few guys. Like I expect it from Max Melton, like you said earlier.
Yeah,
I expect Max Melton to take a step in year 2. Why wouldn't I expect Marvin Harrison to take some sort of step in year 2?
Yes, and not only that, too, it's really interesting because I know there have been some guys like JG that have made public statements about Marvin Harrison Jr. and the fact that he seems to be getting bigger and stronger this offseason right here. To me, why is that important, Babes and Onions? Why? When you think of Marvin Harrison Jr., bigger, stronger means a better possibility of catching contested balls. 50-50 balls, of course. We need Marvin Harrison Jr. to get better in terms of battling and catching balls that are contested. That's where I think he can take a big stride forward. But Babes and Onions, once again, it's not even about him just getting better from year 1 to year 2. Specifically, I would say it's about Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. getting better in terms of throwing the ball down the field. Period. You tell me that happens, that all of a sudden they throw that ball up on a 9 route down the field on a fade when you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh, he might be singled out. Safety in the middle of the field, but still, you can still get it in there most times. Will they be able to do that? The chemistry between Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr. That, to me, is going to be really, really fascinating. Because if they do improve that chemistry, that specific chemistry, it'll set off that chain reaction I keep talking about that will make them a playoff team, in my opinion.
Here's Jonathan Gannon on Shine on Sports last week talking about the potential jump for Marv in year 2.
When the staff's in place, the jump from year 1 to year 2, I think that's where guys make a huge jump. And this guy played unbelievable ball for us. But if you talk to him, he'd be the first to tell you, like, I need to get better at these couple things. And, man, he has went to work on them, Adam. He has went to work on them. And he looks awesome out there right now. I'm really excited to see where his game goes, because he came up to me. I normally meet with guys about their developmental plan when we're done with the year. And when I had my meeting with him, he came up to me and he handed me a piece of paper. It wasn't me handing him a piece of paper. And it was just like that. But we knew that. You know what I mean? Like the guy's a ready-made pro. He does all the right things. He was here the whole off season. He skipped out 1 week. He went and trained with a bunch of different receivers, but he was here the whole off season. I think he added a little bit of muscle mass. He looks a little bit bigger. All his numbers, his metrics are all better than when we got him. I'm not going to speak truth into the universe, but just wait until this guy plays this year.
There you go, right there. And it's not only his coach, it's been his teammates as well talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. and the fact that he's working really, really hard. But we all expected that. We knew that.
Yeah.
Based on his family, of course, his legacy, where he comes from. Yeah, we all expected him to do that. It's one of the reasons why he was taken number 4 overall. It was a combination of his talent, special talent, and his work ethic, those two things.
Yeah, I mean, the work ethic is unquestionable. We saw that out there at training camp last year before he ever even played an NFL game. You get there, and we're getting there early for the show, and we're like, okay, man, we're early. And then you see one guy out there warming up, and it's Marv. I mean, this is just – and that we'd heard that was him before we were there. We saw it with our own two eyes. Like, that's what Marv does. That's the way he's wired. I'm sure a lot of it is because of his dad and his family. If last season was the floor, 885 yards and 8 touchdowns, and then you figure he's going to put that work in, and now he knows specifically what he needs to work on, and just the comfort level of, life in the NFL probably wasn't as big of a slap in the face to him as it would be from just a random rookie because of who his dad is. But still, there's some comfort now going into year 2 off the field, I'm sure. There's going to be some sort of jump, all things being equal. As long as he's healthy, there should be some sort of jump. The question is just like how big of a jump. Is it going to be a jump where this offense is dangerous, or is it going to be a jump where, it's just better, but maybe they need to rely on their defense to win? Whatever it is, I think what Jonathan Gannon said there at the beginning, where there's consistency around him. For the most part, the offense is going to be the same. Drew Petzing is still there. Like, this isn't a young player that's getting a different offensive coordinator every year, or a different coach every year, or a different quarterback. They've kept a lot of things stable around him.
Even if it was a marginal improvement by Marvin Harrison Jr., stop and think about that. Even if it was just marginal, the improvement. 115 yards is all he needs to 1,000 to be a 1,000-yard receiver. And although with 17 games, I understand it doesn't have the same kind of import and impact that it once did, but it's still a very good mark to hit as a wide receiver. 2 more touchdowns, he's got 10 double-digit touchdowns.
Yeah.
Really, really good for a wide receiver.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if he goes up 115 yards and 2 touchdowns, he's a 1,000-yard, 10-touchdown guy.
That's what he is.
Yeah, this goes back to our earlier conversation when we've had a lot of this is why I would like another receiver on the team, because if Marv just takes that jump to 1,000 yards and 10 scores, and then you added a receiver. That's dangerous.
Here's the thing, though, Luke. When you're a defensive coordinator and you look at the Arizona Cardinals and you look at their offense, you're going to come into this game and you're going to say, you know who we got to stop? Trey McBride. we got to stop him from getting the ball. We've got to stop James Conner.
Yeah.
We've got to stop these guys before we're stopping Marvin Harrison Jr. That's the reason why I keep saying, can you imagine if the chemistry does improve between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr., where now all of a sudden, no, we've got to stop Marvin Harrison Jr. We got to stop this guy. Man, it's going to open up Trey McBride and James Conner. It will open up their ability to contribute as well, because a defensive coordinator is going to walk in and go, the number one thing we've got to stop is Marvin Harrison Jr. Man, if that happens, if it gets to that point, look out.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought of if he really takes a step forward, you might see it more in Trey McBride's stats than his. That's a scary thought.
Yes.
Because I at this point just assume Trey McBride's going to be one of the top 2 or 3 tight ends in the NFL in receiving yards, catches, maybe not touchdowns yet. Although, what if his touchdowns go up? What if Trey McBride has 5 touchdowns next year when that, for whatever reason, hasn't been a part of his stat package yet?
But think about it, Luke. When the schedule, of course, comes out and we know exactly when games are going to be played, it's going to be a situation where you're going to look at it and say, man, we're going to stop Trey McBride. Going into week 1, whoever they play, it's going to be Trey McBride.
Yeah.
You have to stop Trey McBride. This guy, are you kidding me? He's one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in all of football. You better stop him, or he's going to score twice or 3 times. Now, all of a sudden, you've got that kind of focus from a defensive coordinator, man. It opens up a lot of other things.
Well, Gannon was fired up on that Shine on Sports last week, huh? Because that was the same interview where he was talking about how incredible it was that Will Johnson was still there in the second round, which I agree with. But I mean, he was JG was fired up last week.
JG's always fired up.
He's been very fired up this offseason. Yeah. You all should have heard him when he came into one of his press conferences. He was just very, very excited to see everyone.
I know he was fired up about the Walter Nolan pick, too. So good.
The intensity level right now. This is what I love about this guy, man. Headbutt like intensity. Love that.
All right, we come back to basketball. ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks joined us earlier in the show to talk about the Suns hiring Brian Gregory as the manager and as the GM, rather, and what they need to do this offseason. We're going to react to what he told us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
And on gone!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's in the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. The white stuff keeps coming out of the house.
House is driving to you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, he's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long was she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live.
Air response.
No.
Okay. We gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Keep going, Dad. Oh my God. Please, guys, I'm gonna die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. And understanding that end goal is to serve whoever it may be. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and giving everything we got. And knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
You can hire somebody to load a truck. It's different to get a team of people that give you a great experience. And that's what I got with Moving Team 6. What's your message as the leader to your team when they go to a job site?
Hey, this is more than moving. You are here to serve somebody. You chose this job to serve somebody. Moving isn't easy, but it's sure darn rewarding when you leave and knowing that, hey, we gave everything we could to make that customer feel great today. That's kind of the goal that we have every single day that we walk into work.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after a 500 road trip in New York and Philadelphia. The Dbacks host the New York Mets, who they took 2 of 3 from just last week. Corbin Burns is dealing with right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will get his first start of 2025. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Dbacks, they've announced their new City Connect uniforms. Go check out what those look like on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. The conference semifinals are underway in the NBA playoffs. 2 Game 1s will go down tonight. The Boston Celtics host the New York Knicks, and the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Denver Nuggets. Tip-off for Celtics-Knicks is at 4, and tip-off for Thunder-Nuggets is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's somehow already 1 o'clock. Wolf.
Flying by, man. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, this show has flown by, at least for me. Bobby Marks was on with us about a half hour ago. It's always great to catch up with Bobby Marks, and he really is one of the best people to talk to right now if you follow the Suns, because there's just so much in flux for this team, and their hands are so tied in how they can change things. Like, it's not just a, hey, let's go to the offseason and let's add this and move this and do that. They first have to get themselves untied before they can do any of that stuff, and that's kind of right now. While these playoffs are going on, the Suns need to figure out ways to get their hands untied so they can even just make the moves they need to make this offseason.
Yes, and yet at the same time, do it quickly. Isn't that right, Matty-ish?
No pressure. So we asked Bobby Marks about the decision to hire Brian Gregory.
Yeah, listen, I think it kind of contradicts the owner coming on and saying that there's going to be big changes in the front office when you basically promote within. You certainly want to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's not cut in, I guess, the NBA cookie cutter GM role of people who have worked in a front office and then kind of, have been there 5 or 6 years and worked their way up and maybe served an apprentice with a different organization. There is a familiarity for him being there because he was with this roster last year and he kind of knows the pulse, which is certainly a good thing.
Yeah.
The first thing he said, Wolf, because they make this move where Brian Gregory is the GM, and there's a lot of potential ways it could go wrong. I get that. There's a lot of ways people look at it and they're like, okay, well, I don't like it because of this or that or whatever. I don't like it because he's Matt Ishbia's guy. There's all these different reasons. The two that stand out to me as potential concerns are, one, the experience factor, obviously, because this isn't like a quiet summer where it's like, hey, the last GM wasn't working out. You're going to be the GM. Don't got to do a whole lot. Just get ready for the draft this summer. We pretty much got our team. It's like, no, everything has to change. And then the other thing, and Bobby Marks had a hit on it right there at the beginning of his answer, there was talk about how much everything's going to change, and you promoted from within. So it's not that it can't work, but that's not really like a radical change. You moved a guy up that was here. So I don't know. Those are the two things I'm looking at. It's going to be tough for Brian Gregory because he's going to be scrutinized, and anything that goes wrong to a certain extent is going to be like, well, I didn't bring in this GM. They're probably not going to win a ton of games this year anyway, no matter who the GM is.
Yeah. What's so fascinating about this conversation? I really don't think ultimately it's going to be Matt Ishbia. I don't think Matt Ishbia is going to be the biggest problem for Brian Gregory going forward. I think Matt Ishbia, I think he likes the fact that he's got a relationship with Brian Gregory and respects the man for what he knows in his basketball knowledge and will yield to such a person as Brian Gregory. Now, based on these, Matt Ishbia might be listening to this and just be laughing and pounding the table. Wolfley's bought into that. Boy, did we sell him on that. We
got Wolf.
I believe smart people. Matt Ishbia is a smart person. He is a businessman. Okay? If, in fact, he made the decisions that I believe that he has made for this organization in the past, I believe it's part of the reason why the Phoenix Suns are sitting in this mess. It's just me, okay? Matty Ish came in and thought he was going to change a lot of things, and I believe he was at the center of these big decisions like Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. I believe now, I could be dead wrong on that base earnings. I could be, but I don't think so. And because of that, I think it's a good thing that he knows Brian Gregory and has the relationship that he does with Brian Gregory, because I think Brian Gregory can look at Matt Ishbia and say, shut up. You need to sit down and be quiet on this. We all have people that are our closest friends. We all have people that we're accountable to. We all have people that we trust, do we not, brothers?
And they're usually people that have known you for a long time.
And it's usually people that have known you for a long time. This could be a positive. Now listen, I know I'm a positive guy, and I know that I err on the side of positivity, but it's the truth. When I look at this is what I think, and this is the silver lining part of this. I think it's going to be really, really good that you've got a guy that can tell Matt Ishbia, no, we're not going to do that, and he's not going to be offended or fire the guy. I think the biggest challenge for Brian Gregory going forward is the coaching thing. With him as an executive, I think his biggest challenge is going to be the coaching thing and trying to stay out of coaching, because he has to. Once you hire that coach, you've got to sit out. You can't be in those coaches' meetings.
Yeah.
You can't. You got to let him coach and his staff coach. And I think Brian Gregory, that'll be his biggest challenge, trying to actually get involved.
Well, and I mean, we can start getting answers on that stuff whenever. I don't think it's going to happen real soon, but I think we're going to learn a lot about his vision and Matt Ishbia's vision based on who the coach is, whoever they hire. And it, by all accounts, sounds like it's probably going to be a new guy, which is fine. It can be a new guy. But again, you're trying to thread the needle here on multiple fronts. You're trying to thread the needle on, okay, well, how do we get out of Bradley Beal's contract? That's not easy to do. Okay, we got to thread the needle on, we're going to trade Kevin Durant away. You better get something pretty good back. Otherwise, history is going to laugh at you. You traded Kevin Durant away for nothing. So you got to thread that needle. You got to thread the needle of you can't fire the next head coach. So you have to be right about the next head coach because you've gone through too many. So you're almost stuck with the next head coach, stuck in quotes, no matter who they are. So hopefully they're good. That's a lot to put on a first-time NBA GM's plate, but that's on his plate now.
Yeah, and that could be a huge advantage as well for Brian Gregory. I'm thinking not of an NBA grizzled coach being brought in here like what we've had the last two guys, right? That's not what the Phoenix Suns are going to go after, to your point, right now. And that is the reason why I think it's going to be even more tempting for Brian Gregory to say, hey, buddy, what are you doing here? Why don't you do this? I'm just saying, once a coach, always a coach. I think that's going to be his biggest challenge by far and away.
Thinking of that cut we played earlier from Kevin O'Connor going off about how everybody in the front office has ties to the state of Michigan. Can you imagine if they hire a coach that has ties to Michigan State or even the state of Michigan at this point?
Like Tom Izzo. Hey, Tom.
He is Michigan State.
How you doing, Tommy? How are you, bro?
Nobody seems to have a problem that Devin Booker has ties to Michigan. But here's another one from Bobby Marks. We asked him about some of the most important things they have to do this offseason.
I think it's why, as you watch these playoffs, it is a little bit disheartening because there's a lot of work to do to get to where even some of these teams that lost in the first round, like the Clippers or, Houston last night, of course, there's work to do. Certainly who they hired head coach will be probably one of the most important offseason decisions they have, that and what happens with Kevin Durant. But as I said, you got to get, you can't go 0-3 as far as the last three off seasons as far as with the head coach. And that's probably for the now, that and the draft are your two most important things.
Just talked about it with the Cardinals and trying to give a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. the best opportunity to succeed, and there's a lot of stability around them. And then you look at the Suns, and it's like you're really not going to be able to build this right until you have some stability at the coaching position. You're just not. None of these teams that are contending for a title are starting over at coach every year. And again, I said multiple times, I'm fully on board with them moving on from Mike Budenholzer. It's not that. It's just like you got to get the next one right. Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. All right, when we come back, what's going on with the Arizona Diamondbacks pitching? And is the bullpen or the starting rotation more concerning right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, the Basin, we know it's heating up, man, and here it comes this weekend, triple digits, Basinonians. If you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Listen, their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are so cool. It's just literally cool. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy as well. They came over to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were, and the Warrior Queen said, bada bing, bada boom. We'll take that right there. And I said, yep, you do what she does, yep. I'll tell you right now, it's one of the best things, though, that we've done at the compound, man. They are experts in their industry. And just when these guys couldn't get much better, now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. That's right. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing. One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof. And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while
while it lasts, tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned. More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi. Or you mention Gatos. Or Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. Get that free inspection. 602-960-ROOF. Or AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and the Diamondbacks avoid the sweep against the Phillies, but now get ready for a big homestand with questions about the pitching staff. We're talking Dbacks baseball coming up at 2 o'clock.
Wolf, I feel like if we just sat here for the next 10 minutes and went back and forth, just coming up with questions about the Diamondbacks pitching staff,
man,
we'd fill the whole segment just by that. We wouldn't answer anything. We wouldn't solve any problems. We could just dig up what all the questions are.
Yes. What are the questions right now surrounding? What's the biggest question you have surrounding the Arizona Diamondbacks pitching staff?
Here, I'll go very broad with mine. My first one, okay?
Okay.
How did we get to a point where 5-ish weeks into the season, we don't know who the D-backs ace or closer is? How's that? You want to start there?
That's good. That's good. I'm still going to go with Brandon Pfaadt. I'm still going to say Brandon Pfaadt. Even though he got lit up, this is the first time he's been lit up.
But he wasn't supposed to be your ace.
He wasn't supposed to be your ace, once again. I guess what I'm saying is if we were playing our little game, something we were talking about last week, who would be your ace right now? Mm-hmm. I would still say Brandon Pfaadt. Corbin Burns was coming around, was he not?
Yeah.
He seemed like he was coming around, of course, to being Corbin Burns, and now he's missed this start with inflammation in his shoulder.
I think I might still go with Merrill Kelly, but there's more questions there because he's been good to great in all but one of his starts. So 6 of his 7 starts, he's been really good.
You could say Zach Gallen as well, as long as you were playing in New York City.
That's a good point. Well, we'll see. We'll see this week if it extends to just playing a team from New York at home, too, maybe. But we're going to run out of games against teams from New York.
That's right. Maybe it's got his attention. You know what I'm talking about? New York City?
But even with that awful game that Merrill Kelly had against the Yankees, he's still got a 106 whip. I know you're a big fan of the whip as a stat.
I am big on that.
And now 6 of his 7 starts, he's allowed 2 earned runs or less to the opposition. But, I mean, you don't know how long he can go into a game right now. It's not like he had to leave one game early with the cramps now. It's happened a couple times. So,
yeah.
I don't. It just you're looking for anything that's just like, okay, we can. This is stable. Let's build from this. And I don't know where that is in the pitching right now. Guys have stepped up. I'm not saying guys haven't stepped up. It's not like the Diamondbacks season is like miserable. They're above 500. But it's just like if you're Torrey and you're looking around like, okay, what can we start building from?
Yeah.
I don't know where the stability is with the pitching right now.
Yeah. Anybody that knows me right now, anybody that was a trainer and actually worked with me in the past, if you're listening right now, would you go ahead and at me on X? Would you go ahead and do that? At me on X in regard to this cramping situation. I've never heard anything like this before, where you get the same kind of cramp after you've been out there working. It's a situation where, to me, you never knew where you were going to cramp if you weren't hydrated enough. If you're not hydrated, you're going to cramp somewhere. It will happen. But the fact that it continues to cramp on the same leg with Merrill Kelly, that blows my mind. Like, I have not heard that before? And anyone listening right now, does it blow your mind if you actually worked with me and you were a trainer and you know who I'm talking to right now? At me on X, please.
Do you do the same thing I find myself doing too every time they have to go out to the mound because of if Merrill's dealing with that? I always I have no idea what's going on. I'm not a doctor, and it doesn't even sound like a lot of doctors know what's going on. But every time I'm like, oh yeah, it's 54 degrees in Philly. That's why. That makes sense. Like every time I look at the temperature as if that's going to, for some reason, explain to me what's going on. Like, oh, it just happens in cold weather games. No, it's not really the case. Oh, it just happens in hot weather games. No, that's not really the case either.
Yeah.
So the temperature really has nothing to do with it.
But it makes a lot more sense. No, it makes a lot more sense to me that you'd be dehydrated
in the heat.
Whether it was hot or cold.
Yeah.
You were dehydrated, which is why you're cramping. Now, heat can make you dehydrate quicker.
Yeah.
And that's the reason. But you could still be dehydrated in a cold weather game and cramp.
Your phone's going off, so hopefully that's a trainer that's giving you some answers here.
See, there it is, man, right there.
He had it on mute though, so
no,
it didn't go over the air.
Didn't go over the air.
Good job, Wolf.
I could see that it was buzzing, so hopefully this is a professional trainer.
Wolf, I have a question for you though.
Yeah.
Does the blue juice work for cramps?
No, you really don't want to do. You don't want to do blue juice for cramps. You got some type of pull, strain, or whatever. And you need to be available for your team, Basinonians. You need to be available. It's part of the reason why you're in the professional sports leagues. It's because you were willing to be available. Take a needle in the forehead if you had to.
But you're talking about football, not baseball.
Right. Football.
A little bit different.
The mentality was completely different, Rick. The best availability is availability.
You know what, though?
And I said that with so much conviction at the point.
You did, but you're technically not wrong. The best availability is availability.
It is. There you go.
It's just kind of a pointless sentence. Here's Dory Lavello on Burns and Gambo after our show on Friday talking about the Justin Martinez injury. And again, J Mart is now on the injured list as well. And AJ Puck is on the 60-day injured list. So that all just keeps getting better.
Yeah, J Mart is actually right. He's getting that information probably processed right now. And it's heartbreaking. First of all, you see what his intent is every single time he takes him out. He wants to go out there and just dominate. And that's what makes him so special. And then when he can't back it up with good stuff or he gets hit around, there's a little bit of frustration. So you could clearly see after the first batter the other night off that home run you're talking about that he wasn't himself. So at that point, we started to get organized with getting Ryan Thompson up because we just didn't like what we saw. So it's a really tough balance here because – he's telling us he's fine. He feels great. The couple of days where he needed that were off, he said, I'm fatigued, my shoulder's tired, I need some time, which we respect. At the end of that, he said, I'm ready to go, and I am 100%, and I can go out and compete. We would never, ever put him into a situation where he wasn't ready to compete. He was asymptomatic. There was nothing wrong with his testing from the medical team. It was all systems go, and then all of a sudden the stuff backs up the way it did. We didn't know the reason why, and that's why we decided to put him on the IL, get a diagnosis, figure this out, give him a little bit of a blow, because we need Justin Martinez to be the very back end of this bullpen. And when he is, we're going to be really good, but we got to get him healthy first.
Everything you just said right there. He didn't say closer. He said, we need him at the back end of this bullpen.
That's true.
Interesting.
I still find myself wondering this question that I asked at the start of spring training, Wolf, and I to be fair, did think maybe we had an answer, but I guess we still don't, of who's going to lead the Arizona Diamondbacks in saves this season, because you got A.J. Puck with 4 right now. He leads the way, but he's going to be out a while. Justin Martinez has 3. I guess he would still be the favorite. He may only be out for a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Right.
But they got to get some clarity and some answers there. Dre Jamieson has 1. Shelby Miller has 1. Ryan Thompson has 1. Jalen Beeks has 1. Is this just going to be a team that has 5 different guys with 8 saves? Is that how this is going to work? I don't think that's how they want to do this.
All I know, Luke, right now is it's a real concern, especially the back end of the bullpen. A real concern as to what's going to happen now. Guys are out of position. Guys are going to be filling in their roles, filling in the back end when that really wasn't what they were doing earlier in the season.
No, and it's
trouble.
It's got to be frustrating if you're Mike Hazen or if you're in that front office too, because you were right. Justin Martinez did look like a closer. If you were kind of going through spring training, like, we got a guy, we've got him and AJ Puck, and we can kind of go with J Mart as the closer, but AJ Puck, if the matchups dictated or whatever, they were both good enough. You have two good closers, but they're both hurt. And then you added Shelby Miller, and maybe he's their closer. Honestly, he might end up being their closer. So you've had the guys, they just keep getting hurt. It's not like you have a ton of guys underperforming. Your only players that are really underperforming, you could make the case, are in the rotation, really. But the bullpen guys aren't really underperforming. They just can't stay on the field.
No.
None of this segment made me feel any better.
No.
All right, we come back. We're watching these playoffs in the NBA, and now we're down to 8 teams, and you're seeing how good some of them are, especially in the West. Just how far away are the Phoenix Suns from getting back there? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We don't know what role Patrick Peterson is playing here. The Ring of Honor debate is up. That's going to happen at some point. In fact, that came up with Kay Adams, too.
It's not even a thought to you to go into the Ring of Honor before Larry Fitzgerald. Why is Larry not in the Ring of Honor?
I have no idea. I don't think he officially retired yet. I think that's the issue.
I don't care that he's not officially retired. He's got to be the next one to go in. You don't have to officially retire.
Yeah, you don't have to file the papers.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he's coming back.
That's why they didn't draft a receiver or sign one.
Come on now.
Okay.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Hang on just a minute here, Basinonians. I got to break in and tell everyone about the Memorial Preview Sale. The preview sale that is going on right now at Brooklyn Betting. The Memorial Preview Sale. That's right, now through May 14th, everything in store and online is 25% off. See, it doesn't matter if you go to brooklynbetting.com and you see it on brooklynbetting.com, it's 25% off. If you go to the store, it's 25% off. Everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. Brooklyn Betting has 12 Basin locations, absolutely no pushy salespeople. Tell them Wolf sent you, and they will hook you up. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the Memorial Preview Sale at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight after a 500 road trip in New York and Philadelphia. The Dbacks host the New York Mets, who they took 2 of 3 from just last week. Corbin Burns is dealing with right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will get his first start of 2025. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of the Dbacks, they've announced their new City Connect uniforms. You can check those out on arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an asset here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we've got the final 8 teams in the NBA playoffs. So we've got the final 4 matchups. 2 in the East, 2 in the West right now. Which one of these, right out of just off the top of your head? I know one of them already started yesterday, which was kind of weird. But Thunder Nuggets, T-Wolves Warriors, Cavs Pacers, Knicks Celtics. Which one jumps off the page to you the most?
I would have to say the T-Wolves. No. Why?
Well, I figured. I think that's my answer too. Honestly, I'm really intrigued by Thunder Nuggets, but whatever. Warriors T-Wolves, just because it's so closely tied to the Suns, really, with both teams.
It's exactly. It's fascinating to me. It really is when you think of the T-Wolves right now, this young team, this young gun team led by Ant-Man and their swag and everything that they have. And we all understand what happened to the Phoenix Suns a couple of seasons ago. We all understand that. Getting swept, of course, in the postseason. And yet here it is, the Warriors, the one team that has made the biggest transformation by far and away, to me, the most fascinating team because of what happened, because of the leadership, because of the intangibles that have brought the Warriors and how they have responded. Man, that to me is massive.
Well, yeah, all these other teams that are left basically are a version of the same team they were at the start of the year, right?
Agreed.
I mean, the Thunder, why would you change anything? The Nuggets, they are who they are. Minnesota has evolved over the season, and they're a different team than the one that took the Suns out last year, because obviously no Cat. But they're the same group for the most part that they were at the start of the year. Same with the Cavaliers, Pacers, Knicks, Celtics. I'm not saying none of these teams made moves, but none of them made as big of an identity-altering move that the Warriors did. And a lot of times that doesn't work. Even if you're bringing in a great player, a lot of times it doesn't work. Now, again, Golden State benefited from the fact that here's Jimmy Butler, and you don't really have to give up anything for him. You can just have Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
But still, it's worked out really well. And, I mean,
just think about that. They kind of backed their way into that, didn't they?
Supposedly he didn't even want to go there. He wanted to go to Phoenix, and all of a
exactly
sudden
right.
He's playing for Golden State in the conference semifinals and maybe even further.
Think about that, man. I mean, honestly,
when do things start to work out for Phoenix sports teams?
I know. Do you have the Steve Kerr Do you have the Steve Kerr sound that you played earlier?
I've
Play that cut from him.
We're excited. We're thrilled. I mean, when I think back to the trade deadline where we were as a team, I'm so proud of these guys for what they've accomplished to put us in a position, as Steph says, to play meaningful basketball and to give ourselves a chance. And this is all you want every year. Is, do you have a chance? And we've got a chance with this group. And they're an amazing group of men to coach and to be with and to collaborate with. And couldn't be more proud.
Well, how cool is that, man? Honestly, Steve Kerr, too, being the former player that he is. I love his perspective on this as a coach and an accomplished coach, obviously a championship coach, yet at the same time to have that player's perspective and that kind of context. I love that. He's really, truly enjoying the grind with the Warriors right now.
Yeah, and I've said this a few times, Wolf, but it might change. We're going to get to a point where it may change, where seeing Jimmy Butler thrive on the Warriors and the Warriors thrive with Butler doesn't bother me a ton yet, other than he wanted to come to Phoenix and Phoenix wanted him and he ends up on Golden State. Like when does that stuff happen where and the guy accidentally ended up on Phoenix and all of a sudden Phoenix took off? So
There's just no guarantee he would have done the same thing here.
No.
There is no guarantee.
They would have had to give up something. Golden State really didn't. But where it's going to start to bother me, though, is I don't think they're going to win the title. But can you imagine if they did?
Right.
I mean, it's not inconceivable that they would beat Minnesota. I don't think they would win in the Western Conference Final, but they could. It's not insane to think that they could. I don't know. Is there a true, clear-cut, dominant, this team's definitely going to win the title this year? I know people want to say Oklahoma City.
I know.
But I'd probably still take the field if you gave it to me because you've got other teams like Boston and Golden State and Denver that have experience and have won a title recently.
I would say if you're going to force me to pick one, I would say OKC because of their defense. How good they are defensively. Just unbelievable. Everyone has a tendency to focus on the Thunder and their offense, of course, and rightfully so. Yet at the same time, to me, it's their defense that makes them so special. It's just it's so weird. Once again, because of the Warriors and what they have gone through, the transformation they have gone through. I am fascinated with this because of the psychology of sport. You know it, and I love talking about them because of it. Yet at the same time, you also need talent. You need talent. And yes, they've got an awful lot of talent with Steph Curry, starting and ending with Steph Curry. We all understand that. The best shooter in the history of the game. I just don't know if they have enough after that. And I know you can talk about playoff Jimmy. I know you can talk about him and everything that he brings as well. To me, the most fascinating thing about the Warriors is the fact you had a guy as headstrong as Jimmy Butler come into an organization with a guy as convicted as Draymond Green. And yet those two men have found common ground. I think that's cool.
Come out to play.
Warriors.
This is Brian Windhorst talking about the upcoming offseason for these 8 teams now that have been eliminated, plus, teams like the Suns that were already out of it. The NBA draft lottery is a week from today, Wolf. Here's Windhorst.
A lot of what's going to happen in the NBA this summer. And granted, we are in the thick of the playoffs, and I'm very excited about this second round. But this summer is going to be set up by a lot of stuff that happens next Monday. And the reason is because we have some highly competitive teams that are in the lottery that have a real shot. 2 teams, Houston had the 9th pick with something like 10 or 12% chance of getting into the top 4, maybe 17% chance, and then 3% of winning the lottery. That team gets in the top 4. We're talking about something very interesting on a number of fronts.
Can we just agree that if the Rockets win the lottery with the Suns pick and get Cooper Flag, I don't know, we all take the next year off? just that's it.
Think about it.
Let's kind of reevaluate all this stuff. Are we sure we want to do this? Because Houston shouldn't get the first pick, but obviously they have the Suns selection there, which is a lottery pick. San Antonio has a lottery pick via Atlanta, it looks like. I mean,
I believe they have their own lottery pick this year too, San Antonio.
Yeah, but they would have two. I believe they have two chances to get Cooper Flagg. Dallas has a lottery pick. I mean, they would just trade him to the Lakers even if they got him, but still. So yeah, I mean, there's teams down here that are bad, like Utah and Washington and Charlotte, and even New Orleans now that in Brooklyn that could use Cooper Flagg. But then there's like some teams that are still playing. I
think every team could use Cooper Flagg.
That's true.
At some point.
Actually, I guess none of these guys are still playing. Houston's out. You get the point. All right, we come back. Final segment of the show. Pretty good response nationally to what the Arizona Cardinals did in the draft. So why were they able to do it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Which unit has a better chance to be top 10, offense or defense?
Oh, defense. It's defense.
It's probably defense.
It's defense. I would agree. And just based off of the massive amount of resources that they've delivered to that side of the football, now it's on the offense to see if they can raise their level of play and their game, so to speak, without any major additions. And that's going to call for improvement from within.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away, not waiting to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You buy your new home now, and then you sell the old one later. If you think about it, that's really the only way to do this, but it's not typically how it works out. It will, though, with Orchard, because Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, none of that. You don't need any extra complicating factors at this point in your life. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home. They're going to make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. That's a huge part of this equation. Yes, you want to get into the new home, but you want to make sure you get top dollar for your old home. You've been living there. It's a great place. It's time to move on. So Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimer.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know the average roof in Arizona only lasts about 15 years? Most homeowners don't know how old their roof is and often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rain, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into thousands of dollars in damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about my friends at JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. Right now, JLC is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement if you need a new roof. A $1,500 discount just for mentioning my name. JLC Roofing also offers free estimates, and they service the entire valley. A roofer-owned roofing company. They specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that's roofer-owned for generations. JLC Roofing. Call 602 Roofing for free estimates on your roof and give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. 2 more game ones we get to pick apart Tuesday morning starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. All right, final segment of the show.
Now I'm on one of those draft lottery simulator sites, Wolf.
Okay.
Where you can just sim how the draft I should not do this, but I'm going to do it right now. I just keep doing it just to make sure Houston doesn't end up with the number 1 pick. Oh, Rick, I just did that one. The Wizards got the number 1 pick. Would they take Cooper Flag, or would they find a way to do something weird with that?
I think they would take Cooper Flag, but if I were Cooper Flag and with NIL these days, I would have potentially considered going back to Duke this year.
Well, I just simmed it again, and Houston got the number 2 pick with the Suns pick. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this off.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate that, Luke.
Yeah, why don't we talk about football or something else?
Oh, okay.
We were looking at this earlier in the show, Wolf. More and more people seem to be on board with the Cardinals draft. Like there was a story, Bucky Brooks had the Will Johnson pick as one of the best team fits in the draft. I think he listed out 8, and he kind of wrote up on him. And he said in his write-up what you were saying even before the Cardinals ever got Will Johnson, is just how perfectly he fits into the scheme that they want to run too. So it's not just hey, here's the talent that probably shouldn't have been here at 47. It's, and he also fits what the Cardinals want to do like a glove.
Yes, it's one of the reasons why I'm really bullish on this draft. We have 2 drafts by Monty Ossenfort and the Arizona Cardinals base Indians that show us that they know what they're doing for the most part. Draft number 1 in 2023 and draft number 2 in 2024. I mean, it makes you feel confident that especially the top of the draft in 2025 is really going to pay off in spades. They have a way of vetting some of these players. They have a way. I don't know what that way is, brothers, but all the good teams that draft well, they have a way of vetting guys and being right about that guy. And I think the Arizona Cardinals have that. It's one of the reasons why I'm not worried about Walter Nolan and the fact that people say, well, when he's ready to play, then he's really good. And when he's not ready to play, he's not going to. I'm not worried about that because I trust JG and Monty Ossenfort to never draft a guy that you got to jab to get to play base earnings. And there are guys you have to do that to. There are. I don't think Walter Nolan is one of those guys. I don't. He's going to have to prove it to me that he is one of those guys because I don't think they'd ever draft him if he was, period. So because of that, I'm really excited about last year's draft in particular and the jump that players are going to make to year 2 and the combination of this year's draft as well.
That's a good point, though, on the Nolan thing, because we talked about it that Thursday night during the first round. We were all doing the draft show together. It's, every GM, every front office is going to miss on picks, and you're going to have a guy where you were just wrong about the talent evaluation, or you were right and they just couldn't, for whatever reason, it didn't translate to the NFL or injuries, whatever. And that stuff's going to happen, but you're so right about I trust Monty Ossenfort in this front office to not take a player that they don't feel like is motivated to play football, because that's something you, to a certain extent, control, and they prioritize it above a lot of the other stuff. I believe there's instances where they prioritize it over just the raw talent. They prioritize, hey, does this guy, does he love football? Does he want to play football? Is this game his life in a good way? And so I'm with you on the Walter Nolan pick. It may or may not work out, but I'm going to be really surprised if it doesn't work out just because he doesn't try. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It just wouldn't add up. This story on NFL.com where they ranked all the draft classes, they had the Cardinals at 10. The only other NFC West team they had in the top 10, they had Seattle at 2. But for the Cardinals, one of the first things they say is that Monty Austinfort took big swings on pedigreed talent early. And they talk about how the Cardinals may be like 1 or 2 big additions away from breaking through. And then they say Walter Nolan and Will Johnson could fit that bill. That's an exact quote from the story. So, I mean, that's at the position the Cardinals are in right now, where you're getting better, but you're not there yet. But you don't need to really fill out a ton of spots on your roster. The philosophy of going big with those first couple picks, to me, is the way to do it, whether it works or not.
Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier as well, Luke, but the only thing that could be better than this year's draft class might be last year's draft class. Once again, the expectation that is there, and I'm not forgetting about the 2023 draft class either, but I'm focused on Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Tip Ryman, Isaiah Adams, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. Man, there are 5 guys there that are going to be starters for the Arizona Cardinals. Tip Ryman is a starter to me. Why do I say that, Basinonians? Because of how much 12 personnel the Arizona Cardinals use, especially in rundown situation. He is a starter to me. Tip Ryman with 12 personnel. Tip Ryman and Trey McBride. You got Tip as the stud tight end and Trey as the move tight end. Look out. That combination right there, especially when James Conner is behind you in the queue.
And maybe this is why they didn't prioritize going out and adding a receiver this offseason. I mean, you've been saying that. You can, in a lot of situations, just kind of treat Trey McBride like your number 2 receiver or your number 1 receiver, the way he's been playing.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he works the middle of the field as well as any receiver possibly could. Having said that, again, Darius Robinson, can you stay healthy? Max Melton, how much better, Max Melton, are you going to be because of the confidence you gained your rookie season? Huge! Isaiah Adams. Hey, here's a guy, watching him, of course, especially watching him in training camp early. It was so obvious. Isaiah Adams needed to get stronger. He needed to. And that's exactly what he has done. This is something he went into the offseason, and he didn't have a break. He didn't take a big break. You know what Isaiah Adams did? He got in the weight room, and that's where he's been. And he's gotten stronger, and that's going to help him because he had to. He had to get through. He could not anchor on a bull. Could not sit that butt down and stop a guy on a bull.
I like big
well,
butts and I cannot lie.
And now he can. And this is the reason why you got to have a big butt. Because you got to anchor on that bull.
I want to go back to Will Johnson for a second, though, because everywhere you look, this seems to be one of the guys going into next season, one of the rookies that a lot of people are looking at to see if they got a steal. I mean, steals are going to emerge over the next year, 2, 3, 4 years or whatever. You're going to look back at this class and be like, wow, it's crazy. So-and-so got this guy in the 3rd round or whatever. But Will Johnson seems to be at the top of everybody's list right now going into the season. And to that Bucky Brooks story, when they just get your reaction to this last line of his write-up, Wolf. He said, the Cardinals' defense features several zone-based concepts that will enable Johnson to produce turnovers in a scheme that encourages him to play aggressively in a see-ball, get-ball manner.
There it is. I mean, once again, he's a good scheme fit. You have to have skulls. You have to. But scheme as well is important. There's no doubt. Those skulls have to execute the scheme. Football is about that. How many times have you heard me talk about this, Luke? It's just so important. Of course, he's a good scheme fit because of his abilities, because of what he brings physically, of course, in executing these schemes. That's really important. He's going to fit like a glove.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer. Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at PA KHX-RisingFC.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned home, and today they returned a beloved color to their uniform rotation. The latest City Connect jerseys see the Diamondbacks in a purple uniform with teal accents that tie in several versions of the Diamondbacks jerseys they've worn in history. You can see what they look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Those jerseys will make their on-field debut this Friday against the Dodgers. Snakes start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. It was supposed to be Corbin Burns' turn in the rotation, but he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation. So Ryan Nelson will make the start in his place. He goes against right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. It'll all be right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then we've got 2 game ones in the NBA playoffs second round tonight. In the East, you've got the 3-seed Knicks against the 2-seed Celtics. That starts at 4. And then in the West, the 4-seed Nuggets visit the 1-seeded Thunder at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How are we doing today?
I
We
had to
good?
break away from the house. I mean, the last 2 days, all I've been doing is sitting outside when it's 60-degree weather. I think last night it took me 2 hours before I actually went to bed. I was just rocking on my swing last night for 2 hours,
sipping on an iced tea, just enjoying, soaking up the last
just
moments,
the last moments of
70-degree weather before it all goes
today.
bye-bye.
Sat outside today. It was like, oh, I got to go to work today. Is there a way out of this? Is there a way out of this work thing?
Is there a way out of this? That's boy. If there's nothing that alerts our audience to a great Gambo show coming today, hey,
it's 60-something degrees. It's May.
Here? Please.
It's I just want to sit outside. I just don't want to do. I just want to sit outside.
We got a high quality edition of Burns and Gambo coming your way today. When one of us is like, man, how can I get out of work today?
Get your butt out of your jacuzzi and get to work.
Man, can we just do the show outside?
So today the high is 71. Tomorrow it's 71 with now a 55% chance of rain.
The lows are in the 50s today and tomorrow.
57 today, 58 tomorrow, 58 on Wednesday.
Wow.
And then here it comes.
Here comes
71.
the sun.
Yeah, literally. Here comes the sun. 71. 82 on Wednesday, 92 on Thursday, 100 on Friday, 102 on Saturday, 101 on Sunday. Oh, we cool back off next week, too. We get back down to the 80s, so maybe we got a little bit of a... Yeah, so, well, Gambo, sorry to make you work today. We're sorry you had to come in and, have one of the cool shops in America, but let's see if you can suck it up and manage to talk Diamondbacks baseball,
give it a shot.
Suns, Cardinals, all that. It's time for our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
3-2 from Beeks. Rip towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag in time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Thank God.
Yeah,
I'd have been so pissed if they lost that game yesterday. I would have been so pissed.
I was already. Listen, they've done a good job of avoiding sweeps. They have. In the last 5 series the Diamondbacks have played, they were almost swept 3 times and they won the finale. So 3 times they avoided the sweep. But the bullpen issues again. Friday, Sunday, the bullpen issues just obvious. Friday weren't many guys available, so they blow it, and they blow the lead. They've got the lead late. Yesterday I thought Eduardo Rodriguez pitched a hell of a game.
Oh, yeah, he did.
And especially when he struck out the 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the 5th inning. You leave the game and it's 7-2. You put 2 guys on base in the 6th. You get the first out, but then you put 2 guys on base. Okay, you're up 7-2. Murillo comes in. First batter he faces hits a 3-run homer. You're like, 7-5. Then Ginkel gives up a run. Bloop base hit by Real Muto, 7-6. Okay, but then you get an insurance run. All right, all good. You get an insurance run. Shelby Miller in the 9th. Shelby's been good. Gets the first guy out. He strikes out Turner. He strikes out Harper. All right, ball game. 1 out away. But then what happens? Base hit, base hit, base hit, base hit, base hit, tie game. Like, oh, my God, here we go again. Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again.
I mean, this Diamondbacks bullpen, it's an adventure. Day in and day out, it's a freaking adventure.
But, okay, this is how it's going to be for a while, so we better settle in.
You're right.
We better all collectively as Diamondback fans, we better get comfortable with being uncomfortable, because until you get A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez back, I hate to say it, this is how it's going to be.
This is how it's going to be.
Right? Like you've
lost your two best relievers.
Two best relievers. You don't have something like that happen without feeling the impact of it, right?
And you're right. Middle relief has been bad because Mantiply sucks. He had to get sent down. So Mantiply not being good anymore really hurt this team. It's Thompson's bounced back a little bit. It's just hard. It's hard because the bullpen is. We thought early on, wow, this is going to be a strength because the bullpen was so good the first couple weeks of the season. But now you're looking at it now, and again, like adventure, night in and night out. So they pitched 11 innings over the weekend, the bullpen. They gave up 7 runs on 13 hits and 3 walks. So they put 16 guys on base in 11 innings, gave up 7 runs in 11 innings. Saturday was clean. Saturday was a good, 3 1/3 inning. But a 2-1
But they got destroyed because Brandon Pfaadt got lit up.
Right. I mean, that's what I said. Right, that's true.
Good, relatively speaking, it was good.
But
yeah.
2-1 lead in the South. I'm really tired of. I got to look this up. How many times have they blown a lead after 5 innings this year, in which the game either got tied or the other team took the lead?
I don't know. It has to do a little research on that.
Right.
It's a lot.
But it's a lot, right? Doesn't it feel like it's a lot?
Yeah, it does feel like it's a lot.
Feels like a lot of times. I'm not saying after this, but a lead after the 5th or 6th inning. And they blowed it. And yes, 7-1 after 5, and you give up 6 runs in the final 4 innings. You're in extra innings. And thank God they won the game. Like, thank God they actually won the baseball game.
Well, thank God their offense, because they 7 runs in the blink of an eye, and you're thinking, okay, 7-1 lead, you're good to go. And then that offense got so quiet from like the fourth inning on.
1 hit from the 4th inning on.
And even though I thought the insurance, and it was a big clutch hit by Randall Grichuk, who it's been a struggle for him this year.
Yeah, he's been terrible.
Even though I thought the insurance run was going to be, okay, everything's going to be fine, thank goodness the offense kind of rediscovered themselves again in the 10th, because it would have just been, that would have been a disaster to lose that game. But I really, the key is going to be, not the key, half of the key is going to be, when do you get Justin Martinez back, and how is he when he does get back? MRI came back clean as a whistle.
Clean, he's healthy.
Nothing there. So he's going to go on a throwing program and try to rebuild arm strength, try to figure out what's going on in there.
Yeah.
But I think when we had Torrey on Friday, I'm not going to say he had a feeling it was going to be clean, but I think his bafflement about this situation was just sort of, I don't know, guys. I don't know what's going on in there. I don't know what's happening. There's nothing about him that says he's hurt, and the MRI backed all of that.
Yeah, I took a lot of people didn't like my take the other day, which is okay. I don't like, if you don't like a take I have, that's fine. I really don't have a problem with that. But I put something out there about Justin Martinez, like, I don't think this guy is your 9th inning guy. I think he's just much better suited to be a 7th or 8th inning guy. And then all of a sudden, like, he's hurt. You're an idiot. You're a terrible take. He's hurt. And like, I don't know, man. I speak to people in that organization. Like, he's not hurt. Like, there's no indication he's hurt. And then the MRI comes back and it just proves it. He's not hurt, but something is just wrong. Something is wrong.
I just don't know if a mental hurdle to clear can explain 5 miles per hour in velocity drop.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I can understand a mental hurdle to clear when you start walking guys, when you start, spiking splitters, when you start doing, when location becomes an issue and things. He lost 5 miles. And again, the MRI says nothing, says he's fine, says he's okay. So I'm not going to sit here and say what the explanation is, but I feel like it's got to be more than just I'm not mentally ready to be the closer when you're losing 5 miles per hour off your fastball.
But the first day he came back, he was hitting 100.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He was hitting 100.
He was funny. He's been hitting 100 all season long. I mean, it's not like if he had started this season throwing 5 miles per hour slower than what we're used to, I'd be like, oh, what's wrong? We've put too much responsibility on him. It's the contract that's adding pressure to him. No, man, he was gunning the ball fine up until that weekend in Chicago where they didn't have to use him, and then they came back with Tampa Bay, and they did, and he was fine, and then he wasn't.
All right, so if it's not mental and he's not hurt, what the hell can it be?
And I think they're just as baffled about it as we are.
Right.
You know?
It's because it's not mental and he's not injured. So what can it be?
But until he comes back, okay, and starts to slide everybody back, because right now everybody is doing things and playing roles that they weren't outside of Kevin Ginkel and maybe Ryan Thompson. Nobody's really in the role they were cast for so far.
No, this would be like, Lauren running the show and I'm doing updates.
Right. This is like Lauren.
Mitch is breaking news.
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell you'd be doing, but that's what it's like. We're all out of place.
I think it's got to be Burnsy's on the board, Lauren
Burnsy's on
and
the
I are
board.
hosting, and then you're doing updates.
Yeah, I'm doing the updates. We're just all out of whack.
Or just everybody moves over 2 spots, okay? So if we look at it like a clock, Gambo moves to Lauren's spot. He's doing the 4 o'clock reset and running the board. Lauren's the insider supreme over here sitting right. Mitch is me driving the show, and I'm over there doing
we don't have a
Mitch
snowball's
does.
chance in hell of giving you a good show.
We're doomed. I mean, nothing against you guys, but
What do you mean? I would do just fine.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be on the air. I'd be running the board. Don't you get it?
Oh, good point.
I'd be on the air. You wouldn't be on the air.
Heaven forbid we give you all
Mitch,
the buttons.
You would have the greatest take of all time, and it wouldn't be broadcast because I don't know what button to push.
Look, seriously, he's not going to say a truer thing today. That is the truest, most realistic thing Gambo's going to say all day. He can't push one damn button on his own without screwing up the whole thing. You're going to give him a whole row of buttons? No way. No way. Nobody would ever get on the air. The whole station.
I'd be like the guy in Lost.
Crash and burn. Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports League. That was good, Gambo. That was funny. I enjoyed that.
Thank you. I try to tell my wife I'm funny,
it was funny,
and she doesn't believe me.
The Diamondbacks have not met early expectations so far this season. Are we at least happy that it hasn't been worse than what it is? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month. That Desert Wind Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson. That Desert Wind Harley. Visit desertwindharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir.
Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Spring is in the air, my Kronk brothers, and so is the Brooklyn Betting Spring Sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you, Basinonian, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks begin a very important homestand. We'll talk more about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Tack-on runs that we kept throwing out there. It was Grichuk's big double that scored Corbin to put us up 2 in the 9th. It was a couple really nice quality at-bats, Tawa's, and then Jerry's to give us that 3-run lead. No lead is safe in this ballpark against this team, and the pitchers are grinding right now. There's no doubt about it. We're trying to get them in a little bit of a rhythm. That bullpen in a little bit of a rhythm. They'll find their space.
But Troy Lavello, after the game yesterday, Diamondbacks won in extras against the Phillies to avoid a series sweep. Here's the other side of the story that needs to be told for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 3-3 road trip against 2 of the best teams in the National League.
Sure.
8-8 record so far against teams that are currently above 500.
Yeah.
Could it be better? Yes. Could it be worse? Yes. I think both things are true. And I'm not trying to give you a bunch of happy horse bleep here and tell you everything's going to be all right. But it is early enough in the season that given, you don't have Corbin Burns tonight, Merrill Kelly's cramping issues came up again, and Justin Martinez is out, and A.J. Puck is out, and Ketel Marte has basically missed the entire season up until this point. It could be a whole lot worse for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are hanging in there with all this.
I think you had an interesting note, and I didn't know this, but they're 8-8 versus winning teams.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so if you could play about 500 ball around against the better teams in the league and beat up on the lesser teams, you're probably going to go to the playoffs. The problem is, I think what happens is we run into expectations.
Oh, yeah.
It happened with the Suns.
Oh, yeah.
You're running into expectations. Why is this team in the 7th spot, the 8th spot, the 9th spot, the 10th spot? Why is this team? Why are they not a top 4 team in the West? Mm-hmm. When you signed Corbin Burns and you put that rotation together, and then you go get Josh Naylor to replace Walker, you're like, ooh, okay. The expectations were really high. Like somebody wrote that last week, the Diamondbacks could win 100 games, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You've had some story. The Diamondbacks win. Did I win 100 games? They won 100 games once in their history. Once.
I think what they'd said was if Zach Gallen and Corbin Burns can be the guys we expected them to be, this team could win 100 games.
Right.
I believe that was the qualifier.
Right. I believe, and I could double check this, I believe once in their history they won 100 games.
No, you're right. It's one time.
So, that was ridiculous. So I think the expectations were that this team was going to be 10 games over 500 right now and killing everybody, and them and the Dodgers would be 1-2. So it hasn't happened. So what they're doing is they're hanging around. It's like a 15-round fight. You're hanging around, you're trying to fight even, and eventually you want to make your move. And that's what they're, or a marathon. You know, you're running a marathon. At some point, you're going to kick it into high gear and get going. They can't kick it into high gear now with all the injuries they have. Can't kick it into high gear with no A.J. Puck and no Justin Martinez and the problems that they've been having. So they're in survival mode, and they're surviving. Like, they're not – you go look at the wild card standings, they're right there. It's not like they're 5 games out of a wild card. I think they're 1 game out of a wild card.
You know what? I haven't looked at the wild card standings once.
Well, not once this year.
So far this year.
Let's do it. It's May.
Why not? You know what? Let's just – they are, look at you. They're 1 game out of the last wild card spot in the National League. You looked at it at some point. You must have looked at it
probably
at
like
some point.
last week.
Okay.
I just assumed they'd still be 1 game out.
Padres right now have the top wild card spot. San Francisco Giants have the 2nd wild card spot. The Phillies have the 3rd. The Diamondbacks are a game back of them, and then it's the Reds, a game and a half back. Milwaukee's 2.5 back. St. Louis is 3. They're right there. They're right.
They're fine.
They're fine.
They're just not playing to the level of the expectations, the level we expected when they put together one of the highest payrolls in the history of the organization. And that's why we're not thinking about a team that's hovering around 500. We're not thinking about a team. We're thinking about a team that is well above 500, that is starting to, that establishes, like you look at power rankings, the Diamondbacks are 10th or 11th. We're expecting this team would be 5th or 6th.
No doubt.
That's the issue.
And I think that's why Troy Lovello, after yesterday's, they won to avoid a sweep. And this might be a little bit, laden on kind of thick. But Torrey said, I'm just so proud of this team today.
I'm so proud of this team. They went out there and gave everything they had for 10 innings. They had to reload. They had to refocus. They were resilient. You talk about mental toughness, blocking out the distractions of the weather. Do we start on time or not? The coughing up the lead. It was just one of those games where I couldn't say enough good things about the energy we played with today and the focus that we had.
I mean, look, I'm not keeping a chart of which team is dealing with the most adversity over the course of a baseball season. That'd be a hell of a chart to keep. I have no idea.
The Yankees lost Garrett Cole.
Right. They're dealing with
they lost
every
the
team,
best pitcher.
I'm sure on some level I could look at every single team in Major League Baseball and go, they're dealing with this, they're dealing with that.
Give me another one of Yankees. They went out and got like one of the best closers in baseball.
Yeah, and he's been terrible.
He stinks.
Devin Williams has been terrible for them.
He got benched, and Luke Weaver's now the closer.
Yeah,
because Cubs
Devin
lost
Williams is
Justin
terrible.
Steele for the whole season, and Shota went to the IL today.
You know what? Everybody just start bitching about your baseball team. Go ahead, chime in. Just in your car right now. Just start yelling about your baseball team. Bitch, go ahead. Start yelling about your baseball team.
I think I saw that the Giants have the 2nd wild card spot right now. That's pretty cool.
Oh, shut up. You're no fun. You're no fun.
You notice what a front runner he is? He roots for the Broncos and the Nuggets, but he won't root for the Rockies. In a way, it's kind of smart because, I'm not going to root for the Rockies.
Pick and choose the teams.
Pick and choose. I'm going to pick another team. I'll root for the Giants. Probably started rooting for them when Lincecum and Kane were on the team.
So, look.
That's probably true, right?
Was that about the first time you became a Giants fan?
Tim Lincecum, Matt Kane.
Well, the end of the Bonds era.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't
that the same
Kent
thing?
And Bonds.
Was that the same thing as the beginning of the Lincecum?
It was like the beginning of Lincecum and Kane's early rise.
Look, my point about this is, and it's funny, if you want to send us your complaints about your baseball team, by all means, the text line's open for you at 620-620.
I mean, the Mets' top 2 pitchers are out.
You can drop us a chat on the YouTube video. I mean, whatever you want to do, however you want to do, just go ahead and bitch about your team. That's fine. The Diamondbacks have some things to complain about. Corbin Burns is going to miss his start tonight. Thank goodness they have Ryan Nelson, but he's going to miss his start tonight. That's concerning. Merrill Kelly, this cramping. We're going to talk about this a little bit later.
I got nothing for you. I got nothing.
You're not going to give me a Pedialyte drop here?
I love Pedialyte. I love Pedialyte.
You're not going to suggest Pedialyte to Merrill Kelly for the 100th time?
It's cold. It's not even hot, and he's got the cramping issues.
Justin Martinez, A.J. Puck, Ketel Marte, just about every right-handed hitter you've got so far this season has gotten off to a somewhere between a mediocre and an awful start. Just about every single major right-handed bat that you expected to be.
Grichuk has been terrible.
Grichuk's been terrible. Lourdes Gurriel's finally starting to hit a little bit. Suarez has just been, the highs are so high.
I'm going to talk about that later. I can't take this anymore with Suarez.
Throwing the ball all over the yard. You know what I mean? And every fan could do this. I'm just saying, relative to our expectations, yes, it's been kind of a downer. Relative to where they are in the National League, they're fine. And you know what? It's going to take more of this the next few weeks. You've got the Mets in town for 3 tonight. You've got the Dodgers for 4 after that. Then after that, you've got the Giants. Then after that, you've got the Dodgers again. You're going to need to do more of this over the next few weeks. You're kind of in survival mode until Memorial Day, I think, if you're the Diamondbacks.
I agree, but there's one difference here when we look at the expectations with, well, I say the Diamondbacks and the Suns. I can see the Diamondbacks going and winning 8 or 9 out of 10. We never thought the Suns could do that.
No.
We never did.
We gave up on that.
They're going to have to win like
February.
7 or 8 out of 10,
Yeah.
but they can't. Like, look at the schedule. They can't. But we talked about that. Like, the Suns are going to have to, like, to get some separation, you're going to have to win 7 or 8 out of 10. Couldn't do it. The Diamondbacks, yeah, can they win? Can they go 7-3 in 10 games or 8-2? Of course they can. Of course they can. And I expect at some point this season, they are going to do that.
When we come back, the summer of Kevin Durant's.
Oh, they're going to say the summer of 69.
No.
Summer of 69.
Has the summer of Kevin Durant officially begun? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Rip towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies. And they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Dbacks welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
JLC Roofing. Time to give your roof some TLC with JLC. You know, the hot summer months do as much damage to the roofs as the rain and the monsoons. Yeah, the hot summer months when it's 115 degrees out every day. You got the underlayment on your roof just taking a beating because of how hot it is. That's why JLC Roofing offers free estimates. For some of you out there, besides replacing your roof, you can repair it. You may be able to get your roof repaired and not have to do a full replacement on your roof. JLC Roofing offers free estimates. Now, if you happen to need a new roof, they offer our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement roof. Now, they do it all. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. So whether you need a repair or you need a new roof, go with the roofing company that is roofer-owned for generations, JLC Roofing. Call 602-ROOFING for a free estimate or go to jlcroof.com.
Life can be stressful, but selling your home doesn't have to be. I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, and I make home selling easy by properly pricing your home and getting it in front of thousands of my exclusive qualified buyers. Do what Jackie and Mark did, selling in just 5 days for full market value. Call me, Carol Royce, and ask about my 100% of market value or I'll pay the difference guarantee. Or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned home, and they've returned a beloved color to their uniform rotation. The latest City Connect jersey sees the Diamondbacks in a purple jersey with teal accents that tie in several versions of previous Diamondbacks jerseys. You can see what they look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The jerseys are set to make their on-field debut this Friday when the Diamondbacks host the Dodgers. Snakes start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. Corbin Burns was set to make this start, or I should say was supposed to make this start, but he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation, so Ryan Nelson will make the spot start in his place. He'll go against right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then we've got 2 game ones in the NBA playoffs tonight. In the East, you've got the 3-seed Knicks against the 2-seed Celtics. That one starts at 4 from Boston. And in the West, the 4-seed Nuggets visit the 1-seed Thunder in Oklahoma City. It starts at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which eliminated NBA teams could use Kevin Durant the most? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And like the Joker once said to Batman in The Dark Knight, here we go. The Rockets are out of the playoffs. Everything about this series screamed they need a Kevin Durant on their roster.
They couldn't make shots when they needed to.
Last night's game, you could not watch that game and think, yeah, Durant would have had the ball there, and Durant would have made that shot, and Durant would have done this, and Durant would have done that, right? Like, everything about this series was just like, oh my God, did this team need him? They're done. And now that they're done, nothing's going to happen with Kevin Durant until the end of June. I mean, we just all sit back and get comfy because nothing can happen until the playoffs are over and all of that. But the way they got eliminated and the way they lost is just going to ramp up the speculation that Houston, boy, if they don't want him, they better want him. You know what I mean? Like, I'm hearing that they might not want him. You better want him if you're Houston.
I really like their roster. But what they are lacking is they're lacking that one guy when you got to get a bucket. You need somebody to get a bucket. They go to Şengün a lot, and he tries these fancy moves around the basket to get around somebody and then floats it up in the air when he can't get close enough. But that's their best play.
It's so true.
It's,
How many times, like 5 times last night, I'm like, wow, that's a fancy move.
I'm going to go left, I'm going to go right, I'm going to go left, I'm going to go right. And if I can't get to the basket, I'm just going to float it up and it's going to miss the rim.
It's pretty to look at, but it's like completely ineffective, Alperin. But okay, whatever, man. You do you.
I think that they're in a good position to get Kevin Durant without having to give up the farm. They could keep Şengün. They could keep Van Vliet. They could keep Brooks. They could keep Thompson. They could keep Eason. I think that they can make a trade in which they're not. Remember, one of the things Kevin Durant said when the whole Golden State thing was going down is, man, you got to give up a lot to get me. I think Houston's in a spot where they don't have to give up as much. I think Houston could give up players and not affect what they have. And I think that I've always liked that roster. And I like the Minnesota roster, too. I just don't know if I picture Kevin Durant living in Minnesota in December and January and February.
Yeah, that's true.
Seriously, I mean, Kevin Durant's got a say in this. You want to go live in Minnesota when it's, minus 10 degrees outside for a month? Like, I don't know that he would want to go there. He likes Udoka. They were on the USA team together. He respects him. You can see in the YouTube clips, the respect between him. So I think he would like to play for them. They've got glue guys. They've got tough glue guys. I think it's a good fit. I think you could make a trade if you're Houston without giving up any of your top players that you rely on, and still make a good trade to add Durant.
No doubt about it. This is Matt Thomas. He's the play-by-play announcer for the Houston Rockets. He was a guest this morning on the Bickley and Murata show. And if you hear one reason why the Rockets wouldn't get in on Kevin Durant, I think this is the reason. And the reason is that the Rockets, to your point about loving this young roster and loving what they got, they look at the Suns a few years ago going all out to get Kevin Durant, and they go, well, we don't want to do that now, do we?
I think it's a cautionary tale for everybody in the association. I mean, first of all, you're in cap hell. You've got no draft capital. Who wants that? And the Rockets are going to have some cap issues. Obviously, if they bring back Fred VanVleet at the dollar amount he has for next year, I don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll try to work out something to keep him here at a lower value. They just signed Alpern and Jalen to new contracts, but they were friendly contracts, not only to not break the bank, but ultimately, if they were to move from them, the Rockets have, think about it. Amen Thompson draft, Jabari Smith draft, Jalen Green draft, Alperen Şengün draft. And I'm not a huge, super big, let's build to the draft guy, especially because the world of the NBA is about getting the big free agent stars. But look where some of these teams are. Milwaukee is in a cap mess. Phoenix in a cap mess. It's been fun not having to worry about whether or not one move is either all in or you're screwed for the next 4 or 5 years, because it has been a long time since Rockets basketball has been relevant in our community, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's just I think the difference is that while the Suns ultimately had to throw all those draft picks and all those beloved players in to get Kevin Durant, I don't think the Houston Rockets will have to do the same thing.
No,
not to the same degree the Suns have.
You could still hold on. Think about what you could add. You could still hold on to all those draft picks and use that for something else. Now, cap hell, yeah, I get it. Like I get it. It's tough. It's a tough spot to be in. And if you add Kevin Durant, you're going to want to extend him because you're going to want to have him for 3 years. I mean, like I just don't think anybody would rent Kevin Durant and give up a haul to get him.
No, they wouldn't.
For 1 year. Kevin Durant is one of the greatest shot makers I've ever seen. He might be the best shot maker I've ever seen. His ability to score on any defense, it doesn't matter how good the defense is. It doesn't matter how good the defender is. If Kevin Durant wants to go for 40, he can go for 40. He's that great of a scorer. Now, it didn't work in Phoenix because a lot of the other pieces were not in place. But we never sat here and said, the reason the Suns aren't winning is it's Kevin Durant's fault. Kevin Durant is still one of the great scorers in the history of the game. You got to have the right guys around him to win. So people, Kevin Durant hasn't won since he left Golden State. Yeah, he was in a good spot with Golden State. He had a good team. He had good teammates. He had a good team around him. One guy's not going to win at all. I still think Houston is the favorite with what they have. They just got to decide, do you want to keep going down this path?
Right.
Or because what are you acquiring all these draft picks for? They can't be, you're not replacing Şengün with a draft pick. You're not replacing Thompson with a draft pick. You're not replacing, what I'm saying? At some point, you got to use those draft picks to go bring somebody in to help those guys.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think what makes the Rockets so unique is and Bobby Marks, who was a guest on the Wolf and Luke show today, who, by the way, said, okay, you can talk about whatever you want with the Rockets. Aman Thompson is not he's not going anywhere. He wrote a piece today in which he said, look, the 3 boxes you need to have checked as a team that could make a deal with the Phoenix Suns, the Houston Rockets check all the boxes. They have all the draft equity in the world to be able to make a trade if they want to. They've got young players under controllable contracts that Phoenix is going to want, right? Younger guys to start kind of rebuilding things. Now, are they going to get them all or are they going to get the best ones? I don't know. That's where the negotiations come in. And then they do have contracts whose salaries can be used to help get you there, whether it's Şengün, whether it's Green, whether it's Dylan Brooks, right? There are big enough, and in that regard, they check all boxes. You want draft picks? They've got them. You want younger players who are controllable? They've got those too. And you want salaries that are big enough because you got to make the math work? They've got that too. And as long as they can make a deal that doesn't hamstring them the way the Kevin Durant deal hamstrung the Suns, I don't know why the Rockets wouldn't want to do this. Unless they just look at Kevin Durant and here's something we're not talking about. Unless they just look at Kevin Durant and say, he's no good. He's a poison pill. He's going to come in my room and he's going to mess with my room. He's going to come in my room and he's going to, we sit here and talk about the player all we want. But there is an undeniable other element to this with Kevin Durant that has to be discussed. Is he going to come in?
Can he be happy
and mess with the room? Because exactly.
Can he come in and be happy?
Exactly. And if he's not, what are you doing all these young players in your trajectory? Yes.
What happens if he's not happy? Can it have a negative effect on everybody? But you're trying to win. You're trying to win. And the one thing that was obvious in that series is they were really lacking somebody that can get them a bucket when they needed to.
Yeah, it's just the one thing I would say for them, man, they missed the playoffs, every year since 2020? This was their first go at it. They were the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. Can you already decide, okay, we don't have enough? Based off of one series against Golden State, can you already, if you're the Houston GM, look at it and go, yep, nope, clearly we don't have enough. We're not good enough. Can you make that decision after 1 year? That's the thing that hangs me up.
They're so young. Easton's still going to develop. Jabari Smith is still going to.
Shepard is
They
still
haven't even
develop.
played Shepard or Whitmore. They don't even play those guys. They can't get on the court.
Exactly. I mean,
those two guys.
So I would think you can make an argument that Houston, we're all basing this reaction on how they played in this series. All right, and offensively, specifically how they played in this series. But you can also look at it and say, man, we just were figuring out how to play basketball together with this great coach. And we made it all the way to the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. Don't we deserve to give this group one more year and just see how they go? And if they believe that, then Houston's not going to be a candidate to get Kevin Durant, even though they've got, you're right about the draft picks. You got to do something with them at some point. You have to consolidate them at some point and go get the guy.
All these teams, the Jazz, all these teams that are acquiring all these picks, at some point, you stop using them all on players. And you try to use them to get you somebody that can kind of get you over a hump. And the humps are different. Maybe it's a team makes a trade to get into the playoffs, or a team makes a trade to get out of the play-in and get into the top 6 seed, or try to get into the top 4, or try to win a championship. A lot of different teams want to use those picks to get over a certain hump.
Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half-Day Club coming up in just 2 days. The Diamondbacks taking on the first-place New York Mets in what should be a great series at Chase Field. You can snag lower-level tickets for this day game for only $9.87 by texting the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620 to secure your seats. The Arizona Cardinals did not draft a wide receiver. Will the Arizona Cardinals pursue a wide receiver instead? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Brian Gregory came to Michigan State, and they formed a really deep relationship. So Matt Ishbia and a couple of others would always work with Brian Gregory to sort of be the scout team. And if you read anything about that Michigan State championship team, the narrative was they never had a bad practice. And it's something that Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia took great pride in. That was their role on a championship team. So clearly the idea, I know this guy, I really like this guy's going to help me recreate what we had at Michigan State. The dots they connect themselves.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you right now with all of your mortgage needs, whether it's refinance, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it all. House prices are starting to drop. There's a lot of inventory and not as many buyers. There's kind of a correction in the market on house prices. That means a lot of you that are renting may now be able to afford a house. Well, the first step in doing it is to get pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage team is local. They've been here for 30 years. They will help you with all of your mortgage needs. All you have to do is call them at 623-889-0130. They'll get you pre-approved absolutely free. Pre-approved for free. You call them at 623-889-0130. And once you're pre-approved, then you can go start looking at houses. You'll see that the market's come down a little bit. You might be in a great position to buy a home. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130.
Dan Bickley with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, you guys put the big in big screen televisions.
That's right. We have the largest TVs in the valley, like our jaw-dropping 115-inch model. It's an experience you have to see to believe.
Wow. And if I need my new TV delivered or installed?
Speedy delivery, full installation, you name it. We've got it covered.
Don't forget, drop my name. You're going to get a 3-year warranty for free or 10% off installation labor.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Wolf. The valley's heating up, and if you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, call my friends at All Pro Shade Concepts. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare, and total privacy. Now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. Go to allproshade.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here. Thankfully, sitting in the seat that she's designated to sit in for the Burns and Gambo show. Not that she couldn't do, something over here on this side, but if anybody else were sitting there pushing the buttons, Mitch could push the buttons. But me, Gambo, no.
I like my seat over here.
You like it? You like it right there? Yeah, okay. It's like the Diamondbacks bullpen. Everybody's doing something they're not supposed to be doing right now.
Who wants to be closer on the show?
I vote for Gambo. You close. Close it
put
out.
my mic on. I can close. I'm going to close it out. Okay. All right.
He clearly can't start. No.
No.
He's not Gambo's not a starter. He can't turn on his own microphone. But he can close for sure. Lauren, you got a poll question for us? What do you got?
I do, and it involves just that. Not who's closing for the Burns and Gambo show, but whose recent injuries are more concerning to you with the Diamondbacks? Is it the starting pitchers or the bullpen?
Starting pitchers would be Corbin Burns missing a start, which Torrey insists will only be one due to shoulder inflammation.
Bullpen.
And, of course, Merrill Kelly's cramping issue. And the bullpen is your back two guys are out.
Bullpen.
One of them's on the 60-day. Bullpen, though, we'll talk more about this in a little bit. The Merrill Kelly issue in particular, that was the first time I think that really cost them a game because of that on Friday night, which takes it to a different level when that starts happening. But I'll stuff that in a sock and save it for later. What's the results of the poll question right now?
72% going with the bullpen, 28% going with starting pitching.
I will say this. Kudos to the Arizona Diamondbacks on their
new jerseys.
The City Connect jerseys. Those things are fire.
That's a different color purple, isn't it?
Those things,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's quite vibrant.
Those things are...
They stand out.
Awesome. Like, ESPN has this thing where they're grading every team's City Connect jerseys, just like an A right out of the gates.
I'm thinking about putting one of those things around my luggage, so when it comes out, I know exactly where my luggage is. That's mine! That's mine! That one right there, that's mine! Move out of the way! Gotta get my luggage!
You travel a lot. Do you put anything on your luggage to make sure you know it's yours when it comes out of the carousel?
Chelsea has a bright orange She has bright orange, so it stands out. I got like blue. Because I gotta like struggle and like look at everybody else's. Is that mine? Is that mine? That looks like mine. And no, that's So, Lauren?
I tie a little ribbon.
Yeah, that's what
Little
Chelsea
ribbon
does too.
okay,
Ties ribbons on.
We've got like a it's almost like a steel blue set of luggage. It's unique. It doesn't pop like orange, but there aren't a lot of luggage sets that color. So when it comes out of the carousel, we usually know when it's ours.
We got really nice luggage once a couple of years ago, and then so to protect the luggage, we bought these like covers that you put on the luggage when you travel. We got to Norway, they were gone. Like, these things are not staying on your luggage, mister. Whoever the bad guys were, they took them off.
the bad guy took them off.
They took them off somewhere. One of our stops, they took them off. We're like, where are they? Like, what happened to the covers for our luggage? No go.
Not cool at all. Not cool. All right, that is the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo show, the Burns and Gambo Twitter page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. I was struggling for a moment because I was looking for this. The Cardinals did sign a player today. They announced they have signed tight end Josiah DeGuara to a one-year contract. Signing took place today at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Played in 65 games, 10 starts during his 5 NFL seasons. He's with the Packers and the Jags. Third-round pick by Green Bay. I can't imagine it's anything more than a depth guy at this point, but they did make that.
Wide receiver.
No, and I tell you, we've got like a running thing that we like to say here on Burns and Gambo. There are times when we go to websites, we're looking for stories, looking for stuff to talk about, and you click on a link, and you just know your team is going to be mentioned on the link. You just know it. So today on NFL.com, you saw it, you sent it to me, I saw it, I sent it to you. When there was a story on NFL.com, top 7 landing spots for wide receiver Amari Cooper, I knew full well when I clicked on that link, the Arizona Cardinals were going to be one of the 7 teams, and sure enough, they were.
A lot of people asked me about Amari Cooper early in free agency, and what I said at that time is that the Cardinals kind of viewed him as on the back end of it. They viewed Amari Cooper as on the back end of it, and they were just going to see how it goes. Just sit and wait, sit and wait, sit and wait. Right now, at that point, they were not interested in Amari Cooper. Now, the draft was coming up. And they viewed the wide receiver draft as just okay. Not a great year for the draft. They didn't feel like they had to go get a wide receiver in the draft. So now you sit here, and now you're at the sitting and waiting period. Okay? Because now the prices have come down quite a bit.
The price is wrong.
Now the prices have come down a lot a bit. A lot. Because now you're in May, and you're like, okay, training camp seems right around the corner once you get to May. Like, oh my goodness, a couple of months will be training camp and things like that. So Amari Cooper, at the time, they were going to sit, wait, see how it goes. Really thought that he was on the back end of it. Didn't have interest at that time. The draft was still coming up. Maybe they would take another look. So I think that maybe with Amari Cooper and other guys, you kind of see what the price is.
Yeah.
And if it gets to the point where it's like there's nothing to lose, then okay, why not?
Yeah.
But he's also going to be 31 years old. He wasn't that productive last year. His best years are behind him by quite a few years. The last time he had a good year was 2023. So last
Wasn't
year,
that long ago.
Yeah, 2023. So last year he did not have a great year. But yeah, 2023 had 1,250 yards. He had over 1,000 a year before. But at 31, being a little long in the tooth, again, there does come a point where you're like, there's no risk here. There's no risk, and you can bring him in.
I'm not saying you should throw last season out, but if you just set last season aside for a second, where he was 6 games with Cleveland and 8 games with Buffalo, and it was really obvious, anybody who watched the Buffalo game, he just did not fit in that offense at all. Take that season and set it off to the side. He was over 1,100 yards in 4 of the previous 5 seasons. 3 of those were with Dallas, 2 of those were with the Browns. He was, 1,250, 1,160, 1,114, 1,189. Now, that was back when he was 25, 26, 27. So I'm not trying to suggest he would be like that now. You're 100% correct. This is a price issue. This is the player and his agent feels like he's worth this, and teams are telling him, oh, no, you're worth that. And until you realize that, we're not really going to do a deal with you. But there is also, like, if this is a supply and demand conversation, there's also a supply conversation that we have here because Robert Woods was out there. He's not anymore. He signed with the Steelers. Deontay Johnson was out there. He's not. He signed with the Browns. Elijah Moore was out there. He's not. He signed with the Buffalo Bills. The few options you had left among wide receivers, and we went through this on draft day, and I mentioned free agent wide receivers, and we're like, yep, that guy signed. Oh, that guy signed. Oh, that guy signed.
Right. Well, that happened that day.
It all happened like the Monday after the draft. You're like Keenan Allen. I think he's still out there. But you know what I mean? Like, it's like some of those guys, once the draft was done, they signed. They looked around and went, okay, teams that didn't draft a wide receiver, they need a wide receiver. I'll sign now. He hasn't yet. And I just wonder how much money he's holding out for. How much money he wants to make it worth his while to sign now.
That's a good point. That's a good point, because there are some guys like, I'm not playing for like I'm not playing for close to the minimum.
Yeah.
Like I'm not. He's been in this league since 2015. Amari Cooper's made a lot of money. He might view it as it's not worth it. It's not worth it for me to come back and play for so little money. Like if I don't get at least a certain amount of money, I'm not going to play. It's very possible that that's how he's thinking.
Ooh. You want to take a guess on Amari Cooper's career earnings?
100 mil?
$133 million.
More. Yeah, easy 100 mil.
He's made 130. Yeah, so if he's been...
Yeah, because he was with the Raiders and then the Cowboys.
Halfway smart about his money, and fine, I'll wait.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Well, it might be like you can make $3 million. Maybe he doesn't want to play for $3 million. Agent, taxes. Do I really want to go through all of this for $1.5 million?
Yeah.
Like he may not want to do it.
But I do think the fit would be. I'd still like the Cardinals to go
a veteran
sign
wide receiver.
Another guy.
He would automatically be your number 2, wouldn't he?
Automatically.
Amari Cooper, Michael Wilson.
Yep, automatically.
I think so too.
Mm-hmm.
I think so too.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show on this Monday, hope everybody's having a good Monday. The starting pitching got rocked in Philadelphia, and there is concern for the high-priced acquisition of the Diamondbacks. We'll talk starting pitching next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here to say about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Trucks and SUVs, GMC makes the best of them, and Liberty GMC is well stocked with all of them. So whatever it is that you're looking for this summer to power your adventures when you're traveling all over wherever, Liberty GMC has not only what you're looking for, they have the best deals on what you're looking for. Like $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, best truck out there on the streets. Like $9,500 off a 2024 Yukon, the most popular people mover out there, or 0% for 60 months on a Hummer EV if you've decided that it is time to go the EV route. Do it in style. Find it all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
My name is Steve Black. I'm an orientation specialist with Fulton Homes. The whole purpose of the orientation is to educate and orient the new home buyer on all the features and functions of their new home. We also do somewhat of a quality control inspection of the home as we're walking through the home. With other builders, a lot of times it's a construction superintendent that's performing the walkthrough with the home buyer. The problem sometimes with that is you get that whole scenario of the fox guarding the hen house, where if there's deficiencies or if there's corrections that are needed, The construction superintendent is not going to want to identify those items because it's going to negatively affect them. So that's why with orientation specialists in place, you have a neutral third party that does not report to the construction department or sales. I only report to customer care or Mr. Fulton himself. So our primary goal is to make sure that that homeowner is not just a happy homeowner, but a customer for life.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned home, and they have returned a beloved color to their uniform rotation. The latest City Connect jerseys sees the Diamondbacks in a purple uniform with teal accents that tie in several previous versions that the Diamondbacks have worn in history. You can see what they look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The jerseys are set to make their on-field debut this Friday when the Diamondbacks host the Dodgers. The Snakes start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. It was supposed to be Corbin Burns' turn, a lot of words, in the rotation, but he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation. Ryan Nelson's going to make the start in his place. He'll go against right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And we've got 2 game ones in the NBA playoffs second round tonight. In the East, you've got the 3-seed Knicks visiting the 2-seeded Celtics. That one starts at 4. And in the West, the 4-seeded Nuggets visit the 1st-seeded Thunder in Oklahoma City at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Luke. Ryan Nelson makes his first start of the season tonight for the Dbacks. Will he show he belongs in the rotation long term? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Our poll question today, and as it should be, it's decidedly in favor of the bullpen and the injuries in the bullpen and the concern about the bullpen. Because you lose your top 2 guys, and it just becomes a mess, right? Like, everybody's shifted, everybody's out of position, everybody's doing something they're not used to doing. Outside of Kevin Ginkel and maybe Ryan Thompson, who kind of have stuck with the same spots, everybody else has been sort of reassigned. The starting rotation isn't nearly as in dire straits, but that doesn't mean everything's great with the starting rotation either for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It was announced over the weekend that Corbin Burns was going to have his next start skipped. Troy Lavello insisted he did not need to go on the injured list. He just needed to take a start off with shoulder inflammation. They sent him home. He didn't go to Philadelphia with the team, came back, MRI was fine, and everything says he's going to start on Saturday against the LA Dodgers. There's that. And then there's the Merrill Kelly issue, which was, I can't imagine poor Merrill Kelly, who has given his heart and his soul and his body to this organization for the years that he has, how pissed off this must make him. Like, this has become almost his defining trait now over the last couple of years, you know?
Boy, it's a good question. I think 5 years from now, what do you remember about Merrill Kelly? It's going to be one of those things. I'm going to remember how incredible he was in the postseason run and just how steady and consistent he was. And he's always been my favorite Diamondback starting pitcher. He's my favorite pitcher. But these cramps are going to define him. It's going to be something that you think about all the times he's had to be removed from a game. I think I read in one of the stories somewhere, it might have been AC Central somewhere, the amount of times that he's had to leave. They said they believe this is the 7th time since August of 2023 that he's left a start due to cramping in his legs. Now think about it. August of 23, the season's almost over. So you're talking about 1 month, 1 or 2 months in 2023, 6 months in
9 months. 7 times in 9 months.
7 times in 9 months.
7 times in 9 months.
Because it's not like it's August of 2023. That's the end of the season.
Yeah.
So 7 times in 9 months, he's had to leave a game with cramping. It's something that I'm sure it's frustrating to him. I'm sure it's frustrating the organization. He's a great pitcher, a really great pitcher. I mean, he's pitching really well. And now, you 5 innings in, you got to go to your bullpen. You end up losing a baseball game.
Yeah, and that's why, and I kind of hinted at this in the last segment, for me anyway, that's why this one to me is a little bit different than the other ones. And for this one reason alone. Most of the time when it's happened to him, it's happened late enough in his start where you could have justified it, where you said, he probably only had a couple batters left anyway, or maybe he was only going to pitch one more inning anyway because his pitch count was getting up. He threw 60 pitches. And for a team, we knew the deal going into Friday's game. I'd even asked you a question on the air. I wonder who's not available tonight. And I saw your response on Twitter, and you had said Ryan Thompson's not available tonight.
Yeah.
Kevin Ginkel's not available
tonight.
Those two are
not available.
And Shelby Miller's only available for the 9th inning, and that's it.
Right.
So on a night like that, he's sitting at 60 pitches. He's going into the 5th inning. And I'm sure in his mind, because he's a warrior, he is such a warrior. I'm sure in his mind, he's thinking, tonight's the night I'm giving this team 7. Tonight's the night I'm giving this team 8.
He had 30 more pitches.
I'm going to take the pressure off of that bullpen because we don't have our normal guys down there. And I'm going to give us at least 2 more innings to set things up. And he can't. And Gambo, I think this is the first of the 7 where you can directly tie the result of the game to the injury. Because he leaves early.
Murillo comes in.
And now it's a fire drill, right? Now it's Murillo, and now it's Castillo, and now it's guys who aren't normally pitching in these situations. It's bang, bang, home run, and before you know it, you're losing the game.
I had to bring up a guy to pitch in that game that I had just called up that day.
Yeah.
In Castillo. A journeyman guy. They just called him up.
And I'm not trying to blame it on Merrill Kelly. Okay, he can't control this. It's not his fault. I'm just saying this is the first game where you can say, you lost because your starting pitcher has these cramping issues that forces him out of it. And I think that's the first time we could actually say that about Merrill Kelly. I think.
There might have been another one, but this is an obvious one. You're hoping for 6 at the minimum. 7 would be great because you're down 2 of your main guys. But you can pitch Shelby in the 9th inning. So now, if you're Lovello, you work backwards. You're thinking, okay, let me get 7 out of Merrill. He's got 60 pitches right now. I get 2 more innings. I get through the 7th. Now I've just got to get through the 8th inning. I could use Murillo for the 8th. I pitch Shelby in the 9th. Ball game, go back to the hotel, grab a steak, go to dinner. We're good. But instead, you got to come up, and now you got to pitch Castillo in a game like – you don't want to pitch Castillo in a game like that. You don't want to pitch Castillo in a 2-1 game. A 3-2. You don't want him pitching in that game.
No.
But you had to because Thompson was down, Ginkel was down, and you weren't going to use Shelby unless it was for a save situation. And you've got no A.J. Puck right now. You got no Justin Martinez right now. You got no Joe Mantiply right now. I mean, it's like, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight sometimes when you're asking your bullpen to go 4 innings with this team right now.
Kelly, after the game, on the frustration that this came in a game like this one.
When it pops up, obviously that's the most frustrating thing. It's like a game like today. Come out in the 5th and everyone else is trying to do their job, but the point of where I was at today with how many pitches, I mean, in my opinion, I should still be out there in the 7th. I should still be out there in the 8th. It's my day. It's my job to do that and go as deep as I can. And I think that's the most frustrating part, is to see us lose a game like that when it still should be in my control and it's not. That's when it really starts. I think that's the most frustrating part of anything. You start feeling like a liability, and that's never a good feeling.
That was the word, man. I read it on Saturday morning. I was reading some of the game reports. When he called himself a liability, I thought, oh, man, he must be so pissed about this right now. Just so pissed. And you can't...
because it keeps happening over and over again.
Yeah,
and you're like, how many experts are there that can't figure this out?
Right.
You know how frustrating that is?
Right.
Like, I've got a cramping issue. Okay, go see the best doctors in the world. Figure out, and they can't figure it out.
He said he's had blood work done to see if anything is noticeable that might explain the cramping. He's had his blood flow checked. The tests have not led to any answers. We've done he says, quote, all kinds of labs, all kinds of hydration stuff. I wish I had a good answer for you guys. If I had a good answer, I'd stop cramping. And the other concerning part, it's not happening in the heat of Chase Field anymore.
No, so it's not Chase.
It's not even that.
It's not even that. It's happened twice now
on
cold days.
When it happened. It wasn't warm yesterday in Philadelphia when it happened.
No.
That's on frustration on top of frustration.
So now you know it's not Chase Field.
Yeah, right.
We weren't blaming it on Chase Field. Now you're like, okay, it's happening in other ballparks too.
Then there's the Corbin Burnes situation, which means Ryan Nelson's going to get the start tonight, which means even best case scenario, and we love Ryan Nelson around here, and we're excited to watch him with a chance to start. He's only going to give you 85 pitches tonight, so you're going to need bullpen tonight. You're going to need some coverage in the pen tonight, and so there's that issue that you have to contend with, and hopefully the Corbin Burnes thing isn't serious, because I'll tell you what, the one thing about this guy, he doesn't miss starts.
No.
He does not.
No, he's a bulldog.
He does not miss for it to be bad enough to him to miss a start and to be sent home to get an MRI.
Concerned,
not one bit, but it's just that when you've got a guy whose resume is spotless when it comes to never missing starts, and he finally does, that to me is a little bit of a red flag. But they don't seem concerned about it at all. They're like, no, he'll be fine for Saturday.
They'll be fine. I got Ryan Nelson, which I think I think in some ways are probably happy that they're getting Ryan Nelson a start, even if it means just one of their guys is down for a game.
This is not how I would have wanted it. I don't know how I would have wanted it, but it's not like this. Well, I guess I say that.
Boy, this is the best scenario.
Maybe
the
this
guy's
is the
going to miss
best
one
scenario.
start instead of 2 months.
As long as it's just one start, as long as it's just one start for Corbin Burnes, then the question really becomes, and I'm thinking ahead here.
Okay, you're going up against a good baseball team tonight. Ryan Nelson throws 5 shutout innings, 5 innings of 1-run ball. Like, you might start thinking about this. Does this guy deserve a spot in the rotation? Over who?
Over who, though?
Not Burnes, not Gallen.
Not Kelly, even with the cramping issue.
With the cramping.
Certainly not. Eduardo Rodriguez pitched
That would be
better.
the only one. But man, he was like, I thought he pitched a terrific game yesterday.
I thought he pitched a terrific game yesterday.
I thought he pitched a terrific game. He just left 2 guys on base, and then a guy comes in and gives up a 3-run homer, and those 2 runs count on you.
Yeah. For whom would be the question for Ryan Nelson? Whose spot does he take? But I guarantee you this: if he comes in here tonight and he throws 85 pitches and he's lights out for 5 or 6 innings.
It's a conversation.
Oh, we're having it tomorrow.
It's a conversation.
But you bet your butt we're having that conversation tomorrow. Absolutely we are. Treat mom to a day at the ballpark. Head to the contest page right now on ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win tickets to see the D-backs take on the Dodgers on Mother's Day. When we come back, who else needs to help uplift this baseball team during the month of May? What a shock. We've got a long list. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Ripped towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In-time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
D-backs welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And for those of you out there that want to start looking ahead, want to start thinking about your future and your plans and what you're going to do in retirement, it's always wise to start as soon as you can. If you could start in your 20s, great. 30s, fine. 40s, still plenty of time. 50s, you're starting to run out of time a little bit, but there's never a bad time to work with Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax and Stuart Willis, who is a fiduciary right here in Arizona. 5 locations in the Valley, same company that I work with on my financial plan and my retirement plan. Because there's things that I want to do, places I want to go, things I want to see when my workday is finished. So my retirement plan is in full order. Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax has really helped me with that. And I believe that they can help you with yours too. Get a free portfolio review right now. Absolutely free. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month. That Desert Wind Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson. That Desert Wind Harley. Visit desertwindharley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
On Friday, May 9th, enjoy a free post-game concert featuring La Original Banda El Limon. Go to dbacks.com/Mex for tickets and field passes.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. 2 more game ones we get to pick apart Tuesday morning starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
By the way, earlier in the show, we asked everybody, since we assume the Diamondbacks are the only team in Major League Baseball that has something to complain about their fans, you know, whether it's Corbin Burns or Merrill Kelly or your 2 relievers or Ketel Marte or whatever. We've asked you, hey, if you want to complain about your baseball team, let us know. We got a text on the text line at 620-620.
Okay.
My team is a stepchild in Sacramento that nobody wants. Oakland still can't fill up a stadium in AAA baseball. And then we got this one. My baseball rant. My baseball rant, says Matt from the 602. My son's club team, he's 11. They have a 2-out kryptonite. They can't get the 3rd out. I'm pretty sure they lead their league in giving up 2-out runs. Just got once. Can they?
Wow.
Just once. Can they get past the 3rd inning without?
Your son's only 11. You got 6, 7 more years of this, brother. You got 6 or 7 more years of that.
Just once can they get the third out without giving up a run. That from the 602. Yes, every baseball fan out there has something to complain about. It hasn't gone perfect for your team, and the Diamondbacks are no different. And yet, to our point earlier in the show, they've survived. You know, they finished up a 3-3 road trip. That's okay. They're 8-8 against teams with winning records. That's okay. Nothing's been lost at this point in the season that can't be gained later. They're fine. They're okay.
Yeah.
But they could start using some help. And I'll tell you, I'm going to use this as the conversation starter, Gambo, and you're not going to like it.
I am going to like it.
Jordan Lawler has been named the PCL Player of the Month by Minor League Baseball. He had triple slashed 408, 487, 749, led the PCL in runs scored, hits, total bases, extra base hits, OPS, and slugging percentage in April. Now, you talk about finding a spot for a guy.
Okay, I'm ready.
You know, we were talking about this with Ryan Nelson a second ago. Like, does he pitch well enough where we come in here and say, hey, you got to find a spot for him? At what point do you say you got to find a spot for this kid here?
He will play a prominent role on the Diamondbacks this season, and
Okay.
it won't be as a September call-up.
Okay.
Jordan Lawler will get now. He missed all of last year. He barely played. He didn't play, so that's 500 at bats he missed out on. There is a certain number of at bats that they want to make sure he gets this year. So they could kind of look at it as a full season. What is that? I don't know. Is it 300, 325, 350?
See how many at-bats he's got now. He's got 126 at-bats right
There
now.
is a point where, okay, we feel like he got his work in this year. You don't want to bring him up with 125 at-bats now and have him as a bit player. When they bring Jordan Lawler up, they want him to be a guy that's here and never has to go back down. But you got to have a spot for him. The question is, where is that spot?
Well,
that's the question.
Is Eugenio Suarez
Okay,
getting
let's
see now this is where the conversation differs from the Ryan Nelson conversation, because I can argue there's no spot for Ryan Nelson right now. There's nobody glaring like that.
Mm-hmm.
Suarez is starting to get a little bit glaring, not because of the number. The defensive numbers have been really
atrocious.
subpar for him.
He's
right?
got 7 errors. He had 10 all of last year. He can't throw the baseball. He keeps having these crazy throwing errors. I don't know what happened. He was so good, but he's got 7 errors right now. The problem with Suarez is if you go to ESPN and you look up what his projections are this year, it's going to blow your mind on home runs and RBIs. It's just going to blow your mind. You're going to be like, oh, my God, how can you take that guy out of the lineup?
Okay, hold on. I'm looking.
Okay.
You keep talking. I'm looking.
Because for me, I don't know that what's the phrase? The juice is worth the squeeze?
The juice is one of my favrites.
I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. I'm just being honest here. I don't think that. I think that I looked something up with Suarez as I was
48 homers, 100 RBI.
Right. Who the hell would take out who the hell would take that guy out of the lineup?
Who would take?
You'd have to be insane to take a guy almost. The guy's projected to hit 48 home runs. You're going to take him out of the lineup. You're an idiot. I would take him out of the lineup.
You're an idiot, Gambo. You're an idiot.
I'd like the amount. Like it's just. So I did something yesterday because I had my Suarez frustration hat on yesterday because he was miserable all series. He was 3 for 25 on the road trip. 3 for 25.
Uh-huh.
So I did say, I said, how many times has this guy gone 0 for in a baseball game? Just how many times has he been an 0 for? 16 times. That included the 0 for 5 yesterday, 2 0 for 2s, 4 0 for 3s, 9 0 for 4s. He's got 7 errors. He had 10 all of last year. 16 times this guy has given you nothing. He doesn't put the ball in play. He doesn't move a runner over. He doesn't do anything. Like, it's the juice and the squeeze thing. Like, I get it. Like he's on pace to hit 48 homers. Let's bench him. But I just think that there are, for the 1 or 2 games that once or twice every 10 games, you get something out of Gino. I don't know if
it's worth the other 8 or 9.
I don't know if it's worth the other 8 or 9.
Is it worth the other 8 or 9?
I just don't believe it is.
Yeah. No, I think that is really the dilemma with him. And I agree with you completely. And I really enjoy that you're using the juice is worth the squeeze here, because I think that's very appropriate here. I don't know. I don't know if it is worth the other 9. And while it would seem crazy to bench a guy who's 48 and 100, on pace for 48 homers and 100 RBI, and who would generally, by and large, is a good guy. Seems like he's a leader in the room. Seems like he helps everybody stay relaxed and he has a lot of fun. Seems like he's well respected. There was that play yesterday, where was it? Realmuto, who slid into him in third base, and he was so worried about him. Hey, you okay? No, man, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. It's all right. Yeah, he was out too. We got him right in the head. But so he seems like a very well-liked, well-respected guy.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, this offense, now let's see how they do with Ketel back. And I think for me, that's the threshold here. Okay. Corbin's been slumping a little bit. Josh has been slumping a little bit. Haven has definitely been slumping a little bit. You look at all of their numbers over the last 10 games or so. Those three guys who were carrying this team offensively the first month, they're not carrying them anymore.
No.
They're both going through their hard times. If Ketel Marte can't provide the spark in this offense that you would expect one of the best players in baseball to do, I think after a couple of weeks, if they're still scuffling offensively as a team, I think you really got to start thinking about whether you call up Lawler or not.
Spark.
To give him a little bit of extra oomph in that lineup. Because it's before yesterday, Gambo, they had been hitting like 223 in their last 13 games.
Yeah, outside of one outlier game, which was yesterday, right?
Yeah, their batting average has been terrible. They're averaging less than 4 runs per game.
How many times did they get stuck? I mean, yesterday I think it was like they had one hit since they got to the 9th inning. They had one hit since the 4th inning. Like, they just stop hitting at times. They just stop hitting. You're right. There's too many guys that are slumping. Can you play do you want to bring Lawler up and say, here's your position, just focus on that? Or do you want to bring him up and say, today you're playing second, tomorrow you're playing third, next week you're playing left field, we might give Jerry a day off, you'll play short. Do you want him to be the Mr. Utility guy, or do you want to have him come up and play a position?
Look, as long as, maybe I'm in the wrong on this one, as long as he's getting regular at-bats, I think I'd be okay with him coming up and doing the super utility thing. But he's got to get the regular at-bats.
My idea would be this. Make him the everyday third baseman and make Suarez the DH. Because Grichuk hasn't given you anything this year. And I know he hits left-handed pitching really well. Or you could bounce back and forth between Suarez and Grichuk. But if you want to find a regular spot for Lawler,
I think you're onto something.
and still get Suarez the at-bats because of his potential. Because if Suarez's defense has been terrible this year.
It has. It's
so like
it
that
was his
gives
one
me
calling card. It was his one.
Right.
Okay, you can stay in the lineup
because you play great defense.
Yeah.
Now you can't throw the ball to first base.
If you're not going to do that, now everything's on the table for us to have a conversation. I agree with your idea about him going to DH. I think that's a good idea. When we come back, draft is done. The roster building is done. It's going to be OTAs. It's going to be training camp, and the season's going to be here before we know it. So what is the biggest question the Cardinals now need to answer? We'll tell you coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, the mistake that my wife and I made and will never make again when we got into a car accident many years ago was we thought because the accident was not our fault and that we got T-boned at an intersection, we thought everything was going to come really, really easy. Nothing came easy. Everything was hard. Everything was a fight. Everything was a battle. Everything was an argument, it felt like, with the insurance companies to get what we needed. And in retrospect, I said, man, if we could go back and do that all over again, I would have called Berg Simpson. And if we ever have to go through it again, and I hope we don't, and I hope you don't, but if you ever have to go through it, we're calling Berg Simpson because whether you're not your fault doesn't seem to matter. It is such a battle and it's such a fight. And when you need it, you want the very best team to represent you. And trust me, Berg Simpson is the very best. You do your homework, you do your research, you will quickly find out they are just different than all the rest. I hope you don't need to call them. I hope I don't need to call them. But if you do, call them. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Are you looking to build your dream pool? Go with the name Arizona trusts most. That's Presidential Pools. As the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume, they earned my business, and now I'm recommending them to you because of what they did to the Wolfley compound. And to show their gratitude for military members and first responders, they offer exclusive discounts. Presidential Pools, they love our military and first responders. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned home, and their uniform rotation has returned a beloved color. The latest City Connect jersey sees the Diamondbacks in a purple uniform with teal accents that tie in several previous versions of Diamondbacks jerseys worn in their franchise history. You can see what they look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The jerseys will make their on-field debut this Friday when the Dbacks host the Dodgers. The Snakes start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. Corbin Burns was to make the start, but he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation. Ryan Nelson will make the start in his place. He goes against right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And we've got 2 game ones in the NBA playoffs second round tonight. In the East, you got the 3rd-seeded Knicks against the 2nd-seeded Celtics in Boston. That one starts at 4. And then in the West, the 4th-seeded Nuggets visiting the 1st-seeded Thunder in Oklahoma City. That one starts at 6:30. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submit2save.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks begin a very important homestand. We'll talk more about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, the business of the offseason in the National Football League, it's just about done in that the next big thing on the calendar is going to be the schedule release, which is
May 14th.
A week from Wednesday, right? Yeah, a week from Wednesday, May 14th. So then we'll find out the
win, loss, win,
oh, yeah, we'll
loss.
We'll do it. We'll do it. And you better believe it. This year when we do it,
You're not going to come out with 14 wins?
I'm going to come up with the win total in my mind that I feel like I'm going to hit, and I'll figure out a way to get it, as opposed to just going game by game and going,
That's no fun. You can't do that. That's like cheating.
How is that cheating?
You got to go game by game. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, if in the back of my mind I know.
So I think they're going to go, you think they're going to win 9 games, and then you get to get a game on the schedule. You're like, I think they'll win that game, but I'm going to give them a loss. Because that's dumb. It's dumb.
That's exactly
Who
what I'm gonna
agrees
do.
with me? Is
That's
that dumb?
Exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to say,
Somebody want to chime in here?
Laura, go ahead, chime in. Is that being dumb? Am I being dumb?
It's dumb.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's being dumb only because he did so poorly last year that we have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
He felt comfortable that they were going to go 15-2.
It was 11. It was 11-6.
Might as well has been 15. Like at that point, at that point, you might as well just go for 14 or 15 wins.
Also, you needed to flip how you actually had it. You had them winning out the last half of the season, and that was totally the reverse to what happened.
Okay, but to Lauren's point now, now I think this is a good point, besides you giving me crap. And I got, maybe not cheating, but it's definitely not being sincere. I'll give you that.
You got to go game by game.
I'm not being sincere if I'm going to do it that way, but I learned my lesson a year ago. I will tell you right now, the way they play in the last 2 months of the season will absolutely be a factor when I'm picking game by game. It will absolutely be a factor when I'm picking game by game.
Okay. So November, they've got a game against Gilbert High School. You give them a loss. They're not going to win.
They
don't play well. I don't care if Gilbert's not that good.
They had a December game last year against Carolina, and we're like, oh, yeah, win. They lost.
Yeah.
I will be much more aware of that and that second half, that last month of the season thing than I was giving it credit for.
Well, I'm going to hope that they built a good enough team that narrative is not going to stick this year.
Well,
they're going to turn that narrative upside down.
Providing the perfect bridge into our topic here, because while the offseason is just about done, it's accidental brilliance. It happens to you every now and then. While most of the offseason is done, save for OTAs, training, there's really the schedule release in OTAs, and that's kind of it. We're done. There's still a few free agents out there. So on CBS Sports today, biggest question facing each NFL team after the 2025 draft. The question for the Arizona Cardinals. Is Kyler Murray capable?
End of story. Good night, everybody.
Is Kyler Murray, that's it? Is Kyler Murray capable of making a big leap? That was the question.
I think that this is a great combination of GM and coach and coaching staff in Arizona. I think they've got a really good – Jonathan Gannon's a good head coach. Drew Petzing and Nick Rallis are good coordinators. Monty Ossenfort's a heck of a GM. I think they've done a good job to put the Cardinals in a position to win football games. The biggest question is, can Kyler elevate his game, and can he elevate the game of the guys around him? And that's what it really comes down to me. If this team fails – I think, if you said to me the Cardinals are not going to make the postseason this year, what would you think is the number one reason? Kyler didn't elevate his game to the level he has to. You've got the best tight end in football. You've got a rookie wide receiver who should take a jump this year. You've got a great running back in James Conner. Now you've got a terrific defensive front seven, which is unreal.
Yeah.
Good cornerback play. There's no reason that this team doesn't take a jump this year unless it's Kyler is stagnant in his growth. Stagnant. Yeah. I'm not saying Kyler gets worse. It's just Kyler's stagnant. And that means he's peaked. He's peaked. He's at a level, and this is who he is.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But I was really looking at it in a very different way. I really was. I was looking at it. The biggest question facing each NFL team, have the Cardinals defensively gotten so good that they can win games without Kyler Murray? I think to me
they can win some. Sure.
I think to me that's the question. That's really which is almost the exact opposite of, is Kyler Murray capable of a big leap? I guess my question would be, are the Cardinals capable of winning if he isn't? Have the Cardinals done so much defensively to change their identity as a football team that they don't need Kyler Murray to take a big leap? That Kyler doesn't have to anymore. I honestly think that is my big question for the Cardinals. Is exactly that, which kind of takes the teeth out of the Kyler Murray conversation, because it's not about him anymore. Have the Cardinals made it so it's not about Kyler Murray anymore?
I think in some games it will be, but there's going to be games where they need him to win.
Of course. But last year, they needed him to win every game, right? Like they were so dependent on him to be great, and if he wasn't, they just weren't giving themselves much of a chance. And those are the days I'm hoping are behind us. That you're just so, for lack of a better word, addicted to Kyler Murray being great. Because if you are, I think that's what kind of sets you up for failure. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there are going to be moments where your quarterback is going to have to win the football game for you. But do there have to be so damn many of them for this football team? I'm hoping that's what they fixed.
I think I was looking at Randall Cunningham today. There was some stories about Randall Cunningham, and it really caught my eye because he's 62 years old now. He's a pastor, and I was like, Randall Cunningham, 62? Where the hell? Like, where'd that go? But there was a story, and it
always
said,
makes me laugh when you're surprised by people's age.
Randall Cunningham?
It's so funny. It's so funny.
I thought he'd be 50.
We had a conversation about a colleague off the air, I won't say who, where we were trying to figure out how old this person was, and it's just always shocking to you when you find out how old
everybody is.
How old they actually are. It's like, it's life, dude.
I don't
get old.
Because I don't even feel I'm old. Like, I'm shocked at how old I am. I don't feel old.
Anyway, you were talking about Randall Cunningham.
Yes. What I didn't fulfill, I'm fulfilling through you. I was talking about Jalen Hurts. What I didn't fulfill, I'm fulfilling through you. And he talked about, like, being in Philadelphia and being immature and not understanding, like, how hard he had to work and the things he had to do. And I looked at that and I thought to myself, I really hope that, like, guys like Kyler Murray and other people see this. You don't want to look back when you're 62 years old and have these regrets, that you could have been better, you could have done this, you could have done that. You don't want that. And Randall Cunningham that's kind of what he was saying at that time. Like, he had a good career, but I think he was looking back on it and saying, I probably could have done more things. I could have been more invested in what I was doing and with my team.
Me personally, I think Kyler's already had that come to Jesus moment. I think he had it when he blew out his knee. And I think he had it when he was introduced to a coaching staff and a general manager who just were grown-ups, quite honestly, who were more grown up, certainly, than the last regime were. And I think that making sure you do everything you can possibly do to make this happen. It's funny. I worry about a lot of stuff with Kyler Murray. I don't worry about that anymore with Kyle.
Here's the line.
I think he's doing everything he possibly can. I just don't know whether that's good enough or not.
I don't think that Kyler has all the antics, but here was the part, and again, not all of this is true. I was just hoping, the regret thing. Blame no one else, Cunningham says. He was too mature, too self-centered. He wasn't ready for the spotlight. Teammates used to roll their eyes at his antics, the hats, the TV spots, the things he'd say in the press. There were always something. Put it this way, I'm just glad we didn't have social media back then. So just, he's looking back and having regrets. I hope that Kyler doesn't. I think Kyler is doing everything right. I truly believe he's doing everything right. And if he is and he doesn't succeed, then it's a talent thing. It's just a talent thing.
Right, and then this becomes a truer evaluation of Kyler Murray, the quarterback, because we're not filtering it through the is he doing enough filter.
Right.
He is.
Right.
He's working hard enough. And if at the end of the day that's not good enough, then the Cardinals will have to make the decision they need to. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, thanks for hanging out with us on this Monday afternoon. We appreciate it. All right, so there's 2 jobs left in the NBA, maybe only 1 after what happened over the weekend. It might just be the Suns. So who could they hire for their next head coach? We'll talk about that coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
They will resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Arizona sports.
As the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Suns, a new horizon.
We will win championships with an asset here in Phoenix.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
By the way, tomorrow is the Brian Gregory introductory press conference. So we'll hear from the new Suns GM tomorrow for the first time and see what he has to say. I would imagine there are going to be questions, probably some rather pointed questions, I would imagine, about his background, his experience, the Michigan State thing, things like that. I would imagine there will also be questions about the coach and the fact that, and Mitch, I'll ask you to chime in on this one because you might know better than anybody. Mitch might have his headphones on listening to something else. Is Denver going to just hire Adelman? Is that the plan? I mean, they just won a first-round playoff, and there's a reason why.
I think so.
I just was curious from the Nuggets fan if have they decided that that's what they're doing for sure?
I've not looked into or read about any intel. He was with Malone for the longest time, so if they just want to remove themselves from that whole thing, then they wouldn't consider him. But if it's more specific to Malone as to why they moved off of him, then I think Adelman is definitely in consideration.
Yeah, because he's been an assistant there for a long time. They just won the first-round playoff series against the Clippers. They've got the reason I'm asking
spanked the Clippers too in that final game.
Oh boy, did they ever
spanked them?
That's sweet.
Russell Westbrook, we're going to leave you wide open. I'm going to hit threes then.
Fine, I'm going to take threes. I'm going to make threes.
Yeah, right.
If the Nuggets decide they're going to go with David Adelman as their next coach,
then that's it.
It's it. It's just the Suns.
Yeah.
Memphis with a coach. The Spurs, obviously, with Pop retiring. Mitch Johnson is the coach there. Doug Christie in Sacramento. There's only one job. If the Nuggets job is complete and done, there's only one job available. Now, if somebody, maybe there's going to be a surprise firing now that the first round is done, or maybe even after the second round, maybe something we're not expecting. But if everything goes status quo, the Suns kind of have the coaching market to themselves at
They
this
do.
point.
My understanding is that they began Zoom interviews this weekend. The Zoom interviews will be this weekend into early this week. From there, they have a long list. From there, they'll pare it down. My expectation is probably, 13, 14, 15 different guys they've identified. I think initially you go out and you have a bunch of Zoom meetings. You just touch base, and then from there you kind of dwindle it down. Kind of maybe knock that down in half, get to about 7 or 8. From there, you do real interviews, face-to-face interviews. From there, you knock it down to about 3. And once you knock it down to about 3, then you've got your finalists and you make your decision. That's how I think it would probably go for the Phoenix Suns coaching search. As I said last week, they wanted to have everything wrapped up in 2 to 3 weeks. So there will not be a head coach named this week, too early. They have a process that they want to get through. So I wouldn't expect anything to happen on the coach this week, but I would think starting next week, you might be getting close to like them being able to get their finalists named.
It's fine. I mean, there's no rush. There's no real competition out there. There's no reason to push it. I think, honestly, given the extreme failures of the last 2 coaching searches, they need to take their time. They need to be much more sure about it this time. Not that they weren't sure, but just more thorough, more complete. I would guess the last couple of years they kind of fixated on a name and that became the guy. And in this case, I think they need to hear a lot of different ideas. A lot of, that is the one benefit of doing a coaching search is you get to hear what other people think about your basketball team.
Well, and the other
and
thing
I think there's a benefit to that, really.
And if you're the only team that has a coaching vacancy,
yeah, you just take your sweet time.
Take your time.
Yeah, slow cook it. There's no reason to rush this.
Take your time. You've got the job. Hey, what's the best job out there? There's only one.
There's only one. Yeah, if you want
you want a job?
It.
It's like nobody's, you're not worrying about there was a time when the Suns interviewed Mike Budenholzer when he was with Atlanta, and he was like, yeah, I'm interested in this job. If I can get the Milwaukee job, I'm going to take that. He took the Milwaukee job. You're not competing against anybody.
Yeah, no, and I think, look, I know the standard line is that there's only 30 of these jobs, so it will be in demand. I think it will be in demand. I think, you don't, to be a head coach in the NBA and you get that opportunity, I don't think you're going to pass on it. But I do think this is where a lack of competition is really going to help the Suns. Not only does it allow them to take their time, quite frankly, I think if the Suns' job were open compared to somebody else's job, the Suns wouldn't be as favorable. I think this is
for various reasons.
For a ton of reasons.
Draft assets,
cap
space,
the roster, how you're going to build the roster, your ability to be good, you're honestly working for an impatient owner who has shown that he's got no problem firing a guy because he's done it 3 straight years. There's a lot of reasons why I think it benefits the Suns to not have any competition for this job, because if they did, I think the other jobs might be seen as better than this one. I don't know if this is a very good job.
I'll bet anybody a lunch that they won't fire whatever coach they hire next year at this time.
You would have owed us a lunch a year ago when you said that.
I would have owed you a lunch. I'm surprised.
You would have. And I'll be really curious to see how Brian Gregory handles himself tomorrow. Really curious to see how he handles himself tomorrow, because he knows. This is not a popular hire with the fan base. This has come widely criticized across all NBA frontiers. Everyone's like, what is going on over there? This is Kevin O'Connor. This is a longer cut. This is from the Kevin O'Connor podcast, one that you've made appearance on. Kevin O'Connor comes on our show every now and then. Called the Suns a mess of a franchise.
The Phoenix Suns, what a mess of a franchise this team is. Brian Gregory hired above James Jones now to run basketball or operations for the Phoenix Suns. Brian Gregory, assistant coach for the Michigan State Spartans back when Matt Ishbia was a player for the Spartans. And Tom, it is becoming a Michigan front office entirely, with Matt Ishbia, of course, the owner, Josh Bartelstein from Michigan, Paul Rivers from Michigan, or Orlando Talaferro from Michigan. Some of those guys went to Michigan State with or after Matt Ishbia. He's just bringing in everybody. They're becoming the Michigan State Suns. the Phoenix Spartans, whatever you want to call them, that's what they're becoming. To me, this is a bad sign for Phoenix. It doesn't feel to me that Ishbia has totally learned some lessons with everything that's transpired in recent years. Gregory, there's not a lot out there about him with his years in the NBA. It feels like kind of just I trust this guy hire for Ishbia and not much else.
That's why I'm going to be really curious to see how Brian Gregory handles himself.
I think that's the most thing. It's trust. I know him. I trust him. I went the NBA route. I had the proven NBA guy, played in the league, was a GM. I kept him for a couple of years, and we went backwards. So now I'm going to hire somebody I know and I trust. And the fans may not like it, but he's the owner and he's able to do it his way.
Of course he can do how he, and look, and if we're wrong, fine. I mean, that's why, I hope I've been consistent in saying this all along. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of this, but I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope they got the right guy. I don't want them to fail. I don't want him to fail. I want them to do well. But
I got to give him a chance. He might be good. We don't know.
We might.
He might be a good GM.
Absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea.
Yeah, we know that Matt knows him and Matt trusts him, and he went with James for 2.5 years, and then decided we weren't getting anywhere. We got to make a change now. I'm really looking forward to the press conference because I want to see how he exudes leadership.
Yes.
As the GM,
1,000%.
you have to be the leader of, and I said this, you have to be the leader of the coaches, the players, the owner. You've got to lead everybody. You're the leader of the organization as the general manager. I want to see in his press conference setting like how he comes off. I'm expecting that's what we're going to hear. Is that he is a really good leader. And I think people will feel a lot better if he comes across that way.
Yeah, I think so too. And so we certainly will be reacting to what is said tomorrow and just how it's presented and how he does, because it's obviously a very controversial hire, not only here in Phoenix, but around the NBA. Halfway home on this Monday, Lauren steps in. She's got the 4 o'clock reset. It is coming up next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
This is not an attack on Brian Gregory.
No.
Honestly, I know very little about Brian.
Most people don't know much about Brian.
Might turn out to be a real coup.
I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. Great basketball executives seem to materialize out of the ether, from Sam Presti to Usai Majiri. There's a whole bunch of them. And maybe this guy is going to surprise everybody, but I think it's real fair. In fact, I think it's more than fair. I think it's appropriate to be this level of critical of this move.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz, where I went from my LASIK surgery many, many years ago, and I still don't wear glasses or contact lenses, and 15 years later, still don't wear them. Now, eventually, the LASIK you get is permanent, but, as you age, you can't focus as much, so there is some tweaking that can be done, as even the lens replacement could be done. So with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, there's always options for you and your vision correction procedure. K-Ray had the clear lens exchange done. There are so many different procedures available right now. The technology is second to none, and Dr. J. Schwartz, the Team Eye Doctor for your sons and Dbacks, is ready to help you with a vision correction procedure. Nearsighted, farsighted, astigmatism, struggling with your eyesight, take it from me. 15 years ago, I was you. Here I am 15 years later, no glasses, no contacts, see great daytime, up close, far away, nighttime, no issues. Call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See with the full details and disclaimer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I know, Arizona, we're feeling it. Summer temps heating up, but there's good news. It's officially pool season. And if you want to beat the heat with a custom pool, work with our pool builder at Casa Calvisi, California Pools and Landscape. Man, you talk about before and after. Our summer escape now is our own backyard, including our Cal shade structure. And you really relax under the sun when May shade specials are on. Savings you don't want to miss. Go to calpool.com/Paul. See our backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Feraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned home, and they've returned to their uniform rotation, a beloved color. The latest City Connect jerseys see the Diamondbacks in a purple uniform with teal accents that tie in several of the previous Diamondbacks jerseys that they've worn throughout their franchise history. You can see what they look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The jerseys are set to make their on-field debut this Friday when the Snakes host the Dodgers. Snakes will start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. Corbin Burns was to make this start, but he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation. So Ryan Nelson will make the start in his place. He'll oppose right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And we've got 2 game ones in the NBA playoffs tonight. One that's just about to get underway in the East. You got the 3rd-seeded Knicks and the 2nd-seeded Celtics in Boston. Again, that one starts moments from now. Then you've got the 4th-seeded Nuggets and the 1st-seeded Thunder in the West from Oklahoma City. That will start at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock on this Monday. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. You know we appreciate it. We also appreciate Lauren. She's got top stories of the day, here to deliver them on the 4 o'clock reset. Take it away, Lauren. What do you got?
We also appreciate your YouTube comments. They make Mitch and I chuckle a lot back here. So thank you to the people watching us on YouTube.
I'm going to go on there right now. Say hello to all the people on YouTube.
Hi, people.
Hi, people on YouTube.
Hi, people on YouTube. Hi. Thanks for watching
look at Burns and Gambo. Is that where
I forget they can see me too. Hello, people. Hi.
Hello, people. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, pretty lady. Yeah, okay.
Yes. All right, well, let's start with our top story of the day, which is the Arizona Diamondbacks, because Corbin Burns is set to miss his start tonight because of shoulder inflammation. So, Ryan Nelson, it's your shot. You are on the mound tonight against the Mets.
Let's go. I'm looking forward to Ryan Nelson was really good the last time out. He should be a starting pitcher. There was just no room for him in the rotation. They've been kind of walking this tightrope, thinking we're going, because they're going to eventually need a sixth. Now he's the sixth starter. He's the first guy's going to be the sixth starter. So they've been kind of walking a tightrope with trying to keep him ramped up with enough innings so that he wouldn't lose his status as a starter and just be a reliever. Now he gets to start.
He's thrown 120 pitches combined in his last 2 starts, give or take. So they've clearly given him the workload to be able to be ready for this. 80 to 85 pitches is what they're saying. I'm looking forward to it, too, because we have not forgotten what he did in the second half of last season. I think the Diamondbacks were 11-3 in the 14 games that he started last year.
Man.
But I also don't want it to come at the expense of Corbin Burns. And so while I'm glad we get to see Ryan Nelson tonight, as long as it's just one start, like Torrey swears it's going to be, then fine. But I'm not about celebrating Ryan Nelson being in the starting rotation if it comes at the expense of the guy you paid $210 million for.
Right.
So let's keep this in perspective a little bit.
I think, I think next year a lot of things are going to settle itself out. This year is a work in progress. Next year, Gallen could be gone. Kelly could be gone. It's a no-brainer. Ryan Nelson's a starting pitcher for them next year. It's just how do you work him in this year?
Cosign.
Exactly. We got time until we get to next season. And the Diamondbacks, they also released their City Connect jerseys today.
We like them. We like them.
Round of applause.
We like them.
Bravo.
If you want to see them, you can go see them at ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. They're up there.
I'm going to wrap my luggage in that jersey, and I will be the one person who knows exactly where my luggage is when it comes off the rails.
I fear, just like your suitcase covers before you traveled over to Europe, that jersey will be gone in 2 seconds.
I'm going to wrap myself in one of those jerseys if they're not sold out. I mean, that is
hot.
That is a no-brainer, take my money, take all my money kind of a design.
I'm wondering how many hours it'll take before my kid's like, hey, can I get one of these jerseys?
Oh, he's probably already asked his mom. You just don't know about it yet.
Yeah, Gamble, you're going to the game tonight. I think you've got a pickup order now. Burnsy jersey, Q jersey. Come on.
I want one of those.
They did a great, listen, a lot of times, you look at a jersey like, I don't know. They did a great job with this one.
You know what? It's funny. It's funny that he says that. Because the Suns hit a home run with the Valley jerseys that they came out with 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this might be that for the Diamondbacks. Like, this might be just an absolute smash. That's a really good point by you. Because a lot of times you just, okay, whatever. But that Valley jersey, everybody's like, oh, man, that's some bad stuff right there.
Like the Cardinals changed the helmet. They did?
Yeah, the line on the beak is a little different. It's a down instead of an up.
How did they change it? I can't see it.
This is
hot.
This is hot.
This is hot.
I think this is going to be like the Valley jersey. It's really, really good. Yeah.
People have been clamoring to see the purple back. They got it.
They got
it. Yes. And in NBA news, the Knicks take on the Celtics. That one is just about to start. Mere seconds from now, it is the first game of that series.
God, I hope the Knicks win. I hate losing to Boston. God, I just hate losing to Boston in anything.
I forget.
Communists.
It all comes back around communists.
Yes, communism in Boston somehow.
Yeah.
And then later tonight, it's game 1, Oklahoma City and Denver.
Game 1 of that one.
Who are we picking in that one?
OKC in 5.
Oh, in 5?
OKC in 5.
Oh, brother.
OKC in 5. And I think I've got Boston in 7 in this one. I think I'm in a little wagering
Your
group.
Your co-host is going to kill you.
There's no way the Nuggets don't win at least 2 games. There's no way.
Okay. I'm just telling you what I picked.
He's like, I didn't pick that, but that's okay.
I'm just telling you what I picked.
right.
I don't know. I picked... Yeah, Oklahoma City in 5 is what I picked.
I'll take OKC in 6.
Minnesota in 7, OKC in 5.
I got Minnesota too.
Yeah. I think that's going to be a really good series between those two. I think that one's going to go right down in Game 7.
Oh, yeah, I imagine so. And the Pacers, they started their series against the Cavs last night, and they won 121-112.
Wow.
And I don't know if you're going to bring this up. I apologize if I'm stepping on your toes. I read a story just now on the USA Today website that the Cavaliers might already be in crisis mode because they're worried about injuries to Evan Mobley, DeAndre Hunter, and Darius Garland and their availability for the rest of the series.
Wow.
Any hope of a Cleveland rebound in Wednesday's Game 2 might rest on the health of reigning Defensive Player of the Year Evan Mobley and top bench contributor DeAndre Hunter, who both got hurt last night. Kenny Atkinson said he's got real concerns about Mobley and Hunter's availability for Game 2.
They have to win Game 2 in Cleveland. They can't lose. They can't lose both in Cleveland. By the way, that guy the Suns didn't like in the draft hit that big three-pointer to put him ahead. 22 points, 13 assists. Had a big block shot. Remember the guy the Suns didn't like in the draft?
Tyrese Halliburton, I think was his name.
He was the guy the Suns did not like in the draft.
What was it, like 34 points off of his assists from three-pointers alone
the
last
thing
night?
you remember this
crazy.
too. The thing I remember the most about Tyrese Halliburton is just how mad Vince Morata was when I told him the Suns had no interest in him.
He was so mad.
He was so mad.
He's
I'm
like,
Vinny, they don't like him.
They're not even interested in him?
Nope.
No, they're not
gonna
on
draft
their
him.
board. Wow.
The Suns are making some front office changes. Bring in Vince. Come on.
Well,
he knows how to
Vince
draft.
knew. Vince knew.
Hey, seriously, from PA announcer to assistant GM. Now that would be an unprecedented career
Jump.
move. Yeah. We thought Brian Gregory was crazy. Oh, boy. You make Vince from PA guy to assistant GM? Yeah.
It won't happen. He went to ASU.
Vinny, if only you'd gone to Michigan State, Vinny, you might have a chance.
You would have had the job. Come on. And because we had all the short shows last week, we kind of missed this one, which was that Popovich announced that he is stepping away as head coach of the San Antonio Spurs. But in that move, they introduced Mitch Johnson today as their next head coach. And here's what Pop had to say during the presser.
I'll have a new job, and I want to make sure everybody understands what the new job is. I'm no longer a coach. I'm El Jefe.
He unzipped his jacket at the presser to reveal a T-shirt that said El Jefe, and that is his new title.
El Jefe is going to be his new title there. Greg Popovich has more playoff wins than 23 NBA franchises.
And nobody... He was a good coach, but man, did that guy step in it. I'm going to fire Brian Hill because David Robinson's now healthy, and I'm going to get Tim Duncan in the draft.
Yeah, okay, but that's how it started.
Yeah.
You do also have to, and he's gotten extremely lucky with Duncan and Wembanyama and
What have they done
Kawhi to
since
a certain
Duncan,
extent.
Ginobili, and Parker left, though? I mean, honestly, what have they... Because a lot of the assistant coaches that got hired under him didn't amount to very much. I'm not saying he's not a good coach, so don't get me wrong here, but, it's Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili. He came in at the right time. He was the GM. He fired the coach to become the coach.
He came in at the right time, but I get what you're saying.
I hate the Spurs. Sorry. I still have bad memories of the Spurs. My favorite Suns memory: Alvin Gentry spanking their ass 4-0.
Now we're to the core of this.
Now
okay,
the truth is
now the
revealed.
truth comes out. Gambo just hates the Spurs. Okay.
All right, and now 1 week from today, what will we be doing?
It's a Monday.
Shielding our eyes and crossing our fingers because it's the NBA draft lottery.
Oh, God.
Oh,
right.
You know what? I'm looking up now. It's the NHL draft lottery right now.
Oh, are we doing? You're not doing the show, Burnsy?
They're doing the ping pong ball thing in the NHL. That's 1 week from today. Oh, God.
1 week from today, the Phoenix Suns.
All right, are you going to play Tankathon?
Okay, you want to play? Let me call it up right now.
Oh, no.
All right, hold on.
Okay, ready?
Go. 10th pick. Did you get the first pick?
No.
God, Houston got the first pick. That's like the 5th time you've done that.
Thank God he's not controlling the little thing.
This is like the 5th time you've hit simulate the lottery on the NBA draft lottery simulator on Tankathon, and the Rockets have ended up with the top. Just a
the show would end.
The show would end. Good
What
night, everybody.
What time's the draft lottery?
Oh, I don't know.
I will walk out of the show if the Rockets get to the pick. I'm leaving.
Isn't it like between 2 of the games or at halftime of one of the games?
I don't know.
I think they wedge it in between the playoff games.
You have to break one thing in here if the Rockets get a top 3 pick. You pick what it is. You have to break one thing.
Do I have to pick it now? I'll break something.
You've got a week.
We each have to break something.
Quit looking at the bobbleheads. I'm not breaking a bobblehead. I'll figure out something.
I got the stupid raccoon behind me. That thing's done if the Rockets get a top 3 pick.
You're going to break The Caddyshack.
I'm breaking it.
That's not even a raccoon.
Whatever it is,
from
the gopher.
Caddyshack.
It's
You're gonna
gone.
break that?
It's gone.
Wow.
Say goodbye to the gopher.
I'll find something in here. I'll find something. I promise. I'll break something.
All right, before we break, quickly a little bit of NFL news. The Ravens have released kicker Justin Tucker. So who's up next? The kicker that they drafted this year, Tyler Loop from U of A.
Right? And when they drafted him...
Sixth round?
Yeah, and when they drafted him, it led to a lot of speculation that something like this was coming. I believe 16 different women have accused Justin Tucker of inappropriate behavior at massage parlors. So yeah, accused of misconduct by 16 massage therapists from 8 high-end spas and wellness centers in the Baltimore area. The alleged misconduct reportedly occurred between 2012 and 2016, his first 5 seasons in the NFL. Yeah, one of the best kickers in the history of the NFL.
They said the decision was going to
come
come down to football.
Yeah, they said it was the Ravens came out and said it was a football-related decision, but sure.
So we're going to take the rookie who's never kicked in a game over Justin Tucker.
Yeah, he had 3 years left on a 4-year, $22 million contract. It actually contractually makes it one of the craziest cuts for a kicker ever in the history of the NFL. Like, they got dead money now on their cap. Yeah, sure, it was just about football. Okay, whatever.
Exactly. And
Whatever.
with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thanks, Lauren. We appreciate it. When we come back, it has been about a month so far for the Diamondbacks. What grade would we give the Diamondbacks after such time? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. Welcome to Sanderson Ford. From America, for America, employee pricing. Plus, receive all Ford incentives and APR rates during the Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale. That's right, Sanderson Ford. It's great to go into Sanderson Ford and look around and see a lot of the old photos from the dealership when it started 70 years ago and all the iconic cars. It's just a terrific dealership to go in and walk around. And, of course, with Sanderson Ford, they are the dealership that's service-built, #1 in the country for service. That's right, Sanderson Ford, #1 in the whole country for service. They do a great job with that, and right now they've got a great inventory as well. And they always have a great inventory. It's really what separates Sanderson Ford from many other dealerships is they carry a big inventory, so that way they understand when you walk in, you've got an idea what you're looking for. You know what kind of car or truck you want. You know what color you want that to be. They make sure to stock as much as possible so you could always find what you're looking for instead of having to have a dealership. Okay, let me see if I can get it from this dealership in Colorado, and it's going to take like 3 weeks. Like, you want what you want, and Sanderson Ford understands that. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Go online at sandersonford.com for more info.
Join the Dbacks for Mother's Day at Chase Field. Purchase a special event ticket pack and get a ticket to the Dbacks versus Dodgers game on May 11th, as well as a pregame photo on the field. Visit dbacks.com/family photos.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling. ReadyServices.com. Ready.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
When you need something notarized, the UPS store is here to help. Stop in or schedule an appointment to take advantage of our notarizing services. We'll make your documents official, help you make copies, and send your notarized documents wherever they need to go. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Hey, it's Luke. Ryan Nelson makes his first start of the season tonight for the Dbacks. Will he show he belongs in the rotation long term? We'll talk about it tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Diamondbacks baseball tonight taking on the Mets. And yeah, as Luke said, Ryan Nelson getting his first start of the season with Corbin Burns pushed back until Saturday with some concerns about his shoulder. The Diamondbacks went 3-3 in 6 games against 2 of the top teams in the National League East, the National League in general. They're 8-8 so far against teams with winning records this season. That's 3-4 against the Cubs, 2-1 against the Yankees, 2-1 against the Mets, 1-2 against the Phillies. Everybody else they've played is below 500. Maybe more importantly, they're in the middle of a stretch of 25 games where they're almost exclusively playing good, if not great, baseball teams. Okay, they're 9 games into that stretch. So far, they're 4-5 in that stretch. It's 1-2 against Atlanta. They won the series against the Mets. They lost the series against the Phillies. 3 against the Mets starting tonight. 4 against the Dodgers. 3 against the Giants in San Francisco. Then they get 3 against the Rockies, which is kind of a breather. And then 3 at the LA Dodgers. That's basically the entire month of May, for the most part.
So the National League West teams they play are Dodgers, Rockies, Giants?
It's Dodgers, Giants, Rockies, Dodgers.
Right.
That's yeah.
Lots of games against the Dodgers.
Lots of games against the West.
Okay.
Lots of games against the Dodgers. And so
the Rockies have officially been eliminated, by the way. They're 17 games behind the Dodgers. The season just started.
They're terrible.
They're 17 games behind the Dodgers for first place. Like,
yeah.
Like it's okay.
Yeah.
The Diamondbacks are 5 games back. If you still have hope of competing and trying to win the division, you're fine. 5 games out is nothing. But this is a tough stretch here. These 16 games are a tough stretch. If you said to me, and I wish we would have done this early, but if you said, hey, 25 games coming up here, what do you have to do? You know, I would have been happy with 13-12. I would say I'll take 13-12 right there against that stretch.
Probably would have said that too.
Yeah, I don't need to go 15-10 or 13-12 is a good record, and you got to, and then you beat the teams after that. You'll play weaker teams. So you got to beat some of those teams. The problem is there's not a lot of weak teams right now in the National League. You got the Rockies, and you've got the Pirates, and you got the Marlins, and that's kind of it. There aren't a lot. There's so much parity in the National League. Like, there's a lot of teams that are like in that category of like they're
the
good,
Reds
but they're
are
not
okay.
big.
The Brewers are okay. The Cardinals are okay. The Nationals, heck, even they're okay.
Yeah. It's the Rockies, the Pirates, and the Marlins are the bad baseball teams, and that's it.
Yeah.
So you don't have a lot of bad teams. There's a lot of parity in the league. And so, you look for, okay, where's the easy part of the schedule? There's not a whole lot of easy parts in the schedule.
No, there isn't. And so how they do in these upcoming games, I think it's going to be more of the same. And I know this isn't setting the bar tremendously high. And I get it if you're going to start yelling at us either on YouTube or if you're listening in your car. We should always demand better. We should always expect more. We should always set a high bar. I get that. But I do think it's essential over these next few weeks to do what they just did on this East Coast road trip. Just survive it, don't just hang in there with the record, hang around 500. That might not be a big win. That might not make us feel great about Diamondbacks baseball. But I think if you can get through this 25-game stretch, to your point, 13-12, whatever the record is, you've survived it. You've bought yourself time to get Corbin Burnes back, to get Justin Martinez back, to get some of your dudes back, to figure out what you're going to do with Jordan Lawler, to give him another 2 or 3 weeks of at-bats down in Reno before they get him just even closer to him getting called up and helping you out. The longer you can survive and not feel like you have to do anything out of panic, I think the better off you are as a baseball organization.
Yeah, the goal of this baseball team is to be so in this thing that when the trade deadline comes, they give up assets and they go get the closer that they may desperately need if Puck and Martinez aren't able to come back and handle that role. I think that's the goal. There's been years before you get to the trade deadline, you're really not sure what you have, and that's always a tough spot to be. Do you go for it? Do you not go for it? A couple of years ago, the year they went to the World Series, if you remember at the trade deadline, it wasn't like all in. They were like partially in. They could have went out and got another starter. They didn't.
That was the Seawald deal. That was the what else did they do at the deadline?
Was it Dylan Floro or
it was Floro? What else did they do?
You talking about last year's deadline?
No, 2 years ago. The deadline
2 years ago.
2023.
That was Seawald. That was Pham.
Tommy Pham.
That's right. Tommy Pham
That's
was
right.
the other one. That's right.
Yeah. So but they were they didn't go all in and give up like a top prospect to go get something to get over the hump because they weren't sure what they had. This year, I think, if you're in this thing, you're going to give up a top prospect or two to go get the player that gets you over the hump because you're so invested in this season.
Yeah, our good friend Jack Summers over at SportsIllustrated.com, he sent me this link over the weekend to a story that he had
We'll see you tonight, Jack. I'm going to the game.
Yeah, Jack, if you're there, we'll see you there.
We'll see you.
Is the glass half full or half empty for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now?
Okay.
And he did a really good job of looking at starting pitching, bullpen, offense and defense.
Yeah, he does a great job covering the team.
And saying you could, for all four of those kind of critical parts of a baseball team, you could look at it both ways for the Diamondbacks. The starting pitching, the glass is half full because they've kind of settled in and it feels like they're all pitching relative to their capabilities. The glass is half empty because of the injuries. Merrill Kelly's cramping and Corbin Burnes in his shoulder. Bullpen, glass is half full because Shelby Miller's come out of nowhere. Jalen Beeks has come out of nowhere. Juan Murillo was doing great until the moment that he had over the weekend.
Is anyone more defying? Can you defy any one of those as glass half full or half empty out of all the ones he mentioned?
I think the bullpen is half empty.
Half empty.
I think the bullpen is clearly
I agree.
half empty. You can pat yourself on the back for Shelby Miller or Jalen Beeks all you want. And yeah, you'd be in a world of hurt without those guys. You're missing Justin Martinez and AJ Puck. That glass is very
and
half
Mantiply's
empty.
inability to give you a left-hander in the middle innings really hurts.
Yeah, I think
has done a good job though.
I think the one that truly is the hardest one to
Offense?
determine is offense.
Yeah,
like it's really hard to. Is it half full or half empty? I feel like Corbin in the year Pavin's having, in the year Josh Naylor's having, and overall their numbers relative to everyone else in baseball. I feel like the offense has been good, but then on the other hand, Suarez and Gurriel and Randall Grichuk and Gabby Moreno, like just about every right-handed hitter on the team, it feels like is hitting a 203 on the season so far.
Grichuk didn't cost much the way you let go of Jock Peterson and Christian Walker. But Grichuk has not been able to duplicate what he did last year with his ability to hit left-handed pitching.
No, he hasn't.
In fact, their record against left-handed pitchers going into this series was not very good.
Look, and you're right. Relative to cost, it'd be hard to put him on this list. In many ways, I think he's been one of the most disappointing Diamondbacks this year. Like, he just has not been able to find
outside of the
that
one
thing
hit
last year.
That's why to me, Lawler at third, Suarez is the DH.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, if the Houston Rockets are looking to add Kevin Durant, what do they have to offer? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Rip towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag in time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Dbacks welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Plumbing issues, they're the worst, right? Well, I want to tell you about a great tune-up that Christian Brothers does. It's their plumbing special for $129. They will come out and flush your water tank. They'll flush your water heater, get rid of the hard water sediments. They'll do all of that by flushing your water heater. It's very good. It preserves your tank when you get it flushed. Should have it done once a year. They'll also check all the water pressure in your house, make sure you're getting the right pressure. They'll inspect all the fixtures, including the hose bibs. You'll get a free water quality test. The water here in Arizona is terrible, so they'll give you a water quality test so you know exactly what type of water you have in your house. But for a lot of you, toilet bowl may not be flushing properly, might have some clogged drains, just, fills up with water and takes so long to drip down there to get that water down. And of course, just slow moving water. And maybe you've got a leaky faucet. You drip, drip, drip. Christian Brothers could come out for $129, do the plumbing special, make sure that if there's anything that you need done, they could do that as well while they are there. Just give Christian Brothers a call. They'll take great care of you. Give them a call or go online at cbrothers.com. That's cbrothers.com, or call them at 602-222-3535.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again for those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures. They can't smile. They can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person, looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks have returned home And a beloved color has made its way back into the uniform rotation. The latest City Connect jerseys see the Diamondbacks in a purple uniform with teal accents that tie in previous versions of jerseys worn in Diamondbacks history. You can see what they look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The jerseys are set to make their on-field debut this Friday when the Diamondbacks host the Dodgers. Snakes will start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. Corbin Burns was to make this start, but he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation. Ryan Nelson will make the start in his place. He goes against right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
2, 3, 4.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Diamondbacks go back to purple with City Connect uniforms. ESPN's Matt Miller says the Cardinals taking Will Johnson was the second best pick of the entire draft, and Cardinals signed tight end Josiah DeGuara to a 1-year deal. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi.
I think if you're the Houston Rockets, you've got to go out and pursue Kevin Durant. A team like Detroit and others might look at him. But if you're the Houston Rockets, you got 2 of Phoenix's first-round picks. You know what? You got to be willing to give that up along with Jalen Green to go out there and get yourself a guy like Kevin Durant, a #1 scoring option, one of the greatest scorers in the history of basketball, who wouldn't mind being in Houston. Yes, he'd have to deal with going through the West. We understand that's been kryptonite for him, no doubt, outside of him being a Golden State Warrior. But in the end, that's the situation that I'm looking at with Kevin Durant and Houston.
The very predictable Stephen A. Smith's rant today on ESPN, I felt it was kind of predictable, right? And it was also predictable, the Jalen Green first part of that rant that he went on.
Jalen Green, I think it's safe to say he needs to get ready to pack his bags. If you're the Houston Rockets, you have to be looking to move him. 38 points in Game 2. That was the game that Jimmy Butler got hurt. Every other game, 7 points, 9 points, 8 points, 11 points, 12 points, and another 8 points. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. That can't happen. Houston's offense was awful, but primarily because he couldn't do anything, fellas, and that's where I'm coming with it. That's how I feel about him.
Yeah, Jalen Green to me has always been – you got to remember, the kid just turned 23 years old. He just turned 23. He's different. Everybody says, oh, he's a shooting guard. He's different because he attacks the basket. He does attack the basket. He's a little bit different than Book. He did not have a great series. He had one great game, but he did not have a great series overall. They want to trade him. My belief is that they want to trade him. I believe the contract was put together for him so that they could trade him. So he'd be the big money that they could move in any type of contract. Look, I think Houston's still the team to watch because of Udoka, because of the assets that they have. They have a lot of first-round draft picks coming up. They've got good young players. I like Jabari Smith. I like Eason. I don't think you could get Eason. Shepard and Whitmore, they didn't play a whole lot, so I'm not really sure about them. I don't think Shepard had a hard time getting on the court because he can't play any defense. But they're all talented guys on that roster. You'd be able to make a decent trade with the Houston Rockets, in my opinion, if you wanted to move Durant. If Durant wanted to go there and if they wanted Durant.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're going to hyper-focus on the Rockets, I think, just because they're new, they're fresh. They got eliminated just yesterday, right? So they moved to the front of the line, and it's the way they got eliminated that I think moves them to the front of the line. They struggled to score the basketball. It was they did a decent job defensively on Golden State at times during this series, but because it was just such a struggle for them to create offense, it's just a natural landing spot for Kevin Durant. My hope is that there are multiple teams that want Kevin Durant, and there are multiple places he wants to go, and the Suns can try to create some kind of a bidding war, some kind of action where they're playing teams. Again, I swear my greatest fear in all of this is that one team's going to lock in on Durant, and he's going to lock in on one team, and it's going to be about that. And if it's just about one team, the Suns are going to really struggle to even come close to winning this thing. You know, like it can't just be one franchise you're dealing with. So I hope it's not just the Rockets. You know, the Rockets have assets. There's no question. There's interesting things on the Rockets roster that might come in part of the conversation. I want lots of teams to be in on this. I hope they are.
I think a lot of teams will be in on it, but I think you hit on something. It's a question of how many teams does Durant want to play for.
Yeah.
Hey, Minnesota Timberwolves are interested. I don't want to be in the cold weather in November, December, January, February. Like, what does Durant want? That's going to factor in there. Hopefully, there'll be several teams that he is interested in going to. You know, what if the Knicks lose this series to the Boston Celtics? Could they be interested?
Right.
I think there will be several teams that want Kevin Durant. He's still a great, great player. One of the best scorers in the league. Still a top 10 player in the NBA. It's just a matter of where is he going to want to go.
There was a great offseason guide this morning on ESPN.com that kind of looked at Houston and basically asking the same question that we're asking right now. The question is if relying on continuity is good enough to compete for a championship. And that's what Houston's faced with right now. Hey, we weren't in the playoffs since 2020. We were a number 2 seed in the Western Conference. Isn't there a conversation to be had of just keeping this thing together and seeing what another year of continuity can do? Or is now the time to go add a Kevin Durant, especially since the price isn't going to be nearly as high as it was when the Suns acquired Kevin Durant 3 years ago. And it's not going to be nearly as high.
Giannis?
The Giannis thing is a complicating factor.
Where does he want to go?
Where does he want to go? And where does he want to go? But then you look at that and go, yes, I could spend all of this and get Giannis, or I could spend half of that and get Kevin Durant, you know? Or does Kevin Durant, and these are all the questions you have to consider. Does Kevin Durant come in and mess with your chemistry? Does he mess with your room? Does he mess with your locker room? It hasn't been a banner the last few years for Kevin Durant when it comes to that. Not that everything that's gone wrong in Brooklyn or here was his fault, but let's be grown-ups here. You know, like it hasn't worked. There's a lot of reasons why it hasn't worked. I think Kevin Durant's ability when it comes to the chemistry in the room has been a part of that. And you have to consider that if you're Houston.
So the Rockets, their free agents are Fred VanVleet. That's a tough one. He's got a $44.9 million team option. Now,
he said he wants to be back.
He wants to be back. He's a terrific player. I've always liked VanVleet. I think the Houston guy that was on Bickley and Murata today said maybe they do a deal where he comes back and they do a 2 or 3 year deal, but it's not $45 million a year. The other free agents are Steven Adams, who've done a good job for them. Jeff Green, they could let go. Aaron Holiday, they could let go. Deshaun Tate, Jack McGee, Dante, they could let go of all these guys. They have five players on rookie contracts.
Smith, Eason, Shepard, Cam Whitmore, and Amen Thompson, right?
Right.
Those are the 5?
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
Right. Then they have 5 tradable firsts in the next 7 years. 3 of them are Phoenix's picks.
Right.
Like they've got 3 of Phoenix's picks coming up.
And then when it comes to matching numbers for the contract, Dylan Brooks makes $21 million. Jalen Green, we just talked about him. He makes $33 million. Alperen Şengün makes $34 million. I mean, there are so. I mean, in many ways, Houston kind of offers you the buffet if you're the Phoenix Suns. What do you want? You want draft picks? They have them. You want young players? They have them. You want contracts to match Kevin Durant because you're going to need. They have that too. I mean, in some ways, that's what makes them the perfect partner because you could cobble together a couple of those contracts, take on a young player or two, maybe a draft pick off their hand or a different combination, but something like that, because they could make it work if they're motivated to do it, if they feel like messing with what they've built by adding Kevin Durant. Yeah. I don't know.
You know, you could also, if you're able to get like a Reed Reed couldn't get on the floor for them, Reed Shepard.
Plus he got hurt too, didn't he?
He did, but he played like 50-something games. He didn't average any minutes because he couldn't play defensively. But if you got Reed Shepard or you got Whitmore, you'd have, they could be tradable players too because of the contracts that they're on. I like Jalen Green a little bit. He doesn't play much defense. Jabari would be great. I like Jabari Smith. Jalen Green, again, he plays the same position as Book. He just plays it a little bit differently because he likes to attack the rim more than Book likes to attack the rim. But it's still 2 shooting guards. It's not ideal.
My guess is that, I know you're not getting Amen Thompson. Forget it. My guess is you're not getting Jabari Smith. And my guess is that you would be lucky if you got one of your draft picks back from them in a Kevin Durant trade. I don't think you'd get any more than one of your picks back in that deal if you sent him Kevin Durant.
I agree. I think that I think you could get one first-round draft pick back, but I don't know that you can get more than one. And I don't know that you're going to get this year's back. If I'm Houston, I got a top 10 pick this year. I'm not trading that pick. I'm not giving you that pick.
Yeah.
I got a top 10 pick.
Oh, yeah. No. If they well, so you're saying even if they don't win the lottery, you can't have this year's pick.
That's a pretty good pick.
Okay. Because obviously if they win the lottery, forget it. It's completely out of not happening then. But even at the number 10 spot or number 11 spot, depending on where it ends up, you're not trading that pick if you're Houston.
Well, because I think that, on that guy that you had, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 free agents. Maybe you bring back 2 of them. You still got roster spots to fill. I'd like to fill it with a top 10 pick.
Yeah. It's and the salaries that match too. Şengün, is he gettable? Can you get Alperen Şengün?
No,
and I don't think so either. I think he's kind of in. The really interesting name is Dylan Brooks, because he's a punk, but boy, he would add some punkiness to a basketball team that had none of it.
No.
None of it. He's an absolute punk. Boy, he would add.
On your team, you'd like him.
edge.
On anybody else's team, you hate him. He's a pain in the ass.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you of the Half Day Club, it's coming up this Wednesday. Diamondbacks taking on the first place New York Mets, and you can get yourself lower level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, do they need to get aggressive when it comes to their bullpen? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, how about another reason to want a Ford Bronco? Yep, Paul Calvi's here for our Arizona Ford dealers. It is Bronco Wild Fun Days in Flagstaff at Overland Expo West, Fort Tuttle County Park, May 16th through the 18th, brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers. They'll be sponsoring the Kids Adventure Area, featuring Bronco Base Camp, action-packed fun with activities, games, and a chance to win a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend Ding. Make it a double ding, because we've talked about how committed they are to the preservation of the environment and what they call treading lightly, that they've created the Bronco Wild Fund, a chance to make a positive impact on Mother Nature and, by the way, celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Ford Bronco. The Bronco Wild Fund is supporting 60 community cleanups in 2025 to help leave no trace. Get more info at Bronco Base Camp. Again, all the adventure starts with Bronco Wild Fun Days, Overland Expo West in Flagstaff, May 16th through the 18th, and it's brought to us by our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain, with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, this question ties in perfectly with what we're about to talk about here. Lauren is here with an update on the poll question. Lauren, take it away. What are we asking?
All right, guys, we're asking the folks whose recent injuries are more concerning to you with the Diamondbacks. Is it the starting pitching, or is it the bullpen?
Bullpen. You lost your top 2 guys.
Bullpen.
And AJ Puck, what? All-Star break, maybe? What we're hoping for with AJ Puck?
Yeah, it's real. That would be like realistically the earliest I think you'd be able to get him back.
It's a long ways away.
You're not going to see him in May or June.
It's a long ways away for AJ Puck. So figure out whatever's wrong with Justin Martinez and get him back to restore a little bit of order. I like the Corbin Burns thing. If for whatever reason he doesn't make his start on Saturday, then I might change my answer a little bit. But for now, it's just one start, and I'm not that worried about it, but we'll see. And the Merrill Kelly thing, it's like, let's figure this out. What is going on here?
I mean, like it's been 2 years of this.
2 years, which makes me think they're not going to figure it out. Which makes me think that this is just how it's going to be.
Yeah.
For Merrill Kelly. Like if they were going to fix this, they had to fix this by now. They would have figured it out. I don't know if they can.
Too bad Dr. House retired. Because you could go to House and, he would be able to figure out.
Medical mystery guy.
He was always the best. And somebody would come in, nobody know what the problem was, and he'd figure it out after an hour of a TV show. That was my favorite medical show, House. That guy was great.
I never watched House.
Oh, it was such a great show. That's what Merrill Kelly needs. He needs like House.
Although the guy who played him, he's one of those crazy British actors who did such a good American accent that when you hear his real voice, you go, wait, what? You're that guy?
Wasn't he in that Christmas show, too?
Christmas show.
Oh, got the...
Which one?
Go with the kid that got lost and his parents and he was in Macy's and a family went on vacation without him.
Home Alone?
Home Alone? Was he in Home Alone?
No, he was not in Home Alone.
Oh,
I don't think Hugh Lowry was in...
Described it as a series.
I don't think Hugh Lowry was in Home Alone.
I thought he was in
I don't think so.
I thought he was in some kind. I'm going to look him up.
Yeah, I don't
while
think
you guys talk.
Lauren, real quick, what do you got for results while Gambo's fingers
yeah.
or do the walking?
Right, that's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
74% of our audience is going with the bullpen, 26% going with starting pitching.
Find him?
Nah. He was in Stuart Little.
He's been in a lot of stuff. I thought
he was in one of those Christmas movies. Maybe I got it wrong.
He might have been. I don't think he was in. Not the original anyway. All right, that's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo.
101 Dalmatians. That's what it was.
Is that what you were thinking of?
He was in 101 Dalmatians.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was something.
Yeah, not a Christmas movie.
Not close enough.
No.
You would say so, but
no, it's not
others
close
would
enough.
disagree.
Not close
A
enough.
Christmas movie, Home Alone. 101 Dalmatians. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's kind of the same thing, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
So Jim Bowden used to be a general manager in Major League Baseball. It's early. It's probably too early to do this. We talked about this like a week ago. Like, man, this conversation, it's not ready to be had just yet. but let's have it anyway. Jim Bowden today wrote about 5 trades that he would like to, 5 MLB trades I'd like to see in May.
And you know that's the one you click on and see if your team's on there.
Exactly.
And I'm clicking on it. I'm like, where's the Dbacks? Where's the D? And then I see it, Ryan Helsley. And he's got him going to the Phillies.
Ryan Helsley to the Phillies.
Which means it means what we all know. There's going to be a lot of teams, because he's a rental. He's an impending free agent. There's a lot of teams that are going to want to trade for Ryan Helsley. And they're going to figure out, I don't have to give up that much to get him because he's going to be a free agent. We may not be able to keep him. But he mentioned up the Phillies giving up one of their top prospects for him to try.
Mick Abel, a right-handed pitcher who was the 15th pick in the draft a couple of years
Number
ago.
15 pick in the draft, 2020 draft, says he's been slow to develop. It's taken him a while to find command and control his pitcher, but he's off to a promising start this season, 2.75 ERA. So you'd have to give up one of your top pitching prospects to get him. So Helsley's 30, two-time All-Star, led the majors in saves last year with 49. He's going to be a guy that a lot of teams are going to target. The Diamondbacks have a good farm system. They'll be able to match that in some way. If they wanted to get him. But it's interesting, when he's 5 MLB trades, it wasn't the Diamondbacks getting Helsley, it was the Phillies.
No, and what's interesting about it is just how the story is headlined. 5 MLB trades in May. Trades don't usually happen in May.
No.
You know, sometimes maybe in late May you'll see a deal. Maybe in June you'll see a deal. Most of them happen in July. And here's the thing with a bunch of teams that are having bullpen issues. When a guy like Ryan Helsley is available, you don't want to wait until July. You need that guy now. The Diamondbacks need a Ryan Helsley right now, but no one's dealing a Ryan Helsley right now because no one's out of it. There's only 2 teams that are bad enough to even consider trading players right now.
Right, and the Cardinals will be wise to play that as close to the deadline as they can. Maybe a team has a closer go down and they're more desperate. You don't want to trade him now, and then a prominent team loses their closer and they would have given you more. So it's wise for the Cardinals to wait. But can you get Helsley? No, they can't get Helsley now. They're not trading him now.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to, they're going to play it out, and they're going to try to get as many teams involved as they can to try to get the offer as best as possible.
And I don't want to say it can't happen, because obviously it can. You can trade him whenever you want. It just seems highly unlikely that a team would commit like that at this point unless they just get blown away. I mean, if you're the Diamondbacks and you want Ryan Helsley now, you're going to have to make the St. Louis Cardinals an offer so good that's going to make them say, you know what? Okay, we don't mind not waiting. That offer is, we're not going to get better than that offer, even if we do wait until the middle of July to make a trade. That's the only way you can do that now. And I don't think, would the Diamondbacks be willing to do it? Or do they need to wait and see Justin Martinez and how he does when he comes back? I don't know. And I don't think Helsley's going to be the only guy out there either.
No.
You know, there's relievers are, maybe not closers, but relievers are usually pretty plentiful around the deadline in terms of guys who get dealt. It's just the Diamond, there's an urgency to this. How much longer are you going to wait before you make a deal?
I'm just going to see if I know they had some interest. I'm going to see how he's doing this year. I know they had some interest in Bednar last year. Oh, he's not off to a great start though this year. 5.63 ERA. But I know that they liked him last year. I know that was a guy that they liked. So you obviously you look at the teams that are really struggling: the Marlins, the Pirates, the Rockies. You look at these teams and you say, okay, who's going to trade a guy? But I know they liked Bednar a little bit.
Yeah.
But he hasn't pitched well so far this year.
Another guy they were looking at was Pete Fairbanks. That's somebody they were talking about during the offseason.
That was always a guy I had my eye on.
Rays are 16 and 18 on the season, only 3 games out of first, and Fairbanks has had a good year so far. He's got 8 saves.
Pitched against them.
Pitched into an ERA of 2.03. So again, there's no rush for Tampa Bay to want to do anything right now. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns, who and when? Next on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Brian Gregory came to Michigan State, and they formed a really deep relationship. So Matt Ishbia and a couple of others would always work with Brian Gregory to sort of be the scout team. And if you read anything about that Michigan State championship team, the narrative was they never had a bad practice. And it's something that Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia took great pride in. That was their role on the championship team. So clearly the idea, I know this guy, I really like this guy's going to help me recreate what we had at Michigan State. The dots they connect themselves.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
House prices starting to come down, a little bit of a readjustment in the market. We're seeing that right now, a market correction with Phoenix housing prices. And that's a good time for a lot of you that are renting to now purchase a home. Yes, the Lund Mortgage team can help you get pre-approved absolutely free. They can get you pre-approved for free. A lot of stories out this week. Phoenix housing market faces mass sell-off as home values plunge. So we're seeing that all over. Another story, Phoenix housing market softens as spring selling season fails to ignite. This is a good time for you to buy a home. You're sitting on the sidelines, you've been renting, you're tired of renting, you want to own your own home. Contact the Lund Mortgage team. Get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are back home and with a brand new jersey to boot. Latest City Connect has dropped, and the Diamondbacks are sporting purple with teal accents that tie in previous versions of Diamondbacks jerseys that have been worn throughout history. You could see what they look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. If you want to see them live and in person, unfortunately, you'll have to wait till Friday, but you'll get to see them Friday when they take on the Dodgers. Snakes start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. It was to be Corbin Burns' rotation spot. Unfortunately, he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation. So Ryan Nelson will make the start tonight in his place. He'll go against right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then checking in on the NBA playoffs in Boston, it's round 2 between the second-seeded Celtics and the third-seeded New York Knicks. And the Celtics so far have the advantage. It's 46-38. There is less than 6 to go in the second quarter. This Knicks team has not beaten this Celtics team once this year. We'll see if that changes tonight. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason. We're going to make some changes. With Burns and Gambo.
All right, so tomorrow, as we welcome you back in, 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Tomorrow at 3:30, Brian Gregory, the new general manager of the Phoenix Suns, will be introduced to the media. So we'll hear for the first time what he has to say about his vision, his direction, his plan, and how it's all going to work. And obviously, one of the first things that he needs to do as GM, that they need to do as an organization, is figure out who their next head coach is going to be. Now, the trick here is there really isn't much of a rush for them to do that. There's only one other team in the NBA that hasn't declared who their coach is going to be next year, and that's the Denver Nuggets, who might very well just stick with David Adelman, given the job that he did in the first round, getting them past the LA Clippers, things like that. So it's very possible, Gambo, the Suns are the only coaching availability that's going to be out there, which would give the Suns some added time to kind of sift through the names and not a lot of pressure in terms of competing with other teams.
Yeah, what that tells me is that two of the more prominent coaches that were let go this year, because I do not believe the Suns will hire either one of these guys, and I've said that, Mike Malone and Taylor Jenkins are going to go the year without a job.
Yeah.
There are not a lot of jobs open.
No. Unless there's a surprise, and there's always the chance that there's going to be a surprise firing that we're not expecting, that we haven't heard about. Like, I still wonder about, say, like New Orleans. Do they pivot at the last second and decide with new management they want to go a different direction? It seems like Willie Green's going to be safe there, but I don't, any of these teams that are still in the playoffs, do they get rid of their coach if they lose in the second round? It seems unlikely, but I think you got to leave yourself open to that possibility.
You do.
Something
there could be that one. There could be that one. But, I expect the Suns are going to go with a young, maybe first-time NBA coach. I think that's more likely. Maybe somebody with experience, but not as a head coach in the NBA. So I think that's the direction I would look at. But I do believe it'll be a younger coach. I don't think it'll be in the same mold as the coaches they've hired the last two go-rounds.
A couple of names have already been attached to the Diamondback or to the Suns in this regard.
You trying to fire Troy Lovello now?
No.
Oh, man.
James Borrego has been linked to the Suns coaching vacancy.
Yeah, I think he's interviewed here before.
I believe he has. I think he interviewed, I want to say it was the Igor Kokoshkov year.
With Borrego?
I think Borrego was on the list for the Kokoshkov year, I think. He's an assistant with the New Orleans Pelicans. Bucks assistant Dave Yeager, who used to be the coach of Sacramento, used to be the coach of Memphis, is another guy whose name has been affiliated to or attached to the job. As you've said, if there are 14 or 15 different guys, it's going to be hard to keep track of all of them, right? Like
I don't think – I mean, maybe they tell you what the list is. Maybe they don't. But, again, I think the initial ones are going on now on Zoom.
Yeah.
The initial interviews are Zoom. And then from there, I think they'll narrow it down, knock it down in half, and then they'll knock it down to a finalist, hopefully, finalists of 3 or 4 guys.
Some NFL teams do this. I would love it if the Suns would do the same thing. Some NFL teams, when having a coaching search, will be we just completed an interview with Mitch Vareldis today. We just completed an interview with Lauren Koval today. I would love it if the Suns would do that. Hey, we just completed an interview with Dave Yeager today. Oh, cool. Okay, at least we know he's on the list, right? I get it.
Yeah.
You want it, but if you're seriously the only NBA team looking for a head coach, Why not?
You're right on Kokoschko. I'm just looking at a story on Arizona Sports. The Suns have expanded their head coaching search to include Jazz assistant and former Suns assistant Igor Kokoschkov, among others, reports John Gambadoro. I mentioned Kevin McHale and Spurs assistant James Borrego are also candidates.
I remember
it
the
was
name,
during the
and that seemed
Kokoschkov
like
one.
the year that it would have happened. Yeah, so I'd love it for them to be public about who they've interviewed. Just tell us. Just send out a tweet. Post something on social media. We interviewed this guy today. We interviewed that guy today. Why not? Why not?
It'll get out anyway because the agents are going to want to blow it up.
Of course. And that's the thing.
Every agent's going to want the world to know that their guy got interviewed for a head coaching job.
So just sit back and wait because it's only going to be a matter of time until X and X insider or so-and-so says, hey, I've heard the Suns have interviewed this guy. I've heard the Suns, because it's the agent wanting to get the name out there so it gets done. Bobby Marks was on with Wolf and Luke earlier today. He talked about the importance of this hire for the Suns.
Like for me, I wouldn't go in nothing against Michael Malone or Taylor Jenkins. Like they've done that with Bud and they did it with Frank Vogel. It's like you can go outside of an established head coach and find really good value, whether it be a young up and coming assistant coach. Utah did that and wound up getting Will Hardy, who's done a good job. And Brooklyn did it with Jordy Fernandez. Like there's good young coaches out there. And where this roster probably is going to be, where if you do move Durant and you're getting some young players and you're getting draft picks, it's probably not a win now roster where there's certainly going to be a heavy focus on the development part.
Well, I'd say this. I agree, disagree if you want. I think the GM hire here is 10 times more important than the coaching hire.
Yeah, I agree.
10 times more
because that guy's going to go get the ingredients. I mean, they're both important. The coaching's the hardest job in the NBA. The hardest job in the NBA is to coach. But the job that's most important is the leadership role. That's the GM, again, leader of everything. I mean, your GM's got to lead. He's got to lead everything. Everything's going to go through him. So, he has to be a guy that can handle that. And we don't know enough about Brian Gregory yet. I've heard he has great leadership skills. I'm looking forward to the press conference tomorrow.
Yeah,
and seeing what he says about that. But he's going to have to lead this entire organization. He's going to be the one voice in the room.
That's what you've said about it. For me, it goes beyond the leadership. I understand you're really harping on the leadership thing, and I get that. These decisions are going to be essential. I mean, like you can have all the leadership qualities in the world. If you're making the wrong decisions, it doesn't matter.
Right.
If you're picking the wrong guys, it doesn't matter. If you're trading for the wrong guys or drafting the wrong guys, you could have the leadership abilities of Winston Churchill, and it doesn't matter if you're making poor decisions about how to construct a basketball team, which is why, again, I think the GM decision that has already been made, and I'm not trying to diminish the coach's role in all of this, but for me, these next few years are going to be way more about roster construction than they are going to be about managing the roster once you've got it and coaching the roster once you've got it. You've got to build a way better roster than the one we've had the last couple of years, and that is more important for me than whether Brian Gregory is a great leader or not. But that's just my opinion on that.
Well, the coach you hire, you want him to, you're going to have a vision of what you want the team to be, and that guy's got to execute that. So the coaching hire is going to be an important hire. I believe it's an important hire, but I totally agree with you that how you construct the roster over the next couple of years is going to be more important.
It's crucial, especially now with this uncertain time that you're going into and things like that. So we'll see when the names start to leak. We'll see what Brian Gregory has to say about it tomorrow when he meets the media. There hasn't been anything real concrete out there in terms of the coaches and things like that. And who knows? If the Nuggets decide they don't want to go with David Adelman, then there's 2 vacancies open. But Memphis made it formal with their guy over the weekend, and the Spurs did the same thing on Friday with Mitch Johnson. The Kings did it a couple of weeks ago. There's just not that much left out there, and I said this before, and I really believe this. I think in some ways it's a good thing for the Phoenix Suns, because I think if a hot coaching candidate had choices, I don't know if the Suns would be his choice. Just to be honest with you. I don't know if the Suns, if you were choosing between the Suns or 2 other teams and you were the hot name on the market, I don't know if you're picking the Phoenix Suns in that circumstance. You might look at the situation and go, yeah, no, thanks. I'll go take it. But when you've only got one job to choose from, kind of takes your options away if you're a coach looking for a gig.
But if you were a young and up-and-coming coach, you might want a younger roster that you could build because it gives you time rather than a win now roster where if you don't win, you get fired in a year. Right? I mean, that's the truth.
It's the truth, but am I working for an owner who's giving me a roster that isn't win now but is demanding win now?
Well, you
Because
can't
he's promised
demand
win now. Well,
I don't think they're in a win now. I think they're in a win in 2 or 3 years, but I don't think they're in a. They're in the let's make the playoffs and let's do better than last year. But I don't know that anybody in that organization thinks that we're going to be playing right now next year and we have a chance to go to the championship.
But that's an interesting distinction there. New coach comes in. Is the pressure on to make the playoffs in year one?
It should be better than last year.
It shouldn't be. So is the pressure on to win 37 games next year? I mean, I don't know if this situation is so raw and needs so much fixing. I don't think that kind of pressure should be on
Devin
a head
Booker
coach.
coming back?
Yeah.
I think the pressure's on to win more than games than they did last year.
Okay. We'll see. And that's the kind of thing that may not be for everybody. We'll see. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, are we concerned with the injuries the Diamondbacks are dealing with, or are we concerned with the players who aren't delivering through the first month of the year? That's coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks at the Phillies.
3-2 from Beeks. Ripped towards first. Naylor's got it. Races to the first base bag. In-time ball game. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 11-9. They win an absolute thriller in the finale against the Phillies, and they will not be swept on this day. Diamondbacks in 10 innings take down Philadelphia.
Dbacks welcome the Mets to Chase Field for a 3-game series with Game 1 coverage tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You've got a question about your financial goals. You've got a question about your money. You don't want to talk to a computer. You don't want to press a bunch of buttons. You want to talk to a real person who's got real answers about your money. And that's exactly what's going to happen with Global Credit Union. It's one of the many advantages that come with banking with Global Credit Union. It's why I bank with Global Credit Union, because they're just way better than a bank when it comes to checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, all those financial services that banks offer. They do it better at Global Credit Union, and because of that, they offer you benefits that you're just not going to find anywhere else. A real commitment to cutting down on the fees that you sometimes have to go through, being able to talk to a real person, explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. It's National Hamburger Month, and if you're searching for the best burgers in the game, and I think that you are, find them at Twin Peaks all month long. Plus, you'll get great scenery, TVs everywhere, and an outstanding selection of food. So stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but, okay,
As we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Try now for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Desert Wind Harley. Desert Wind Harley has over 300 bikes in stock. Get on a new Harley-Davidson Street Glide today for under $265 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit, we can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks begin a very important homestand. We'll talk more about our baseball team tomorrow. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Speaking of that baseball team, let's just off the top of our head make a list of the things that we're worried about right now when it comes to this baseball team. Corbin Burns in his shoulder.
Okay, 1 through 10?
Yeah, 1 through 10. 10 being you're
2.
freaked out. 1, you have no concerns
Bring
at all.
me everyone. What do you mean everyone?
Everyone!
I don't know what that is. Avengers?
Oh, no, what is
Marvel?
That? What is that from? Remind me, what's that from? What's that? Give it to me. What? You got another one? Hold on. What is it? It's just giving me the hold on. The international signal for wait.
He doesn't know?
Leon, the professional.
Okay. You wouldn't have seen that. Was that? Oh, that was Gary Oldman in that movie. Okay, it was a movie called Leon the Professional. Mitch said Leon, but
Should have listened to the bite a little bit more for going in. I just wanted the part where he screams everyone.
Okay,
I got you.
It's an old movie, but it's a good movie. Leon the Professional.
Low on the scale.
So Corbin Burns'
low.
shoulder, low on him. Merrill Kelly and his cramps.
A notch higher.
Ooh, okay.
4.
Okay, I'm a 5 on that one. I would agree with you about Burns. As of today, right now, I'm a 2.
Okay.
On Corbin Burns. Let's see, where else could we go? The state of the bullpen in general.
10.
I mean, if you want me to get more, do you want to be more specific? Who's your closer?
What's Brad Ziegler doing right now?
No, stop.
Today it's Shelby. I mean, I think Ginkel should be the guy. You know that. I think Ginkel should be the guy. Because I like Shelby's ability, to come
float
in
a little bit.
Yeah, to float a little bit because he can give you 2 innings. At this point, I still say, look, here's what I do want. I want Lovello to pick a freaking closer. I want him to pick a closer.
He did. I think it was Shelby. I think it was Shelby, and I think it'll be Shelby again.
Okay,
for at least a little while. I think he did. I mean, look, Shelby struck out the first 2 guys he faced in that inning. I mean,
then gave up 4 hits in a row.
I know, but then for the first couple of batters, you're like, oh, this is looking like a great decision. Shelby Miller is the closer. Okay, they'll be fine. And then it all went to hell in a handbasket. I would put my bullpen concerns in general at about an 8. And specifically, who is the closer, I would say that's a 7. But the bullpen, just the whole bullpen right now, everybody's out of order. Everybody's doing something they're not used to doing outside of Ginkel and Thompson. I don't like the vibe of that room.
They need order.
They need structure.
They need structure.
And they don't have it right now. The slumps of your lefties, Corbin Carroll, Pavin Smith, and Josh Naylor.
Minimal. 3.
3?
They're all good hitters. They'll be fine. You got to go through highs and lows in the season. Now, Corbin's seen his average come way down into the 280 range, I think, for Corbin.
The strikeouts are starting to pile up a little bit for Corbin, too. I think he's got 17 in his last 10 games, if I'm not mistaken. He'll be fine, but certainly it's a far cry from what we saw last year. But, yeah, the strikeouts are piling up, and his batting average is taking a real mighty dip. The struggles of your right-handed batters.
Much higher.
Suarez, Gurriel, Gabby Marino, Randall Grichuk.
7, because, again, Suarez is baffling to me because I just don't know that what was the phrase I used, that the juice is worth the squeeze.
Correct, yes.
Because, you get these occasional great games from Suarez, But overall, he stinks. Like he's got 7 errors. He had 10 all of last year. He's got 7 errors. He's 0 for. I looked it up the other day because I was baffled by it. Like, how many times has this guy gone 0 for? Like 16 times. He's 0 for 4, 0 for 5, 0 for 3, 16 times. He gives you nothing, like absolutely nothing. So I know he swung the bat a little bit better lately, but this was a terrible trip. He was like 3 for 25 on this road trip. And I know he's on pace to hit 48 homers. That's great. But, man, I'm telling you, I would play Lawler at third and then, maybe make Suarez the DH if I think he's better than Grichuk, which he probably is.
Grichuk is hitting 216. Suarez is hitting 189. Moreno is hitting 244. Gurriel, who's on a hot streak lately, has gotten his batting average above 200. He's at 208. Yeah, my
right-handed bat's very concerning.
I'm very concerned about the right-handed bats as well. I'm very, very worried about it because there's.
Oh, that Lawler guy swings from the right side.
Oh, does he? Oh, yeah. That's interesting. That's how that is. That how that works? Yeah. Okay. So basically, if I'm gathering this right, the most concern we have is the bullpen.
Yeah.
Right? That's the one that ranks the highest.
Right? It should be.
Right-handed hitters are number 2. I'm going to put Merrill Kelly as number 3 on my list. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that they haven't figured it out. I'm concerned that there isn't going to be a solution to it, that it's just going to be something all parties involved are going to have to live with, and I'm just worried that it's going to be like it was on Friday where when it starts costing you games, that's when it really becomes a problem. And I think Friday night, maybe for the first time out of the 7 incidents that he's had in 9 months, 9 baseball months, he's had 7
August
issues.
of 2023.
I think that is probably the first one where you can directly correlate the result of the game to his lack of availability. He could have easily given you another inning or 2 on a night when you were missing a whole bunch of guys out of your bullpen because of usage. And he had to stop because it's not his fault. It's nobody's fault. There's nothing anybody can do about it that isn't already being done. Right. Every expert in the world is trying to figure out why this is happening, and they just don't know. But I felt like once it starts costing you games, that's when it becomes a problem. And I felt like that happened on Friday night.
Again, I'm just baffled by the fact that you would have this problem for almost 2 years now and not be able to go to some specialist that could figure out why it's happening. Like, what's happening?
I'm sure he has.
I mean, we're not, trying to cure some incurable cancer here. He's got cramps in his legs.
You were making
we can figure this out.
The House joke earlier, the old TV show House, about the medical mysteries.
Right,
the
Dr. House.
Okay, no one's been able to. You don't think he's been to a bunch of doctors about this? I'm sure he's done everything there is to be done. He called himself a liability after Friday's game. I don't want to be a liability, but. And he was a liability on Friday night.
I'd send him to that kid, the good doctor, but he retired.
The one did that show finally end, right?
It finally ended. Yeah, the good doctor. He was really good too at figuring stuff out.
And yet, through all of this, the Arizona Diamondbacks, as crazy as it is to say it, they're fine. They're fine.
Right. They went 3-3 They went 3-3 on the road trip. They're 8-8 against teams that have a winning record. They're 1 game out of a wild card spot. So there's a whole laundry list of stuff that is going wrong.
Yeah.
And yet they're fine.
Yeah.
Now
they're not thriving, but they're fine.
Right. We thought when they put this team together that they would kind of run away with at least a wild card spot. And that's not the case right now, but it may be the case once all these things work themselves out. But I think that's why the expectations were a little bit higher this year based on everything they did. And so when they're hanging around 500, we kind of expected more.
My biggest concern right now for the Diamondbacks, 10 for me on our scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
Is my ability to buy one of these new jerseys before they all sell out. That's a 10.
I think I know a guy.
I'm very worried about that.
I might know a guy.
I'm very concerned that I want to get one of these things before they're all gone because I think these things are going to.
We might have a connection.
Like hotcakes. You think so? Yeah, we might know a guy. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, he is a perfect fit for the Arizona Cardinals. He wasn't their first-round pick. Yet another suggestion that the Cardinals got the steal of the draft last week. We'll talk about it next here on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
This is not an attack on Brian Gregory.
No.
Honestly, I know very little about Brian.
Most people don't know much about Brian.
Might turn out to be
a real coup.
I'm not going to be a hypocrite here. Great basketball executives seem to materialize out of the ether, from Sam Presti to Usai Majiri. There's a whole bunch of them. And maybe this guy is going to surprise everybody, but I think it's real fair. In fact, I think it's more than fair. I think it's appropriate to be this level of critical of this move.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center with 3 locations in the Valley: Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa for the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. And that's a place where I go for my eye care needs: dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses. At the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, they do it all. They also specialize in vision correction procedures. So if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help you. Whether it's LASIK or the clear lens exchange, they do it all at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. They offer 2 years of interest-free financing on your vision correction procedure and a free, thorough eye exam, so that way you can get that eye exam to find out if you're a candidate for any of their vision correction procedures. Just call them at 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want. Like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds, and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Full details and disclaimers.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. DISC surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the DISC surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks are back home, and with their return home, they've brought back a color that everybody loves in their uniform rotation. The latest City Connect jersey has the Diamondbacks in a purple uniform with teal accents that ties in several of the previous versions of Diamondbacks jerseys in history. You can see what these new jerseys look like right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. But if you want to see them live and in person, you'll have to wait till Friday. But they're coming this Friday, and they're playing against the Dodgers when they make their debut. The Snakes start a 3-game set against the Mets tonight. Corbin Burns was to make the start tonight, but he was ruled out a couple of days ago due to right shoulder inflammation. Ryan Nelson will make the start in his place. He'll go against right-hander Griffin Canning. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM. And the Arizona Sports app. And then checking in on the second round matchup between the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks. This game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals. The Celtics have jumped out in front. 61-45 is the score at the half. That one taking place in Boston. Later tonight at 6:30, you've got game 1 between the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's a 4-versus-1 in Oklahoma City, and it starts at 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. 2 NBA games on tonight, in addition to the opener of the series between the Dbacks and the Mets. You're going tonight, right?
I am going to go tonight.
Chase Field tonight.
Go to Chase Field.
The basketball games on tonight. Right now, they are at the half, and the Celtics are up by 16. 61-45 over the Knicks.
Patrick Ewing ain't walking through that door.
Let's see what's going on with that game. I'll see who is walking
You
through
just
that
walk
door.
Clyde Frazier or Earl Pro Monroe. Willis Reed is not walking through that door.
Peyton Pritchard has 13 points off the bench. Jaylen Brown has 14. Jason Tatum has 13. For the Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns has 10. Mikal Bridges 1. Mikal. Turn away. Look away, Mikal.
One for what? 8?
He's 1 for 6. So far, 2 points. He's a minus 16.
Rory Sparrow is not walking through that door. Neither is Chris Childs. Larry Johnson.
This is Gambo's.
Allen Houston.
This is Gambo's.
Louis Orr. Marvin Webster.
Weekly. I'm old.
Paul Westphal.
Let me tell you how old I am by reciting every name from the 60s and the 70s of people.
Isn't this the same guy that said he doesn't feel that old? Like
Wait, I just
an
said
hour
Graham
or so
Mama,
ago?
Larry Johnson, Chris Childs, Allen Houston. That was
all right. That was at least the
later?
90s. That was at least the.
That was later.
Wasn't that the?
Just name drop Jeremy Lin so you could feel at least somewhat hip.
Wasn't Allen Houston the O.J. Simpson finals?
Yeah, they got Allen Houston,
Knicks?
Chris Childs, and Larry Johnson all in the same offseason.
And then, of course, Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight, the opener of their series against the New York Mets. We'll preview that game coming up about 10 minutes from right now. So you got Diamondbacks baseball, 2 NBA games, a slew of NHL playoff games as well. That is what's on tonight. Another day, another story linking the Arizona Cardinals to one of the biggest steals in the NFL draft. Will Johnson, once again, has been called one of the biggest steals in the NFL draft. The perfect fit of player and scheme and player and team. It's a week and a half since the Cardinals took him, and people are still talking about Will Johnson.
You know, there's a lot of times you get to a draft and they draft these players, and you're like, well, you know, it looks good. Everybody gives you an A or a B- or a B+ or something. You're like, I think it's going to work out. This would be the shocker of all shocker to me is this guy doesn't work out. If he's healthy.
Well, that's the big if.
That's
got to be the big if.
It does seem like it is the absolute perfect fit. This guy's a hell of a cornerback. I mean, he is a hell of a football player. And he should have been, he was in consideration, you know, in that area to be drafted where they picked at 16. Now, they were not taking a cornerback. We had reported that the week before the draft. They weren't going to take a cornerback in the first round. But when that kid's sitting there in the second round, I mean, that's the pick. That had to be the pick, and it was. This is sensational. You got first-round talent in the second round. That happens sometimes. It does. It happens sometimes. Guys fall for different reasons, various reasons. I'd be shocked if this kid doesn't turn out to be an everyday starter for the Cardinals over the next few years.
If he stays healthy. I mean,
Yeah.
that's if
that's the caveat.
It's got to be the qualifier. If he stays healthy, I'd be shocked if the same thing didn't happen. But that's the reason he was. In fact, the last time we talked about this, it's funny. I'm glad you brought this up. The last time we talked about this, it reminded me. A listener reminded me of the draft. I think it was in 2020. In fact, it was during 2020 because we were doing the draft show from your house because it was in the middle of pandemic and we were working from your home at the time. Okay. And there was an offensive lineman in the 3rd round and the Cardinals took him and were like, oh my God, this is so great. He's so remember Josh Jones?
Oh my God.
And we were so happy he was there and it was what a perfect fit. What a great pick. There was a reason Josh Jones was available in the 3rd round of the draft, right? Now, I'm not saying Will Johnson's going to be that, but I do keep saying there is a reason that he was available at number 47, and I do think everybody would be wise to factor that into their analysis of this. It wasn't, some divine intervention. There was a reason why 46 other opportunities came and went for him to get selected, and they were passed upon by all the teams that had those choices. And so as long as you remember that and remember the reason why, and it's the injuries, there are clearly, I think we can say this with a high degree of certainty. There are clearly teams in this league that were way more scared off of his injuries than the Cardinals were. Clearly.
Right.
Like they saw something and they're like, nope. Don't want him.
I mean, but how many teams had him as a first-round talent and there was another guy they liked a little bit better? And you know what I'm saying? I think it's probably a lot of teams. I bet you most teams had a first-round grade on him.
I think that only flies for the first few picks of the 2nd round. And after that, once you get to pick 35, 36, 37, then it just becomes, hey, dude, what are you doing? Take the guy. He's first-round talent. He plays a premium position. He's a premium player who plays a premium position. Take the guy. But there were enough teams that clearly were freaked out by it. Freaked out by the medicals, freaked out by what they saw, freaked out by and the Cardinals. It's a risk, and I guess that's the number one thing I want to communicate here. This is not all reward, no risk. There is risk here with this. Just like there's risk with Walter Nolan. All right? If the character issues of him aren't just talk and it's real, there's risk there. Risk it's not going to work out. There's risk with Will Johnson, and that has to be factored into this. It's right now we're just swimming in the everything's great, man. I can't believe they got this guy. There's risk here involved with it too. Although don't tell Jonathan Gannon that.
We were really comfortable with the medical. I know he was nicked up a touch in his career, just like most of the guys. But when we left on Thursday, he was we had him, graded very high. And in my mind, I was like, there is no chance he's there when we pick in 2, like none, right? And we get there Friday, and Monty has all these algorithms that he has all the analytics people run and all this stuff. And I said, what are the chances that he's there in 2? And they're like, Coach, like 0.02, like no chance, right?
That was him on the Shine show last week with Adam Shine.
Yeah, shocked that he was there.
Shocked that he was
there.
Right.
Shocked. But we were too.
Yeah, we all were.
I don't think to me, when you got to that pick, there was only one. I wasn't looking at 5 guys. I was looking at one guy.
Yeah.
I was looking at one guy. It has to be Will Johnson. It has to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't looking at, it could be this guy. No, it's going to be Will Johnson.
Speaking of the Cardinals and a player they haven't reached an agreement with, and that would be Amari Cooper. There was a story today on NFL.com. And we mentioned this earlier. We laughed about it earlier. There are a lot of times where you and I will see a story, we'll click on the link, and we know exactly what we're going to see when we click on that link, right? This was 7 teams that should pursue Amari Cooper. I know when I click this link, the Arizona Cardinals are going to be one of the 7 teams. Yeah. I know they are. And they were. And a listener brought up a really good point when we were talking about this earlier. The draft pick compensation formula gets thrown out the window on June 1st. I wonder if that's why guys like Kaiser White are waiting to sign, guys like Amari Cooper are waiting to sign, guys who might factor into that equation that teams are waiting until after June 1st to sign him so they don't have to worry about those picks getting factored into compensation.
Yeah, it could be.
Picks.
I know that during free agency, I checked on Amari Cooper, and the feeling was that, that he was kind of on the back end of it. There wasn't, he was kind of slowing down, and it was kind of a wait and see how it goes. You had the draft coming up. I think the Cardinals didn't really love the wide receiver. They thought it was an okay draft, not a great year for wide receivers, but they were going to look at it. They didn't take one. Now you could circle back to Amari Cooper, see if the price comes down. But at the time in free agency, they weren't interested in Amari Cooper. But I think we're willing to take another look afterwards. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Not 100% sure, but I do think it gets to a point where if there's no risk, you might as well give it a look.
It's the same
money-wise, the price is going to be way down now.
It's the same thing with Will Johnson. At some point, it's like, dude, you got to take him. Just take him. Like even if it doesn't work out, take him. Take the chance. Take the swing. See if it works out. I kind of feel like we're almost getting to that point with Amari Cooper, unless his asking price is just crazy. We looked it up earlier. Amari Cooper as a wide receiver has made $136 million in his career. As long as he hasn't been stupid with his money, he can afford to be really, really picky. He can afford to wait and just go wherever he wants to go for whatever he wants. And if he's not getting it, he doesn't have to say yes to it at all. So maybe it's a factor of that. Maybe it's a factor of the Cardinals waiting until after June 1st. But at some point, like if his demands go down, why not? Why not add Amari Cooper?
Well, like we said, he's made $130 million in his career. Does he want to play for $3 million?
He's got no reason.
With incentives?
Unless he wants to, yeah. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Diamondbacks won a series against the New York Mets last week. Can they do the same this week? We'll preview game one of that series next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Suns, a new horizon.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason.
We're going to make some changes, right? And as the owner, my job is to, make those changes.
Listen for breaking Suns news, inside info, and exclusive Suns content on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Slim down this summer and rock that swimsuit with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get started today, and our expert doctors will help maximize your results from brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. Red Mountain is the trusted leader in medical weight loss, helping over 1 million patients lose weight fast. Our doctors deliver safe, effective solutions tailored to your needs. Lose weight and look great just in time for summer at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
We, the hungry of this burger-loving nation, deserve the Sonic Smasher. Always made to order and hand-smashed into greatness. America, today we smash free. One nation under melty cheese with liberty and a truckload of sauce for all. Meet our Smashin'l Burger.
The Sonic Smasher. Live free, eat Sonic. See menu for details.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is right now the perfect time to get a GMC Sierra 1500?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, loaded with tech, and built for any job. And right now, we have some of our best discounts of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Fresh off a 3-3 road trip that involved a series win against these New York Mets and a win to avoid a sweep against the Philadelphia Phillies, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back home tonight for a big homestand. 3 against the New York Mets, 4 against the LA Dodgers, and it starts tonight with the Mets in town for the first of 3. This is Dbacks on Deck as we preview tonight's game for you. It's coming up next here on Arizona Sports, so stay with us for that. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the New York Mets, the righty Griffin Canning is getting the start tonight. He's 4-1 with a 2.61 ERA. The Diamondbacks did not see him last week when they were at Citi Field. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the Arizona Diamondbacks. His first start of the season. The right-hander is 1-0 with a 5.82 ERA.
Yeah, Canning's 2-1 on the road, 3.38 ERA. He's had some success on the road. He was really dominant in spring training, struck out 22 batters over 14 innings. So far, he's got 31 strikeouts in 31 innings. So he's a strikeout an inning per game guy, but he does have the 14 walks. This will be a tough matchup. He's pitched very, very well for the Mets. This will be a good matchup, him against Ryan Nelson tonight.
Yeah, and with Ryan Nelson, we know the deal with him. Pitching in long relief, the Diamondbacks have tried their best to keep him stretched out for a moment just like this when he needed to step into the rotation. They believe he's got 80 to 85 pitches in his arm and that they've done a good job of keeping him stretched out. He's making the start tonight for Corbin Burns, who's got some shoulder inflammation, and they're going to keep him out of the rotation until next Saturday. Now, everything we've heard and everything we've come to understand is that Corbin Burns will be ready for that start on Saturday, but for tonight, it's going to be Ryan Nelson.
Yeah, this is Ryan Nelson is a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. This isn't digging deep into the minor leagues to bring up Gilbert Diaz or somebody. This is, last year they had some problems with guys, going through the rotation, trying to find guys. Ryan Nelson is perfect for this role. He's stretched out enough to where Lovello thinks he could throw like 80 pitches tonight. Now, he's not going to go 90, 95, 100, but if he can give them, 80 to 82, 83 pitches, you're probably talking about his ability to get them into the 5th or 6th inning.
Yeah, so all eyes will be on Nelson because we remember how he finished last year in his last 14 starts. I believe the Diamondbacks were 11-3 in those games. His numbers were extraordinary during that stretch. It's just a matter of when, not if, he becomes a member of this rotation. But the Diamondbacks certainly could use as much as they could give him with the state of their bullpen. Now, today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. I've got a lot of sound from Torey Lovello here pregame, so let's get as much into it as we can. The next step for Corbin Burns, according to Torey.
Corbin is going to do a little bit, continue to do his throwing program, but we're scheduled to see him on the 10th. That's what we want to do. Yeah, so we committed to that plan. We talked about that plan when I let the group know the other day that we were going to skip his start. And we all feel very comfortable that he's going to be ready on the 10th.
I believe I saw that he threw on flat ground today.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
so
good news.
As far as Justin Martinez goes, could he return in 15 days?
I don't know. I think we got to be careful with rushing him back too soon. So we'll see how he feels. He's going to get a ball in his hand, and then once he determines where he's at with the strength and stability and all the range of motion and all the things that go with being an elite pitcher, we'll start to ramp up more of the intensity, and we can probably get a game plan. But he's going to probably face some hitters in the ACL, and then beyond that, we'll get a better feel for that. But we're not there yet.
Feels like they got some guys that are starting to get close here, But again, I mean, it's just a matter of at this point right now, just trying to get by with what they have, patchwork a lot of this stuff, especially in the bullpen. Puck's a ways away. I hope with J Mart that it doesn't take long. It's just there's just no answers.
No, and
it's just no answers. It's frustrating.
And he was asked about the frustration of Justin Martinez's imaging coming back clean. And maybe frustration is the wrong word. You don't want to see an injury. But here's Torey on that.
Probably him trying to explain that he has a dead arm and not really knowing it. He's a very young kid. He's 23 years old. And I think a lot of times it's an expression that's used in baseball. I don't want the people that don't know what it means to think that his arm is not coming back. It's not dead. It's just a phase or period of time where you just can't feel the strength and don't know where it all is. So I just think he's probably never had something like that before, and he didn't know how to explain it. And maybe it was a little prolonged. Maybe there was a little overusage in there. I don't know, but he's going to be fine. He'll be fine.
Could see the 13-year-old coming home to his dad like, Mom, he's got a dead arm.
His arm is dead.
They got to take it off.
Mom, I'm so
What does
upset.
that mean?
Here's one more from Torey Lovello. Updates on AJ Puck, Justin Martinez, and Kendall Graveman.
AJ Puck's still trying to get asymptomatic, getting very close, kind of day-to-day before we feel day-to-day before he's able to pick up a ball. J Mart later this week will pick up a baseball, start throwing. I just met with Corbin. Corbin's here. He had his throwing program, says he feels good. Graveman will throw Wednesday in Reno. So that's an exciting moment for us to know that he's getting as close as he is. So we start shuttling into an affiliate, you start to get hot live times and reads, and your day is as normal as any. You're getting pretty close. So what happens beyond that, we're not sure. But let's plan on Wednesday, and I'll keep you guys posted.
So clearly he's going to be the next guy back, Kendall Graveman. Clearly he's going to be the next guy to factor into that bullpen if he's going to Reno to get red. Certainly not A.J. Puck, obviously. Certainly not Justin Martinez, but Kendall Graveman.
We knew he was a week to 10 days behind Ginkel, so it makes sense that he's going to be the next guy back.
MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day 18-16. 5 games out of first in the National League West behind the LA Dodgers. The New York Mets 22